Xuanhuan palm technique is one of the three most exquisite sets of martial arts of the Long family, all of which are coups that can win more with less. If Long Moran used Xuanhuan palm, Luo Feng and the others could be blown into pieces with just one move, but of course Long Wanner couldn't reach this level. Although she is talented, she has not been able to comprehend the second level. After all, she is still young and has only 10 years of cultivation. If she is besieged by Luo Feng and other 4 disciples of the xuanhuan sect, she will definitely not be able to resist. Luo Feng, who has cultivated for 25 years, and comprehended the second level of the 3 Emperors Pao's punch fist, is extremely talented. Now at the age of 27 or 8, he is already at the top of his peers in the world. And his 3 juniors, without his high talent, naturally don't have too many cultivation resources. Now they are 27 or 80 years old, and they all have only a little over 10 years of cultivation. In terms of individual combat power, they are not as good as Long Wan Sun. But the combination of the 3 of them was enough to capture Long Wanner alive. Of course, Yi Feng would not let this kind of thing happen. When he disappeared, he saw Long Wanner cast Xuanhuan palm towards the 4 of them, attracting their attention, then quietly went behind Luo Feng, condensed his true energy into the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand, and urged him with all his strength. With a flash of golden sword light, it directly pierced Luo Feng's chest. One hit. Puff. Fresh blood splashed out, but to Yi Feng's surprise, at the critical moment, this Luo Feng actually avoided the vital heart, the sword only pierced his shoulder blade. Who sneaked in? Luo Feng roared loudly, stomped his footsteps, and turned around with 2 punches. This is a young man whose appearance is somewhat similar to that of the south. His face is full of arrogance. Because he was stabbed by Yi Feng, the muscles on his face trembled in pain. The 3 Emperors Cannon Punch. The 3 words xuanhuan were not called for nothing. Yi Feng knew that if he was hit by these 2 punches, even he would have to be angry on the spot just by relying on his fist style. Sure enough, people who are talented enough to comprehend the second level of martial arts have a stronger intuition for danger than ordinary martial artists. The soul chaser who had cultivated for 30 years before did not notice Yi Feng's surprise attack at all, but Luo Feng escaped his sure-to-kill sword. This is the first time Yi Feng has fought to the death with such a strong man. This Luo Feng, even the me before rebirth in this world, is not necessarily his opponent. Yi Feng was vigilant and quickly stepped back. Can you run? The corners of Luo Feng's frantic mouth curled up, and with a loud roar, the 2 punches finally stopped in mid-air, and then 2 punches that were invisible to the naked eye came through the air. Relying on his spiritual sense, Yi Feng could clearly feel that there were 2 extremely destructive punches attacking him swiftly. It turned out to be Luo Feng's internal energy. If it is an ordinary martial artist who has cultivated for 10 years, he will definitely be killed by these 2 punches, but is Yi Feng an ordinary person? Dragon Claw Hand. He snorted secretly, his hands became claws, his true energy burst out, and he grabbed the opponent's 2 punches in the air. There was a loud bang, the true energy and inner energy converged in mid-air, collided violently, and an invisible air wave burst out. Nan Nan, who was protected by Yi Feng, had no time to react at this time. His clothes were flying, and he was almost thrown off the cliff. Swish! Swish! The strength of the 2 fists continued to sweep towards Yi Feng through the airwaves. After all, Luo Feng's 25 years of cultivation was higher than Yi Feng's, but Yi Feng was slightly inferior if he fought hard. 8 Diagrams Fist. Facing the 2 punches whose power had been reduced a lot, Yi Feng didn't dare to be careless, so he swung the same 2 punches. Boom! Boom! Luo Feng's 2 punches were broken by Yi Feng's 2 punches. Yi Feng stood still. The air waves from the 2 of them messed up his hair, raised his head, and looked firmly at Luo Feng opposite. It wasn't that he didn't know that Luo Feng's internal energy was released, so he avoided it, but the south was on the edge of the cliff. If he avoided it, the south would be doomed. Leaving other things aside, Yifeng still admires the south very much. In this world, if you want to have enough power to protect the people around you, you must form your own power. Personal power alone is absolutely useless. What is the most important thing if you want to form a force? Talent, of course. Brother Mo. Nanfeng stood on the edge of the cliff, his black shirt was thrown flying, and the sky was full of stones and sand, which made him almost unable to open his eyes, but he still knew that at the critical moment, it was Yifeng who came to rescue him with someone. He actually fought Luo Feng head-on. How strong is this Yifeng? Even if he knew that Yifeng was Mo Jioga, he couldn't call it out now, so he naturally called him Brother Mo. Today, I will help you avenge. Yifeng didn't ask about the past between Nanfeng and Luo Feng, but seeing Luo Feng chasing Nanfeng like this, he knew that the two of them were absolutely irreconcilable. With a flick of the golden long sword in his hand, he stood proudly on the edge of the cliff with the waves and wind behind him. Good trick. What method did you use to sneak behind me? Luo Feng smiled arrogantly, fresh blood flowed out from his shoulder, but he didn't care at all. He had to say that he was a tough guy, or a lunatic. Then you don't need to know. Yifeng snorted lightly, and glanced at Long Wanner beside him. Because of Yifeng's sneak attack on Luo Feng's 3 juniors all stopped. They just surrounded Long Wanner, but did not make a move. Long Wanner also looked at Yifeng and Luo Feng in astonishment. The names of the two are not far apart, and their talents are equally terrifying, but Yifeng obviously has more potential. He can compete head-on with Luo Feng after 10 years of cultivation. A trace of pride welled up in Long Wanner's heart. Her man was destined to be stronger than Luo Feng. In today's Jianghu, there are only a handful of strong men who can release their internal qi to the outside. Among people of the same generation as Luo Feng, there are only 3 people including Luo Feng, and each of them is an unprecedented genius in the martial arts world. And Yifeng was the 4th one she knew. Boy, you are too rampant. Luo Feng laughed wildly. Since you want to intervene in this matter, I, Luo Feng, will not let you down, so die. He flicked his fists, and his inner energy was shocked, concentrating in the heart of his fists. The 3 emperors Pow punched the fist, the first punch, and the left fist. Second punch, right punch. To deal with ordinary opponents, these 2 punches are enough, but if you use the third punch, Xian fist, it has a very strong penetrating power, enough to beat cattle across mountains, and it will kill people after 5 years of cultivation, and the speed is extremely fast. What Luo Feng is most proficient in is the third fist, the heart fist. Brother Luo Feng is going to get serious. Humph, that kid is lucky to be able to learn the heart fist of senior brother Luo Feng. Senior brother Luo Feng, quickly smash him into a pulp. Luo Feng's 3 juniors surrounded Long Wanner and began to read a joke. Brother Mo, be careful, run. Seeing Luo Feng's posture, Nanfeng's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. Careful. Long Wanner also let out a coquettish cry, her beautiful eyes widened. She was very aware of the power of the third punch, Xian fist, among the 3 Emperor Pow punches of the Divine Fist School. Of all the people in the arena, only Yifeng was calm and composed. Xianchu, Qian. He flipped his hands, a ball of fire appeared from his hands, and then took advantage of Luo Feng's stunned moment. He threw it directly. Boom. Before Luo Feng had time to make a move, his whole body suddenly became a ball of fire. When Yifeng condensed a fireball and set Luo Feng on fire, this scene obviously shocked everyone around. A person casually releases a fireball? How is this possible? It's not a magic movie. Nanfeng was dumbfounded, and couldn't believe that this scene happened before his eyes. He was the closest to Yifeng, and he could clearly see that with just a wave of Yifeng's hand, a fireball appeared and ignited Luo Feng. Luo Feng's three juniors screamed as if they saw a ghost. Even in the martial arts world, they have never seen anyone who can release fireballs. Is this masked person a ghost? Long Wanner covered her small mouth lightly, her beautiful eyes widened, wondering what mechanism did Yifeng use just now. But I woke up naked with him in the morning, went out together, and ran to this place together. I didn't see any traps he was hiding. Ah. Luo Feng couldn't have imagined that his opponent would be so weird and suddenly release a fireball. When his whole body was burning, he immediately screamed out. Feeling the terrifying temperature of the flames around him, he knew something was wrong, and while urging his inner energy to resist, he quickly ran to the edge of the cliff and jumped. Want to jump into the sea to put out the fire? Yifeng saw the opponent's intention, and couldn't help secretly praising Luo Feng's wit. Now his celestial art, the red flame is only the first layer, although the flame temperature is high, but it is still an ordinary flame, it will go out when it meets water, needless to say jump into the sea. Dragon Claw Hand. Yifeng immediately used this move, his true energy shot out through the air, one grabbed Luo Feng's bleeding shoulder, the other grabbed his thigh, and pulled him back. Luo Feng originally jumped into the air, and would soon fall off a cliff tens of meters high, but when Yifeng pulled him, his body froze, and he was almost pulled back onto the cliff. Fortunately, his cultivation base is profound, even though his whole body was surrounded by flames, he reacted quickly, his inner energy was shaken, and Yifeng's true energy that grabbed him was scattered, and then out of thin air, the whole person jumped out to a further distance. Plop! A human-shaped fireball fell from the cliff into the turbulent sea after a while, and disappeared in an instant. There is no way for ordinary people to survive by jumping off the cliff. Even if there is sea water below, the height of more than 30 meters is enough to kill people. However, Luo Feng is no ordinary person, he is a genius with 25 years of cultivation. Once the inner energy is released, the falling trend can be slowed down, and he can't fall to death. He ran away. Yifeng's face darkened, he ran to the edge of the cliff, looked around, but there was no trace of Luo Feng. I can't even feel my spiritual consciousness, it seems that I was washed away by the waves to a distance of 100 meters. Brother Mo, thank you for saving me. Nanfang stood aside and quickly calmed down, now Luo Feng must be seriously injured. The storm is coming soon, and he will only die if he doesn't go ashore. If he looks around, he should be able to stop him. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the three stunned disciples of the xuanhuan sect who were still surrounding Long Wanner, thinking that these three guys would definitely be silenced if they saw Yifeng's secret. He was a little puzzled, how did the fireball come out? Moreover, he also saw Yifeng's secret, would Yifeng also kill him to silence him? He could understand that it was true that Yifeng wanted to save him at first, but found that he couldn't beat Luo Feng, so he had no choice but to use his trump card. Even if he was silenced by Yifeng, he didn't complain, because Luo Feng had already suffered a great loss, and he could even kill Luo Feng, which was much better than being killed by Luo Feng for nothing. Wanner, come here. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, he urged him with genuine energy, Qi Yan. The three fireballs attacked the three xuanhuan disciples with lightning speed, creating three more firemen in the blink of an eye. The three of them had only been cultivated for more than 10 years. Facing Yifeng's immortal technique, Qi Yan, they had no ability to resist at all, and they couldn't support Luo Feng for so long. They didn't even scream, and were directly burned to ashes. Although it is an ordinary flame, the temperature is much higher than that of ordinary flames. Without enough cultivation to resist, it will be burned to slag in an instant. In just a moment, those three people had disappeared. Yifeng used the scarlet flame 4 times in one breath, and the true energy in his body was a bit overwhelming, but in this situation, there was no other way to go. Shanju Qian is the only way he can destroy corpses and traces now, and those three disciples of the xuanhuan sect must be eliminated. Long Wan'er immediately ran over and threw herself into Yifeng's arms. Are you all right? Fine. Yifeng nodded and patted her shoulder lightly. He turned his head sideways and looked at Nan Nan, seeing the expression of gratitude and shock in the other's eyes. In the cold wind, Nan Nan's delicate but somewhat pale face was covered by a few strands of messy hair. Thank you Brother Yi for saving me. According to the rules in Jianghu, Nanfeng cupped his fists and saluted Yifeng. Now he knew that Yifeng would not kill him to silence him, which made him heave a sigh of relief, but in his eyes, there was a trace of complicated expression. As a man, in the face of enemies, but can only rely on others, it is simply unacceptable for the South. The culprit who killed his entire family, Kai Xiaohong and Soul Chaser were killed by Yifeng, and now Luo Feng was almost killed by Yifeng. What's the use of him going south? My own people don't have to be polite. Yifeng waved his hand. It's important to do business. What enmity do you have with that Luo Feng? As he asked, he came to the side of the big tree with twisted roots on the edge of the cliff. With a flash of golden sword light, he cut open the root of the tree. Sure enough, the pages of the two old secret books were buried deep in the soil of the tree roots. I don't know how long they have been buried, but the insects and ants in the ground failed to eat the pages of these two books. It can be seen that the material of the pages of these two books is special. Hearing this, Nanfeng said while watching Yifeng's movements, he is my elder brother, but he was sent to Shenkwenmen since childhood. Last year when Nanchenmen was destroyed, I asked him for help, but he was not only unmoved, and threatened that he was not on the same level as me, and told me not to look for him in the future. In the tone, there is strong hatred. As a member of the Nan family, he even changed his surname after entering the Xuanhuan sect, and even ignored the extermination of the Nan family. So does Luo Feng still have humanity? Yifeng almost knew what was going on, and picked up the two cheat books in the tree hole. Hidden Immortal Ju and Ghost Crying Sword technique are indeed matched. Here you are. Yifeng casually threw the two cheat books into Nanfeng's hands. This move made Nanfeng stunned. Looking at the two cheat books in his hands, Nan Nan's mind suddenly rang out. Not only did Yifeng not kill him to silence him, but he also casually gave him two seemingly precious martial arts cheat books. Nanfeng is not a person who is willing to be inferior to others, but facing such a temptation, he is inevitably tempted. He deeply understands how difficult it is to obtain martial arts secret books in this situation, where all the major sects in the arena cherish their brooms. With these two cheat books, if Luo Feng is still alive, he will have a chance to take revenge with his own hands. But he was very clear that Yifeng had only one purpose in treating him like this, and that was to train him to become his subordinate. Nanfeng thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at Yifeng. Today, he is going to make a man's decision. The three of them stood on the high cliffs, by the sea, feeling the strong wind blowing from the distant sky. Although it was still morning, the sun was covered by dark clouds, making it hazy. The waves were surging, beating heavily on the rocks under the cliff, and all signs indicated that a storm was coming. Nanfeng raised his delicate and fair face and looked at Yifeng. I learned. With a low sound in his throat, he said. He considered it for a long time, and finally made a decision that made him proud all his life. So what if he followed Yifeng? Now that Kai Xiaohong is dead, and Luo Feng is no match for Yifeng, his great revenge is destined to be avenged. For a moment, he was really at a loss, not knowing what to do with his life in the future. At this moment, Nanfeng felt something in his heart. As a man, since he came to this world, how could he not leave something behind? I believe Yifeng will not let him down. Yeah. Go to the coast and find out where Luo Feng is. Yifeng finally smiled and nodded. Taking advantage of Luo Feng's serious injury, wouldn't it be letting the tiger go home if he didn't kill him? The celestial technique Qi Yan was just done by surprise. If Luo Feng had been prepared, it would not be so easy for him to succeed. Well, this is sister-in-law? Nanfeng glanced at Long Wanner wearing a white mask again, and asked. That's right. Don't be in a hurry to talk about the specifics. Put away the cheat books and find Luo Feng first. Yi Feng nodded, and looked under the cliff. The coastline is not long, only a few kilometers long, winding and winding. The entire Xiangshan County is a peninsula, and the place where the three are located is located on an island reef in the south of the peninsula. It must not be difficult to find Luo Feng. The three of them looked at each other and wanted to take a detour to Shadow Beach to look for Luo Feng's trace, but at this moment, Yi Feng's consciousness swept away and he suddenly became alert. In a forest on the way to the north, a group of people suddenly appeared, faintly surrounding the cliff where the three of them were. It's someone from the National Security Bureau. Yi Feng's spiritual sense was sensitive, and he saw through the other party's identity at once. Heh, you three, all raise your hands. A low but powerful male voice came out from the woods, making people feel as dangerous as a scorpion. Immediately afterwards, a small team of more than 20 National Security Bureau soldiers, fully armed, formed a semicircle to surround the three people on the cliff. Standing behind the team members was a young captain in a suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a thin figure, standing with his hands behind his back, with a playful expression. Heh, give me what you have in hand. As if giving an order, the captain with gold-rimmed glasses looked south and saw the two cheat books in his hand. What are you doing? Long Wanner couldn't figure it out, and asked suspiciously. The National Security Bureau's responsibility is to arrest criminals in the Jianghu. We haven't threatened ordinary people in the world, so why do you stop us? Ah. The captain of the gold-rimmed glasses chuckled, and pushed his glasses. Really? Our National Security Bureau has its own way of judging whether it threatens ordinary people, so I don't need to bother you. You warriors bully the weak and fight for the strong. Competitiveness is intolerable in our country. If it is what I say, get rid of them all. You are Li Feng. Long Wanner remembered something as soon as she heard it, and hugged Yi Feng's arm tightly. Li Feng? What kind of person is this? Of course Yi Feng didn't know this guy. He carefully looked at the captain with gold-rimmed glasses, and found that there was a bit of contempt and disgust in the eyes of the other party looking at them. From his words, it seems that this guy looks down on people in the martial arts. He actually threatened to get rid of all the people in the martial arts. Oh, it's me. It seems that I, Li Feng, are quite famous. Li Feng, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled faintly, and raised one hand. Raise all your hands, and you will be arrested. I will give you 8 minutes to think about it, or you will shoot. As soon as Li Feng said this, the 20 National Security Bureau soldiers in front of him raised their precision guns at the same time, aimed and locked on the three of Yi Feng. The firearms of the National Security Bureau should not be underestimated. Yi Feng has a deep understanding of this, and he immediately became vigilant. It's just a little strange. Why did the other party give 8 minutes to think about it? This is Li Feng's usual trick. Long Wanner leaned against Yi Feng, and said softly, it is said that Li Feng has hated people in the martial arts since he was a child, and now he is one of the executive captains of the National Security Bureau. A good end, and the people in the martial arts who have always advocated the destruction of the entire Jianghu. Crazy enough. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Li Feng through the mask. Li Feng pushed his glasses. The leaves around his body were blown by the strong wind, and his figure in a suit looked very imposing. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Every time he ordered the arrest of a person in the martial arts world, he would give the opponent 8 minutes to think about it, in order to carefully observe the opponent's pride at the beginning, then slowly submit, and finally crawl in front of him like a dog. 8 minutes. This time is of special significance to Li Feng. In the National Security Bureau, he is undoubtedly a radical. Facing the people in the martial arts who have always insisted on suppressing and purging the style, he enjoys a very high reputation in the martial arts. Of course, these fames are all infamy. On the towering cliffs by the sea, the two sides began to confront each other. Li Feng, it's really interesting. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, hugged Long Wanner comfortably, and glanced at Nan Nan beside him. Those two cheap books haven't been bitten by insects and ants for so long, so they shouldn't be afraid of water, right? Well, don't worry too much if you jump into the sea later. In Yi Feng's mind, Nan Feng is very suitable for practicing this kind of hidden weapon martial arts, because he is good at hiding and disguising. Ghost crying knife technique is the suppressing martial art of the Ancien sect. After successful practice, the effect will definitely not disappoint. The key question now is how to protect Long Wanner and Nan Feng from jumping from such a high place. You have 8 minutes to think about it. Yi Feng thought about it. In such a narrow space, the opponent could kill all three of them with a random shot, and neither invisibility nor blindness would work. If he wants to escape now, the only way to go is to jump into the sea. At this time, Luo Feng took the opportunity to swim to a small fishing village on the shore. People from all sides of the martial arts world began to gather in this small fishing village, because the Great Coral King is near this small fishing village, and the time to mature is tonight. When Luo Feng appeared in the small fishing village with ragged clothes and scorched skin, he immediately shocked a group of people in the martial arts world. Who hurt you like this? Su Xiaoyu, the great elder of the xuanhuan sect, the one who dared to speak satirizing Long Moran in Changbai Mountain, waited at the entrance of the fishing village, and was immediately furious when he saw his disciple's disciple become like this. Su Xiaoyu is one of the two great elders who are second only to the sect master in the xuanhuan sect. He is known as the Nandu Xuanhuan. His boxing techniques are mainly feminine, full of ingenuity, and quite difficult to deal with. He is cultivated for 80 years now. As for Luo Feng, he is the most proud disciple under his knees. Among his peers in martial arts today, Luo Feng's talent is enough to rank among the top 3. A man in a mask, on a cliff, he can shoot fireballs. Luo Feng ran back with his last breath, and fell headlong on the beach in the village. Can you shoot fireballs? Su Xiaoyu was furious immediately. Who the hell beat his apprentice like this, and broke his mind? How could someone in this world be able to release a fireball? He thought he was Harry Potter. Luo Feng's status in Jianghu is extremely prominent. Although xuanhuan sect is not one of the 3 major forces, it is still second only to the 3 major forces. Moreover, Luo Feng's talent is well known. With the support of Southern God Fist Su Xiaoyu, he acts wildly in the martial arts. Who can't bear to see him? Some? But today, he was beaten to a serious injury and burned like this, which is really surprising. Nando Xuanhuan Su Xiaoyu is an old man with a white beard, but his body is tough and his fighting power is unambiguous. Filled with anger, he had someone help Luo Feng into a room in the small fishing village, and immediately led more than a dozen disciples of the xuanhuan sect out of the fishing village in a mighty manner, and ran towards the high cliff located to the west of the small fishing village. In the small fishing village, there are not only people from the xuanhuan sect, but also many other sects and families, including the Long family. Long Moran was discussing matters with Long Zi and Long Qing not far away, watching Luo Feng struggle and run back from afar, and frowned when he saw Su Xiaoyu's old hair soaring. A masked man who can set fireballs? Long Moran's heart moved. He snorted coldly, waved his hands and said, Long Zi, Long Qing, you two come with me. I want to see if it's that kid wearing the mask. Yes. Long Zi and Long Qing looked at each other and answered immediately. Long Qing looked 27 or 18 years old, and his face always had nothing to do, as if he was a prodigal son. When he heard that he was going to find the masked man, he immediately became a little excited. Meanwhile, Long Zi frowned at this moment. He was caught by Yi Feng with his dragon claws, and he knew that the masked man was very strong and talented, and Long Wanner had probably already identified him. Pity. Looking at Long Moran's back, Long Zi shook her head secretly, thinking that the patriarch's mind is still too narrow. The last time he came to the East China Sea, he told Long Moran about this matter, but Long Moran said that no matter what talent the masked man has, he should not even try to be his son-in-law. There is only one reason, and that is to marry Yi Feng. Related. Long Moran will never forget what happened 20 years ago. Since that kid is on the cliff, that girl must be there too. Watch closely, and catch both of them back. Long Moran gave an order, turned around and walked out of the small fishing village with a cold expression. The simple scabbard hanging around his waist was eye-catching. Long Zi and Long Qing followed closely behind, and in front of the three were Nandu Xuanhuan, Su Xiaoyu who took the lead in taking action, and a group of more than 10 disciples of the Xuanhuan sect. Long Moran was not afraid of confronting Su Xiaoyu at all. In his opinion, when he found the masked man later, he was the only one who was qualified to judge. As for the Divine Fist sect? Step aside. Although Long Moran has only been in cultivation for less than 60 years, but due to his extraordinary talent, he has cultivated Fenghua Shuiyue swordsmanship to the shocking 3rd level. This is one of the 3 major forces, the strength and arrogance of the patriarch of the Long family. 2 groups of people started to rush to the seaside cliff 5 kilometers away. Seeing this, some other martial arts practitioners in the small fishing village cheered up one after another and followed closely behind. They wanted to follow along to watch the fun, but they were afraid of being hurt by the fish in the pond, so they stayed far away, just hanging far behind. The beach with surging waves, the gloomy sky, and several waves of martial arts fighters marching along the way constitute a particularly classical picture. 5 minutes passed. Yi Feng still hugged Long Wanner, calmly waited for an opportunity, and jumped into the sea to leave. The surrender that Li Feng hoped to see did not appear on the faces of the 3 of them, which made him secretly unhappy. Of course, as one of the executive captains of the National Security Bureau, he still has some patience. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses leisurely and continued to wait. Behind the towering cliffs is the vast East China Sea. The turbulent waves are like thousands of piles of white snow, bombarding the cliffs wave after wave, eroding the rock walls to an incomparable smoothness. The gust of wind in the distant sky became more and more violent, and accompanied by layers of dark clouds, it struck swiftly and violently. The storm is coming. The few seabirds that were occasionally seen in the sky evaded in panic, and quickly flew into the woods on the shore and disappeared. A bolt of lightning began to appear from the distant sky, and it seemed that it would not be long before it would sweep over. The corners of Yi Feng's 3 people's clothes were blown up by the cold sea wind, and they looked particularly bleak under the flying leaves. What to do? Long Wanner leaned against Yi Feng, with no expression on her white-masked face, but she could feel a little nervous in her heart when she asked softly. Li Feng, this name is really like a thunder in the rivers and lakes. Even if he didn't do anything wrong, if someone in the martial arts fell into his hands, there would be absolutely no good fruit to eat. Just like their current situation, not only the mask will definitely be taken off, but also the 2 secret books of the hidden Immortal sect will definitely not be kept. As for resistance? In the face of people from the National Security Bureau, few people dare to resist. Anyone who kills a National Security Bureau will be sentenced to death according to special regulations. Even if he escapes by chance, he will become a wanted criminal nationwide. This is the case for wanted criminals such as Whirlwind Axe, Soul Chaser, etc., and it will be quite miserable at that time. Long Wanner didn't want to have no room for survival in Huagua in the future. Rest assured. Yi Feng said something softly, and suddenly he frowned, his consciousness spread far away, and he found a group of people running fast from the east. A large group of martial arts people. God's fist? Yifeng soon discovered that the leader was actually an old man with a white beard who he met once in Changbai Mountain and who was still indifferent to Long. He knew right away that it was not good. He didn't expect that Luo Feng ran very fast, and at this moment he had already called the disciple of Xuanhuan who was 5 kilometers away. Immediately behind the old man with the white beard and the disciples of the Divine Fist School was the character who made Yifeng's heart beat faster, Long Moran with a simple scabbard and an indifferent face. "Your father is here," Yifeng whispered to Long Wanner. "What?" Long Wanner immediately became more nervous. "Long Moran came here, if they were caught." Nanfang stood beside the two with a solemn expression. He was also thinking about countermeasures, but after much deliberation, he had nothing to say when he met Li Feng, a radical in the National Security Bureau. At this moment, the members of the National Security Bureau who surrounded the three of them also found the Shenkwanmen and the Long family who had rushed over. Holding his gold-rimmed glasses, Li Feng turned his head to see an old man with a white beard leading more than a dozen people rushing aggressively, and immediately shouted coldly, "The National Security Bureau is doing business, and the idlers are waiting to evacuate." The originally leisurely atmosphere immediately became tense. "Good chance." Yifeng didn't hesitate at all, turned around, pushed Nanfang, pushed him out of the cliff, and fell down. The people from the National Security Bureau immediately reacted, but before they had time to move, Yifeng followed closely behind, leaping out with Long Wanner in his arms, and 3 figures fell one after another from the high cliff. Under the cliff, there are surging waves, and the lightning storm in the sky is getting closer and closer. Yifeng took the lead in pushing Nanfang down the cliff, then hugged Long Wanner tightly, and jumped out. 3 figures quickly fell from the cliff, and the waves were in front of them in an instant. Dragon Claw Hand. Yifeng was in midair, and he grabbed towards the south below, making his downward trend stop abruptly. Then the Xinqi diffused, forming a soft cushion of Xinqi on the sea surface. Plop! 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 The 3 of them fell into the turbulent sea one after another. Yifeng hugged Long Wanner all the time to prevent her from being washed away by the rapids. At the same time, his true energy condensed into 2 dragon claws, pulling Nan all the time. With the burst of true energy, Yifeng fought against the torrent under the sea surface, and quickly swam towards the side. With the same 10-year cultivation base, Yifeng's strength is much stronger than Long Wanner. The storm is approaching, and the waves are getting stronger every moment. With Long Wanner's cultivation base, she can't move freely in the water, let alone the south. Immortal Art, Dragon Tortoise Hold Breath Formula. Yifeng also felt a lot of pressure, so he immediately cast a fairy technique to make his body more flexible in the water. His back suddenly swelled, and Long Wanner saw it, reminding him of the time when he was in the channel at the bottom of Changbai Mountain. Riding on the torrent. The figures of the 3 quickly moved away from the high cliffs and were washed away by the sea water. The waves are higher than the waves, the sky is completely occupied by dark clouds, thunder flashes, and roars are everywhere. The storm came very quickly, even Yifeng, who was in the sea, felt exhausted. With his current cultivation base, it is extremely difficult to fight against such a natural disaster. Fortunately, it is not far from the coast, otherwise even Yifeng would have a hard time surviving. After traveling all the way, the 3 of them landed on another nearby island and reef, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This island reef is farther away from the small fishing village. Even Yifeng doesn't know its location, but the vegetation is lush on it. It looks very remote, no other people will appear. Holding the drenched Long Wanner in his arms, Yifeng immediately said, "Go inside, light a fire, and have a rest." He was not afraid of Long Moran and the others finding signs of a fire. Anyway, he would leave after a short rest, fearless. Even though Long Wanner had 10 years of cultivation, she was shivering from the icy sea water at this moment. A long skirt was wet and clinging to her body, showing her exquisite figure to the fullest, and her long hair was wet on her shoulders. On the top, the white grimace mask is also slightly tilted. Nanfang just glanced this way, and immediately looked away. He is well aware of the current situation. Brother Ye's woman, it's better not to look too much. His condition was not much better than that of Long Water. His eyebrows were covered with a thin layer of frost, and the breath he breathed was all white mist. The storm is approaching, the temperature on the East China Sea has plummeted, and the sea water is even colder, which is completely different from the usual June. The three of them found a shaded place. Yi Feng cast the celestial technique Qi Yin, and lit a fire. All of a sudden, the extremely hot temperature made the three of them feel warm in an instant. Long Water and Nanfang were very surprised. How did Yi Feng create the fireball? Neither of them asked much, knowing that when the time came to speak, Yi Feng would definitely tell them. Taking advantage of this time, Nanfang opened the two secret books that were tightly guarded in his arms, and began to study under Yi Feng's guidance. On the towering cliffs by the sea, Su Xiaoyu and Long Moran brought their own people to come, and they saw the scene of Yi Feng jumping off the high cliff. Search everywhere. Su Xiaoyu snarled, and the white beard looked extremely elegant in the cold wind. Wait. Li Feng, a radical from the National Security Bureau, saw so many martial arts people running over. The dark clouds and thunder in the sky were reflected in the gold-rimmed glasses, and the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of amusement. Those three boys, just leave it to our National Security Bureau. Trouble? Now give me peace of mind and accept arrest obediently. He gestured gracefully, and 4 members of the National Security Bureau immediately dispersed, preparing to search for Yi Feng and the other 3 who jumped into the sea along the coastline. Obviously, Li Feng really has an unforgettable hatred for people in the martial arts. Humph, Li Feng, I, Nandu Xuanhuan, will not be afraid of you. Su Xiaoyu snorted coldly, unmoved. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen disciples of the Xuanhuan sect behind him immediately dispersed, and also started to look for the traces of Yi Feng and the other 3. Dare to run? Li Feng smiled contemptuously. Team 3, stop them. The 4 members of the National Security Bureau obeyed the order, raised the precision firearms in their hands. The blue light flashed, and pulled the trigger instantly. But what came out this time was not a blue light bullet, but a special large net, which opened like a fishing net at an extremely fast speed, and was about to trap the scattered disciples of the Xuanhuan sect in it. This kind of fishing net is a special tool used by the National Security Bureau to catch criminals in the martial arts. Even ordinary sharp weapons cannot cut it. Su Xiaoyu didn't expect that Li Feng would do it as soon as he said it, and his eyes stared desperately. Facing the National Security Bureau, he really didn't dare to fight back, and the femininity and gentle boxing techniques he practiced couldn't destroy this kind of fishing net. At this time, swish! In the cold wind, a cold light flashed. A handsome figure suddenly rushed forward from Su Xiaoyu's back, and with a single sword, several fishing nets shot by the National Security Bureau were chopped into pieces. Long Moran made a move. The sword at his waist was finally unsheathed. People in the martial arts world don't need outsiders to take care of their own affairs. Long Moran stopped in front of Su Xiaoyu, said coldly, raised his head, and pointed his long sword at Li Feng, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Facing a character like Li Feng, Long Moran chose to safeguard the common honor of all people in the martial arts world, instead of confronting Su Xiaoyu tit for tat. Before Li Feng could react, Long Moran's figure flashed again, with super strong body skills and terrifying speed. Even the gun aiming of the National Security Bureau couldn't catch it. A little cold light came to Li Feng in an instant. Click! The gold-rimmed glasses cracked at the sound, and Long Moran's figure had drifted away, leaving only an unruly back for everyone. Long Zi, Long Qing, spread out and look for someone. Elder Su, please let me know if you find someone. That masked person is also my Long Moran's enemy. Long said indifferently. As soon as Su Xiaoyu heard it, he knew what Long Moran was thinking. and laughed secretly. This Long Moran is really unlucky. His wife was abducted 20 years ago, and now his daughter is abducted again, and they are all related to the Yi family. If it was him, Su Xiaoyu, who had such a beautiful daughter and had something to do with a masked man with terrifying talent, he would have been so happy from ear to ear. How could he be like Long Moran? Of course, Long Moran's talent is very talented. It seems that he really doesn't need to pay so much attention to a fledgling kid. Don't worry, since this is the case, we will cooperate to find someone. Su Xiaoyu snorted softly, turned and left. Long Moran helped him out, and he had to return this favor. After all, he is an old Jianghu, so he can't even see through this. Seeing Su Xiaoyu and Long Moran lead their people away respectively, Li Feng, whose gold-rimmed glasses were cut into pieces by a sword, looked gloomy. This Long family, Long Moran, is really a thorn. He thought to himself, one day he will wipe out all these martial arts people in one go. I'll go to the fishing village in front. Dismiss the residents, no casualties are allowed this time. As one of the executive captains of the National Security Bureau, Li Feng certainly will not forget his responsibilities. Long Moran, I can only settle accounts with him slowly in the future. At this time, the three of Yi Feng had left the island together and returned to the original coast. Behind a boulder, not far from the small fishing village, Yi Feng set up an illusion array with a blindfold. The three of them leaned against the boulder and saw many martial arts people looking for people along the beach. They must be looking for the three of them undoubtedly. Fortunately, they were in the phantom formation, and behind hidden boulders, even the people from the National Security Bureau could not find them with sophisticated instruments. Stay here, I'll go and have a look around the Great Coral King. Yi Feng said to the two of them. Nanfang nodded, now he started to obey Yi Feng. I will go with you. But Long Wanner was worried, and said worriedly. Yi Feng didn't want to take her with him at first, he was afraid that it would be troublesome if he encountered danger, but after thinking about it, Long Wanner was familiar with people in the martial arts, and if he met someone, it would be better to take her with him than to make random guesses alone. That's good. Nan, you can study the ancient sex mentality here, and I will take her there as soon as I come. Yi Feng said solemnly. In addition to watching the movement of the Great Coral King, he will also find ways to kill Luo Feng from the Divine Fist sect later, otherwise he will end up in trouble. Immortal art, invisibility art. Yi Feng's true energy dissipated, directly covering him and Long Wanner. Using invisibility to walk outside is not as safe as walking in the phantom formation. It is easy to be discovered by the National Security Bureau or people in the martial arts with deep cultivation. Yi Feng must always be vigilant at noon. The two quietly left the boulder and ran towards the place where the big Coral King was. The Great Coral King is on the bottom of the sea nearby. It was discovered half a month ago. Its ripening day is tonight. It is guarded by many people in the martial arts world. Long Wanner walked side by side with Yi Feng and explained. Yi Feng nodded. If he wants to get the Great Coral King, his chance is tonight. After tonight, he won't have his share. The two of them were running on the coast, and there were constantly turbulent waves hitting the shore, and little sea water splashed up and splashed on the two of them, which was icy cold. The strong wind is getting bigger and bigger, the thunder light is getting brighter and brighter. Bean-sized raindrops finally began to pour down. As far as the eye can see, the waves on the entire sea are churning, and the torrential rain is pouring down, making the whole world seem to be hung with layers of water curtains, and the visibility has dropped sharply. The bursts of thunderous thunder let Yi Feng know that the duration of this storm will not be too short. He took off his coat, put it on Long Wanner, and led her on. Although you can use Xinqi to block the raindrops, it's too wasteful, and you might encounter some kind of battle later, so it's better to save some. The location of the Great Coral King is not far away. Soon, 3 kilometers away from the small fishing village, a group of strong-looking martial artists appeared in the distance. There were 7 of them in total, all resting on the shore with their eyes closed. Here we are, the Great Coral King is just outside this coast, about 2 kilometers under the sea. Long Wano leaned on Yifeng and whispered, "These are all strong men sent to guard the Great Coral King, and each of them has at least 50 years of cultivation. Those from the Tang family, the Long family, the Heavenly Sword Palace, each of the Divine Fist sect has sent a representative." Yifeng glanced at the group of 7 people, and found that all of them were old men. Are they all guarding the shore? Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel secretly happy. In this way, the possibility of him obtaining the Great Coral King is very high. Now only his dragon tortoise breath-holding technique can keep him on the bottom of the sea for a long time. Other martial arts people, no matter how much they cultivate, can't stand by him every second. Long Wanner thought for a while, nodded and said, "Let's go back. There are electronic monitoring devices near the Big Coral King, and we can't get it." After all, Long Wanner is still not optimistic about Yifeng, but this is normal, after all, she still doesn't know Yifeng's identity as a cultivator. Yifeng nodded. Now that the Great Coral King is immature, why not go to the fishing village and get rid of Luo Feng quietly? Taking advantage of his illness to kill him is the only rule of survival in the world of cultivating immortals. The 2 concealed their figures and quietly ran back towards the small fishing village. While running, Yifeng used his tricks to hide his eyes, changing all the clothes, heights, masks, etc. that he and Long Wanner were wearing, just in case. Arriving at the entrance of the small fishing village, Yifeng could see from a distance that the small fishing village was actually full of people from the National Security Bureau. Under the leadership of the radical Li Feng, the village was full of people showing off their power. In the small fishing village, it seems that all the original residents have been dismissed, and at this time all people from the martial arts are dominating it. But facing the flamboyant Li Feng team, none of them dared to stand up and say anything. "Let's go in directly, don't be invisible, otherwise we will definitely attract attention if we are discovered." Yifeng made up his mind and said to Long Wanner, "Ah? Wouldn't that be?" Long Wanner was startled. How dangerous was that? "No one can recognize us, and your father and the people from the xuanhuan sect are not here." Yifeng comforted him. Because of the blindfold, he and Long Wanner became 2 completely different people. Compared with the image that appeared in front of Li Feng before, the only thing in common is a man and a woman, both wearing masks. Wearing a mask is a common thing in martial arts. Yifeng found out that there were people wearing masks in the small fishing village, so he didn't care. Go in and find Luo Feng's whereabouts, kill him, and retreat. Unknowingly, hidden merit and fame. In the downpour, the 2 walked into the small fishing village hand in hand. A muffled thunder sounded, making Yifeng realize that Li Feng's gold-rimmed glasses had been chopped into pieces. He looked a bit embarrassed in the heavy rain, and looked in a bad mood. "You, take off the mask." Li Feng pointed at the young man at the door of a farmer's house in the small fishing village, and his dangerous voice sounded like a scorpion. "Sorry, the mask cannot be removed," the young man said in a deep voice. His voice was immature, and he sounded about 17 or 18 years old. "It's from the Tai Chi Hall." Long Wanner immediately clung to Yifeng's ear, and explained softly, "The main force of the Taiji Palace is working in other places. It is said that only a few people have come to the East China Sea, just to inquire about the news, not to snatch the Great Coral King." Yifeng nodded, thinking to himself that Tai Chi Hall is one of the 3 major forces, and the Great Coral King doesn't participate in the snatching. Is there anything more important than this? Oh, dare to resist, shoot and arrest. Li Feng waved his hand when he heard that the masked boy from the Tai Chi Hall refused to take off the mask. Puff. 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 The National Security Bureau soldiers behind Li Feng immediately picked up their guns and fired several shots at the young man, but it was still not a blue light gun, but a suppressing pulse gun, in order to suppress the young man's internal energy. The masked boy couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by 3 bullets immediately, and his whole body's cultivation was immediately suppressed. Immediately afterwards, 2 members of the National Security Bureau stepped forward, trying to unmask the boy who was powerless to resist. Seeing this situation, the other martial arts people in the small fishing village turned a blind eye. In their opinion, it is better not to meddle in the face of Li Feng. What kind of people in the martial arts world? It is better to keep one's law and order in front of the state apparatus. Yi Feng could feel that Long Wanner was walking beside him, her little hands clenched. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, watching the actions of Li Feng and the people in the National Security Bureau, and didn't want to get involved in this matter. Nonsense. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng saw that the mask of the young man in the Tai Chi hall was taken off, and what appeared in front of everyone was a young face that had been burned by fire, which was extremely ugly and terrifying. Because the mask was taken off, the boy frantically punched and kicked the 2 National Security Bureau soldiers, but when his internal energy was suppressed, it was useless at all, it was just futile. It's so ugly, it scares me. Li Feng didn't even think about it, he let out a sound, raised his foot and kicked the young man to the ground heavily. Seeing this, people in the martial arts world couldn't help but despise. Isn't it you who want to unmask others? Get scared and blame others? Of course, even so, no one stood up to speak for the boy. None of the elders in the Tai Chi hall were in Donghai, and this young man was just an ordinary disciple who came to inquire about news. Even the Taiji Palace did not dare to confront the National Security Bureau, and no one on the scene would be willing to stand up for the young man. Offending the National Security Bureau, especially Li Feng, is no fun. Not everyone is a pervert like Long Moran. The boy was kicked to the ground, drenched by the torrential rain, his whole body was covered with gravel and sand on the beach, and he looked in a state of embarrassment. His fist was tightly grasping a handful of sand on the ground, and the skin of his hand was rubbed with blood. He is not reconciled. The Hall of Tai Chi is famous in the whole rivers and lakes, and even the Long family and the Tang family have to give some face when they give an order. But only in the face of the state apparatus, they can only admit defeat. He is not reconciled. This man named Li Feng, why did he take off his mask? If the elders in this sect were there, it would never be like this, but now that something like this happened, even if the elders knew about it, it was impossible for him to seek revenge from the National Security Bureau. Tai Chi Hall will not offend the National Security Bureau just for him. Humph, boring. Li Feng snorted softly, and subconsciously wanted to push the gold-rimmed glasses, but realized that those eyes had been cut into pieces by Long Moran's sword, and his heart was even more annoyed. He raised his foot and stomped on the young man in the Tai Chi hall. He couldn't deal with Long Moran now, so he could only vent his anger on this guy. Snapped. Snapped. In the heavy rain, the young man was trampled on, whether it was personality, dignity, or other things, he was trampled heavily by Li Feng. This Li Feng is too much. Long Wanner almost gritted her teeth. The 2 came from outside the village, and no one noticed them for a while. The scene on Li Feng's side was really wonderful. Sensing Long Wanner's mood, Yi Feng thought for a while, this Li Feng is so hostile to people in the martial arts, and he holds a high position in the National Security Bureau. He will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future. Why don't you teach him a lesson and let him restrain himself, one time? This is the first one, and the second is that Li Feng will take off the mask when he sees someone wearing a mask, so if he and Long Wanner are discovered, they will also face the same situation. Instead of being pointed at the nose by Li Feng at that time, it is better to catch him by surprise now and teach him a good lesson. Moreover, Yi Feng has no psychological burden at all, because he is a famous teacher. I'll deal with him. Yi Feng said softly to Long Wanner. Wait, you can't kill him. Long Wanner hurriedly stopped him. Li Feng is a high-ranking and important person in Huagua. If he dies, our entire martial arts world will not be at peace. Then break his arm. Yi Feng snorted lightly. He glanced at the people in the martial arts around him, watching Li Feng's actions like passers-by. No one came out to stop him, so he felt a little contemptuous. They are still cultivators, they have no blood at all, they are too weak. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is absolutely impossible to be in such a situation. When encountering such oppression, killing the matter in one fell swoop, it would be a desperate situation, and no one can do anything about it. True energy began to condense on the ancient dragon sword ring. At this moment, the young man trampled by Li Feng suddenly grabbed a handful of sand and threw it towards Li Feng. Li Feng dodges flexibly. As one of the executive captains of the National Security Bureau, his physical fitness is obviously not bad. The young man was suppressed, and the sand he threw was not fast enough to touch Li Feng at all. Heh, throwing sand, you have backbone. Li Feng smiled, his tone became colder and colder. He snatched the blue light gun of the soldier from the National Security Bureau next to him, and pointed it at the boy's head. Give you 8 minutes, kneel down and apologize, and get under me, or blow your head off. Another 8 minutes. The people in the surrounding martial arts showed such expressions one by one. This Li Feng really likes to give people 8 minutes, just like the rumors. The young man struggled, his burned face looked extremely terrifying, but his thin body in the rain was so helpless. Pooh! He spit out at Li Feng, symbolizing that he will never compromise. Li Feng dodged the mouthful of saliva, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This kid, don't even give him a chance to live, he's too stupid, today. This person wantonly disrespects the head of the National Security Bureau. According to special adjustments, he has the right to be sentenced to death on the spot. He picked up the precision blue light gun, pointed it at the boy's head, and was about to pull the trigger. For a moment, the surrounding martial arts people couldn't bear to look at it anymore. They all knew the power of the blue light gun. This shot hit the head, and it would definitely end in a headshot. Even the gods couldn't save him. However, even in this situation, no one stood up to object even once. People die every day in the arena, why should they offend the National Security Bureau for a kid who doesn't know what to do? The boy's pupils constricted. Is his miserable life coming to an end inexplicably today? He still doesn't know how he provoked the evil star of the National Security Bureau. Because of wearing a mask? Because of being ugly? Fighting back because of being insulted? He is not reconciled. However, just when Li Feng's eyes flashed cruelty, and he was about to pull the trigger, a golden light pierced the sky like lightning, which surprised everyone in the small fishing village. Puff! Fresh blood soars. One of Li Feng's arms was cut off from bottom to top by a golden long sword, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of sand and water. Ah! The audience was completely silent, except for Li Feng's screams, which were extremely ear-piercing in the heavy rain. Boom! A roar of thunder and lightning followed, but it failed to cover Li Feng's screams. Someone actually cut off one of his arms alive. Who the hell is it? Everyone froze on the spot, turning their gazes behind Li Feng one by one. A masked man in black appeared in that place like a ghost, with a golden long sword in his hand, not stained with blood, shining brightly in the rain. The world is passionate, as it should be. The young man raised his head and looked at Yi Feng's masked face, his eyes were full of excitement. He really didn't expect that someone would come out to save him at such a time. The whole scene in the small fishing village seems to be frozen in this scene. The heavy rain poured down like a curtain. A masked man in black, holding a golden long sword, stood behind Li Feng, whose arm had been severed. And Li Feng opened his mouth wide. The pain of a broken arm is definitely not something ordinary people can bear. In front of Li Feng, a teenager whose face was burned opened his eyes wide in the heavy rain. At this moment, the emotions in his heart were difficult to calm down and became more and more surging. Martial arts blood should be like this. The splashed fresh blood was quickly washed away by the rainstorm, leaving few traces. Yi Feng raised his right hand and placed the golden true chi sword across Li Feng's neck. Don't act rashly from the National Security Bureau, or his head will be cut off with a sword. I will do what I say. Yi Feng said calmly, and controlled the broken-armed Li Feng. More than 20 members of the National Security Bureau around immediately entered the highest alert state, but the executive captain was restrained, and none of them dared to take any action. In the small fishing village, all the people in the martial arts also stood up, and began to raise their hearts to their throats. Li Feng, a lunatic from the National Security Bureau, had his arm cut off. This is a big deal. And this matter is not over yet. If it is not done well, if someone is killed, the whole world will be turned upside down. Everyone, surround him. Li Feng gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and let out a loud roar. Soldiers from the National Security Bureau obeyed the order and immediately formed a circle, raised their guns, and surrounded Yi Feng and Li Feng. What do you want to do? Don't die. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and tightened his long sword. Is this Li Feng crazy? Heh, heh, heh. Li Feng smiled miserably. If you have the guts, kill me? Kill me, you can't live, he he he. He raised his other intact arm, apparently wanting to order the members of the National Security Bureau to shoot directly, either to capture Yi Feng alive, or to kill Yi Feng on the spot. His hatred for people in the martial arts world and his arrogance all the time made him never compromise with people in the martial arts world. Then you can go to hell. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He just listened to Long Wanner before, and didn't want to cause chaos in the martial arts world, and it's not that he didn't dare to kill him. Now that the sword is resolved, the second floor of Xiankai explodes, enough to lead Long Wanner away from the National Security Bureau's pursuit. And because of the blindfold, the National Security Bureau couldn't find any evidence to prove that this matter was related to Yi Feng and Long Wanner. Yi Feng was about to use his strength to kill Li Feng, when another familiar but serious voice came. Everyone stop. At the entrance of the village, another team of National Security Bureau members walked in proudly under the leadership of Lei Ming. If Li Feng in the National Security Bureau is a radical, then Lei Ming is a conservative. He has always advocated peaceful coexistence on the issue of relations with the Jianghu. Seeing someone coming from behind, Long Wanner immediately ran to Yi Feng's side, not caring at all about being pointed at by Li Feng's team members. To her, being with Yi Feng is far more important than life. This madman knows how to cause trouble. Lei Ming glanced coldly at Li Feng, whose arm had been cut off, and then at the young man in a state of distress in the rainstorm. A mask fell sideways, and he knew what was going on without thinking too much. Everyone from the National Security Bureau left the village for vigilance, and evacuated residents along the coast. In the storm, he ordered loudly, "Take Li Feng back and send him to the emergency hospital first. This brother, please knock Li Feng unconscious." Thunder! You shit stirrer. Li Feng endured the pain, bit his tongue, and cursed, "Shoot me and kill him." Snapped. Yi Feng knocked Li Feng unconscious with a hand knife. Then leave it to you. Yi Feng said lightly, and let go of Li Feng, but if you have any thoughts about me, don't blame me for killing people. The explosive speed of the second floor of Suning Xianzong is enough for him to kill a group of people from the National Security Bureau here. At worst, he will run away. Yi Feng is very bachelor, he can do anything. Everyone retreat and bring Li Feng along. Lei Ming looked at Yi Feng meaningfully. This masked man looks very strange on the surface, but from the golden long sword, it is known that this masked man is the one who appeared in the suburbs of Yanjing before. Also, I would like to inform all martial arts heroes. Before Lei Ming turned to leave, he left a sentence. The Special Weather Station of the National Security Bureau reports that this storm is unusual and the temperature has dropped sharply. If you continue to stay at the beach, please take care of yourself. Let's go. Then they took the people from the National Security Bureau and sent the unconsciously Feng and his severed arm to a green leather military truck not far from the village, and drove away. The people from the National Security Bureau retreated, and the entire small fishing village was silent, only the sound of huge raindrops hitting the ground could be heard. In the middle of the village, Yi Feng put away his long sword, and stood side by side with xuanhuan. In front of them was a young man struggling to get up, groping to put the mask back on. Thanks. The boy's voice was a little hoarse. Just by the way. Yi Feng said lightly. He didn't pay much attention to this young man, but swept his consciousness around. In the middle of the village, he could finally perceive more. Luo Feng is currently in a residential house, lying unconscious on the bed, guarded by 2 members of the xuanhuan sect. These 2 members of the Divine Fist School turned out to be middle-aged men with 40 years of cultivation. It seems that Luo Feng is really very important to the xuanhuan sect, otherwise they wouldn't have left such a strong protective force. Yi Feng frowned slightly. It would not be easy to kill Luo Feng. Long Moran and the white-bearded old man will be back soon. Since there is nothing to do, it's better to leave early. Yi Feng put his arm around Long Wanner's shoulder, and was about to leave, but his consciousness finally swept towards a 1-story house on the edge of perception, and he was suddenly taken aback. In that residential house, a familiar person was locked up. It was Long Wanner's Aunt Shu Shu, who was locked in a bedroom and guarded by a fat man. This obese man actually has 30 years of cultivation. Why is Aunt here? Yi Feng frowned slightly, and whispered to Long Wanner. What could it be? Long Wanner was startled. My father found out? Not good. She deeply knew what would happen if her aunt helped her escape from home and was caught by Long Moran. With Long Moran's personality, whoever dares to disobey his words will be fine if he doesn't kill him with a single blow. It's really bad. Yi Feng's face darkened. He sensed that the fat man in the bedroom was smiling disdainfully at Shu Shu. You bitch, anyway, the head of the family ordered you to be executed. Before you die, you might as well let me play and be happy. The fat man smiled slyly while trying to untie his belt. Yi Feng's true energy condensed on the golden long sword again. No matter what, even if Long Moran is coming back soon, he can't ignore Shu Shu. A flash of lightning brought a thunder, and it exploded in the sky near the small fishing village, lighting up the entire small fishing village. In the astonished eyes of all the martial arts people in the small fishing village, Yi Feng let go of Long Wanner's delicate body, stepped lightly, and the second level of Sunning Xian Zong exploded instantly. In just a flash, the whole person has arrived in front of a residential house 100 meters away, leaving a line of afterimages along the way. In the torrential rain, the golden long sword condensed out again, and swung the sword towards the residential house. With the burst of true energy, it cut off the roof of the residential house, causing it to collapse. The fat man who was about to take off his pants was suddenly exposed to the eyes of the whole village. Through the flying dust, he glanced around and was instantly stunned. What's going on? Just ready to be happy, what birdman brought the house down? The fat man was instantly furious. He is an important figure in the Long family, who dares to ruin his good deeds. He doesn't want to live anymore. Clang! He pulled out a long sword from his waist with one hand, raised his head to stare at Yi Feng standing outside the house, let the rain pour down on him. His eyes were full of fierceness. Careful! Long Wanner immediately yelled from behind. It could be heard that she was very afraid of this fat man, and her tone also contained disgust for fat men. The people in the surrounding martial arts also began to talk about it. Hey, isn't that guy Long Warren from the Long family? That's right. I heard that this fat man is obsessed with sex. Looking at the one in the corner, it seems to be a beautiful woman who married into the Long family. Isn't that Shushu? I heard that her husband died 20 years ago. She looks so delicate. I even want to taste it. In the collapsed house, Shushu, who was full of mature charm, was about to despair at first, but when she raised her head and saw Yifeng's figure, she couldn't help being taken aback. Although the appearance is different, but for some reason, she can feel that the masked man in front of her is Long Wanner's best friend, and now he has come to save her, which makes her feel a little kind in her heart. Auntie. Long Wanner didn't care about other things, and immediately ran over, hugged Shushu, and protected her from the heavy rain under the eaves next door. Although Long Wanner was wearing a mask, Shushu knew who she was when she heard her voice. Looking up, she could see Yifeng holding a sword and confronting the fat man Long Warren. Shushu's heart suddenly became tense, and her gentle face was full of worry. She heard from Long Wanner that Emojyoga has only been cultivated for 10 years, and the gap between him and Long Warren, who has been cultivated for 30 years, is too great. Long Wanner was fine, after all. Yifeng had seen Yifeng kill Luo Feng solo, and if he was to be compared with Luo Feng, this Long Warren was not up to par. The only thing I'm worried about is that Yifeng must not expose the method of releasing the fireball under the eyes of everyone, right? It must be done quickly. Yifeng held the golden long sword, and he clearly knew the current situation. Long Moran and the white-bearded old man from Xuanhuan sect were searching for him nearby. Now that he appeared in the small fishing village, he would definitely come back soon. If the fat man hadn't been dealt with by then, it would be no fun. Ordinary 30-year cultivation base, Yifeng since shadow of the fairy's second layer burst, the speed should be similar to the opponent, and it must be combined with some blindness. It should be able to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. Just as he swung his long sword across and was about to make a move, that fat man, Long Warren, took the lead. Stinky boy, you asked for this. Long Warren's fat face was full of ferocity, the long sword in his hand gleamed with silver light, stained by the heavy rain. He swung out horizontally, his footsteps were a little heavier, and he swept towards Yifeng. The long sword pierced through the air, and under the influence of internal energy, the torrential rain pouring down from the surroundings turned into a water wave, like a swift and fierce water dragon, mixed with a bit of the cold light of the long sword, heading towards Yifeng. Swordsmanship of the wind, flowers, snow and moon, wind and clouds. Those who know the goods immediately exclaimed. The Long family's exquisite martial arts, Feng Hua Shuiyue swordsmanship, are the sharpest killing moves of the Long family. Even if a person with average talent has learned it, the first-level sword moves are infinitely powerful. This is the wind flower snow moon sword art? Yifeng's heart trembled. He thought to himself that Long Moran had comprehended this set of swordsmanship to the 3rd level. If you have time, you can get familiar with him now, but unfortunately Yifeng doesn't have time to play with him now. It's just the first move in the swordsmanship, the wind and the clouds. The inner energy is already crisscrossed, and the momentum is like a rainbow. This is a simple, swift and fierce sword. Yifeng stepped lightly, and the second floor of Suning Xianzong exploded with terrifying speed again, and he circled half a circle in an instant, avoiding the fate of being stabbed in the front, but his face was scratched by the waves brought up by the opponent's long sword. Blood spattered out. This sword is really fast. If it is not for Yifeng's spiritual consciousness, ordinary 10-year cultivation powerhouses will definitely not be able to avoid this sword. Yifeng walked around to the opponent's side, casually swung his sword backwards, the golden sword light with some water droplets from the starting point, slashed at the fat man's stamina. Clang! Fatty reacted extremely quickly, turned around and blocked Yifeng's attack with a sword. In the torrential rain, the two swords collided with each other. At this moment, Yifeng felt the opponent's powerful inner energy, sweeping through the long sword. Da-da. In the rain, he couldn't help but took 2 steps back. The difference in cultivation made him feel inferior to fighting hard. Flowers fall in autumn frost. The corners of Long Warren's mouth curled up, with a bloody and brutal implication. His figure flashed, and a sword was aimed at Yi Feng's heart from behind and pierced. Break it! Yi Feng possessed divine consciousness, and instantly caught the opponent's whereabouts. More and more true energy gathered on the ancient dragon sword ring. He turned around in an instant, and swung the golden long sword forward. Click! With a flash of silver light, the long silver sword in Long Warren's hand was cut into 2 by Yi Feng. The tip of the sword flew high, and then it was heavily inserted into the beach, covered by the torrential rain. Puff! However, Yi Feng's chest was still pierced by the half-cut sword in Long Warren's hand, and immediately after that, a gust of icy internal energy came from the sword and penetrated into the bone marrow. Fresh blood quickly stained his chest red. This scene made Long Warren's heart tighten. She screamed without even thinking about it. Down on the point of the sword. Swish! The tip of the broken sword was kicked by her, and it roared towards Long Warren. Long Warren was stunned because his saber was cut off, thinking to himself that his weapon was a sharp weapon. How could it be cut off just like that? But seeing Long Warren making a move, he immediately reacted, stepped lightly, and sideways avoided the flying sword point. Seeing this, Yi Feng took advantage of his unpreparedness, resisted the pain and chill in his chest, and took a step forward with his sword. The speed of the second layer of Suning Xianzong exploded, and instantly slashed towards Long Warren's throat. This sword, no mercy! Puff! Long Warren avoided the tip of the broken sword, but he couldn't avoid Yi Feng's follow-up lure. As his throat was cut by a sword, his obese body fell heavily to the ground, sinking into the already soaked sand. His eyes widened, never thinking that he would die inexplicably in the East China Sea. How are you? Long Warren ran up quickly, supported Yi Feng, and wanted to check his injuries. Boom! A thunderclap sounded nearby again. On the roof not far away, 3 figures had quietly appeared. The leader was the ashen-faced Long Warren. In the sky behind him, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, making his face stand out even more sharply. Kill my Long family, and none of you will leave alive today. Long Warren was furious, and amidst the rumbling thunder, the entire small fishing village was cast a shadow. Long Warren appeared. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, helped Long Warren stand up, looked up at the 3 people on the roof. Long Warren, Long Zi, Long Qing. Yi Feng didn't expect that. He tried to deal with Long Warren as soon as he was injured, but he still couldn't make it in time. The current situation is extremely bad. In terms of speed, Yi Feng will definitely not be able to compare with Long Warren. Kill my Long family, and none of you will leave alive today. Long Warren stared intently at Yi Feng and Long Warren, who were standing together, with one hand on the long sword at his waist. Behind him, Long Qing looked like a fool, as if everything had nothing to do with him, while Long Zi, frowning, looked at Yi Feng's figure, as if thinking about something. With a light wave of Yi Feng's hand, the blindfold disappeared quietly. It doesn't make any sense to hide it now. Yi Feng and Long Warren, wearing one black and one white mask, really show their figures in front of everyone in the small fishing village. What, Warren? Long Qing, who didn't care at first, suddenly turned pale with shock. They were far away, and under the effect of blindfold, they really didn't recognize each other. But now that she has returned to her original shape, even with a mask on, the members of the Long family can easily recognize her. Brute. Seeing this, Long Moran's face became even more gloomy. His daughter actually colluded with outsiders to kill the Long family, which made him very angry. Long Warren, although this guy's force value is not very good, he is a bridge between their Long family and the modern city. This fat man is very good at making money, and has dealings with many forces in the world. Many funds of the Long family are controlled by Long Warren. Now that he was beheaded like this, how could he swallow this breath? Even if Yi Feng was killed, the hatred in his heart would not be eliminated. I'll stop him, you go first. Long Wanner was anxious. Now that Yi Feng was caught by Long Moran, he was almost certain to die. Now only she stayed to delay the time, so as to win a chance for Yi Feng. Even if she died at the hands of Long Moran, because of this, she would have no regrets, as long as Yi Feng could live and remember her. Idiot, I won't leave you. The thunder roared, and the heavy rain poured on Yi Feng's masked face, making his figure look incomparably terrifying. But it was a pity that a broken sword stuck in his chest and a bright red color showed the injury suffered was not light. Because of Long Warren's last move in Fengwixuiyu swordsmanship, flower falling autumn shuang, the meridians in Yi Feng's chest began to be penetrated by a burst of cold inner energy, and there was no way to get rid of it in a short time. Hold. Yi Feng stretched out his hand, pulled out the broken sword that was not deep in his chest, and threw it on the wet sand stained with blood, then raised his foot, and stomped Long Warren's head into the sand heavily. Pit. Looking up, he looked at Long Moran on the roof. The weather was getting worse and worse, and the lightning and thunder made him realize something in his heart. Boom. Yi Feng raised his right hand, drew out the golden long sword, and pointed at Long Moran on the roof. Take my move, if you can catch it, I will capture it with nothing. Ha 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 ha. Long Moran seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and he burst into laughter. Now you are still qualified to negotiate with me? However, if this is your last request before you die, I can satisfy you. He is full of absolute confidence in his own strength, let alone 1 move, 10 moves, what can the masked man do to him? Throughout the ages, there have never been many people in the martial arts world as talented as him. Even Su Xiaoyu, who has practiced Nandu Xinquan for 80 years, is not afraid of him, but would he be afraid of a boy wearing a mask? Today, he, Long Moran, will definitely not let this masked man escape again. The face lost in recent days must be repaid by the other party. You go. Seeing Yi Feng like this, Long Wanner became even more impatient. It's okay, trust me. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He gently pushed her aside, then raised his head again to look at Long Moran on the roof. Under the thunder and lightning, the confrontation between the two made everyone in the small fishing village hold their breath. Yi Feng felt the temperature, raindrops, lightning, and thunder between the sky and the earth, and he regained a sense of the world of cultivating immortals. It is under such extremely harsh conditions that many cultivators can comprehend a deeper level of immortality. The first layer of dragon-slaying sword energy is ice blue, and its power is about 10 times that of ordinary slashing. If it is integrated with various energy from heaven and earth, can it advance to the second layer, and its power will increase 10 times again. Lava. Ice. Hurricane. Lightning. Every power of nature can be integrated into it. Just now under the storm, if Yi Feng can use the dragon-slaying sword chi integrated with lightning power, it is not impossible to defeat Long Moran. Swish. The golden long sword pointed at Long Moran on the roof, and the two faced each other tens of meters away. In the sky, there was a lightning storm and strong wind. Yi Feng stood proudly beside the collapsed houses, his whole body was drenched by the rainstorm. Beside him was Long Wanner, who was clasping her hands tightly, trembling with nervousness and worry. What if Yi Feng died here? The two had just met for one night, and they were about to face such a life and death decision? No. Long Wanner stood under the rain, tears flowed down her cheeks along with the raindrops, but she didn't go her own way to stop Yi Feng. Deep down in her heart, she still believed in Yi Feng, believed that he could defeat Long Moran, although the possibility of this was extremely low. The people under the eaves around the small fishing village stared at the two people facing each other in the field, secretly regretting that this masked man was able to defeat Long Warren of the Long family at a young age, and his future was limitless. Unfortunately, he was too impulsive. I will definitely die here today. No one thought that Yi Feng could kill Long Moran with one move. In the current East China Sea, Long Moran can already be said to be the strongest, and no one dares to show his edge. If a masked boy can defeat him, where will the old faces of other martial arts figures be put? The young man from the Tai Chi Hall who was rescued by Yi Feng was watching carefully in the dark, gritting his teeth secretly. The graceful and alluring Shu Shu stood under the eaves and looked at Yi Feng with a worried expression on her face. In such an occasion, a weak girl who doesn't know martial arts would not be of much use. She really hoped that Yi Feng would kill Long Moran, so that she and Long Wanner would be free, but this possibility is really... Clang! Suddenly, with a movement of Yi Feng's body, the hem of the black clothes fluttered, scattering some water droplets, and swung the golden long sword in his hand, forming an ice-blue half-moon sword light. Boom! The true chi aroused the thunder light, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, instantly hitting the sword chi drawn by Yi Feng, illuminating the originally dark fishing village far beyond the daytime. The strong and dazzling light instantly caused everyone in the small fishing village, including Long Moran and Yi Feng himself, to close their eyes subconsciously. The entire fishing village is filled with white awns. Under the brilliant thunder light, people in the entire small fishing village could only see faint figures. Under the strong white light, even Long Zi and Long Qing on the roof couldn't see the figure of Long Moran, who was close at hand. The whole small fishing village was full of exclamations. True thunder sword chi! Roaring in Yi Feng's heart, he swept away his divine sense, and felt that the horrific thunder light had attached to the dragon-slaying sword energy, and he immediately relaxed. Zizizi! The lightning flashed away, followed by a half-moon-shaped lightning sword light, which condensed into real thunder sword energy, and swept towards the roof where Long Moran was like a fierce poisonous snake, setting off a gust of wind along the way. The water curtain formed by the torrential rain was broken by the sword energy attached to the thunder light, forming a near-vacuum zone. At this moment, everyone in the small fishing village was finally able to see clearly what was going on in the arena, and they all stared in horror at the lightning sword energy that quickly hit the roof dragon Moran. Anyone can feel the terrifying power contained in this sword energy. This masked youth can actually release sword energy. Yi Feng was able to unleash true thunder sword chi just in this kind of weather. True chi moved the heavens and the earth, and its power was naturally extraordinary. Long Moran's pupils contracted on the roof, and the real thunder and sword energy came too fast. He can dodge, but if he dodges in front of a junior, what's the dignity, what's the face? Although he didn't know how the other party attracted the thunder light, Long Moran was confident that he could resist this move. Of course, you have to use a little trick. He stomped heavily on one foot, turned his hands into palms, and grabbed Shu Shu under the eaves. Shu Shu was the closest to him, so she became his target. Shu Shu, who had no ability to resist, was imprisoned by his inner energy, and then he pulled Shu Shu over, blocking the way of Zhenlei Jianqi's advance. Auntie! Long Wanner saw it clearly from the side, and uttered in shock and anger, Long Moran was too shameless to use a weak woman who didn't know martial arts as a shield. Yi Feng's expression also changed. He never thought that Long Moran was so vicious and vicious. Shu Shu helped Long Wanner escape secretly, making Long Moran want to kill her, and even gave Long Warren to spoil her by default. Now he used her as a shield again. What a scumbag. Shu Shu was caught by Long Moran, and immediately flew into the air. Her gentle and beautiful eyes reflected the approaching sword energy and thunder, and she was flustered. She had already planned to die, but she was unwilling to die like this. Not only hindered Long Wanner and the two of them, but also saved Long Moran. How could she be reconciled to this? Thump. Suddenly, an agile and vigorous figure rushed out from the side, pushing Shu Shu away from the air. That person is the boy in the mask of the Tai Chi Hall, closest to Shu Shu. In a critical moment, the young man reciprocated and helped Yi Feng, but True Thunder Sword energy is too fast. Puff. In the torrential rain, the masked boy was pierced through his thigh by a sword, and fell heavily to the ground. The thunder light wrapped around his whole body, making him twitch. He sacrificed himself to rescue Shu. True Thunder Sword Chi continued to move forward with the sound of ZZ, and arrived in front of Long Moran in an instant. Swish. Romantic. Long Moran looked serious, swiped the long sword in his hand, and performed 3 moves in succession: the wind and the clouds, the flowers falling in the autumn frost, and the snow reflecting the setting sun. 3 sword chi of different nature condensed from the tip of the sword, meeting Yifeng's True Thunder Sword Chi one after another. If it was normal, let alone a junior with a 10-year cultivation base, even an old fellow with a cultivation base of 40 or 50 years, Long Moran could kill him with a single strike, but now facing the real Thunder Sword energy, he swung 3 times in one breath. Sword. Compared with nature, even the power of Long Moran is insignificant. But Yifeng only borrowed a small part of Zhenlei's power, and it still can't reach the level of defying the sky. Bang, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded on the roof, thunder and sword energy splashed, and a strong light burst out again, as brilliant as fireworks. Every time the sword chi collided with each other, it was closer to Long Moran, and the last explosion was less than 1 meter away from him, which made his face extremely pale, and the light white robe on his body was blown away. The terrifying wind pressure immediately scattered the 3 people on the roof. Long Zi and Long Qing didn't say anything, they were blown away by the airflow and fell heavily on the sandy ground in the middle of the fishing village. As for Long Moran, he put his internal energy in the air and stepped lightly, and landed smoothly after a while. Cough. A little bit of fresh blood flowed from the corner of Long Moran's mouth. The violent explosion just now was too close to him, and he suffered some internal injuries. This has not happened to him for a long time. If Shu and the masked boy hadn't blocked in the middle, this burst of True Thunder Sword energy could have seriously injured him. A series of violent explosions blew up the residential building to pieces, making it a mess, with dust and smoke everywhere, covering the shocked sight of many people. Auntie! Long Wanner didn't wait for the dust and smoke to dissipate. She tore off Yifeng's black coat, and ran to Shu who fell to the ground in the rain, and put it on her plump body to protect her from the heavy rain. Yifeng also did not stay idle, taking advantage of the chaos around him. He immediately went to the masked boy with a broken leg, using immortal spells and lay on hands. With golden light shining on his hand, Yifeng quickly stopped the bleeding for him. Wanner, let's go. Yifeng helped the boy up, glanced at Long Wanner, and said quickly. What, want to run? Long Moran's voice came through the smoke and dust. The torrential rain was getting bigger and bigger, and it slanted down in the strong wind like a waterfall, and everyone in the small fishing village was drenched. The dust and powder raised by the collapsed houses also settled quickly in the heavy rain. Yifeng raised his head, and immediately saw Long Moran, who had stood up, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, held a sword in his hand, and looked at him with a serious sneer on his face. I still want to run with my daughter, but I want to see where you can go. Long Moran's voice was so cold that everyone around couldn't help shivering. Don't call me daughter. Long Wanner raised her head, threw off her mask, and looked at Long Moran with hatred on her pretty face. A person like you is not worthy of being a father at all. For Long Wanner, the closest person since she was a child is not Long Moran, but her aunt, Shu. But just now, Long Moran used Shu as a shield, disregarding her life and death, which finally angered Long Wanner and made her see the essence of Long Moran clearly. Anyway, she can't escape now, she doesn't mind tearing her skin apart. Although Shu is just an ordinary person, no matter what happens, she will always protect her. When she was a child, whenever she was bullied by other children of the Long family, it was Shu who stood in front of her, silently bearing the blank stares and indifference. When she was young, whenever she got into trouble and was punished, it was Shu Shu who stood in front of her and took the blame for her. Even not long ago, when she was locked up, there was only Shu Shu, who desperately helped her escape secretly. It can be said that in Long Wanner's heart, Shu Shu is like a close relative, like a mother. Yeah. Long Moran's tone was very light, and he didn't show any special expression because of this. It's okay if you don't want to be my daughter. You abolish your own dantian, abolish my Long family's martial arts, and I will let you go. The indifferent words make people feel cold. But when Long Moran said that he would let them go, Long Wanner felt hopeful. As long as, abolishing the dantian, is it all right? Listening to Long Moran's indifferent words, the martial arts people in the small fishing village whispered to each other. Long Wanner is very talented in martial arts among the younger generation. At Luo Feng's age, she may also be able to comprehend the degree of letting go of internal energy. She has always been the leader of the younger generation of the Long family. But now, Long Moran asked her to abolish her dantian. Is he serious, or is he forcing her to make a choice? Regarding the matter of the Long family, the people present in the martial arts are all good people, and they have already received news from various sources that the masked man Emojyoga has something to do with Yi Feng of the Yi family, and is also Long Wanner's man. Whether she wants cultivation or a man, Long Moran is forcing her to make a choice. In the eyes of the people in Jianghu, if Long Wanner abolishes her dantian, will the masked man Emojyoga still want her? She will definitely be ruthlessly abandoned. If it was a situation where they were facing Long Wanner, they would definitely choose to keep their cultivation and stand by Long Moran's side without even thinking about it. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Wanner. He didn't make a sound, but also wanted to know what choice Long Wanner would make. His intuition told him that Long Wanner would choose to abolish her dantian to fight for the freedom of the two of them. If Long Wanner really abolished her dantian, then it's time to let her know about cultivating immortals. Abolishing the cultivation of martial arts, just don't have to worry about the conflict between true energy and internal energy. Yi Feng thought in his heart, because he had a way out, he didn't stand up to stop him. Dantian is the key and core of cultivation for people in martial arts. The abolishment of dantian may make people in martial arts despair, but it is nothing to cultivators. In the world of cultivating immortals, the elixir core is the core, and the dantian is just a container, without which one can still cultivate immortals. With the elixir nucleus, the dantian can be regenerated. Around the small fishing village, there were lightning and thunder, and the heavy rain poured down like marbles, which made people hurt. The ocean, which was only 1 kilometer away, also began to roar more and more, and the tide was higher and higher. Judging by the turbulent waves, it is obvious that in a short time, the entire small fishing village will be submerged by the tide. This storm. Yi Feng was a little uneasy. The words of Lei Ming, the uncle of the National Security Bureau, rang in his ears again. Could it be related to Master? In the world of cultivating immortals, the weather has never been normal, because any high-level cultivator with a bit of talent can turn rivers and seas and cause drastic changes in the weather. Now, could it be Su Feiying? Yi Feng squatted beside the unconscious Tai Chi Hall boy, thinking about it. Long Wanner had already lifted Shu Shu up. At this moment, Shu Shu looked a bit embarrassed. Not only was she soaked, but she was also covered with dust. She seemed to be catching a cold and coughing constantly. Her weak and pitiful appearance aroused the desire of some people around, staring at her intently, as if they wanted to swallow her into their stomachs. Isn't it just abolishing the dantian? Long Wanner supported Shu Shu, raised her head, and looked at Long Moran stubbornly. Remember what you said. She lifted her white chin, rainwater slid down her delicate face, soft but wet hair was draped over jade shoulders, and a long skirt was coldly attached to her tender body. In the rain, she looked extraordinarily attractive, and together with Shu Shu beside her, they formed a wonderful picture. Cough. Wanner. Shu coughed, trying to persuade her, based on his capacity, if you really abolish your dantian, I'm afraid it will make him even more angry, and you will never be let off. In front of so many people, Long Moran will definitely not regret the first sword in martial arts. Long Wano looked at Long Moran, who was standing with a sword, and smiled contemptuously. Snort. Long Moran snorted lightly, non-committal. Long Wanner made up her mind. In the current situation, she could only hope that Long Moran would abide by the agreement and let her leave with Yifeng and Shu after she abolished her dantian and cultivation base. Seeing her, it seemed that she had made up her mind to abolish her dantian, and the hundreds of martial artists in the small fishing village shook their heads and sighed secretly. After all, she was just a girl, too young. Is it worth sacrificing your whole life for a man? If you abolish your dantian, the consequences will be extremely serious. Not only is his martial arts cultivation base destroyed once, he will no longer be able to practice martial arts for the rest of his life, even his physical fitness in the future may not be as good as that of ordinary people. And the masked man Emojyoga was able to release his internal energy at a young age, and he used lightning to cast his sword energy. Even Long Moran could hardly resist it. With such a talent, how could he bring her a disabled person in the future? Standing in the rain, Long Wanner turned her head to look at Yifeng's masked face. She wanted to hear and see that even if Yifeng had the slightest intention to stop her, she would be satisfied and do it without hesitation. But it didn't. There was still a bright red patch on Yifeng's chest, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the wound, which looked like he was seriously injured. He raised his head and looked at Long Wanner, nodded slightly, and said firmly, "No matter what, I will never leave you." Long Wanner thought she understood what he meant. She gritted her teeth and nodded, and ran to the center of the fishing village in 2 or 3 steps, blocking Long Moran and Yifeng. That's right, if she doesn't do this now, they will all die. Instead of doing this, it's better to fight hard. Even if he abolishes his dantian and loses his cultivation, as long as Yifeng is around, the future will not be too sad, right? I believe Yifeng will not leave her alone. Amid the roar of thunder, Long Wanner stared at Long Moran through the rain curtain. She wanted to condense today's scene into a picture scroll and engrave it firmly in her heart. Long Moran watched coldly, with an indifferent expression, as if the person standing in front of him was not his daughter, but a stranger. The rest of the martial arts people around held their breath one by one, preferring to be exposed to the torrential rain, but also to witness with their own eyes the scene that was about to happen. No matter what choice Long Wanner makes, it will definitely cause waves in the entire arena. The inner chi was gradually condensed by Long Wanner, and the meridians of the whole body circulated, gathering the inner chi towards the dantian under the lower abdomen. It is very simple to abolish the dantian by itself, gather all the internal energy in the dantian, and then detonate it. Yifeng raised his heart, ready to use his dragon claw hand at any time to pull Long Wanner to his side. Although he didn't come out to stop him for various reasons, he was extremely nervous in his heart. In the current situation, a slight negligence will lead to a catastrophe. Puff. After a muffled groan, Long Wanner was shaken all over, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out of her mouth. Her lovely pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her expression became sluggish. Under the torrential rain, her delicate body was crumbling. I really abolished my dantian. All the people in the surrounding martial arts were shocked. At first, they all thought that Long Wanner would never make such a decision, but now it seems that they still underestimated this girl too much. Why did she make such a decision? For love? Shit, who else believes in love these days? When Long Moran saw this, his expression darkened immediately, and the veins on his forehead burst out. Boom! There was a loud thunder. Near the east coast, the storm intensified, with lightning bolt after bolt in the sky. On the surface of the sea 1 kilometer away, the first huge wave finally set off and rushed to the beach near the small fishing village. Soon, perhaps the entire small fishing village will be submerged by huge waves. When the scene of Long Wanner dismantling his dantian came into view, the veins on Long Moran's forehead suddenly popped up, and the hand holding the long sword in his hand tightened and tightened. He never thought that Long Wanner would really abolish her own dantian just because of that masked guy? Damn, too hateful. Swish. He pointed his long sword at Long Wanner, and said in a sinister tone, "Very well, you have successfully angered me, 4 of you, don't even think about leaving alive today." His stern eyes swept across Long Wanner, Yi Feng, Shu Shu and the masked boy who was unconscious on the ground one by one. After Long Wanner spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her frail and delicate body suddenly felt weak, and she was on the verge of falling. After hearing Long Moran's words, her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Long Moran really regretted it. When Long Moran raised his long sword and showed an indifferent expression in the rainstorm, other martial arts people in the small fishing village also felt bad. Looking at it like this, Long Moran was really angry. If they stayed here again, they might suffer disaster. Coupled with the increasingly violent waves near the beach, which would soon submerge the small fishing village, they made up their minds. Leave. No matter how big the excitement is, it is not as important as your own life. Immediately, someone ran out of the village, his figure flickered quickly, and he disappeared after a while. Once there is one, there is a second one, and soon, everyone in the small fishing village started to leave. Are you sorry? Yi Feng snorted lightly, as if he had guessed what Long Moran would do, but he didn't panic. Ever since Long Moran asked Long Wanner to abolish his dantian, he had already made the worst plan. Even if the other party repents, he still has a perfect plan to escape from this place. Under the heavy rain, the figure wearing the black grimace mask looked extremely calm, in stark contrast to the rest of the martial arts people who were fleeing in a hurry. Snapped. With a movement of his figure and a pull of his hands, the dragon claw hand was immediately released, gently grasping Long Wanner's delicate body, and then with a little force, gently stretched it. The drenched and frail delicate body was pulled back by him, and gently hugged her in his arms. Long Wanner's beautiful eyes opened, but she didn't have the strength to make any movements. Now she is completely an ordinary person, even weaker than ordinary people, as if she had suffered a serious illness. She leaned against Yi Feng's arms weakly. Instead of looking at Long Moran, she raised her pretty face and stretched out a hand, trying to take off the mask on Yi Feng's face. Anyway, once Long Moran repented they were going to die, she wanted to see Yi Feng's face again before she died, and engrave it deeply in her heart. "Don't worry, everything is up to me," Yi Feng said softly. The ancient dragon sword ring on his hand finally lit up. Even in the pouring rain, the light was extraordinarily dazzling. A trace of mysterious air gradually flowed into her body from the ancient dragon sword ring, and the ancient dragon sword ring once again played an important role. In Long Wanner's body, the pill core gradually condensed. She opened her beautiful eyes, as if she felt the changes in her body. She was a little puzzled, a little nervous. She stroked Yi Feng's masked cheek with one hand, but she couldn't lift the mask off. The act of abolishing her dantian just now caused too much damage to her body, making her unable to hold on anymore. She closed her beautiful eyes and lost consciousness. In the torrential rain, her fair and slender hands slid down feebly, and there was still a happy smile on her pretty face. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and held her jade hand tightly. His face under the mask revealed a resolute expression. For her sake, this woman is willing to give up her 10 years of cultivation and abolish her dantian, so that he no longer has any hesitation. In this life, no matter what happens in the future, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, and the abyss of hell, he will take her with him and walk through it together. Under the influence of the mysterious airflow from the ancient ring of the dragon sword, a complete pill core finally condensed in Long Wanner's body, and she stepped into the gate of cultivating immortals. Die. Long Moran looked serious, swung his long sword, and his light white skirts flew in the storm. He stepped lightly and rushed towards the two of them. In the torrential rain, the sword and the person almost merged into one, and a cold light pierced towards Long Wanner and Yifeng. Standing aside, Shushu knew that the situation was bad, but she couldn't help at all, and her vision was not clear in the heavy rain, so she could only watch helplessly as a blurry figure approached Long Wanner and the two of them quickly. Long Moran's sword was getting closer and closer, revealing an icy cold light. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. It's time, Immortal Meridian Jade Body, open. Yifeng let out a roar in his heart, and the little Zhenqi left in his body condensed and poured into the 7 hidden acupoints in Long Wanner's body in an instant, activating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been stored in her body for nearly 20 years. The tide generally pours into the Dan core that has just been produced. Zizizi. Long Wanner's meridians all over her body were soon filled with true qi transformed from the pill core, and the drastic changes caused by this would soon arouse the resonance of the surrounding nature. True qi is originally a bridge used by immortal practitioners to communicate with heaven and earth. When the fairy meridian jade body is opening acupoints, the stronger the aura of heaven and earth, the more it will arouse the resonance of nature. In such thunderstorm weather, the effect is even more obvious. As the aura of heaven and earth condensed, a manic air burst out of Long Wanner's body. Long Moran suddenly turned pale with shock. What kind of terrifying energy is this, so violent? Moreover, didn't Long Wanner abolish her dantian just now, so it is possible to generate such a powerful force? Long Moran's expression became more and more serious. Today, all these people must be eliminated, otherwise the hatred in my heart will be hard to get rid of. His elegant figure in white robe flashed by in the rain, and he came in front of the two of them in an instant. With a flick of the long sword, the inner energy of his whole body was condensed on the tip of the sword, forming sword energy piercing the air, and stabbing towards Long Wanner's chest. This sword was enough to penetrate her heart, making her hopeless. However, just when he was about to succeed, a circle of powerful vortex energy erupted from Long Wanner's side, and the violent air flow condensed above her head into a hurricane tornado that shot straight into the sky. Scoff. A violent thunder and lightning descended from the sky, connecting with the hurricane tornado, and the whole world changed color. It finally started. The aura of heaven and earth condensed in Long Wanner's body began to resonate with nature, and such resonance bursts will occur 7 times in a row. Long Moran struck with a sword, but the tip of the sword was swayed by the hurricane tornado, and even the sword energy could not move forward. Go to hell. Relying on more than 50 years of cultivation, he wanted to force a breakthrough, so he swung his sword at Long Wanner, with a serious face, like a ghost. The next moment, the hurricane tornado broke out again. Without the slightest preparation, Long Moran was swept in by the violent tornado in an instant, and was thrown into the sky together with his sword and man. If it weren't for this kind of weather, there wouldn't be such a big movement when Long Wanner's immortal vein jade body was activated. But now that the storm was already violent, the aura of heaven and earth broke free suddenly, and immediately produced an extremely powerful resonance. In this world, the power of nature is the most terrifying. Even a powerful immortal cultivator would not dare to take it lightly, let alone Long Moran. As soon as she got close to Long Wanner, she was immediately sucked into it by the hurricane tornado, and her whole body was swept up into the sky. The figure in white robe was like a candle in the wind, and soon disappeared. Under the aura of heaven and earth, Long Wanner's body floated quietly in the center of the tornado, without a drop of rain, and her long skirt fluttered gently, like a fairy. Although she lost consciousness, the aura of heaven and earth in her body was constantly transforming into true energy, improving her cultivation. Wave after wave of resonance erupted, spreading from Long Wanner's body, 7 times in total, exactly corresponding to the 7 hidden acupoints in her body, and each time an acupoint was unlocked, the hurricane above her head would expand in a circle. Yifeng had a foresight early on, and he left the small fishing village and ran to the edge of the woods 1 kilometer away with the stunned Tai Chi temple masked boy and Shu Shu, who was drenched in the rain and shivering. Other people in the martial arts also saw that the situation was not good, and ran away in all directions. What happened? The 2 middle-aged men of the xuanhuan sect who had practiced for 40 years finally realized that something was wrong and sent one of them to escape from the house. They were originally keeping close watch over Luo Feng's safety. Even if there was any movement outside, they would not dare to leave without authorization, but now the sound of the hurricane outside is noisy, and the tide is coming after another, making the 2 of them bewildered. One of the middle-aged people ran to the door of the house, and the oncoming was the edge of the hurricane tornado. Before he had time to react, he was involved in it. Ah! He screamed in panic, but quickly disappeared, and his body was swept away to nowhere in an instant. What happened? The other person was shocked when he heard the cry, and hurried to the window on the 2nd floor to take a look, only to see a tornado approaching straight into the sky. He couldn't help being shocked. What's this? It's not surprising that there are tornadoes in such weather, but even if there are tornadoes, it shouldn't happen in a small fishing village, right? He quickly gathered his mind and looked towards the center of the small fishing village, only to see a girl in a long skirt floating quietly in the air, and the hurricane tornado that hit the sky seemed to be centered on her, spreading continuously. Boom! Just when he was shocked, gunshots rang out. Not good. The middle-aged man jumped in his heart, and immediately turned around, but his face turned pale instantly. I saw that Luo Feng, who was unconscious and almost burned to charcoal, was bleeding from his temple at this time, but someone took the opportunity to shoot him, making him die beyond death. Who is it? Once Luo Feng died, as a guard, he would definitely not be able to escape the blame, and if he returned to the xuanhuan sect, he would definitely face severe punishment. Before he could react, the hurricane tornado outside broke out again, spreading to half the size of a small fishing village. The strong wind pressure blew down houses one after another, and uprooted trees one by one, and rolled them to high altitude. Ah! The middle-aged man made the same panicked sound as his previous companions, and was blown into the sky. The people in the martial arts who failed to escape from the small fishing village in time were all swept up in the hurricane just like him, dancing in the tornado with all kinds of bricks, stones, tiles, vegetation, and sundries. Scoff. Lightning and thunder continued, and the weather near the small fishing village was getting worse. It is undoubtedly an extremely correct choice for Lei Ming from the National Security Bureau to lead people to evacuate the residents. Otherwise the casualties of the people would be uncountable. A doomsday scene. After a long time, after 7 consecutive violent eruptions, the hurricane tornado gradually dissipated, and the entire small fishing village was in a mess. Long Moran and others who were caught in the hurricane disappeared without a trace, and countless houses collapsed. Yifeng waited at the side for a while, and immediately rushed to the arena, supported Long Wanner's body, and hugged her in his arms. South. Yifeng swept his consciousness and found that the South was buried under the collapsed house. Beside him, he was a bit dumbfounded. This guy was quite clever. He sneaked in while the small fishing village was in chaos, found a chance to kill Luo Feng with a single shot, and took revenge. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape, and was crushed under the collapsed house. Yifeng still had the last sliver of true energy in his body, and all of it was stimulated at this moment, condensing into a golden true energy sword, and chopped the stones that were pressing down on the South into pieces. Ha 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 ha! Even though he vomited blood when he was crushed by a big rock, Nanfang still laughed out loud when he was rescued. Finally relaxed, not only took revenge, but also got rid of the family scum with his own hands. Father, mother, sister, younger brother. Are you over there? The torrential rain poured down, and Nanfang looked up to the sky and laughed, couldn't help being happy, but 2 lines of tears slid down. Those who have passed away will never come back. Even if he avenges himself now, he will not be able to see any of his relatives even once. Get out of here quickly. Yi Feng can understand Nanfang's mood, but now is not a good time to express his emotions. He kicked Nanfang to wake him up from his memories and emotions. Hide in the phantom formation, we are not in a good state now, encountering an enemy is by no means an opponent. Nanfang came to his senses, and knew that Yi Feng was right. Shu Shu, wearing Yi Feng's black coat, ran over quickly, looked at the unconscious Longhwaner, and asked anxiously, how is she? It's okay, I'll wake up in a while. Yi Feng comforted and said, let's find a place to hide first. After finishing speaking, he glanced at the masked boy in the Tai Chi hall, not far away. I'll take him, let's go. Nanfang stepped forward to help the stunned masked boy. Looking back, he saw a group of people rushing towards the distant sea. He knew that he had to leave immediately. Under the storm, everyone's field of vision is reduced countless times, and the visibility is extremely low, but it does not affect Yi Feng's spiritual perception. It's the old man with the white beard from the xuanhuan sect who has returned. Yi Feng's heart trembled, he immediately hugged Longhwaner by the waist, and led everyone away from the small fishing village. Nando Xuanhuan Su Xiaoyu was very angry. After going out to search around, he couldn't find the figure of the masked man. How could he be reconciled? The extremely talented Luo Feng was beaten up like that. If he didn't avenge his revenge, what would be the face of the xuanhuan sect? He led the crowd back to the small fishing village, seeing from afar that something seemed wrong. When they came outside the small fishing village and looked at the messy village, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Unbelievable, what happened? Boom. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and fell right in front of Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked down, and his veins suddenly popped up. Isn't that Luo Feng? And there is a gunshot on the temple. What the hell, didn't those 2 guys keep it safe? How could such a thing happen? Thunder and lightning flashed all around, the torrential rain continued, and the waves rolled higher and higher. Perhaps because of the hurricane tornado just now, finally a tsunami with a height of more than 10 meters swept towards the small fishing village on the coast. On the coast of the east coast, a huge wave finally set off, and several small islands and reefs were submerged all at once, and the destroyed small fishing village also ushered in a tsunami, and the entire coastline rose several meters, turning into a desert. The sea is full of huge waves and churning everywhere. Su Xiaoyu quickly left the coast, with everyone from the xuanhuan sect and Luo Feng's body. In a forest to the north of the small fishing village, many people from the martial arts are gathering together, looking at the raging waves coming from outside the forest, whispering and discussing. What happened in the small fishing village just now is too shocking. How did Longhwaner trigger such a hurricane tornado that even Longhwaner was swept into it and disappeared? Who is that masked man who has no fear even in the face of Longhwaner? Longhwaner's character was recognized as poor, and none of them dared to discuss it, and there was no need to discuss it. But Longhwaner's strength is also recognized as strong, and he is already the most arrogant figure in the martial arts. But even so, the masked man is indifferent to the dragon. Who is it? Everyone searched around, but they didn't find Yi Feng and his group, which made Yi Feng look even more mysterious. Go back to the county. With such a big wave, without 40 or 50 years of cultivation, going into the sea is purely courting death. But the Great Coral King tonight. Nonsense, do you want your life or the big Coral King? Go back to me. Similar conversations, one after another, people in the martial arts are looking at the higher and higher coastline. This is really looking at the ocean and sighing. It turns out that Longhwaner was swept away? Su Xiaoyu, from the xuanhuan sect, heard some rumors, and his mood finally improved. He thought that it would be best if Long Moran died because of this. His xuanhuan sect does not have good relations with the Long family. Unfortunately, his idea did not become a reality. The patriarch is back, the patriarch is there. Of the Long family members in the crowd, Long Qing had sharper eyes, pointing at the sea not far away. Long Zi and the others followed suit, and they saw a figure in a white robe swimming hard from the sea to the shore. Isn't it Long Moran? A group of people hurried over to respond. The owner survived. This is good news for them. They thought before, what if Long Moran died like this, but fortunately, the patriarch is strong, and he was able to save his life even if he was swept up into the sky by such a terrifying hurricane. Under the support of Long Zi, Long Qing and others, Long Moran finally returned to the shore, but his whole body was exhausted and extremely embarrassed, his whole body was drenched, his hair was messy, and the sword around his waist disappeared without a trace. Patriarch, where's your sword? Long Zi's complexion changed. Long Moran's sword was the top grade of sharp weapons, not only belonged to the upper class in the entire Long family, but also a symbol of status. Snort. Long Moran's water-stained Sinran face showed unforgettable hatred, avoided this embarrassing question, and then waved his hand, all go back, and prepare for the action of snatching the great Coral King at night. Patriarch, such a big storm. Long Zi was a little hesitant. If he was still interested in the great Coral King in this situation, the Long family might die a lot by then. In the face of natural disasters, even people in the martial arts are powerless. Am I the head of the house, or are you the head of the house? Long Moran snorted coldly and left in a hurry. Long Zi shook his head, feeling quite helpless, so he had no choice but to give up and followed with everyone from the Long family. In such a storm, if you want to dive into the bottom of the sea and get the great Coral King, only those who have cultivated for more than 50 years and are prepared can return safely. Among the people from the Long family this time, apart from Long Moran, there were only 2 such elders, but the sects of Xuanhuan, Tang, and Tiandao all had high-level warriors. It seems that Patriarch's plan is to let the rest of us hold back the opponents strong. Thinking about it, Long Zi felt a little uncomfortable. This would definitely cause a lot of sacrifice. It's really coming to the critical moment to snatch the great Coral King. How can those masters show mercy when faced with the obstruction of the ordinary fighters of the Long family? But there is no way. Long Moran is still in the position of patriarch for a day, so Long Zi has to listen to the other party. At this moment, a Hummer H2 driving from Yanjing broke down on the road again. What's the matter with this car? Can it still be driven? In the car, Yiwen's weather was terrible. Under normal circumstances, he would have already reached the East China Sea, but he was still halfway in this car. Grandpa, don't worry. Su Menghan comforted her repeatedly, but she was smiling complacently in her heart. In this way, it should be able to buy some time for Yi Feng's actions in the East China Sea, right? I'm in no hurry. Yuan was blowing his beard and staring. Little girl, did you do it on purpose? Where is it? Su Menghan immediately looked aggrieved and pitiful. Seeing this, Yu Wentian was so depressed that he couldn't speak. He really couldn't lose his temper when facing his granddaughter-in-law. At the same time, outside Lisha Airport, which is the closest to Xiangshan County, Xiaoyu, who was wearing a red dress, was sitting in the red Olympic sports car. Her eyebrows frowned. She didn't expect that her younger sister Xiaoqi actually found out about the whereabouts of the masked man, and booked a plane ticket early in the morning to fly over. No, we must not let Xiaoqi get in touch with him again. Xiaoyu made up her mind that what she looked down on the most in her life was a man with 2 legs. She glanced at the side with her beautiful eyes. It was a silver Mercedes SLS AMG sports car. Even if it appeared in the international metropolis Shanghai Stock Exchange, it was a very cool model, and now it is even more attractive when it appears here. Attention. Sitting in the car was Wang Xiaodong. Wearing sunglasses, Wang Xiaodong smiled back at Xiaoyu, enjoying the amazed eyes of the crowd outside the airport. Hey handsome guy. Two fashionable women who had just left the airport, with good looks, greeted Wang Xiaodong expectantly as they passed by. From their expressions, they obviously wanted to hook up with Wang Xiaodong. It's a pity, Wang Xiaodong still wanted to get Xiaoyu. How could he accept the two women's accusations, completely ignore them, and just sit in danger? The two women glanced sideways, and saw Xiaoyu in the red Audi next to her. Her mature and sexy figure, as well as her beautiful face without makeup, made the two women feel ashamed and left in a hurry. Although the two women are not ugly, they are even the focus and goddess in the crowd, but if they are compared with Xiaoyu, the gap is not even a little bit. It is not without reason that Wang Xiaodong wants to get Xiaoyu. She is not the kind of beauty who needs makeup to become beautiful. Shachi and Lin Shiqing are both coming over. It seems that the identity of the masked man is quite sensitive. Xiaoyu didn't care about the situation outside, but supported her fragrant cheeks by herself. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned and she was thinking. Of course she knew Lin Shiqing, but she hadn't seen her for a while. Suddenly she was a little curious. When Wang Xiaodong saw Lin Shiqing, the #1 beauty in Yanjing, what kind of expression would he have? He will definitely be interested in it at a glance, but unfortunately, a woman like Lin Shiqing is not something he can hook up with as a young man in the Shanghai stock market. I hope he will be a little bit self-aware after a while. Near noon, Yifeng hugged Long Wanner, followed by Shu Shu, and beside him was a masked boy from the south. A group of 5 people braved the heavy rain and came to a village in the south of Xiangshan County. Yifeng knew nothing about Yi Wendian and Lin Shiqing's upcoming arrival. It is more than 10 kilometers away from the coastline, and the people in the village have been evacuated. As soon as he entered the village, Yifeng felt the silence in it, swept his consciousness, and there was no one within 100 meters. It seems that this storm is really unusual. Maybe only people from the National Security Bureau know something about it. Nanfeng said in a deep voice. Well, let's rest first. Yifeng nodded, hugged Long Wanner's soft body, swept his consciousness, found a relatively clean building, and jumped into it with one step. Taking advantage of the fact that the tsunami could not reach here for a while, the 5 of them had to hide from the rain and take a rest to heal their injuries. The situation of the 5 people is not good. Yifeng was stabbed in the chest with a sword, and Long Warren's slap in the face made the meridians in his chest freeze. If he doesn't rest quickly to heal his wounds, it is very likely to leave sequelae. Long Wanner had just experienced self-destruction of her dantian. Although she had now condensed her elixir core and became a cultivator, she was weak and unconscious, and she definitely couldn't continue to be exposed to the rain. The masked boy in the Tai Chi hall was directly stunned by Yifeng's real thunder sword energy piercing through his thigh. He was the most serious among the 5. The opponent saved Shu Shu's life at a critical moment. Yifeng certainly couldn't leave him alone. There was nothing wrong with the south, but when Luo Feng was assassinated, the house was blown down by the wind and the house was under it. Blood accumulated in his chest, and he was still a little short of breath. As for Shu Shu, she was originally a weak woman, but after so much rain, she finally caught a cold and started to cough. 5 people entered the house, one after another, to escape the heavy rain. Find your own room and take a rest. Yifeng said. Nanfeng, take care of this kid, I will visit him later. Nanfeng wondered for a while. Yifeng could rest with his arms around Long Wanner, but he could only look at a stunned boy. Wait, Emo Joga. Shu Shu spoke suddenly, with a troubled expression on her face. She felt that she was a burden to everyone now, so she wanted to do her best to help them deal with their wounds. When she was in Long's house, she was often in charge of such things, and she was good at medicinal herbs, bandaging, and healing. Call me Yifeng. Yifeng lifted off the mask on his face and smiled at Shu Shu. Auntie, just take care of yourself first. Nanfang and Shu Shu were taken aback when they saw his undisguised and delicate face under the mask. It's Yi Feng. It wasn't until this time that Yi Feng truly trusted Nanfang and Shu Shu, and no longer concealed his identity. Now you can rest assured, I will remind you if there is danger. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned around and hugged Long Wanner and went upstairs. There are many rooms in the building, there are several bedrooms alone, and there are also many bathrooms. Nanfang and Shu Shu each found a room, tried it, and there was hot water. Yi Feng found a room and locked the door behind him. Instead of rushing to treat his wound, he took care of Long Wanner first. With the close relationship between the two, naturally, there is no need to worry too much. Yi Feng got rid of distracting thoughts, stripped her completely, then went to the bathroom to find a clean towel, dried her fair and smooth body, gently put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng threw the wet clothes of the two of them into the washing machine, and no matter what, let the clothes dry first. Then, he was in the bathroom and began to rest. The battle just now had exhausted his whole body's true energy, and he couldn't use lei healing to heal his wounds without taking a break to recover his true energy. The torrential rain continued, and people from the martial arts community kept running back from the beach and passed by quickly, but no one noticed that there were still people staying in the village to rest. The five of Yi Feng rested separately and slowly regained their vitality. On the surface of the East China Sea, the storm is getting stronger and stronger. Two military helicopters hovered around the storm in the distance. Lei Ming was sitting in one of the helicopters, looking at the scene on the East China Sea with binoculars. According to the report of the Special Meteorological Observatory, the weather in a sea area near the East China Sea was suddenly abnormal, which attracted the attention of the National Security Bureau. Since Li Feng was seriously injured in the conflict with the martial arts community, Lei Ming took over all matters in the East China Sea and cooperated with the Superior Department in the investigation. Captain, the latest images from the weather station. Next to Lei Ming, a fully armed adjutant raised the image receiver in his hand and showed it to Lei Ming. Lei Ming put down the binoculars, with a serious and resolute expression, frowned slightly, and looked down. It was a weather map, and I saw a large area of white flowers nearly 20 nautical miles away from the east coast, and a mysterious force blocked the detection of the weather satellite. What is that? Lei Ming frowned tightly, and immediately ordered the helicopter to turn around, carefully avoiding the area with dense thunderclouds, and was always alert to the wind direction and speed. The two helicopters flew around to the white field on the weather map from two directions, respectively. The sky was covered with dark clouds. It is absolutely risking their lives to carry out helicopter operations in such bad weather. However, the actions of the National Security Bureau have always dealt with the god of death. They have experienced much harsher situations than this, and no one will back down. In the vicinity of the East China Sea, only the National Security Bureau was left on the move at this time, plus some martial arts experts with deep cultivation, who wanted the idea of the Great Coral King, and the rest of the people were all evacuated by the National Security Bureau all morning, to ensure that there will not be too many casualties. Two helicopters were over the sea, approaching their destination far apart. The closer to the white field on the weather map, the more intense the lightning storm, and the harder it is for the helicopter to approach. There is turbulence ahead, you must turn. The driver's voice came over. Wait, go a little further. Lei Ming suddenly discovered something, and immediately adjusted the focus of the precision telescope in his hand. On the distant sea, an increasingly clear picture came into his eyes. An iceberg island appeared on the sea out of thin air. No, that wasn't an Iceland that appeared out of thin air, but a certain kind of ultra-low temperature that froze all the nearby seawater into ice, thus forming such an iceberg island. The sky above the iceberg island is covered by mysterious energy. The size of the entire Iceland is roughly the size of the white field on the meteorological station, and it is still expanding slowly. God, what kind of strength does it take to do this? Thunder screamed in shock. Captain, could it have something to do with the Eastern Sea Fairy that is spread in the martial arts world? His adjutant, also frowning tightly, guessed. I don't know yet. Lei Ming immediately ordered, with a serious expression, the helicopter returns first, prepare the yacht, and try to log in from the sea. The current environment on the East China Sea, especially the places closer to the iceberg islands, is extremely harsh. The thing roaring in the center is probably a Category 16 typhoon. It is extremely dangerous to investigate anything in such an environment. But it's impossible not to go. If the iceberg island is allowed to expand, God knows what consequences will happen. After the most complete preparations, a National Security Bureau team equipped with the most sophisticated equipment took a special speedboat from the sea and headed for the mysterious iceberg island in the storm. Time passed by, Yifeng rested for more than 2 hours, and finally recovered more than half of the true energy in his dantian, and then he used lei healing to heal the sword wound on his chest. The second move of Feng Hua Shuiyu sword art, Blossom Falling Autumn Shuang, can make people's meridians frost. The effect is not bad, even Yifeng took some time to recover. If you didn't guess wrong, the third move of this set of swordsmanship will produce a stronger, freezing effect. After all, the word snow begins with Yifeng, but Yifeng hasn't seen it yet. With Long Moran's cultivation, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to die. Go to fight for the Great Coral King at night, and maybe we will face each other again. Yifeng thought in his heart, when he set off at night, he must be fully prepared. Suddenly his consciousness moved, and he felt that Long Wanner on the bed finally woke up. Yifeng got up and ran over. Seeing Long Wanner huddled under the blanket with her eyes open, she seemed a little dazed, as if she didn't understand what was going on. Didn't she abolish her dantian in the small fishing village? Isn't Long Moran repenting and wants to kill them all? Why are you in such a room now? She could feel a strange power flowing in the meridians in her body, which was different from the inner qi she had cultivated before. It's just that this strange force didn't run according to a certain route, but a chaos, as if the world had just opened, flowing aimlessly through her meridians. Although she opened the acupoints through the jade body of the immortal veins, and has cultivated for more than 10 years, she has not cultivated the mental method of cultivating immortals, so the true energy naturally manifests like this. Not good. Long Wanner suddenly noticed that she didn't seem to be wearing anything, lying naked on the bed. She was terrified all of a sudden, and quickly wanted to get up to see what happened. Wanner, are you awake? Don't worry, it's me. Yifeng ran over at this moment, said softly, then supported Long Wanner's delicate body, and held her in his arms. Don't worry, it's fine. Long Wanner's beautiful eyes opened wide, seeing Yifeng's equally naked body, her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. What happened? She immediately realized that there must have been an accident in the small fishing village that she didn't know about, and Long Moran let them go. Otherwise, in her mind, it was absolutely impossible for them to escape Long Moran's poisonous hands. She has a generous personality, anyway, she has lived like that with Yifeng, so it's okay to be honest with her now. With a strong hand, she even pulled Yifeng into the bed. Yifeng was helpless. Why is this chick so fierce? Embracing the girl's smooth and tender body under the blanket, Yifeng slowly recounted all the things after the small fishing village, but it took him a lot of time. So, now you are an immortal cultivator. You don't need to use the Long family's mind. Cultivator? Surprise flashed in Long Wanner's ethereal eyes. Listening to what Yifeng said, she felt more and more unbelievable. Is she the legendary immortal jade body? There are 7 hidden acupuncture points in the whole body that store a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. These days, the aura of heaven and earth erupted and resonated with the storm, creating a hurricane tornado that swept the dragon away indifferently. These are not the main thing. The most important thing is, there are immortal cultivators in this world. She believed that Yifeng would not lie to her. In this way, it is not surprising that Yi Feng can become invisible and release fireballs. It seems that these are all fairy arts. Then now, like you, I can become invisible and release fireballs? Long Wanner asked suspiciously. As long as you learn, of course you will. Yi Feng smiled, hugged her and kissed her hard on the face, then leaned into her ear. Come on, I will teach you now. The principles of cultivating immortals and cultivating martial arts are similar, and the methods of using true energy and internal energy are also similar. I believe that with Long Wanner's talent, it is not difficult to learn fairy arts. Compared with Su Menghan, Long Wanner's foundation is obviously much more solid. She has 12 years and 6 months of cultivation base from the beginning, which is higher than Yi Feng's current 10-year cultivation base. When she was in the ancient tomb, Yi Feng had no choice but to quietly steal her aura of heaven and earth that had been cultivated for a year. When she added it up, Long Wanner was less than 20 years old, only a little over 19 years old. To teach immortal skills, of course one must start from the heart. Yi Feng thought about it, and taught Long Wanner the Star Tomb art. He knows a lot of ways of cultivating immortals, but he is the most familiar with the Star Tomb Ju, and there will be absolutely no mistakes in practicing this way. The most important thing is that many of the fairy arts he is familiar with can only be performed by practicing the Star Tomb art. Before 20 years of cultivation, there were many common immortal arts in the world of cultivating immortals, such as invisibility, red flame, lay on hands, and so on. But after 20 years of cultivation, there are not so many general-purpose immortal arts. Take Su Feiying as an example. Most of the immortal arts she practices are inherited from the Star Tomb sect. The real high-level immortal cultivators use all kinds of immortal techniques, and there are many types, and no two people will be exactly the same. As for the operation of the mind, Long Wanner has rich experience, and she quickly learned the Star Tomb Ju, and the true energy in her body finally began to circulate regularly, and the little Zhou and the big Zhou began to increase her energy every moment. Shui. The Wizard of Swift Shadow, Invisibility, Scarlet Flame, and Lay on Healing were taught to her by Yi Feng immediately, but how long it takes to comprehend depends on her own talent. After thinking about it, now that there is a flood in the East China Sea, Yi Feng taught her the Dragon Tortoise Breath Hold technique, so that even if she is trapped in the sea, she will not be so easy to drown, and it is still very easy to persist for a day or two. Long Wanner memorized the methods of performing these fairy arts one by one. Her snow-white body stuck to him like an octopus, and she smiled mischievously. Now I have left the Long family, but you are the only one. If you dare to abandon me, I will tell you your identity as a cultivator, he. Yi Feng knew she was joking, and said viciously, if you dare to speak out, I will beat your ass into 8 pieces. Big villain, you dare to hit me. Long Wanner's pretty face turned red. She turned over and sat on Yi Feng's waist, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, Auntie. Don't worry, she's fine, she's all here. Yi Feng comforted her, swallowed her saliva. This chick is really daring, sitting on his waist naked. Isn't she afraid that he will eat her up? When you have time, you must teach this chick a lesson and let her know how powerful she is. Otherwise, even Iron Man can't stand being seduced like this all day long. The point is that it's not time to have sex. Yi Feng still has the most important thing to say. Immortal cultivators who have reached 10 years of cultivation can cultivate ancient and condensed spiritual consciousness, and this is the biggest gap between immortal cultivators and people in the martial arts world. Once you have spiritual consciousness, you can grasp all the movements around you, know yourself and the enemy, and be victorious in all battles, and there will be no hiding place for all sneak attacks and ambushes. Next, I will teach you a special ability. Yi Feng pressed the little girl's body down on the bed to prevent her from playing tricks, and at the same time explained the function of the spiritual consciousness. The more Long Wanner heard it, the more surprised she became. What? You are lying. How can a person be like a radar? It's not that Long Wanner doesn't believe Yi Feng's words, but it's too hard to believe that there is such a wonderful thing as divine consciousness in this world. Being able to clearly perceive everything around like a radar, if there are all immortal cultivators next to the immortal world, wouldn't there be no secrets at all? After cultivating the Yin God, the cultivator will naturally be able to block the detection of the divine sense. Yifeng smiled, so in the world of cultivating immortals, this is nothing. But on this earth, as long as we have spiritual consciousness, nothing can hide it from us. It didn't take long for xuanhuan to completely believe in the statement of divine consciousness, because she quickly experienced it herself. With Yifeng around, it couldn't be easier to help her cultivate Yin Chen and condense her consciousness, but she was very clumsy in using it at first. After trying for a long time, she finally spread her consciousness to the entire room. Xuanhuan was amazed. The effect of this consciousness is too powerful, isn't it? Now she seems to have clairvoyant eyes. She can feel everything in the closet, next door, and outside the door. This feeling is not seeing, but like touching it with one's own hands, but it is different. Xuanhuan was suddenly intoxicated by the wonderful feeling, and hugged Yifeng and kissed several times. Feeling the ice-like smooth skin in his arms, Yifeng almost wanted to crush her under his body, but it's a pity that now is not the time, there are more important things to do. The masked boy in Tai Chi Hall didn't know what was going on. Penetrated and stunned by the real Thundersword energy, he was seriously injured at first glance, and even lay on hands were hard to do. Moreover, Yifeng did not give up on the Great Coral King at night, he had to recharge his batteries. If you play too much with xuanhuan now, it will be sad when the time comes. He will never give up the opportunity to improve his cultivation for 5 years. Hey, my aunt is here. Xuanhuan was playing happily under the covers, when she suddenly felt a figure standing outside the door. She immediately leaned against Yifeng and calmed down. Yifeng put his arms around her, swept his consciousness, and sure enough, he found someone standing outside the door. It was Xu, who seemed to be hesitating whether to knock on the door. At this time, Xu had already finished her bath, and she found a clean long dress in the room to put on. What Yifeng couldn't bear was that the long dress turned out to be a pure black V-neck low-cut dress, which made Ben the mature and plump Xu looks even more sexy and seductive. Xiaofeng, Wanner, are you there? After hesitating for a long time, Xu finally knocked on the door and asked softly. Big villain, what should I do? Xuanhuan swung her powder fist and punched Yifeng's chest. The two of them are clean and smooth. How do they open the door? She scanned the bathroom clumsily, and found that her clothes were hanging in there with Yifeng's. A fireball was roasting underneath. It seemed that they were not dry yet. Let me go, you rest. Yifeng kissed her long and fair neck, and got up from the bed. Auntie, come right away. He yelled, then went into the bathroom and put on the clothes that were not dry yet. Anyway, he was going to go into the sea later, so it didn't make much difference whether he did it or not. On the contrary, xuanhuan's skirt and underwear probably dried out in a short time under the heat of the Qi and fireball, and she will change it later by herself. After Yifeng put on his clothes, he came to the door and opened it. He saw his aunt Xu under a pure black V-neck skirt standing outside the door, waiting quietly. When she saw Yifeng, Xu's mature and attractive face turned red. She seemed to know that she was wearing revealing clothes, but she couldn't help it. Her own clothes were soaked through, and after searching the room for a long time, she found that they are all sexy clothes. In such a special period, I can only pick a clean one and put it on. Auntie, please come in. Yifeng treated his elders very politely. He knew that now Xu, like xuanhuan, couldn't go back to Long's house. You are welcome. Seeing Yifeng being so polite, Xu smiled a little blushingly. It's just that you young people, it's better to be more restrained. She knocked on the door just now, and Yifeng came to open the door after waiting for a long time, as if getting up and getting dressed in a hurry. Xu made a natural guess. What's more, when she looked inside, xuanhuan was curled up under the blanket. as if she was naked without any clothes on, which made her even more sure of her guess. Yifeng was puzzled when he heard it. Why should he be more restrained? Did Xu Shu think that he was doing something inappropriate with Long Waner just now? Thinking about it, it does seem suspicious. He shook his head. Without thinking too much, he could only smile helplessly. Auntie, come in and be with Waner. I'll go see how that kid is doing. Ah? Xu Shu was a little surprised. I want to show you the wound. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yifeng smiled. The sword in his chest was healed just now with lay-on hands. At a young age, you know how to be brave. Xu Shu looked at his face and felt a little annoyed that the young people nowadays just don't care about their bodies so much. Being stabbed in the chest by Long Warren's sword, will such an injury heal so quickly? Come in, Auntie will show you, and bandage it up. Xu Shu took his arm and pulled him into the room. Feeling the warmth of her jade hands, and smelling the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her body, Yifeng blushed a little. When he lowered his head slightly, he could see a pair of round and plump under her pure black V-neck, and a deep and seductive smile. Ravine. Nima, why is this Xu Shu so stubborn? Why doesn't she believe that his injury has healed? Yifeng was puzzled, but he knew that Xu Shu had good intentions, so he didn't break free for a moment, and was pulled into the room by her, and sat down on the bed. Still blushing, everyone is not an outsider, why be ashamed? Seeing Yifeng's expression, Xu Shu covered her mouth and smiled, and pulled the clothes on Yifeng's chest with her jade hand. Because of Long Warren's sword, Yifeng's shirt was already torn, and it was torn apart, but the scene that caught Xu Shu's eyes made her unable to help but widen her beautiful eyes. Lips, an unbelievable look. What's going on? Yifeng's chest doesn't even have a single wound. Auntie, all right, let him go. Long Waner was in bed, looking at Xu Shu's appearance. She felt a little funny. His level of healing is much better than yours. She knew that Yifeng knew lay on hands. Well, I'll go first, you guys talk. Yifeng was a little embarrassed to face Xu Shu, and left the room as if fleeing. Only then he heaved a sigh of relief. But outside the room, Xu Shu's mature and plump figure still appeared in his mind. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. No matter what, he should wake up the stunned boy first, and then he should prepare to snatch the great Coral King. Yifeng believed that people in the martial arts world with enough strength would never give up such a treasure as the great Coral King. Even if the tsunami was as fierce as a tiger, it would still be a competition between people in the end. Pressing the thought in his heart, Yifeng ran downstairs in 2 or 3 steps, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he knew that the masked boy in the Tai Chi hall hadn't woken up yet, and Nanfang was sleeping soundly beside him. The Ancien Ju shown to Nanfang before, Nanfang has been running smoothly. According to such a talent, he will be able to comprehend the ghost crying sword technique very quickly. At that time, Yifeng will teach him the Azura Sect's ghostly ghost step, then he will definitely become a first-class killer. At least with Yifeng around, the growth potential of Nanfang will definitely exceed any disciple of the Ancient sect. As for cultivating immortals, Yifeng has not told Nanfang yet. After all, this is his biggest secret. Yifeng pushed the door open and entered, and checked the masked boy, and found that the boy looked about 18 or 9 years old, and he had 10 years of cultivation. Up. Yifeng thought for a while, helped him take off the mask, glanced at his face that had been burned by the fire, and cast lay on hands without much thought. The golden light began to cover the young man's whole body. The necrotic cells all over his body and his disfigured face, which had just been hit by the real thunder sword energy in the heavy rain, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Time passed by every minute and every second, until the true energy in Yifeng's body was exhausted again. Then he stopped, and the masked boy was fine. Even the necrotic tissue cells on his burnt face fell off. Taking a shower will save him from having to wear a mask to meet people in the future. This can be regarded as a little reward for the masked boy saving Xu Shu. For immortal cultivators, the word disfigurement does not appear. Of course, no one can do anything about people who are inherently ugly, like Emojoga. From Yifeng's point of view, even the awesome plastic surgery technology of the big South Korea on this side of the earth is helpless in the face of Emojoga's honor. As the sky was getting darker, Yifeng could feel the tide gradually creeping in from the sea, and the coastline was still rising. The whole village has been flooded, the water reaches ankles. At this rate, the first floor of their house will be submerged before dawn tomorrow. Now if they go back to the center of Xiangshan County, they are too conspicuous. If they are found by people from the Long family and Xuanhuan sect, the consequences will be disastrous, so it is better to stay here for the time being. After Shu finished chatting with Long Wanner, she went downstairs to find some food in the refrigerator and made a simple dinner. Since the downstairs had been flooded, the dining place was upstairs, and all four of them were present except for the masked teenager from the Tai Chi Hall who was still unconscious. Brother is starving to death. When Nanfang saw the table full of food, his eyes lit up, as if he had been reincarnated from starvation. Eat more and have a good rest at night. Yifeng said while eating, Wanner, pay attention to your vigilance at night, and if anything happens, call Nanfang to discuss it. Long Wanner possesses spiritual consciousness, so no one can approach the house silently, but Nanfang is thoughtful. With him around, no matter how powerful the enemy is, he can always find a way to deal with it. Yes, how about you? Hearing what he said, Long Wanner was a little worried. Where are you going? I'm going to see the great Coral King. Yifeng said firmly. What? The other three people at the dining table were shocked. Yifeng was really planning on the Great Coral King? From their point of view, they should find an opportunity to leave Donghai immediately, but Yifeng did the opposite. I'm going to see the Great Coral King, you stay here, I will come back as soon as possible. Yifeng emphasized it again. Are you sure? Nanfang frowned, did not object, but asked. It's not a small grasp. Yifeng nodded. I can rest assured that. When Nanfang smiled, he didn't worry about it anymore and continued to eat. It has to be said that Shu's cooking skills are very good, especially now that everyone is hungry. It is even more like a wolf like a tiger. A table of good dishes is quickly wiped out by the wind and clouds. Although he doesn't want to make such a comparison, Yifeng has to admit that compared with Su Minghan's dishes, the dishes cooked by Shu are not at the same level. Then be careful yourself. Shu felt that she didn't have much right to speak, and it was not easy to persuade Yifeng, so she could only softly say, you must remember, Wanner is still waiting for you here, and everything is about safety. Long Wanner blushed when she heard the words, but still agreed, yes, if you can't come back, I will definitely go down to accompany you. She originally wanted to go with Yifeng, but after thinking about it, besides Yifeng, she is the only one with spiritual consciousness here. If she leaves, my aunt's safety will not be guaranteed. Moreover, Yifeng might not let her go with him, so he dismissed this idea. Don't worry, how can I be willing to leave you behind? Even if the Great Coral King is not in my hands, I will come back. Yifeng had no choice, but to comfort him. This chick, her words are unlucky, why go down with him, is Yifeng so weak? After the dinner was over, Yifeng took a short rest, watching the sky getting dark outside the window. It was time to set off. Long Wanner cuddled in his arms, come back early. Will do. Yifeng hugged her delicate body vigorously, finally walked downstairs, and put on a black grimace mask, casually. Long Wanner stared at his back beautifully. Shu stood beside her, put her shoulders on her shoulders, and smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Long Moran didn't do anything to us just now, and I'm sure we'll be fine tonight. Long Wanner nodded, leaning against Shu with a complicated expression on her face. From now on, neither of them can go back to Long's house. She herself is fine, Yifeng can rely on her, but what about my aunt? Nanfang didn't think so much, so he yawned. I'll go to sleep first, Miss Long. If there is a situation, just kick the door. A dead pig knows how to sleep, go. Long Wanner was rude and drove him away, but I'm not a young lady. Okay, sister-in-law, okay? Nanfeng waved his hand, leaving a back view for the two women. Although he was a bit heartless, his relaxed and optimistic attitude made both Long Wanner and Shushu relax a little. The two women held hands, praying in their hearts for Yifeng to come back safely. Yifeng put on his mask and came downstairs, and when he entered the water that reached his ankles, he immediately felt a piercing coldness. His heart moved. Since they jumped into the sea from the high cliffs in the morning, the nearby sea seems to be getting colder and colder, and it is even more obvious now. When things go wrong, there must be demons. At least in Yifeng's memory, it seems that such weird things have never happened in modern society. Is it related to Master? He couldn't help thinking that sometimes some things that cannot be explained by science are commonplace in the world of cultivating immortals. However, even if Su Feiying still has 100 years of cultivation, it is impossible to create such a large area of cold. He shook his head. No matter what, let's get the big Coral King first. I just don't know, how many people will compete for the Great Coral King tonight? Yifeng walked into the water, feeling the ice-cold water, and headed south all the way. He confirmed the location of the Great Coral King with Long Wanner before, and he wrote down the location, and it was easy to find it by following the direction. He quietly cast the invisibility technique, and ran towards the destination, and found that the further south he went, the deeper the water was, and at the same time, the waves were churning, and the icy coldness in the water became more piercing. Immortal Art, Dragon Tortoise Hold Breath Formula. After running 5 kilometers, Yifeng cast the water fairy technique and plunged into the water. When we arrived at this place, the water surface was as high as a person, and the sky was gloomy. In the farther distance, there were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the violent storm seemed to never stop, showing that the weather outside the eastern sea was extremely bad. After entering the water, Yifeng sped up his speed instead. With the help of his spiritual sense, he was like a fish in water, and moved forward quickly. He easily avoided all kinds of wood, ruins, and sundries that floated in front of him. He believed that even a master of Long Moran's level would not be able to catch up to his speed in the water. The sea water is getting deeper and colder, and Yifeng is getting closer to his destination. When he was approaching the original coastline, his consciousness swept away, and he suddenly noticed some movement not far away. Scattered 20 or 30 martial arts experts gathered at the side and prepared. The location is on the towering seaside cliff, which is already the only land on the seaside, and the closest resting place to the location of the Great Coral King. Yifeng stopped, ready to investigate, first figure out who will participate in the competition this time, then he will be ready. Long Moran is indeed not dead. With a sweep of Yifeng's consciousness, he found Long Moran on the cliff, standing proudly under the heavy rain, directing the Long family to put on diving equipment together. The saber on Long Moran's waist had been replaced with another one, and Yifeng could feel that the quality of this sword was obviously not as good as before. It seems that after being swept away by Long Wanner's resonance explosion, this guy's saber was lost, and it was impossible to find it in the vast sea. Yifeng sneered secretly, and continued to investigate the rest of the people. Among the Long family, Long Moran and Long Moran included 3 strong men with more than 50 years of cultivation. The rest were all for soy sauce, or used for sacrifice, and Long Zi and Long Qing were not among them. In addition to the Long family, there are also 12 strong men with profound cultivation, from the Tang family, Tiandadian, Shenkwanmen and other martial arts sects, all of whom are strong contenders for the Great Coral King this time. Yifeng observed the martial arts heroes who were gearing up and didn't like each other, and secretly smiled in his heart. If these people clashed at that time, it would be more beneficial for him to win the Great Coral King. In order to wait for the success of the operation later, he decided to cast an immortal technique that he hadn't used yet, Ancient's fake body technique. When a cultivator cultivates the Yin god, he can condense a false body like a puppet, which is very useful at certain times. But the disadvantages are also obvious. When the false body of the Yin god exists, the detection range of the cultivator's own consciousness will be halved. This is also the reason why Yifeng did not use this move before, but now, it is obviously more appropriate to act with a fake body. As long as it is well controlled, this false body can definitely attract the attention of the opponent, and then he will take the opportunity to act. Quietly, Yifeng's spiritual consciousness shrank, and along with his true energy, a puppet youth wearing a mask exactly like him now, was so lifelike that it was real. When Yifeng started to move, the Hummer H2 carrying Yi Wendian and Su Menghan finally arrived at Xiangshan County and stopped in the center of the county. "Grandpa, don't be too tired, why don't you go have dinner first?" Su Menghan was gentle and considerate. "You see, we don't know anyone here, so it's very difficult to find someone. Let me find someone to find a solution, so you don't have to worry about it, little girl." Yi Wendian thought about it, and knew that Su Menghan's call was to delay time, so he took out his mobile phone and made a direct call. If he wants to find someone here, he can only contact the people from the National Security Bureau. He heard that the people from the National Security Bureau are here, so he just asked them to help with the investigation. Soon, Lei Ming answered the phone, and when he heard that it was Yi Wendian calling, he immediately grimaced. Now Lei Ming is trying to find a way to send someone to log on to the iceberg island on the sea. He is so busy that he has no time to find someone for him, so he can only tell Yi Wendian what happened in the small fishing village before. Again. Yi Wendian is from the Lin family of Yanjing, so Lei Ming respects Yi Wendian very much. Go south. When Yi Wendian heard about the masked man, that is, Yifeng, he immediately hung up the phone and made a decision. "Grandpa, I'm hungry, why don't we eat something first?" Su Menghan began to act coquettishly, softly, and stubbornly. "Little girl, you know how to delay him." Yi Wendian looked at her cute and pitiful appearance, unable to vent his stomach full of anger. He could only say, seeing what happened to him, "It's too late for you, little girl, to regret it." "Humph, eat." Su Menghan smiled, but she couldn't help feeling a little worried. Ever since Yifeng left Yanjing, his mobile phone has been disconnected, and he doesn't know how the situation is now. Is there any danger? In the center of Xiangshan County, in the private room of a star hotel restaurant. "Beauties, don't worry." Wang Xiaodong, with a dog-shaped ancient jade hanging around his neck, smiled. "I hired more than a dozen local people this morning to search for the masked boy everywhere. I believe he will soon be there." He glanced at the most eye-catching top-ranking Yujia at the banquet. This beauty is not only the #1 beauty in Yanjing, but also a member of the Lin family in Yanjing. No matter where she goes, she is an extremely dazzling existence. Lin Shiqing. There are 4 people in the private room, apart from Wang Xiaodong. They are Lin Shiqing, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Yu. "Sister, why didn't you tell me when you saw him?" Sitting next to Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi looks very cute angrily. If Lin Shiqing hadn't gotten the news from the National Security Bureau, she would not have known that the masked man appeared here, and Xiao Yu had seen the masked man before, but she didn't tell her. "You little girl, everyone has women, why are you messing around?" Xiao Yu said angrily, her plump breasts under the red skirt heaved and heaved. "Sister." Xiao Qi blushed. "I didn't look for him, because... In short, he saved me, so I just want to find him." "Young Master Wang, I hope your people get the news quickly, it's getting dark." Sitting aside, Lin Shiqing seemed to be calm and said that although she was wearing a set of white casual clothes, she couldn't conceal her sexy and heroic appearance. In fact, she was a little anxious. The news from the National Security Bureau was that there was an unknown gas in the south, and the road leading to the beach in Xiangshan County had been blocked. It was not only difficult but also dangerous to go to the beach to find the masked man. With her status, Lei Ming certainly wouldn't let her have the chance to take risks. I'm afraid that as soon as she leaves this restaurant, someone will immediately guard her from running around. Don't worry, all I'm looking for are locals. Wang Xiaodong swears. When suddenly the phone rang, he took it out and looked, with a happy expression on his face. Look, there is news, I must have found that kid. Wang Xiaodong got a message from the people below that he could cross the police cordon from a hidden hill and forest all the way to the beach. After passing through the hills and woods, there is a village. All the villagers have been evacuated earlier, but now the sea water has reached the ankles. But those gangsters discovered that there were still people in the village. Although it is not sure whether it is the masked man, it is still a clue. After all, the news of the tsunami and storm has spread to all places. Ordinary people will never stay in the village regardless of their lives. Even if they don't want to leave, they will be forced to leave by the police. Wang Xiaodong immediately stood up, wanting to go there in person, and at the same time quietly sent a text message to the gangsters, telling them to beat the masked man to death and throw him into the sea. In this weather, no one would notice. Xiaoyu, who was wearing a long red dress, also stood up to follow. Only Lin Shiqing and Xiao Qi did not step forward. Because they knew that their two daughters were under the supervision of the National Security Bureau, and it was impossible for them to leave Xiangshan County now. Sister, you have to be careful. Xiaoqi watched Xiaoyu leave with Wang Xiaodong, feeling a little worried in her heart. Wang Xiaodong knew it was not a good thing at first sight. It was so late now, Xiaoyu would be fine if she followed him alone, right? Do not worry. Xiaoyu smiled, full of confidence. Xiaoqi and Lin Shiqing's opinion was to bring the masked man back safely. But Wang Xiaodong and Xiaoyu didn't think so. Wang Xiaodong wanted to kill Yi Feng, and Xiaoyu didn't want the masked man to get even half a step closer to Xiaoqi. Wang Xiaodong and Xiaoyu set off together with some off-road equipment, including flashlights and other necessary props at night, and decided to go through the hills and forests that were not blocked by the police and walk to the seaside. Let's also think of a way. It's best to keep up. Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi whispered and discussed. The masked man was very important to both of them. The National Security Bureau doesn't have time to find the masked man now, so they can only rely on themselves. For Wang Xiaodong and Xiaoyu, Lin Shiqing obviously couldn't believe it. Xiaoqi nodded, and the two girls began to make plans. Not long after, Yu Wendian and Su Menghan also ate half full in another restaurant, and then they also walked towards the south seaside. With Yu Wendian's kung fu, even with Su Menghan, it is easy to break through the police cordon. At this time, Yi Feng had successfully created the Yin God's fake body. This fake body also has a certain range of consciousness. Even if Yi Feng is far away, he can still control it and perceive the surroundings of the fake body. Of course, the consciousness range of the fake body is very small, and now this thing can only sense the situation within 10 meters, but it is enough. After creating the fake body, Yi Feng turned around and took the lead to swim towards the place where the big coral king was. In the middle of the sea water began to become icy cold, and at the same time, the undercurrent was turbulent. Even Yi Feng, who had performed the dragon turtle's breath-holding art, was greatly hindered, and he couldn't stand it. It can be imagined that Long Moran and the others faced even greater obstacles after entering the water. It's really cold. There must be something unusual happening on the bottom of the sea here. When the big coral king is in hand, we must investigate clearly. It is very likely that it has something to do with Master. Yi Feng thought in his heart. His body was like a swimming fish, constantly swimming towards the destination. Under the seabed, various undercurrents were raging, and some ice cubes were even floating in the water at a high speed, causing the fish schools in the sea to panic. Some fish even had no time to dodge and were cut in half by the sharp ice cubes. At this time, the seabed is full of dangers, and the smell of fish is already everywhere. Only a cultivator like Yi Feng dared to operate on such a seabed without borrowing any equipment. Others, even Long Moran and the others, needed to bring diving equipment before they dared to go into the sea. Even if the breath-holding time of those people in the martial arts are all added up, they are still not as long as Yi Feng's alone. This is the terrifying aspect of Dragon Tortoise's breath-holding technique. The bottom of the sea is pitch black, and you can't see your fingers. You can only see some fluorescent creatures occasionally, reflecting the deep blue of the bottom of the sea. The range of consciousness reduced by half was used to the extreme by Yi Feng. Any disturbance within the range of 50 meters could not escape his perception. Soon, a row of strange things caught his attention. The location of the Great Coral King has not yet been reached, but there are some modern equipments nearby, and some sophisticated surveillance cameras are monitoring the nearby sea area. Once someone gets close to the Great Coral King, people in the martial arts will definitely know about it. Although people in the martial arts practice martial arts, it does not mean that they do not understand modern technology. On the contrary, they can use far more technological resources than ordinary people. Yi Feng didn't act rashly, and carefully turned around, and found that there were dozens of similar precision small cameras, which were installed in hidden places such as seabed caves and seabed mud. If ordinary people dived down, they would definitely not be able to find these cameras, but for an immortal cultivator like Yi Feng who possessed spiritual consciousness, they could not escape his perception at all. It just so happens that several cameras have been destroyed by sea eddies and ice. As long as I move slowly and cut off all the cameras in an area, I believe it will not arouse suspicion. With Yi Feng's true energy, a golden long sword appeared on the bottom of the sea, but unfortunately, the whole bottom of the sea was pitch black, and under such weather, the entire sea area became cloudy, and the golden light did not reach very far. Puff puff. One by one, the expensive submarine precision cameras were destroyed by Yi Feng with one sword strike at a time. Now the seabed is turbulent, and there are countless ice blocks floating from nowhere, big and small. It is normal for the camera to be smashed. Even if the watchers had suspicions, they would not suspect Yi Feng. After spending some time smashing all the precision cameras, Yi Feng broke into the place where the big coral king grew like a swimming fish. A vast fiery red coral group quickly appeared within Yi Feng's perception range, which shocked him greatly. Isn't it a big coral king? There are actually many small corals. In the middle of the coral group, a big coral king is shining brightly, exuding a strong aura of heaven and earth. And around it, there are dozens of small coral groups, which can be absorbed for a year or two to improve their cultivation. Yi Feng was worrying that Su Menghan, Nanfeng, Dao Scar, and the others would not be able to improve quickly, but he did not expect this to be a pleasant surprise. Hey, they acted? At this moment, in the perception of Yi Feng's fake body, Long Moran's group finally made all preparations, put on sophisticated diving equipment, jumped into the sea one by one, and prepared to snatch the fruits from each other. And Yi Feng's fake body wearing a mask and hiding under the sea was discovered by several people in no time. When the lights of several underwater searchlights shone on Yi Feng's fake body, Yi Feng immediately reacted, manipulated the fake body, and made it swim in the opposite direction at an extremely fast speed. The two strong men from the xuanhuan sect plus Long Moran, the three of them chased after Yi Feng's fake body without even thinking about it. Luo Feng, the genius of xuanhuan sect, died directly in Yi Feng's hands, while Long Moran was humiliated by Yi Feng, and the hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. Yi Feng's ancient fake body can act like his real body, and can also detect the surrounding area in a small area, but he can't perform any fairy arts. After all, it is just a puppet, and there is no real energy in his body. On the bottom of the sea, the false body moved rapidly, causing Long Moran and the two strong men of Shenkwamen to get farther and farther away. Three emperors cannon punch fist. Finally, the other party approached quickly, and one of them let out his internal energy, and two fists quickly approached at the bottom of the water, instantly hitting Yifeng's fake body. A circle of watermark spread out from around the fake body, and at the same time, the speed dropped sharply. It looked like he was seriously injured. Long Moran followed closely behind, kicking back and forth in the water, the Long family subduing Dragon Kick. A domineering inner energy suddenly pierced through the sea water, kicked heavily on Yifeng's fake body, and with a bang, it turned into a puff of blue smoke and dissipated. Ancient's fake body will disappear without a trace after receiving a fatal blow. This scene made the hearts of Long Moran and the two masters of the Divine Fist sect sink. What is this thing? It just hit the kid, why did it suddenly disappear in the water as green smoke? It's so wicked. The three did not dare to stay for a long time, because the martial arts people had already gone to the location of the Great Coral King, and if they were later, they would have no chance to get involved. Turning around suddenly, the three wearing diving suits and underwater searchlights quickly moved towards the position of the Great Coral King. However, after such a delay, they are already far behind the others. With the disappearance of the false body, Yifeng's consciousness finally returned to normal, able to detect everything within 100 meters around. Facing a large group of corals, Yifeng didn't act impatiently, but quietly went forward to pick a small coral, and immediately hid aside, ready to start absorbing it. The Big Coral King is in the process of rapidly maturing, and this process will take about half an hour. If you pick it in advance, the effect will be greatly reduced, and Yifeng doesn't want to waste it. People in martial arts should have a private agreement to wait for the Big Coral King to mature and then compete fairly, but unfortunately this agreement is invalid for Yifeng. The Big Coral King is immature, you can pick small corals, absorb them first, and increase your strength. Yifeng's current meridian can withstand 13 years of cultivation at most. Even if he gets the Great Coral King, he can't fully absorb it. But the small corals are different. They belong to two species with the Big Coral King and can be absorbed twice. It is much more certain to absorb the small coral first, improve the cultivation level for 2 years, and then take advantage of the chaos to compete for the Big Coral King. Yifeng hid himself in the seabed grotto beside him, and began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in a small coral. There is a small coral missing in the entire coral group, and I believe no one will notice it. 10 years and 1 month. 10 years and 2 months. Yifeng's cultivation started to grow again. At this time, many martial arts people who went to the sea finally began to appear in the range of Yifeng's spiritual perception. However, the martial artist who came first appeared to be in a state of embarrassment. His diving suit was already stained with blood, and his legs seemed to be cut open by something, dripping with fresh blood. Yifeng couldn't tell what kind of sect the other party was, but as soon as that guy came to the coral group, he immediately picked 3 small corals, and then hid in the surrounding area without any action. Yifeng could tell that this person's diving suit didn't have enough space. He took 3 small corals and already filled the package. If he picked more, he wouldn't be able to hold the Big Coral King later. Immediately afterwards, the second and third persons came one after another, all of them in a state of distress. Obviously, the dark, cold and perilous seabed brought them great distress. Like the first guy, they each collected 3 small corals, and then each found a place to hide. No one could detect Yifeng's existence, but Yifeng knew the movements in the field like the palm of his hand. He wasn't anxious, there were dozens of small corals in the coral group, and they couldn't take them all, and the rest belonged to him. He didn't have any scruples, and when the time came, he would just pack a bag and take away all the corals with the aura of heaven and earth. And other people can't do it. If you bring too much, in such a seabed, life and death are unpredictable. 11 years and 11 months. 12 years. Soon, Yifeng absorbed the small corals he picked, and his cultivation improved for 2 years. The remaining aura of heaven and earth from the small coral was absorbed into his body, and he did not use it to improve his cultivation, but to replenish the lost true energy, allowing his state to reach its peak. If you have reached 15 years of cultivation, you can perform the first immortal technique of the Star Tomb sect. Yifeng thought in his heart, it's a pity that his current meridians can only withstand 13 years of cultivation. Even if the Great Coral King is in hand, he cannot immediately raise his cultivation level to 15 years. In such a seabed, he can only use the dragon-slaying sword energy when he fights later. As for the celestial art Qi Yan, at his current level, he can't use it in the water at all, unless he can comprehend the second layer of Qi Yan. He didn't think too much, came back to his senses, and swept his consciousness outside, but felt that there were already 12 masters gathered around the Great Coral King outside. All of them were important figures from various sects with more than 50 years of cultivation. As for the low cultivation, cannon fodder of the Long family, none of them arrived here. It seemed that they were killed by others after entering the water, which bought Long Moran and others a lot of time so that he would not be too late. There are more than a dozen small corals left in the field. If Yifeng is not around, these would all be wasted. And the big Coral King, exuding a strange light, finally began to become crystal clear at this moment, and was about to mature. Long Moran waited for the martial arts masters to hide one by one, turned off the underwater searchlights, in order not to expose their whereabouts. A foreseeable fight is coming. This environment is so beneficial to me. Yifeng thought to himself, the spiritual sense perceives the movements of everyone around him. In addition to guarding against other people, everyone also needs to be alert to the turbulent eddies and sharp ice blocks on the bottom of the sea, especially after turning off the searchlights. The two eyes, once it was dark, only the light from the Great Coral King remained in his eyes. Puff! Long Moran was the first to strike. With a serious expression in the water, he stabbed the other person's chest with his sword, blood staining the East China Sea. For him, as long as anyone hinders him, get rid of it first. Immediately afterwards, Long Moran moved his feet and swam towards the big Coral King. Just before him, another person from the xuanhuan sect arrived first, took the big Coral King off with force, and hid it in the diving suit, covering up the brilliance of the big Coral King. The entire bottom of the sea suddenly became invisible. Yifeng could feel that the smell of blood around him became stronger all of a sudden. Not only Long Moran, but others also made small moves. In such a dangerous underwater battle, the casualties must be extremely heavy. Yifeng hid in the dark. The current seabed has completely become his stage alone. In the dark seabed, no one dares to turn on the underwater searchlight, otherwise it will inevitably become the target of public criticism. And this just provided Yifeng with the best action environment. Maybe he can try to kill Long Moran. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that the master of the Divine Fist had swam back towards the shore without stopping after he got the big Coral Queen. Several sharp pieces of ice attacked the master with the turbulent current, but he was keenly aware of it, and dodged away. It seems that when the danger is approaching, martial arts masters will also notice it. Yifeng knew it well. Within the scope of his spiritual perception, almost everyone relied on the flow of water to chase after the master of the boxing master. Long Moran was the fastest and took the lead. Yifeng didn't catch up first, but hid his body, quietly came to the coral group, took off his coat, picked off all the remaining 12 small corals, and wrapped them in. Packing all the small corals on his back, Yifeng then quietly chased after the big army. Even Long Moran was stopped. Yifeng quickly figured out the situation in front of him. When Long Moran wanted to rush up to catch up with the master of the Divine Fist, another master of the Divine Fist stood in front of Long Moran and punched him out. Long Moran didn't dare to underestimate this punch, so he immediately stopped and dealt with it carefully. In the pitch-dark environment, all of them follow suit, relying solely on intuition and a little bit of perception. They are not as flexible as Yifeng. Yifeng swept Long Moran with his spiritual sense, and swam quietly over. After performing the dragon turtle's breath-holding art, his streamlined body made him like a fish in water, and his speed in the water was twice as fast as others. Close. Yi Feng and Long Moran kept a safe distance of 10 meters. According to Yi Feng's previous judgment, the perception range of Long Moran and others was only 5 meters around him, and the other party could not feel it at all 10 meters away. If it was on ordinary land, the other party might notice the breath, but it is different in such a chaotic seabed. Dragon-slaying sword chi. Yi Feng looked for the right moment. At the very moment when Long Moran was dueling with the masters of the xuanhuan sect, true energy condensed on the ancient dragon sword ring, and the ethereal golden light flashed in the turbid sea water. An icy blue sword energy pierced through the turbulent seawater and swept away towards Long Moran's head. Yi Feng's sword is extremely tricky. Long Moran found that this sword was inevitable, but if Long Moran wanted to dodge this sword energy, he would definitely be hit by a master of the divine fist. It's either dead or seriously injured, unless the master of the magic boxing sect lets him go. When the sword energy pierced through the sea and struck, Long Moran immediately noticed it, and his face changed drastically. He never thought that the masked man would actually play a sneak attack behind him. In Donghai now, except for himself and the masked man Emojyoga, no one can display sword energy, so he knew immediately who was attacking him. Faced with the two choices of death and serious injury, Long Moran would of course choose serious injury. He tilted his head to avoid the ice blue sword energy, and the cold air passed by, drawing a deep bloodstain on his face. Immediately afterwards, the master of the xuanhuan sect did not let go of this golden opportunity to seriously injure Long Moran. The three emperors' pow beats the fist, the heart fist. There was a muffled bang, and a very penetrating punch hit Long Moran's chest, directly through the sea water. Puff! Long Moran involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which stained the sea red, and the figure in a white robe wrapped in a diving suit immediately turned around and fled towards the distance. If it was on land, a head-on punch from a master of the divine fist would be enough to shatter Long Moran's heart. It's a pity that in such a chaotic seabed, most of the impact force was offset by the sea water, allowing Long Moran to save his life. In the arena, 1 + 1 is far more than just 2. If they were singled out, Long Moran would have an overwhelming advantage against the masters of the divine fist or Yi Feng. But in such a harsh environment, facing two people's pincers, he ran away after meeting each other. Yi Feng originally wanted to catch up and get rid of the seriously injured Long Moran, but at this time, the master of the boxing master turned around, and with a little intuition, he also punched Huang Long directly in the direction of Yi Feng through the sea water. Obviously, that guy also recognized Yi Feng's identity. For Yi Feng, the Divine Fist sect also has considerable hatred. With a movement of Yi Feng's body, he swam gracefully in the sea water, while avoiding the opponent's fist glow. He also dodged a huge flying saucer-shaped ice block. The flat flying saucer-shaped ice cube passed by Yi Feng's side at an extremely fast speed, and slashed at the master of the boxing master. In Yi Feng's spiritual perception, the master of the divine fist was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with an ordinary appearance, and the only thing that could be remembered was his bulging temples. It's a pity that such a master, when he sensed the huge ice block coming, he didn't have time to dodge it. He hurriedly swam up, but his speed was not fast enough, and he was hit in the middle by the flying saucer-shaped ice cube. The huge impact force knocked the master of the divine boxing school directly to the bottom of the sea, and was hit in two by the waist. The smell of blood soon spread in the nearby waters. The sea water is getting colder and colder, and more ice cubes are floating over. Yi Feng felt awe-inspiring, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Long Moran, who discovered this matter, was already protected by two other experts from the Long family. It seems that he can't kill the opponent for the time being. Yi Feng understood that if he appeared again, those two experts from the Long family would definitely kill him instantly. For the sake of his own life, he still gave up the tempting idea of killing Long Moran. With a movement of his body, he swam towards the crowd of people competing for the Great Coral King on the other side, as swift as a fish. At this time, the great Coral King was still in the hands of the master of the Divine Fist, and kept fleeing towards the coast. While the rest of the people formed a mess behind them, blocking each other one by one, so that the guy from the boxing master could benefit from it. Yifeng used the invisibility technique and the hidden killing technique at the same time to reduce his aura to the weakest, and grabbed a big ice block as a cover, and swam towards that guy, ready to assassinate and capture the big Coral King at any time. Sensing the approach of the ice cube, the master of xuanhuan dodged vigilantly, but at this moment, Yifeng suddenly flashed out from behind the ice cube, and punched the opponent's chest heavily. The other party panicked all of a sudden. He would never have thought that there was a ghost-like person hidden behind the ice. Unsurprisingly, Yifeng hit the opponent's chest with a punch, and at the same time, his true energy condensed on the dragon sword ancient ring. There was a flash of gold. Puff! The golden sword of true energy condensed instantly, piercing into the opponent's heart like cutting tofu. Boom! The master of the Divine Fist sect swung a punch when he was about to die, and smashed heavily on Yifeng's shoulder. The terrifying internal energy smashed Yifeng's right shoulder to pieces. Yifeng clenched his teeth, grabbed the big Coral King with one hand. It's that kid. The rest of the people immediately noticed the change, and all the underwater searchlights were turned on at once, revealing Yifeng's translucent figure. Although people in the martial arts robbed each other of the great Coral King, they were generally united. When the great Coral King was snatched away by an unexpected person, a group of people could no longer care about other things, and turned on the underwater searchlights, one after another. It's the masked man. Under the strong searchlight, Yifeng's translucent figure was suddenly exposed in front of everyone. Because Yifeng smashed his shoulder with a punch by a master of the Divine Fist before he died, Yifeng's breath was in a mess, fresh blood dripped from the crushed shoulder, the invisibility technique immediately failed, and his figure was half exposed. What's the matter with this guy? Why is he like a ghost? He's not wearing a wetsuit. Whatever happened to him, kill him. A group of people whispered and discussed. Without even thinking, they chased after Yifeng, all of them gearing up to kill Yifeng. In the icy seabed, Yifeng faced a group of tigers and wolves chasing him, but he didn't panic. He put the big Coral King into his coat and put it together with 12 small Coral Kings. Then with a swing of his legs, the whole person, like a fish swimming, slid more than 10 meters away in an instant along the current of the seabed. At the bottom of the water, he is twice as fast as the others. It's a pity that his shoulder was seriously injured. Yifeng's entire right arm was almost broken under the dying punch of that master of boxing, and now only a few muscles in his shoulder are still connected. This greatly reduced his speed, in order to avoid being overtaken and to create a distance as soon as possible. Yifeng didn't care too much. He swung his left hand to cast Lay on Hands. The infuriating energy he had just absorbed from Little Coral King was quickly exhausted, and his shoulder had finally recovered a little bit. At least he could move freely again. When he saw a golden light flashing and the wound on Yifeng's shoulder healed all of a sudden, the people in the martial arts chasing behind him were all startled. This kid, isn't he too wicked? Fantasy flowers and snowy moons, wind and clouds and sword energy. Just at this time, a dull roar came from behind the crowd, followed by an undercurrent of sword energy breaking through the sea water, and quickly swept towards Yifeng. It was Long Moran, who chased after him under the protection of 2 experts from the Long family, and when he saw Yifeng's figure, he immediately unleashed his proud sword energy. With a sweep of Yifeng's consciousness, he could clearly perceive everything around him. He didn't even want to avoid it, and then picked a direction, diving deeper and deeper. The direction he chose was the place where a large number of ice blocks in the sea came. Anyway, with the existence of the dragon tortoise's breath-holding technique, and relying on his spiritual consciousness, such a deep-sea environment was like walking on flat ground for Yifeng. But it was different for Long Moran and others. Damn it, is that kid looking for death? Long Moran's sword energy was swept away by the torrent. Annoyed in his heart, wondering if the man in the mask is an idiot, he dared to come to such a deep-sea environment without a diving suit or any equipment. He's running deeper. A master of the Long family's face sank. He wants to die, we can't lose the big coral king. Chase. Long Moran ordered without hesitation, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and continued to chase Yifeng quickly. The distance from the sea surface is getting deeper and deeper, and there are more and more turbulent eddies on the bottom of the sea. The temperature drops sharply, and the ice in the water is getting denser and denser, as if it was washed out from a certain place in the middle. A group of people, no one gave up. Although many of them have obtained small corals can only be improved for 2 years, which is completely different from the big coral king. But they underestimated the danger of the bottom of the sea. Before chasing Yifeng and diving far, there was an unlucky guy who was sucked in by the turbulent vortex of the bottom of the sea. Even with all his strength, he couldn't escape. Countless pieces of ice in the turbulent vortex are like sharp blades. Not long after the guy was sucked in, he seemed to have been tortured by thousands of knives, and soon fell to pieces. Yifeng could effectively prevent himself from falling into such a turbulent vortex by relying on his spiritual sense, but others could not. Even if there are underwater searchlights on, the invisible turbulent vortex is invisible to the naked eye. Yifeng nimbly dived into the bottom of the sea, walking through the turbulent vortex one after another, while avoiding the flying ice blocks. It was extremely relaxed. On the other hand, the rest of the martial arts people are trembling and struggling. Soon, Yifeng distanced himself from the crowd. The back dragon saw something wrong indifferently, and immediately ordered, "Turn on the jet propulsion, and catch up." "Patriarch, I'm afraid it's inappropriate to use thrusters on such a seabed." Immediately, a master of the Long family hesitated. Jet propulsion, if used in calm sea water, can increase their movement speed many times. But if they are used in such a complicated seabed, if they are not careful, they will be taken to a place where they will never be restored by jet propulsion. For example, breaking into the turbulent vortex directly, bumping into sharp ice blocks, etc., the danger increases dramatically. There's something wrong. Go. Without even thinking about it, Long Moran pressed a button on the diving suit. The diving suit they used was indeed a high-tech product. When the button was pressed, 2 jets of gas came out from behind his buttocks, increasing his speed several times at once. Seeing this, the 2 masters of the Long family looked at each other helplessly, so they had to turn on the jet propulsion as well, and the speed increased sharply. Following the route Yifeng swam through, the 3 of them quickly caught up, and soon came to not far behind Yifeng. "This kid dares to run to this place, he should be sure. We follow his route closely, and we should not encounter danger." Long Moran's thoughts changed sharply. There is no doubt that he is not an idiot. He would rather risk his life for the sake of the great Coral King. He became more and more confused about Yifeng's identity, and at the same time became curious about his ability. He had only cultivated for 10 years, yet he was able to display sword energy, and even turn around a group of martial arts masters? As long as this masked man is caught, he must be tortured. Long Moran made up his mind, and finally he was less than 10 meters away from Yifeng. Seeing that Long Moran turned on the jet propulsion to catch up with the rest of the martial arts people, they all felt a little faint. They didn't have the guts to rush over. Finally, someone started to retreat. The most important thing is that even if they catch up, the great Coral King might not be theirs. Why take this risk? Instead of betting on your own life, it is better to leave early, and it is not too bad to have a few small corals. Of course, these small corals have to be absorbed immediately when they go back, or else the aura of heaven and earth in them will soon dissipate without the accompanying big Coral King. Yifeng dived deeper and deeper, and soon he was more than 10 kilometers away from the coastline. At this moment, the 3 of Long Moran quickly chased after him and made him smile. Good time. Just now, while running away, he absorbed the aura of heaven and earth from a small coral, which not only healed the injury of his shoulder, but also filled his whole body with true energy. Long Moran chased after him, just as he wanted. Swish! Yifeng didn't even think about it, the golden long sword condensed out, turning around was a dragon-slaying sword energy, broke through the turbulent waves, and rushed out towards the dragon indifferently. The ice-blue sword energy broke through the turbulent water, and walked indifferently towards the fast-approaching dragon. Master! The two masters of the Long family behind saw it clearly, and immediately exclaimed. They all knew that now Long Moran had been punched in the chest and was seriously injured. This sword chi was unstoppable. However, Long Moran wanted to save face. He felt that if he avoided the younger generation, wouldn't he be weak? He didn't even think about it, his hands formed into palms, and the inner energy was condensed in the palms. Xuanhuan palm technique, the first move, dispelling clouds. The inner air was released outward, condensed into a rich palm air, and met the ice-blue sword air. Hum. A dull sound, accompanied by layers of waves, swept to the surroundings, and the palm energy and sword energy collided together, setting off a strong wave. A vortex, formed from the place where the two collided, became bigger and bigger, and soon formed a turbulent vortex like other places. Yifeng didn't stop, moved his body, and continued to move forward. However, the three of Long Moran turned off the jet propulsion and hesitated to move forward, because a turbulent vortex was formed where the two people's true energy and internal energy collided, making them retreat continuously. One misfortune, you will be involved and die in xuanhuan. A natural barrier made it impossible for Long Moran and the others to keep up with Yifeng. And without Yifeng leading the way, they are undoubtedly looking for death in such a seabed. Go back, notify everyone, mobilize secular forces, and search along the coast. I don't believe he can hide in the sea forever. Long Moran was also a decisive person, he couldn't do anything about it, and immediately made the most correct decision. The three turned around and left. After going through the hell-like dangerous seabed again, they quickly returned to the shore, counted their harvest this time, and obtained a total of 7 small corals. It's a pity that Long Moran was seriously injured. He was punched by a master of the xuanhuan sect, and his chest was full of blood. Afterwards, he fought with Yifeng and touched the internal injury in his chest, making it a bit more serious. Looking around, several people also landed on the coast, not far away. Of the 12 martial arts masters who went down together, only 7 survived. The remaining 5 people were all buried in the bottom of the sea. It's not all for the fight for the Great Coral King, but also for the grievances of the people in the martial arts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they dealt with them ruthlessly under the sea. In comparison, the fact that no one died in the Long family is already a blessing in misfortune. Indifferent mob, what about the kid? An old man with a white beard also walked over from the shallow water in some embarrassment. It was the Nandu xuanhuan of the xuanhuan sect, Su Xiaoyu. Died. Long Moran glanced at him coldly, and led him away directly. He was seriously injured by the God Fist sect, so of course he couldn't have a good impression of Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu looked at Long Moran's back, thought for a while, and knew that the Big Coral King was not on them. Could it be that the Big Coral King and the masked boy were buried in the bottom of the sea together? He turned his head to look at the sea, and the waves were still higher than the waves. It seemed that this ghostly weather lasted for a long time, and he didn't know what happened overseas. Of course Su Xiaoyu knew that the National Security Bureau was doing its best to investigate this matter, but there seemed to be no clues yet. Are you going to try to check it out? He thought about it, turned around and walked north. He wanted to go back to the center of Xiangshan County to rest for a while, and then make arrangements for future plans. The weather in the East China Sea is suddenly bad, maybe some kind of natural material and earthly treasure was born, and judging by the scale, that day's material and earthly treasure may be even more precious than the great Coral King. It would be nice to look into it and get it. Yi Feng got rid of the pursuit of Long Moran and the other three, and sneaked all the way. He wanted to go to the deep sea, to see how the bad weather came about. It would be best if he could find Su Feiying right away. Now that there are no pursuers behind him, Yi Feng feels a lot more relaxed. The environment of the seabed alone can't do anything to him. In the world of cultivating immortals, environments that are 100 times more dangerous than this are everywhere. Su Feiying and the two have also experienced it many times. The deeper you go down to the deep sea, the colder the sea water becomes. The whole sea water is covered with frost, small pieces of ice begin to appear. Even with Yi Feng's sensitivity in the water, he can't completely avoid it. It hurts a lot when it hits his body. From time to time, there are ice blocks that are much bigger than before, bumping into them like buildings. Yi Feng must start to dodge in advance, to avoid such large ice blocks. Ice blocks the size of buildings were washed far away, and then broken into several pieces by the torrent. The current deep-sea water is like a place full of sharp knives, which can be called a place of death. As Yi Feng walked all the way, he was hit by pieces of shards of ice on his face. In the end, he had no choice but to use his true energy to condense a protective shield outside his body to block the incoming shards of ice. Such a protective shield consumes a lot of energy and cannot last long. If he cultivates higher in the future and uses defensive magic, it will be much better. Unfortunately, Yi Feng has not yet reached that level. As he got farther and farther away from the coastline, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. Finally, when he had swam more than 30 kilometers, Yi Feng's consciousness sensed a huge monster suddenly appeared 100 meters ahead, like a wall of ice appeared across the seabed, running across in front of him. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the position of nearly 20 nautical miles calculated by the National Security Bureau. The iceberg island is right in front of him. The spectacular scene shocked even Yi Feng. He never thought that such a shocking scene would be encountered in a modern urban world like Earth. You must know that this is not the North and South Poles. There will be such a huge iceberg island. A layer of extremely cold ice wall lay in front of him, blocking his way. In the dark seabed, this layer of extremely cold ice wall exudes a light white radiance, embellishing the sea area in front of Yi Feng like a fairyland. In the entire sea area, there are not many fishes to be seen. The sudden change of weather must have caused all the fish to leave the sea area. The intuition of animals has always been much sharper than that of humans. A whole layer of extremely cold ice wall was built all the way from the depths of the seabed, like an iron bucket, enclosing a sea area. It towers straight above the sea, forming an iceberg island. In fact, it's not an island, just a shell of ice. A layer of mysterious energy not only blocked the detection of the National Security Bureau's satellite, but also blocked Yi Feng's spiritual detection, so that he didn't know how thick the ice wall was and what existed inside the ice wall. Dragon-slaying sword Qi. Yi Feng absorbed another small coral. Without hesitation, he condensed his true energy sword, and slashed at the extremely cold ice wall. Yi Feng couldn't use a blow as powerful as the true thunder sword Qi before, but even the ordinary dragon-slaying sword Qi's power should not be underestimated. However, when the ice-blue sword energy hit the extremely cold ice wall, it only created a fist-sized hole in the ice wall. Soon, the extremely cold air came out from the ice wall, filling up the small hole, and the recovery speed was extremely fast. It's kind of like... Yi Feng's heart trembled, thinking of a certain possibility. According to legend, in the extreme north of the world of cultivating immortals, there is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the 1,000-year-old mysterious ice. This is a real treasure in the world, and it also has self-awareness. When infested by foreign cultivators, it will actively release a layer of extremely cold ice wall to block outsiders. The situation Yi Feng is facing now is very similar, but what makes him puzzled is that even the world of cultivating immortals is a legendary thing, and it will appear on the earth? And it didn't appear in the extreme north either. 1,000 years of black ice, which contains endless power of black ice, has been formed after thousands of years. The first time it is absorbed, it can improve its cultivation for at least 10 years. After that, it can quickly restore the aura of heaven and earth by itself. If it is recognized by the consciousness of 1,000 years of black ice, but also provide others to absorb. It is said that there is a great sect in the extreme north of the world of cultivating immortals, and the treasure of the town sect is a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice, and every elite disciple under the sect has 10 years of cultivation from the beginning. This is the unfairness in the world of cultivating immortals, but it is the same on Earth. On the Earth, we can also look at the background. Some people are born rich or red, but more people can only start from scratch and start from scratch. If they don't work hard, they will be poor all their lives. The weak cannibalize. The two worlds have striking similarities, but the plundering in the world of cultivating immortals is more naked. If it is really 1,000 years of profound ice, then it will be amazing. Yi Feng was shocked in his heart. This place must be investigated clearly. Of course, with his current strength, he still can't break through the extremely cold ice wall, and his meridians can only withstand 13 years of cultivation at most, and he can't absorb it because he is pregnant with the Great Coral King. Sad reminder. Go back and let one absorb it. After reaching 15 years of cultivation and cultivating star-burying arrow, with her aptitude of immortal vein jade body, she should be able to break through this extremely cold ice wall. Burying the star arrow is an inherited immortal art of the Star Tomb sect, which can be practiced after 15 years of cultivation. Absorb the power of the stars and condense them into starlight arrows with strong penetrating power. If the power is stored for a long time, the power can reach a great level. With 15 years of cultivation, one blow equivalent to 100 years of cultivation can be performed. In the world of cultivating immortals, this trick will basically not be of much use, because no opponent will give you time to charge for so long in battle. Even if it is a sneak attack, if you charge for too long, you will definitely be discovered by the target. The most important thing is that the direction of launch cannot be changed once this move starts to charge. Having saved half an hour, it shouldn't be a problem to break through the extremely cold ice wall. Yi Feng made a plan, and immediately turned around and rushed back. The longest charging time for the burial star arrow is half an hour, which can absorb enough power from the stars to maximize its power and penetration. If it is not stored and released instantly, its power is not as powerful as the dragon-slaying sword Qi. The burial star arrow is an excellent choice for breaking fixed targets such as extremely cold ice walls. He swam all the way back to the shore. His figure was nimble, and he didn't encounter any accidents, but he happened to meet a corpse on the bottom of the sea and picked up 2 small corals. Maybe it's been too long since the big Coral King, and the aura of heaven and earth contained in these 2 small corals is running out. The big Coral King and the small coral belong to a companion relationship, and the aura of heaven and earth cannot be preserved without each other. Yi Feng could feel that the aura of heaven and earth contained in the big Coral King in his arms was slowly dissipating, just like the half-spirit stone before. In the world of cultivating immortals, I have never heard of such weird natural treasures. It seems that there are indeed treasures everywhere on the earth. Yi Feng thought, when the matter here is over, maybe I can walk around, and the harvest will definitely be not small. He dispelled the effect of the dragon turtle's breath-holding formula, walked to the shore, and performed the invisibility technique again, and found that there were actually many martial arts people in ambush in the woods on the shore. Judging by their clothes, they seemed to have all kinds of sex. Hey, just wait, I won't play with you guys anymore. Yi Feng smiled quietly, and passed through the woods without making a sound, without being noticed by anyone. He walked all the way, and soon returned to the village where he rested before. With a sweep of consciousness, he narrowed his eyes. There are so many people around this place? Interesting. At this moment, the National Security Bureau team led by Lei Ming is wanting to die in the rough sea. Even the sophisticated speedboat of the National Security Bureau couldn't pass through the dense waves and get even half a step closer to the iceberg island. Due to the importance of the matter, Lei Ming has already applied to the Navy to mobilize the Type 052 guided missile destroyer to help out. Now they can only wait on the shore. Lei Ming frowned tightly. This kind of strange weather had never happened during his entire tenure, and he didn't know what happened. Fortunately, the coastline is not rising all the way now. It seems that the scope of the iceberg island has stopped expanding. Let Lei Ming rest assured that as long as the property and personal losses caused do not continue to expand, his primary goal is to protect the lives and properties of the country's residents. Safety. Captain Lei Ming, please receive the latest news. At this moment, a dignified voice came from Lei Ming's walkie-talkie. Not long ago, the military base detected an action at the port of the U.S. military city. It is very likely that they are interested in the vision on our side. We must prepare in advance. Yes, I understand. Lei Ming's expression suddenly became serious. Sure enough, such a thing still cannot be hidden from the military power on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The iceberg island is located within the territorial waters of Huagua, and the other party would never dare to barge in blatantly. Even so, he still has to prepare in advance so as not to be caught off guard when the time comes. In a seaside village, inside a building. After Yi Feng left, Long Wanner and the others did not live in peace for a long time, and soon she was playing with her consciousness and scanning around, and found that there were many people sneaking around in the hills and forests not far away. At first, she didn't pay attention, thinking it was just people who came here by chance. But soon, she discovered that the other party had a purpose. After possessing divine consciousness, Long Wanner could hear the other party's conversation from a long distance away. When those little bastards were talking, they mentioned words such as mask and a man and a woman from time to time, which made her immediately know that the target of the other party was her and Yi Feng. She immediately recalled the luxurious young man wearing the dog-shaped ancient jade she met when she came out of the hotel in the morning. When he heard those gangsters chatting about Wang Xiao wanting them to kill the masked man and throw him into the sea, Long Wanner suddenly became angry. Wasn't it just a kick in the hotel, as for killing him and throwing him into the sea? In this case, teach them a lesson and see. But soon, she suppressed the urge to run out alone. Because she swept her consciousness in several other directions, and found that there was another strange person not far from their building. It was a man wearing a black windbreaker. He looked like a foreigner. Feng Xiaoxiao stood alone on the top of the hill, with a small crossbow on his back, looking very mysterious. Who is that? Long Wanner didn't know, and didn't dare to take risks, so she immediately called Shu Shu and Nanfeng to discuss it. It's Nakostan the Exorcist. Nanfeng went upstairs, and when he heard Long Wanner's description, his face changed. Obviously, he had a little impression of that mysteriously dressed foreign man, and he was very afraid. When Yi Feng came back, with a sweep of his consciousness, he found Long Wanner and the three of them gathered upstairs, as if they were discussing something. As for the boy from the Tai Chi Hall, he was still asleep on the bed. In the courtyard of the building, there were 5 youths who looked like punks, climbing over the courtyard wall and entering the house. I just informed Wang Xiao that he will bring someone over soon. Let's do a good job before then. Boss, are you really going to kill someone? Nonsense, now that there is a tsunami here, just kill it and throw it into the sea. Do you know how much Mr. Wang will pay us after the incident is completed? 1 million. We brothers will share equally, and each of us will have 200,000 yuan. It's just to kill someone, without anyone noticing, no one will find out. In fact, what Wang Xiaodong told the boss was 2 million, but of course the boss swallowed the extra 1 million. Little gangsters like them in Xuanhuan County, let alone 2,200,000, are enough for them to work hard for. Yifeng didn't step forward. This kind of bastard hadn't been taken seriously by him yet. Even if the 5 of them were holding iron bars in their hands, they definitely wouldn't be Long Wanner's opponent. He hid outside the building, firstly to see how Long Wanner and the others would respond, and secondly, he discovered another person with a mysterious and unique appearance. The man was wearing a black windbreaker and carried a small crossbow behind his back. He looked very cool. He stood alone on the top of the woods, drenched in the rain, but he didn't frown. Who is this guy? Yifeng didn't take the initiative to step forward, although the person in the spiritual sense had no cultivation, but he felt a sense of danger. Facing unknown and strange things, Yifeng felt that it was better to be more cautious. With a sweep of his consciousness, he heard that Zhongnan in the building seemed to recognize this guy, so he made up his mind and decided to meet up with Long Wanner and the others before talking. At this time, the 5 gangsters with iron rods had already sneaked into the building, passed through the knee-cold sea water, and tremblingly stepped up the stairs to the 2nd floor. At this moment, 2 bang-bang sounds came from upstairs, as if something had been smashed. Immediately afterwards, one piece of glass after another attacked the 5 gangsters on the stairs. In the dark and damp corridor, 5 gangsters were using their flashlights. Before they could react, large and small pieces of glass pierced into their bodies, and there were screams all at once. It was Nanfang who moved. He had just learned the ghost crying knife technique, but he didn't have a throwing knife with him, so he could only smash 2 beer bottles, and threw the glass bottle fragments as throwing knives. Martial arts are different from immortal arts. Immortal arts have cultivation requirements, but until now, Yifeng has never seen anyone who requires a certain amount of cultivation in martial arts. As long as you have cheats and inner energy, you can practice. It's just that the effect of martial arts is closely related to cultivation. Now the cultivation base in the south is very low, and the glass bottle fragments thrown out are not very powerful, just a little bit stronger than ordinary people. But this is enough to beat the crap out of the 5 bastards. Fuck. That kid is on top. Boss, I got shot in the leg. Hit your sister's gun. Hurry up and get something to block it. A group of people endured the wounds of being shattered by glass bottle fragments, and decided to go all out for 200,000 yuan. They ran downstairs, raised a table, held it up in front of them like a shield, and hurried upstairs. The 5 people had glass pieces stuck on their bodies, and they kept bleeding, but they didn't care. In their eyes, only the 200,000 people were calling them. However, when they were about to go upstairs, there was a sudden girl scolding, followed by a strong force, hitting the 8 immortals table they were holding, as if they had been kicked hard. A burst of violent force passed through the table to the 5 punks, causing them, who were already seriously injured, to be unable to hold on immediately, unable to hold the table anymore, and rolled down the stairs one by one. It was Long Wanner who made the move. Although she turned to cultivating immortals, she was still very familiar with the Long family's dragon subduing kick method. She kicked the punks over with a move of the dragon's tail. Roll. A cold voice came from downstairs, but it was Yifeng who walked in, picked up the 5 gangsters, and threw them out of the yard, falling heavily into the knee-high water, splashing a piece of ice-cold water. Sea water. Yifeng didn't want to kill this kind of harmless little bastard. Just now, Nanfang's hand and Long Wanner's kick sent true energy into the body, and 5 people were seriously injured. Yifeng. It was only then that Long Wanner realized that Yifeng had returned. She cried out in surprise, and ran down the stairs with her little feet. Yifeng was used to being in the world of cultivating immortals. He always protected himself from being detected by other people's consciousness. Long Wanner couldn't find him for a while. Go up first, let's discuss something. Yifeng smiled, opened his hands, and hugged the chick, who flew over in his arms. Smelling the girlish fragrance on her body gave him a warm feeling. Long Wanner nodded, hooking his neck tightly. Yifeng had no choice but to carry her upstairs. At this time, Xu Xu and Nanfeng were lighting a candle in a bedroom beside them. When the tide hit, the house had no electricity, so candles could only be used for lighting. Seeing Yifeng come in with Long Wanner in his arms, Xu Xu covered her mouth and smiled. "Sit down quickly, how are you? Are you not hurt?" "Fine." Yifeng shook his head, the bone-crushing punch on his shoulder was almost cured by him. Although there is still a little pain, it is good that it does not affect the movement. For wounds like this, lay-on hands can be easily dealt with. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are still many kinds of wounds, such as those injured by Xianbing True Qi, Lava True Qi, and the power of stars, which cannot be solved by lay-on hands. South, what is the identity of the guy in the black windbreaker outside? As soon as Yifeng entered the room, he immediately asked Nan Nan a question. Nicuston the Exorcist, one of the top 100 killers in the world, and a member of the Viper organization. Nanfeng said in a solemn tone. Viper? Yifeng was taken aback. Brother Yi, I have something to say. Nanfeng said, since you are the masked man Mo Jyoga, then the black man you killed outside the highway last time is a member of the Viper. This is an international organization of killers, which has recruited many masters. This exorcist Nigasting is a gold medal killer of the Viper. Then what is he doing here? Yifeng frowned slightly. If I'm right, his target is you, Brother Yi. Nanfeng said with certainty, the Viper lost its manpower in your hands, so this place must be recovered. Is he good? Long Wanner couldn't get out of Yifeng's embrace, and asked a crucial question. When Nanfeng heard it, he smiled wryly. I don't know his strength, but it is said that Nagustin once took a mission to Huagua, and killed the notorious wanted criminal in the martial arts at that time, Xingchen Blood Blade. What, the Star Blood Blade has been cultivated for 40 years, and it was given by that guy. Long Wanner covered her mouth and exclaimed. However, at this moment, Yifeng and Long Wanner noticed at the same time that the exorcist in a black windbreaker standing outside in the rain suddenly started moving, galloping towards the building they were in. When the exorcist moved, Yifeng and Long Wanner noticed it immediately. Get ready, Wanner, you protect Auntie, Nan Nan, you can figure it out yourself. I'll deal with him. Yifeng immediately protected Long Wanner and Xu Xu behind him, facing the direction of the balcony, and said solemnly. Me and you together. Long Wanner stubbornly leaned against him, refusing to leave. I can help too. Nanfeng picked up 2 more beer bottles. Me too. Xu Xu weakly raised a kitchen knife. Yifeng was speechless, and before he had time to persuade, the exorcist Nagustin quickly came to the outside of the courtyard of the building. With a light leap, he jumped up in the rainy night, and a figure in a black windbreaker appeared in the room where everyone was sitting. On the balcony. With the help of the weak candlelight, Xu Xu and Nanfeng finally saw each other's faces. They didn't have spiritual consciousness, and they only heard Long Wanner and Yifeng describe them before. It's really him. Nanfeng's face darkened, and he really confirmed the other party's identity. What can you do, Your Excellency? Yifeng stopped in front of the 3 of them, raised his head, and asked Nicustin on the balcony. Quack quack? Nicustin's hat was so big that it covered his entire face, making it hard to see, but the words he spoke were a series of French. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He took tutoring with Su Menghan. He could understand half of English, but he didn't understand French at all. All right now, how should we communicate? At this moment, Long Wanner, who was leaning against him, opened her small mouth, and spoke a series of fluent French, which was as melodious as a yellow oriole's song, and it was extremely beautiful. Long Wanner can speak French. Yifeng was stunned all of a sudden. This is too heaven-defying. People in martial arts will be like this? Idiot, keep up with the times, understand? Long Waner pinched Yi Feng quietly, explained softly, and then said, he is asking you if you would like to join the Viper organization. If you kill their people, unless you join their organization, they will hunt you down. Join Viper? Yi Feng laughed when he heard this. It's really a good idea, but unfortunately he doesn't have much interest in being a killer. He knew that such an international large-scale killer organization must have very strict rules and regulations, and it would be difficult to get out after entering. Tell him, I still like to be free. Yi Feng said in a low voice. If he rejects the other party so straightforwardly, the other party will probably kill him, right? Apparently Long Waner felt the same way, so she let go of Yi Feng's arm as she spoke, not wanting to become Yi Feng's burden during the battle. When Nagustin heard Long Waner's answer, he smiled softly. His voice was very delicate, and he should be a young man under 30 years old. He stretched out a white arm, pressed down on the black hat, and suddenly, a cold light shot towards Yi Feng. Hidden weapon? Yi Feng had been on guard the whole time, and immediately reacted. With one hand wave, the golden sword flashed past, and with a dang, it blocked the opponent's hidden weapon from flying. This is a small silver drill bit like a bullet, and it is actually hidden in Nagustin's hat. If it is to kill ordinary people, absolutely no one can escape. It's a pity that he met Yi Feng. Oh? Nagustin was a little surprised, even he didn't see clearly how Yi Feng blocked the silver drill he shot. You must know that the small silver drill bit is silent, and it is even more difficult to detect it in such a dark night. Even if there are candles in the room, ordinary martial arts people can't react, right? In other words, this kid has an accurate intuition and prediction of danger? It's not like Nagustin has never encountered such a person in his previous assassination experience, but he didn't know that what Yi Feng relied on was not his intuitive prediction, but his divine sense. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, blowing out the only candle, and suddenly the whole room couldn't be seen. Nanfang and Shushu seemed to be blind all of a sudden. They didn't dare to breathe, they stood there nervously, not daring to move. You stay and protect Auntie and Nanfang. Yi Feng leaned close to Long Waner's ear, whispered, and then cast Swift Shadow Wizard, and ran towards Nagustin quickly. Long Waner didn't dare to be careless. She didn't follow, she moved a bit, and stopped Shushu and Nanfang in the dark. Hoo-hoo! Yi Feng came in front of Nagustin, punched out, but hit the empty space. That guy also moved quickly, stepped back, jumped off the balcony, and stood above the gate of the building's yard, drenched in the rain. It's so quick. Yi Feng sneered secretly. He could already see what Nagustin's fighting power depended on. Equipment. That guy is full of high-tech equipment, including the shoes on his feet, the small ballista on his back, the black windbreaker, and the black hat, all of which are high-tech products that can be applied, fully armed. Its equipment is exquisite. Compared with the soldiers of the National Security Bureau, it is more elegant, but less destructive. For Nagustin, who only needed to kill, any heavy weapon was unnecessary. He only needed a short silver needle to kill. Since he is called an exorcist, he definitely has the ability to kill some demons and ghosts. With those boots on, he bounces amazingly. The hidden silver drill under the hat can kill the target in one fell swoop in most cases. In addition, he also has a trump card, which is the small crossbow hidden behind his back. It is an exorcism arrow specially equipped for people, demons, and ghosts in the martial arts, and it is specially designed to corrode energy such as internal energy. ZZ. Nagustin stretched out his arms, and 2 iron chains sprang out from his cuffs, rolling towards Yi Feng at an extremely fast speed, as if to catch him. Yi Feng had an idea. Instead of dodging, he jumped into the air to meet him. Poo-poo, 2 iron ropes suddenly entangled his hands and feet. This scene was detected by Long Waner's spiritual sense in the room, and he couldn't help being shocked. What happened to Yi Feng? Did he do it on purpose? Bye-bye. Nicostan smiled briskly, and stretched out the iron chain with both hands, firmly controlling Yi Feng. He had already bitten the small crossbow in his mouth, ready to pull the trigger. This small crossbow is definitely a martial arts nightmare. As long as it hits, it will definitely be more effective than the suppressing gun of the National Security Bureau, making Yi Feng feel weak all over. It's a pity that Yi Feng moved faster than him. Xianchu, Qian. Yi Feng's hands and feet were bound, but he didn't panic. He opened his mouth, and a ball of fire shot out from his mouth, sweeping towards him in an instant. Nicostan's face changed drastically, and he wanted to jump away, but Yi Feng pulled his hands, and the two iron ropes pulled Nicostan back. The iron chain originally intended to bind Yi Feng became Nicostan's own reminder. Boom! Nicostan was instantly a burning man. The fierce battle in the rainy night was over in a moment. Yi Feng spewed out a fireball unexpectedly, killing a difficult opponent in seconds again. Long Wanner and Nanfang, who had met once, were not overly surprised, but secretly relieved. But Shu Shu saw from a distance, Yi Feng actually opened his mouth and spewed out a fireball, his face turned pale with fright. Who exactly is Yi Feng? How can he spew out fireballs? As far as Shu Shu knows, there is no such strange martial art in the entire martial arts world. The two slender iron cables connecting Yi Feng and Nicostan were grabbed by Yi Feng's hands and pulled, throwing Nicostan's body into the sea water below. With a sound of plop, the fire on Nicostan's body was extinguished, and then Yi Feng raised his hands, connected with the iron chain, and pulled Nicostan's body into the house. Immediately after, he let go of his hands, jumped forward, and jumped into the yard. Boom! The golden longsword condensed out, one sword at a time, and killed the 5 stunned punks. Yi Feng originally wanted to let them live, but he didn't expect that during the battle, he cast a fireball and let them see it, so they couldn't save their lives. Anyway, the other party came to take his life and throw him into the sea. Yi Feng didn't mind repaying him in his own way. If you want to kill, you must have the consciousness to be killed. As his true energy dissipated, Yi Feng stepped into the icy sea water, creating a layer of turbulent waves, and washed away the corpses of the 5 thugs. In such weather with continuous torrential rain and occasional tsunamis, it is believed that their bodies will soon be submerged by the tide. Even if someone finds out, they won't be able to find Yi Feng. It was only then that Yi Feng returned to the upstairs room, opened his eyes and looked, and couldn't help laughing. He just threw Nicostan's body in, and the South immediately lit the candle again, and then began to pick up the equipment on Nicostan's body. Although this guy was burned to death, his equipment is top-notch. Especially the pair of shoes, and the small ballista made of fine iron secret, with 7 small crossbow bolts attached, from formal channels. Even if it costs tens of millions, they can't be bought. These are electric jumping boots. They can be used when fully charged, and the jumping ability has been increased by more than 3 times. This ballista can only be fired 7 times, but it will be very useful at critical moments. Nanfang quickly figured out that as for the other things, they had been completely burned down by Yi Feng's fireball. Take these 2 things with you. Yi Feng waved his hand. If there is nothing else, it's time to send this guy away. He left Nicostan's body in order to see if there was any equipment that could be looted. The behavior of the South was exactly what he wanted. Now that it's settled, it's time for Nicostan's corpse to go on the road like those 5 gangsters. No, everything else is broken, and it doesn't do us much good. Nanfang shook his head and smiled, holding the electric jumping boots in one hand and tinkering with the small ballista with the other. He liked it very much. Looting the weapons from the exorcist Nicostan was something he would never even have thought of before, but it was a matter of course and easy in front of Yi Feng. Wanner, did you make a mistake? Shu Shu pulled Long Wanner, and whispered to the side, that what Nicostan, isn't he the Xingchen blood blade who killed the most wanted criminal with 40 years of cultivation? It stands to reason that he would be very strong. How could Xiao Feng? He is not an ordinary person. Long Wanner narrowed her eyes slightly, and didn't say much about Yifeng's cultivation. Wanner, Nanfeng, come here. Yifeng walked into the room. Now that the enemy has been dealt with, it's time to explain something. Absorb this, there is something you need to do later. He took out the big coral king, and by candlelight, a red coral appeared in front of everyone, like a pair of antlers, shining strangely in the dark. This is the great coral king? Long Wanner was stunned all of a sudden, feeling the bursts of heaven and earth spiritual energy fluctuations transmitted from the great coral king. She couldn't believe it. This piece of heavenly material and earthly treasure, which can make people in the martial arts world improve their cultivation level for 5 years, just appeared in front of her like this. Yifeng actually did it, snatched the great coral king. Yes, without further ado, absorb it quickly. Yifeng threw the big coral king and handed it to Long Wanner. This made Long Wanner stunned even more, a little at a loss. What are you going to do for me? I'll improve your cultivation, idiot. Yifeng smiled, and patted her small head lightly. My meridians are not strong enough to absorb them. Long Wanner was about to cry. Yifeng just gave her such a precious thing? This is 5 years of cultivation. In the martial arts, who doesn't put cultivation base in the most important position, even if it is a couple who are in trouble in the martial arts world, it is rare to give such precious things to each other. Hurry up, don't waste time. Yifeng leaned close to her ear and smiled. If you want to thank me, just perform well later in the evening. As soon as these words came out, even Long Wanner blushed pretty, and cursed inwardly, big pervert. But in this way, she didn't hesitate any more. After a little guessing, she knew that what Yifeng was going to tell her later would be very important, so she didn't dare to waste time. She took the big coral king and went to the side, sat down cross-legged and started absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The pill core is running, gradually transforming the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true energy. At this time, the phenomenon like the hurricane tornado in the small fishing village will not appear, and that kind of phenomenon will only appear under extremely rare and specific circumstances. Long Wanner's cultivation began to improve steadily. She has practiced martial arts for a much longer time than Yifeng, and her meridians have already been expanded to the extent that it can accommodate more than 20 years of cultivation. She is not afraid that she will not be able to absorb it. Nanfeng, this is for you, and you will also absorb it. Then Yifeng took out a small coral and handed it to the south. What made Yifeng feel a little sad was that these small corals had lost half of their spiritual energy, and the effect was not as good as it was at the beginning. But at any rate, it can also improve the cultivation of the south. He took out one small coral tree after another, and threw one to Long Wanner and Shu. Large and small corals can absorb once. In other words, Long Wanner can improve her cultivation for 6 or 7 years, with one sex now. As for Shu, Wanner, teach your aunt the way of the Long family later. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Anyway, you have left the Long family, so you don't have to care about Long's indifferent face. In this world, you have to have the strength to be safe. No, if Long Moran knows about this. Shu panicked immediately. Even if you don't practice, will Long Moran let you go? Yifeng chuckled lightly and waved his hands. Don't worry, now that Wanner and I are here, even if we meet Long Moran again, we may not be powerless to fight. Naturally, he has something to rely on when he says this, since he and Long Wanner, 2 immortal cultivators, combined to cast the immortal technique by surprise, and if they cooperate properly, they can definitely kill Long Moran. It's a pity that in Shu's eyes, his words were regarded as a consolation. She nodded, thinking to herself that what Yifeng said was true. Whether she cultivated or not, Long Moran would never let her go, so why not start cultivating, and hope it can play a role at the critical moment. Under the guidance of Long Wanner and Yifeng, Shu Shu practiced the Long family's heart method, the Dragon Transformation Sutra, and then, together with Nanfeng, began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small coral. And Long Wanner is familiar with the road, and quickly absorbed all the big coral king and small corals, and has 18 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. This was something that Long Wanner had never thought about before. Now she not only has 18 years of cultivation, she is also a cultivator of immortality, and her strength and hard work is about the same as that of a martial arts master who has been in the martial arts for 36 years. How is the practice of the few fairy arts I taught you? Yifeng watched from the side, seeing that everything was going well. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked. It's all done. Long Wanner stood up, blinking her eyes. Really? Let's set a fireball to see. Yifeng was a little surprised. Although Swift Shadow, Invisibility, and Scarlet Flame were all simple basic fairy arts, Long Wanner had never been exposed to fairy arts before. How could he learn them so quickly? Although it is a jade body with immortal veins, this talent seems to be a bit unexpected. Of course, Yifeng might be faster than her, but Long Wanner's speed has already surprised him. When Long Wanner heard it, she didn't hesitate, her true energy gathered in her hands, and with a boom, a fireball appeared from her white palm. Looking at the light and intensity, this fireball is more powerful and brighter than Yifeng's. After all, Long Wanner has cultivated for 18 years. Good. Yifeng's eyes showed admiration. It seems that teaching her to cultivate immortality is indeed correct, so Long Wanner will definitely be a great help to him in the future. 18 years plus 12 years, both of them have 30 years of cultivation in total, plus true energy is twice as powerful as internal energy, and overall, they are more powerful than Long Moran. Of course, Long Moran comprehended the third layer of Feng Wuxuiyue swordsmanship. Yifeng has never seen it until now, and he doesn't know how powerful it is. Anyway, it must not be underestimated. In this case, now I will teach you another immortal technique, which is the inherited immortal technique of my master and I, the burial star arrow. Yifeng finally expressed his thoughts, and explained to Long Wanner the true chi movement route of the buried star arrow. This is not a simple basic fairy art, even Yifeng himself may have to spend an hour or two to perform it initially. It was even more difficult for Long Wanner. Sure enough, when Long Wanner heard the method of release, she immediately frowned, feeling a little complicated. Every fairy art has a different principle and true chi circulation. No matter who comes into contact with a new fairy art, it is impossible to learn it instantly, including Yifeng. He is a genius, but not a god. Comprehension of immortality will be much faster than ordinary immortal practitioners, but it still takes time. The difference in speed is nothing more than that. If it feels almost the same, let's set off for the sea. You need to use this move to break through a layer of extremely cold ice. Yifeng said. Are you going to see Master? Long Wanner suddenly became nervous. I hope she's in there. Yifeng smiled. Don't be nervous, although Master has a bad temper, she will never embarrass her own people. Oh. Long Wanner nodded, still a little uneasy in her heart. After all, she is a strange person who can cultivate immortals, and even Yifeng's skills are all learned from her. Although there was continuous torrential rain outside the house, dark clouds and lightning were densely covered, and even a single star could not be seen, but the star-burying arrow did not need to see the stars. As long as the stars existed, they could slowly absorb and condense the power of the stars to form an arrow. Long Wanner sat upright to comprehend. It was already the middle of the night, and the time passed slowly. Yifeng stood by and burned the remains of the big coral king and 3 small corals without leaving any evidence. There were only 5 small corals left, and there was not much aura left in the world, but at critical moments, they could still replenish their true energy, and Yifeng carried it with him. Suddenly, Yifeng frowned. What's wrong? On the side, Nanfeng was studying the two pieces of equipment obtained from Nikostan. Hearing Yifeng's voice, he couldn't help asking. "What's this?" Yifeng raised his arm, glanced at it, and immediately became vigilant, and saw a silver needle suddenly appeared on his arm, piercing it. If he didn't feel a pain in his arm, he wouldn't have found this silver needle at all. "No, is this the 1,000 miles invisible needle?" Long Wanner's consciousness swept away, and she was surprised immediately. "Thousands of miles invisible needle, what is that?" Yifeng pulled out the silver needle, but soon felt that the whole arm started to go numb and gradually lost consciousness. "It's a concealed weapon method of the hidden immortal school. It can be cast from a long distance and it is silent." Long Wanner explained quickly, stood up, and immediately swept away her divine sense. "It's not good, it seems that there are still people staring at us. I didn't expect that the divine sense could not detect the 1,000 miles invisible needle, everyone be careful." Hearing her explanation, Yifeng's expression suddenly became serious. Long Wanner has cultivated for 18 years now, and her spiritual perception range is 180 meters, but there is no suspicious person within this distance, so it can be seen that the master of the Yin sect is far away, and Yifeng's 12-year cultivation is only 180 meters away. "I can't feel it anymore." The invisible needle for thousands of miles really lives up to its name. Yifeng thought that outside the abandoned factory in Yanjing, the distance from the soul chaser to release the hidden weapon was also more than 100 meters away. It seems that masters of hidden weapons in the martial arts world should not be underestimated. Yifeng thought in his heart that in the current situation, not only were they unaware of the other party's existence, but the most important thing was that the other party knew them well, and the invisible needle pierced his arm directly. "Xiao Feng, come here quickly, I'll show you." Shu Shu ran over and took his arm. "Be careful, you stay behind me." Yifeng didn't even think about it, he stopped in front of Shu Shu and opened his arms. Puff. 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 Several silver needles were shot in from the balcony one after another. Even Yifeng didn't see their whereabouts clearly, he was immediately pricked all over his body by the silver needles. The poison carried by the silver needle spread rapidly in his body, paralyzing his whole body. Not only him, but Long Wanner and Nanfeng beside him both got several silver needles. The hidden immortal sect master who came was extremely powerful. Why would you provoke such a master? Yifeng understood as soon as he thought about it, and secretly regretted in his heart. He knew that he would have directly dealt with that woman at that time. When he was in Changbai Mountain, Yifeng killed Li Junlong, the adopted son of the elder of Yin Zi sect's criminal law with his sword, but let the woman Du Wan go because of Zhu Bainiao. Now this matter must have been known by the people of Yin Zi sect, and then sent people to avenge Li Junlong. In the torrential rain outside, a pitch-black figure approached quickly, as nimble as a flea, with amazing lightness. A bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, illuminating the figure in night clothes, wearing a black mask, and his eyes were as deep and dark as ghosts, making people shudder. That is a hidden weapon master, with 50 years of cultivation. Those who have cultivated for 50 years can be regarded as first-class masters even in the Long family, let alone in the Immortal sect. It seems that in order to kill Yifeng, the Immortal sect has made full determination. When he was at the bottom of the sea, he saw a lot of powerful Yifeng with 50 years of cultivation. He even killed a master of the Divine Fist and snatched the Great Coral King. But now it's not the bottom of the sea, but on land, in a village, facing a nimble hidden weapon master who looks like a ghost, the invisible needle shot out by the other party, even the divine sense can't detect it. From this point of view, martial arts on Earth are definitely not as unbearable as Yifeng imagined. Yifeng's consciousness was always locked on the hidden weapon master outside the house. When the opponent approached within a range of 120 meters, Yifeng's consciousness could finally perceive the opponent's existence, but unfortunately the opponent's speed was too fast. It was basically impossible to kill him with the immortal technique Qi Yan like before. In addition, Yi Feng, Long Wanner, and Nanfeng were all hit by the 1,000-mile invisible needle. Their bodies were paralyzed, their movements were restricted, and it was even more difficult to fight against each other. Yi Feng turned his face to the side, and by the candlelight, he exchanged a glance with Nanfeng, and they both nodded slightly. Boom! A small flying knife finally pierced through the glass of the balcony window and entered the room. The primary target was not Yi Feng, but Long Wanner. Stealth, sneak attack, legs. Yi Feng threw Long Wanner down, dodged the small throwing knife, and whispered in her ear. Long Wanner didn't hesitate, and with a wave of genuine energy in her delicate body, she instantly disappeared. The entire surrounding area was already pitch black, but now that she was using the invisibility technique, it was even more impossible to find her. Yi Feng could feel that the hidden weapon expert of the Immortal sect outside the room was suddenly taken aback, as if he didn't expect that a big living person suddenly disappeared. To be able to see the situation inside the house clearly in the rainy night, the master of the Immortal school must have brought some high-tech products, such as infrared night vision devices and the like. But this kind of thing is useless when it comes to invisibility. From Yi Feng's perception, Long Wanner's tender body jumped out of the balcony a little clumsily. It seemed that she had been hit by an invisible needle for thousands of miles, which made her agility drop a lot. Yi Feng didn't hesitate, he also followed, came to the balcony, aimed at the master of the Immortal school at the side, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a fireball. This guy has been hiding in the dark, so the scene where Yi Feng killed Nagustin just now must have been noticed by him, and the fairy red flame is not a secret. Sure enough, when the other party saw Yi Feng spraying out the fireball, although he was puzzled, he was not surprised, and easily dodged with a flash of his body, and at the same time swung it with one hand. Whoosh! A row of dozens of small throwing knives flew directly towards the balcony. Celestial Girl Scattering Flower Technique. The cultivation base of this ancient sect master is much higher than that of Li Junlong from Chongbai Mountain. Li Junlong could only release more than 10 throwing knives, but this guy was able to release more than 30 throwing knives, among which were mixed with thinner silver needles, which gave off a gloomy atmosphere and were highly poisonous at first glance. Faced with this situation, the two could only escape. Yi Feng hid behind a wardrobe sideways, and the sound of flying knives hitting the wooden wardrobe was endless, bang, bang, bang. As for Long Wanner, she lowered her head and used the brick wall of the balcony as a barrier. If you have 20 years of cultivation, you don't have to be so embarrassing. Yi Feng thought in his heart, after 20 years of cultivation, the disciples of the Star Tomb sect can practice one trick of immortality, the Shield of the Stars. It is the most suitable to resist such an attack. Swish! Yi Feng only waited for the opponent's throwing knives to be blocked by the wardrobe, and immediately jumped out. With a flash of golden sword light, an ice-blue dragon-slaying sword chief flew towards the opponent, piercing through the rain curtain. The sword energy was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. The hidden Immortal school master moved his footsteps, trying to dodge, but his speed was not fast enough for the sword energy to come, and the sword energy brushed his face and passed by. The black mask and night vision goggles were directly pierced by this sword energy. Long Wanner, who was hiding at the side, also jumped out at this time, waved one hand, and shot a dark blue arrow. Puff! Her stealth-breaking blow was even more unpredictable. The dark blue arrow pierced through the right thigh of the master of the hidden fairy school, and the huge penetrating power knocked him back a big step, and fell heavily on the waist deep. There was a splash of water in the sea water in the courtyard. This star burial arrow has the penetrating power, but the speed is not enough. Yi Feng saw the way in it all at once, and it really didn't take long for Long Wanner to fully master this fairy art. Standing on the balcony, the two of them were about to jump down and end that guy, but at this moment, both of them felt their bodies stiffen at the same time, and the poison attached to the 1,000 miles invisible needle finally exploded at this moment. Lore. A deep voice came from the seawater below, and then, a series of flying knives broke through the water and flew towards the two people on the balcony. Although he didn't know how that guy had so many throwing knives on him, Yifeng obviously shouldn't think about it now. The lure is the ultimate move of the Yin sect. It uses continuous flying knives to kill people. It is invincible in sneak attacks. Even in a frontal battle, it can forcefully kill fellow martial arts practitioners. Long Wanner quickly explained that she saw a series of flying knives attacking with her consciousness, but her body was stiff and unable to make any movements. The same was true for Yifeng. He felt the poison on the 1,000 miles invisible needle. The suppressing effect on true qi was not strong, but even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to kill him many times. Puff. 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 Yifeng exhausted all his strength, barely pulled Long Wanner behind him, and raised his arms alone, facing the continuous flying knives. One after another, the flying knives pierced deeply into his arm, and each knife pierced a deep bone wound, which quickly left his arms bloody and bloody. The ultimate move of the Immortal sect, Lure Kill, can unleash 100 throwing knives in just 5 seconds, and one is more powerful than the other. If you use your body to resist like Yifeng, your arms will soon be shattered. Get shot to pieces. However, the master's trick of the Immortal school only lasted for half a second, and suddenly there was no follow-up. Not only were there no more flying knives coming, there was even a sudden silence under the water. Not enough flying knives? Conscience found out that he wanted to keep them alive? Neither. Grandma, I was scared to death, but fortunately I shot it. A cursing voice came from the downstairs bathroom, and it was Nanfeng. This demon-breaking crossbow is very useful, and it can be turned off with one arrow. The master of the Immortal sect who had lost his night vision device, injured his thigh, and was unable to move was finally succeeded in a sneak attack by Nanfeng, who hid aside and killed him in one fell swoop. The exquisite cooperation of the three finally allowed them to escape. How are you? Shu Shu in the house heard Nan's cursing. She finally let go of her hanging heart, and hurried to the balcony, but saw Yifeng fell backwards, quickly opened a pair of jade arms, and hugged him firmly. Accidentally, Yifeng's head was pillowed on 2 lumps of plump softness. When Yifeng fell backwards, his body was really out of control. Not only was his body paralyzed by the toxin, his arms were also bloody from the flying knives. He couldn't hold on anymore. Originally, he thought that this time he would definitely fall to the ground, and his eyes would be full of stares, but he didn't expect to hit a soft place soon, like lying on a pillow, and he was relieved comfortably. Xiaofeng, your hand? Shu Shu saw several throwing knives pierced in Yifeng's hands by the light of the candles in the room, and blood flowed out. She was so frightened that her face paled. Why was she hurt so badly? Yifeng only heard her voice at this time, and immediately knew where he was lying, and couldn't help but blush. There is no doubt that Shu Shu's figure is excellent, plump, sexy, and soft, and it is really comfortable to lean on it, but she is Long Wanner's aunt. Don't worry, help us in. Yifeng said immediately. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but unfortunately he couldn't. The toxin paralyzing effect of the Qianli Wuwu needle was too strong. Not only him, but Long Wanner who was protected by him was also unable to move, leaning stiffly on the balcony. Seeing Yifeng collapsed in Shu Shu's arms, Long Wanner cursed secretly. In normal times, she would definitely go up and grab Yifeng's ears and yell at him, but in this critical period, she doesn't have this idea. Seeing Yifeng's shocking arms, Long Wanner was a little moved. Yifeng had to pull her back at the critical moment, otherwise all these knives would have been stuck on her body. What she is thinking now is to quickly suppress the toxin in the 1,000 miles invisible needle, and then perform lay on hands to help Yifeng heal his arm. Soon, Shu Shu first helped Yifeng into the house. Although it didn't take long, but during the period, it was full of charm, which made Yifeng feel a little embarrassed. Shu Shu, on the other hand, didn't think too much, and quickly helped Long Wanner in, then found a clean dress, and tore off 2 strips of cloth. "Xiao Feng, hold back," Xu said softly, and pulled out several throwing knives from Yifeng's arms. It can be seen from Xu's actions that she has a lot of experience in dealing with such wounds. After pulling out the throwing knife, she immediately tied Yifeng's arm with 2 pieces of cloth to stop the bleeding. Xu's movements were fast, but very light and gentle, which greatly relieved Yifeng's pain, and quickly let him breathe a sigh of relief. After the cloth strips were tied around his arms, he finally stopped bleeding. "Auntie, how about you go down and see the south?" Yifeng suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why is that boy in the south silent? With a sweep of consciousness, he couldn't help but smile. In order to hide and use Nakastan's demon-breaking crossbow to kill the master of the Immortal School in one fell swoop, Nanfang hid in the bathroom on the 1st floor. The seawater in the bathroom had already reached his waist, and the toxin had just exploded. Nan couldn't stand up, fell headlong into it, and couldn't move. If no one went to look at it, it might just drown in the water like this. Now Xu is the only one who can move freely, she nodded, took the candle and went downstairs. After a while, she dragged Nanfang upstairs. In Xu's eyes now, Nanfang is Yifeng's follower. Of course he doesn't have to be too kind, it is impossible to treat him the same as Yifeng. Nanfang was dragged all the way up the stairs. He wanted to die due to the bumps, and wept bitterly. "Eldest sister, you should be gentle, Emma, I hit the egg." Soon Xu dragged him up and threw him on the spot, which made him burst into tears. Rest. Long Wanner was the tallest, and indeed, she was the first to remove the toxin and recovered. Without even thinking about it, she cast lay on hands to heal Yifeng's arm. High cultivation is good, and the treatment effect is better and more obvious. Under the shining golden light, Yifeng's originally rotten arms quickly returned to normal, leaving only a few ugly scars, which may take a while to completely disappear. As a result, all of Long Wanner's true energy was consumed. Yifeng casually threw a small coral to replenish her true energy. The situation finally stabilized. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng went downstairs and brought up the master of the Immortal School who died in the sea. A guy with 50 years of cultivation must be well known in the world, and Long Wanner probably knows him. Knowing who the other party is, you can know more information, and by the way, you can also search how many throwing knives are left on him. The South has practiced the ghost cry sword technique, but is worried that it will not be useful for flying swords. Yifeng quickly found the opponent's body, and found that the southern crossbow arrow was shooting at this guy's temple, piercing deeply, and with the special effect of the demon-breaking crossbow, it's no wonder that this guy didn't die. When Yifeng took off his black mask, Long Wanner suddenly exclaimed, "This is Qin Ge, the Ghost Slayer." In the arena, every famous master has his own nickname. Many are self-proclaimed, such as small characters like Jianghui Shuangsha, but some are recognized by the world. For example, the soul-chasing escort, and Qin Ge, the god-slaying ghost in front of him, are all well-known figures in the martial arts. A master who has cultivated for 50 years can definitely stand alone in the arena, but now he died under the exquisite cooperation of Yifeng and the other 3. In the past, no one would believe it if it was said that the famous god-slaying ghost would capsize the ship in the gutter when he dealt with 3 little kids. The hidden immortal sect would never have imagined that the master they were proud of had already lost his life, and Yifeng and the others had seized everything on him. A throwing knife bag hanging on the waist, in which there are more than 20 light and small flying knives left, and a needle barrel hanging on each of the left and right ankles. There are thousands of invisible needles with paralyzing toxins, and there is also a kind of jet black, a long needle with deadly poison at first sight. It's just that the deadly toxin long needle is relatively thick, so it's not suitable for sneak attack. All these things belong to the South, and he was so happy from ear to ear. Long Wanner had never imagined that he could kill a martial arts master with 50 years of cultivation in this way. She secretly glanced at Yi Feng, thinking that from now on, she was no longer fighting alone. Let's get out of here. After searching, Yi Feng stood up and made a decision. Now that so many people have come one after another, it seems that the village is no longer safe. Long Wanner got up, and suddenly her eyebrows frowned slightly. Someone is here again. Now her spiritual consciousness range is wider than Yi Feng's, reaching a range of 180 meters. Who is it? Yi Feng, Nanfeng and Shu Shu became tense at the same time. It's the two who were looking for you at the hotel this morning. Long Wanner glanced at Yi Feng, with a half-smile. One of them is a beautiful woman. Tell me, why does she want you? Is it Xiao Yu and what Wan Xiao? Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Soon, the other two entered the range of Yi Feng's spiritual perception. Sure enough, it was Xiao Yu and Wan Xiaodong. Yi Feng's consciousness swept away, and he couldn't help pausing on Xiao Yu for a while. I have to say that this beautiful girl has a really good figure, covering her mature and sexy figure. But soon, Yi Feng put all his attention on Wan Xiaodong. This guy wanted to hire someone to kill him, but now he offered to send it to his door. Yi Feng has no reason to let him go. He didn't care about the identity of the other party, no matter how awesome his background was. Who could be blamed for dying in such a barren mountain and on the edge of a tsunami? It is not a gentleman not to report a grudge. Although Yi Feng doesn't think he is a gentleman, he must take revenge, and now is an excellent opportunity. With the strength of him and Long Wanner, who would have known who would have killed Wan Xiaodong without anyone noticing and thrown them into the sea? This is exactly Wan Xiaodong's own thinking, but it will soon be fulfilled in his own body. I'll go out and have a look first, and I'll be right back. Yi Feng stood up. In such rainy weather, the village was flooded with waist-high seawater. Whether it was Shu Shu or the south, it was very inconvenient to move around. In addition, there was a comatose Taiji temple boy. After Yi Feng has dealt with Wan Xiaodong quietly, it's time to take everyone away. The most important thing later is to let the three of Nanfeng, Shu Shu, and the young man from Taiji Hall go back safely, while Yi Feng and Long Wanner continue to go overseas and break through the extremely cold ice wall. Yi Feng walked out of the village alone, dived into the waist-deep icy sea water, and dived towards Xiao Yu and Wan Xiaodong who were approaching. Now, he's a hunter. Xiao Yu and Wan Xiaodong brought all their equipment and set off from the center of Xiangshan County, passed through the police blockade, and arrived at the village behind the mountain. Facing the waist-deep icy sea water, Xiao Yu hesitated and wondered, "Are you sure that masked man is here? Why didn't your men call?" "You can't be wrong, they are talking about this village." As Wan Xiaodong said, he also disliked the seawater in front of him. He felt that the seawater was extremely dirty. He was the famous Wan Xiaodong in Shanghai. If he walked like this, wouldn't his legs be dirty? I just don't know why those little gangsters haven't sent a message yet. It stands to reason that they have already succeeded. Wan Xiaodong never thought that it would be easy for 5 big men with iron bars to kill a masked boy and throw him into the sea. How about Xiao Yu? Let's wait here. Wan Xiaodong took a flashlight and felt that the village in front of him was gloomy and a little empty. It smells like blood. Xiao Yu was more sensitive than him. Although there was a heavy rainstorm, she was still keenly aware of the faint smell of blood coming from the vicinity. This bloody smell doesn't look like fish, and Xiao Yu can't tell the difference, but the woman's intuition just makes her feel that this place is very dangerous. What bloody smell? It seems to be a bit. Wan Xiaodong took 2 deep breaths, nodded his head, feeling relieved that the 5 gangsters must have beaten the masked boy to death with an iron rod. Now, just stay here and wait for the punks to come back. Careful. Suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed something strange in the waist-deep sea in front of her, as if something was approaching quickly. WTF? Wan Xiaodong also noticed it, and when he shone the flashlight, he saw a shark fin appearing in the shallow water in front of him, and he quickly swam towards the two of them. This time, Wang Xiaodong was immediately taken aback. Almost reflexively, Xiaoyu and Wang Xiaodong backed away quickly. They never thought that there would be sharks appearing on the shore of such shallow water where the tsunami was rising. This is not scientific at all. Unfortunately, just as the two of them took a small step back, the shark in the sea had already approached the shore, and then jumped up forcefully. It really is a shark. The fierce eyes and extremely sharp fangs undoubtedly showed that as long as one is bitten by it, it will definitely end in death. The shark jumped out of the water, opened its mouth wide, and bit Wang Xiaodong's head. Ah! Wang Xiaodong was scared out of his wits all of a sudden. Help, help! He retreated in a hurry, but tripped over the grass and vines on the ground, panicked, peed his pants in shock, and threw the flashlight aside. At this time, Wang Xiaodong didn't have time to think about why sharks appeared in this place. He was only regretting, why did he accompany Xiaoyu to such a ghostly place? Obviously he just had to wait for the news of those gangsters. No, those punks haven't responded until now, so they were also eaten by sharks? Wang Xiaodong's pupils constricted violently, and his mind turned sharply. At this moment of life and death, his instinct for survival made him suddenly think of a way. He grabbed Xiaoyu, who was retreating at the same time, pulled her hard, and pulled her to the front. Xiaoyu was staggered by him. She didn't expect that at the critical moment, Wang Xiaodong would make such a move, and even use her as a woman as a shield. Isn't it too shameless? Of course, Xiaoyu didn't have time to think more at this time. Facing the large shark leaping towards him, Xiaoyu immediately calmed down and prepared to display her black belt in karate to kick the shark away. Anyone who sees an extremely ferocious big shark in this situation can't help being nervous, but Xiaoyu was able to stabilize her mind, which made the shark look a little different. Of course, a shark would not have the emotion of admiration. In fact, this shark was Yifeng, but it was just a trick to make the two of them think they saw a shark. Yifeng made a sharp turn in midair, bypassed Xiaoyu, and grabbed Wang Xiaodong, who was on the ground behind her. From Xiaoyu's point of view, the shark leaped over her and bit Wang Xiaodong's arm. Her beautiful eyes widened. Couldn't it? This shark can turn around? So witty? Or do you not like to bite women, but like to bite men? Before she could react, the shark in her eyes had already bit Wang Xiaodong tightly, and then with a swing of her body, she jumped back into the sea water again. Ah! Wang Xiaodong's screams were endless. Shocked, Xiaoyu kept backing away, and soon leaned against a tree, panting continuously. Her delicate body wearing a raincoat in the rainstorm looked extremely attractive, her chest heaving and falling. It was obvious that the scene just brought her too much pain. Big shock. Not good, young Master Wang. After a while, she suddenly remembered that it was Wang Xiaodong from Shanghai who was bitten and dragged away by the shark. Moreover, Wang Xiaodong came here with her and was. If this spread to the Wang family's ears, wouldn't Xiaoyu die? Could it be that Wang Xiaodong was dragged away by a shark? Ghost letter. She didn't dare to think too much. She stepped forward and jumped into the water. Yifeng grabbed Wang Xiaodong and dragged him into the water. Wang Xiaodong screamed again and again, thinking that he was really bitten by a shark and dragged away, and then washed away by the extremely cold sea water. His heart was filled with despair. He regretted in his heart that he shouldn't have come to this kind of bird place. Now it's over, it's over. What Yifeng thought was to drag him into the sea and almost drown him, but before Wang Xiaodong died, Yifeng's consciousness swept away and he found that Xiaoyu followed him. This woman, don't want to live anymore? Yifeng was a little surprised. Under such bad weather, Xiaoyu would dare to go into the water. Wouldn't she be afraid of being dragged away by sharks? Or is Wang Xiaodong too important to be left alone? Yifeng didn't think much about it, just a huge wave came within the range of his consciousness. After this wave, the sea water in the whole village would rise several centimeters. Xiaoyu went into the water at this time, undoubtedly seeking her own death. Even if Yi Feng ignored her, after being washed away by the waves, he would die without a place to die. You must know the current seabed, but even Long Moran and the others dare not rush in, let alone Xiao Yu, a woman with big breasts and no brains. Yi Feng's true energy shook. He broke Wang Xiaodong's pulse in his hand, and then let go of his hand, allowing him to be swept away by the tsunami. A top-notch dandy in the Shanghai stock market who did a lot of evil and spoiled countless girls was killed by Yi Feng, just like that, leaving no bones left. Killed and thrown into the sea, who would know? Wang Xiaodong's original thoughts were fulfilled in himself, and his soul has since returned to the sea. Huge waves rolled in and swept away Wang Xiaodong's body, while Yi Feng and Xiao Yu were also swept up. Yi Feng was a bit better. He used the dragon tortoise hold chi art and quickly stabilized his figure, but Xiao Yu couldn't do it like him. When the huge wave came, it directly swept her in, leaving her completely unable to react in time. Under the storm, the surroundings were pitch black, and frequent lightning strikes were also in the distance. Xiao Yu didn't notice the huge waves coming at all. Now even Wang Xiaodong has never been seen again, but even himself has been involved. But she didn't regret it. If she couldn't find Wang Xiaodong, she would definitely be cornered by Wang's family when she went back to Shanghai, and she had to go back to Yanjing. This is what she doesn't want to see. She has been in the Shanghai stock market since she was in college, and she also stayed in the Shanghai stock market after graduating from college. Isn't it just to get out of that family cage? In the turbulent waves, she couldn't control her balance at all. Seeing her whole body was icy cold, she was being pushed further and further away, and her consciousness became more and more blurred. Suddenly, she felt her hand was grabbed by someone. Walk. A deep male voice rang in her ears, followed by a jolt, and she felt that she was being pulled towards the shore. Of course only Yi Feng came to rescue her. Yi Feng wanted to kill Wang Xiaodong, because Wang Xiaodong wanted to kill him first, and he used the same way to deal with him. But Xiao Yu was an innocent person. Yi Feng couldn't just watch her die in the tsunami like this. Anyway, it's just a matter of passing. In the icy sea water, Yi Feng dragged Xiao Yu to swim towards the shore, avoiding some ice debris along the way, and finally was hit ashore by a huge wave, and washed into the originally towering hill forest. The wave receded, and the figures of the two were revealed, soaked all over, and Yi Feng happened to be on top of each other, with an ambiguous posture. Cough cough, cough. Xiao Yu didn't think about it too much. Now she was dizzy, and she didn't even know what happened, only vaguely aware that someone saved her. But, why does the chest feel so heavy and uncomfortable? Go back, don't ask for trouble. Yi Feng said in a low voice. He got up, and with a sweep of consciousness, he found that Long Waner was running from the side. Are you okay? Long Waner's crisp voice is like an angel in the dark night. At least to Xiao Yu's ears, it sounded too much like an angel, because it let her know that she was really still alive. It's all right. Let's go. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave. Cough, Wang, where's Wang Xiaodong? Xiao Yu supported the big tree and stood up, very embarrassed. Get dragged away by the shark. I'm sorry, I can't save him. Yi Feng said in a low voice. With the light of the faint lightning that occasionally came from a distance, a face wearing a grimace mask appeared in Xiao Yu's eyes. It's you. Xiao Yu exclaimed. She never thought that it would be this masked man who saved her in this situation. If you still want to commit suicide by jumping into the sea, please go ahead. I will save you once, but I don't have time to save you a second time. After Yi Feng finished speaking coldly, he stepped forward and pulled Long Waner away. Etc. Xiao Yu still remembered that the purpose of her and Wang Xiaodong's coming here was to find the masked man. But now that the masked man has been found, Wang Xiaodong has disappeared. She is not brain dead, knowing that going into the sea in this situation is purely suicide, so she can only give up the idea of finding Wang Xiaodong. She hurriedly wanted to keep up with Yi Feng and Long Waner, but after the flashlight was gone, she couldn't even see their shadows, as if they were alone in the forest. The current Xiaoyu finally understands how Xiaoqi felt when she was rescued twice by the masked man. Now how to do? Undoubtedly, Xiaoyu knew that it was time for her to go back, but was this trip all for nothing? Her initial thought was to find the masked man and warn him not to have any thoughts about her sister, Xiaoqi. Now she knows it's ridiculous. They just saved Xiaoqi twice by the way, and they didn't have any idea about Xiaoqi at all. If there is, it is because Xiaoqi is acting affectionate. What she should educate is her younger sister, Xiaoqi, not the masked man. She originally thought that it was the masked man who wanted to step on two boats. Xiaoyu herself was rescued once by the masked man, and she could clearly feel that the man had no idea about her at all. I just don't know, what is the relationship between this masked man and Yanjing's Yifeng? Thinking in her heart, she hurriedly walked back, but halfway there, she heard the sound of arguing in front of her. People in front, stop. A man's voice came out of the loudspeaker, full of air and threatening. I found suspicious people, take them all back. On the top of the woods, several figures suddenly appeared. Under the light of the car behind them, they were clearly visible. They were Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi. The two women rushed over with 4 soldiers from the National Security Bureau. And what was illuminated by the car lights was a man in black holding a comatose teenager, and there was a mature and sexy young woman walking beside him. Nanfeng, Xu Xu, and the boys from Tai Chi Hall. When Yifeng attacked Wan Xiaodong just now, he asked Nanfeng to leave with Xu Xu and the young man from the Tai Chi Palace, but unexpectedly, he was intercepted by the National Security Bureau on the way. Nanfeng stood still and looked forward a few times. This is troublesome. Do you really want to be invited to drink tea by the National Security Bureau? That way, although you don't have to worry about being chased and killed by people in the martial arts, it is also not a good end if you fall into the hands of the National Security Bureau. Stealth, let's do it together. Behind, Yifeng whispered to Long Wanner, and quietly disappeared. The two originally planned to go overseas directly, but when their spiritual sense discovered the situation here, they naturally wanted to help the South deal with those guys from the National Security Bureau. 2 invisible ghostly figures quickly approached the National Security Bureau soldiers in front of the military truck. To be honest, Yifeng was still taken aback when he saw Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi. He couldn't figure out what these 2 proud girls of Yanjing were doing in such a ghostly place. But no matter who wants to stop Yifeng, there are only 2 words to say, no way. He and Long Wanner disappeared together and quickly approached each other. For National Security Bureau soldiers were fully armed. They were sent out to protect Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi for a special operation. The goal of the operation was to capture a masked man. When they saw Nan Nan and Xu Xu, they did not distinguish between indiscriminate and directly ordered to arrest people. Anyway, it is impossible for those who appear in this kind of place late at night to be good men and women. The 2 protected Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi, while the other 2 held guns and walked towards the south and Xu Xu cautiously. Is there another one in the car? Yifeng was getting close, but with a sweep of his consciousness, he found that there was another guy on the military truck, so he couldn't help but frowned. In this way, there were 3 groups of people on the other side, and it was difficult for him and Long Wanner to knock them out instantly. Yifeng didn't really want to kill ordinary National Security Bureau soldiers, not only because he was afraid of trouble, but also because these were heroes of the country, serving the country. Of course, forget about people like Li Feng, they are too arrogant and domineering. Killing 100 times is not an exaggeration. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at the south, and the exquisite cooperation of the 3 appeared again. Without any hesitation, Yifeng sneaked up to Lin Shiqing and Lin Shiqing, who were wearing raincoats. He took the lead and struck out with 2 hand knives, knocking out the 2 National Security Bureau soldiers who were guarding the 2 women. Two muffled grunts made the members of the National Security Bureau in front immediately turn around and raised their guns, but at this moment, Long Wanner made a move. Snapped. Snapped. Long Wanner's cultivation base was higher than Yi Feng's, and she knocked them unconscious neatly. Seeing the change in the situation, the members of the National Security Bureau who stayed in the car immediately wanted to send out a communication to call for support, but at this moment, with a schwa, a figure in black descended from the sky and jumped to his side. It's the South, with the Nakostan power bounce boots on. Puff. A small crossbow shot directly through the palm of the driver of the National Security Bureau, preventing him from calling for help. Then Nanfang pulled the driver from the driver's seat with one hand, and fell heavily into the wet woods in the rainstorm. Yifeng was extremely fast, he ran over with a hand knife and knocked him out. The members of the National Security Bureau were thickly dressed and well equipped, and the South couldn't knock them out, so Yifeng had to do it. All done. The whole process took place in less than a second, so that neither Lin Shiqing nor Xiaoqi could react. It wasn't until the driver on the truck was also knocked out that the two women turned their heads and saw Nan Nan and Yifeng. It's him. Xiaoqi became excited all of a sudden, full of surprise, staring at the mask on Yifeng's face, her cute face under the raincoat flushed red. You guys stop. Lin Shiqing sternly said, you actually attacked people from the National Security Bureau. She was shocked in her heart. The 5 experts from the National Security Bureau were knocked down in an instant, without reacting. How did the other party approach quietly? Could it be that they could not be invisible? Stop talking nonsense, what do you want to do here? Yifeng's deep voice interrupted her all of a sudden. We're here to find you. Xiaoqi spoke quickly and said directly. Hey, Xiaoqi, Sister Lin, are you safe? Nanfang leaned against a tree beside him, and said in a frivolous and somewhat feminine tone, I advise you not to get involved in the affairs here. Even the National Security Bureau doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of the martial arts world, why bother the 2 eldest ladies? Jiao Mingze? Hearing this voice, Lin Shiqing and Xiaoqi were taken aback. This sissy in their eyes before, Kai Xiaohong's good friend, has already mixed up with the masked man at this moment. They also attacked the members of the National Security Bureau together. It's just too scary. Of course, after investigation afterwards, Lin Shiqing knew that there were 2 remaining members of the Nan family, one named Nanfang and the other named Nanfeng. Among them, Nanfeng has joined the xuanhuan sect, so the one in front of him must be the South. The news of Luo Feng's death hadn't spread so quickly. Lin Shiqing was not from the martial arts world, and it was even more impossible for her to know so quickly. Very well, you 2 are here. Lin Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief, and Qingling's words were accompanied by the ups and downs of the towering chest. Now the Pecan Group is putting a lot of pressure on our country. If possible, I hope the 2 of you can cooperate. Sorry, no time. Yifeng refused straight away, feeling a little funny, how dare a company in America challenge a country? Anyway, I don't believe it. The reason why he didn't knock out the 2 women was just to ask the purpose of the 2 women. Now that the question came out, it was time to get rid of each other. Of course, it's not appropriate for the 2 eldest ladies to be knocked out in the rainstorm, so they should be knocked out and thrown into the car. Yifeng paced towards the 2 women, his masked face was full of eerie terror. What do you want to do? Lin Shiqing was suddenly a little scared. In this kind of wilderness, if the masked man suddenly became beastly, or something else, with her and Xiaoqi, there was no possibility of resistance at all. However, Lin Shiqing did not back down. After all, it is a major event for the entire country to catch the masked man. She put one hand into the raincoat in her bosom, and tightened an anesthesia gun that she had prepared before departure. Opposite her, Xiaoqi didn't notice anything wrong, and ran toward Yifeng with a smile. I've been looking for you for a long time, thank you. Yi Feng looked at her bouncing and bouncing, and felt helpless in his heart. Isn't this little girl afraid at all? Just by the way, you're welcome. Yi Feng waved his hand lightly, then glanced at Lin Shiqing. There's no need to play tricks, the anesthesia gun won't work on me. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shiqing was startled. She hid the anesthesia gun very well, how could the other party find out? Impossible, she must be blackmailing her. Without thinking too much, she took out a delicate anesthesia gun, and shot at Yi Feng with the help of the truck's headlights. Puff. Yi Feng pulled Xiaoqi, who was flying towards him with a casual pull, and the anesthesia bullet shot into Xiaoqi's back immediately. Anyway, it's not a deadly weapon, Yi Feng didn't mind using her as a shield, it just saved him from knocking Xiaoqi unconscious. Forehead. Xiaoqi's vision flickered, and she was anesthetized and passed out. Yi Feng supported Xiaoqi, and with a single step, he put her delicate body into the truck, avoiding the heavy rain. It's up to you next. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Shiqing. He didn't pay attention to her at all. He's just an ordinary person, why waste time with her? Just when he was about to make a move and knock Lin Shiqing unconscious, Long Wanner's face suddenly changed. Oops, it's too late. Long Wanner said softly. In fact, without her reminding, even the south could feel the sound of footsteps and human voices, as well as several powerful auras suddenly coming from all around. People from all sides of the martial arts forest guarding along the bank finally discovered the strange situation here, and surrounded them one after another. Surround them. A familiar and dignified voice came from not far away. Long Moran. When Long Moran's voice came over, everyone's expressions were different. Yi Feng didn't expect the other party to come so fast, and he glanced at Lin Shiqing with some displeasure, thinking that if this woman brought the National Security Bureau to intercept, she must not have attracted Long Moran and others so quickly. But even after hearing Long Moran's voice, Yi Feng didn't panic. For confronting Long Moran again, Yi Feng has long been mentally prepared, especially now that he has Long Wanner. As long as she catches the opponent by surprise at a critical moment, she can definitely give the opponent a fatal blow. Yi Feng glanced at Long Wanner, and secretly guessed whether Wanner would be restrained at that time. After all, the other party was her father. Long Wanner didn't have Yi Feng's strong self-confidence. When she heard Long Moran's voice, she became nervous reflexively. All along, she has lived under the shadow and control of Long Moran, and she has long had a deep fear of Long Moran. Although he fought against Long Moran when he was in the small fishing village, it was when he thought he was going to die that he had the courage to resist. Now that she and Yi Feng are together again, and started cultivating immortals, it is the time when she is full of beautiful yearning for life. Meeting Long Moran at this time obviously made her lose her fighting spirit and didn't want to fight desperately with him. Waiting for the opportunity. Yi Feng mouthed to Long Wanner. If he reaches 20 years of cultivation, he will be able to use celestial arts and transmit sound with true energy, but unfortunately he still can't do it now. It is said that people in the martial arts world can transmit sound to secrets even if their cultivation base is deep, but it must be difficult to master, otherwise Long Moran and the others would not need to shout out to communicate. So far, Yi Feng only knows that Yi Wendian is the one who can transmit sound with internal qi, and the rest of the martial arts people can't do it. Seeing Yi Feng speak, Long Wanner hesitated, then nodded firmly, and ran to Yi Feng's side. And Nanfeng, without Yi Feng's order, had already moved quietly, and hid under the chassis of the military truck. This kid is very clever, and I believe he will definitely play a big role at critical moments. Although Yi Feng couldn't improve his cultivation too quickly, who said that if he wanted to kill someone, he could only fight head-on? The world of cultivating immortals is omnipotent, and there are many more despicable people than Yi Feng and the three of them beating up and attacking. This is the only way to defeat the strong with the weak. When Lin Shiqing heard the people around her, she didn't feel at ease in the slightest, but became more nervous, because the people who came were all from the martial arts, and they were not in the right direction with the National Security Bureau. Let alone her as a woman, even if Lei Ming stood here, she would not have much right to speak. She had an idea, took advantage of Yi Feng not paying attention to her, and ran to the truck, ready to watch a play while taking care of Xiao Qi. Yi Feng also ignored her. An ordinary woman can't make any waves. Most importantly, he has no time to pay attention to her now. Sweeping around with his divine sense, he found that people from the martial arts circle surrounded him in all directions, and Xiao Yu, who had just been rescued, also quietly hid behind a dark tree, looking like he was also ready to watch. Shu Shu at the side, when she heard Long Moran's voice, her expression changed, she immediately dodged into the shadows and hid. Although she didn't have much cultivation at the beginning, Shu Shu has been with the Long family all year round, so she still has the consciousness of being a martial artist. Under the bright headlights of military trucks, Yi Feng and Long Wanner stood side by side, and several heavily armed members of the National Security Bureau lay on the ground. In the cab of the car, Lin Shiqing was looking after Xiao Qi, who was anesthetized by herself. Due to the torrential rain, everything around him seemed disorganized, dark and damp. Even if Lin Shiqing and other top beauties are at the side, no one has the time to appreciate it. In just a moment, dozens of people surrounded the entire open space in front of the truck. Apart from the members of the Long family led by Long Moran, there were also disciples from other martial arts schools. With Long Molan around, no one else dared to act rashly. Wearing a white robe, Long Moran walked out of the crowd with a long sword hanging from his waist, his expression indifferent, and stood in front of Yi Feng and Long Wanner. Although he was first blown away by the hurricane tornado and was seriously injured at the bottom of the sea, Long Moran at this time was still full of majesty. Except for a little blood on the white robe on his chest, there was almost no change from the beginning. Yi Feng scanned with his consciousness and found that the serious injury on the opponent's chest has healed a lot. He thought to himself that the healing methods of people in the martial arts are not bad. Mo Joga, today you can't fly without wings. Long Moran squinted his eyes, fixedly staring at the masked Yi Feng in front of him, with a look of hatred in his eyes. He recalled the scene when he went to Luofu Mountain Cave to kill Ye's family 20 years ago, surrounded Yi Yunfei like this. Even at that time, his wife was still on Yi Yunfei's side. In anger, he beheaded Yi Yunfei and his wife at the same time, and his revenge was avenged. But now, this masked Mo Joga seduced his daughter away, and his daughter was still standing on the other side, which made Long Moran almost explode. How similar is this moment to the situation at that time? It's just that the object was changed to his daughter. Alright, if that's the case, kill the two of you just like you killed Yi Yunfei 20 years ago. Long Moran thought to himself, pulled out the long sword from his waist, and pointed at Yi Feng. A good show was about to be staged, except for the three people in the field. The rest of the people whispered and pointed at Yi Feng and Long Wanner in the middle. All of them thought that it was best for Yi Feng and Long Wanner to surrender at this time. Otherwise, with the strength of the two of them, they couldn't compare with Long Moran at all, and they would definitely be killed by Long Moran in an instant. Long Qing leaned casually on the side tree, looked at Long Wanner in the field, looked at her delicate face, and shook her head with a little regret. He still likes this niece very much, but at this point, even he can't help her anymore. Wearing a purple robe, Long Zi stood aside, looking at the mask on Yi Feng's face, with a complicated expression. He wanted to take the masked man into the Long family and strengthen the Long family's strength, but after the scene in the small fishing village, he knew that Long Moran would never let this masked man go. Everyone's whispering undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Long Wanner, and she was extremely nervous. Even if I die, I won't let you suffer any harm. Yi Feng said in a deep voice. He hugged Long Wanner and stopped behind him. Raising his head, his eyes looked through the mask at the confident Long Moran. Fight, let's fight. This is a powerful statement, and this statement caused huge waves around like a bomb. How dare a little masked man challenge Long Moran head-on like this? I don't want to live anymore. No matter who it was, even Lin Shiqing in the cab of the truck showed disbelief when she heard Yifeng's declaration. Does this guy really dare to confront Long Moran? Confronting dragons indifferently is tantamount to courting death. At least in the East China Sea now, it is true for anyone. Long Moran, who has comprehended the third level of Feng Yin swordsmanship, anyone who has seen it with their own eyes knows how powerful he is. However, Yifeng was happy and not afraid. Although he has only cultivated for 12 years, he is a cultivator of immortals and has all kinds of magical powers that people in the martial arts cannot imagine. Confronting Long Moran is of course invincible, but it may not be impossible to rely on various means to delay the time, or even consume the opponent's internal energy. Although compared with Long Wanner, his cultivation base is relatively low, but his advantage over Long Wanner is also obvious, that is, he has the ancient ring of dragon sword. Long Wanner's attack methods are nothing more than the two kinds of fairy art Qian and burial star arrow. Once used, it is difficult to pose any threat if people are guarded against it. But Yifeng was different. He condensed the true energy sword, every sword energy, was deadly enough to even Long Moran. As long as there is a threat, it is possible to defeat the opponent. What's more, Yifeng's purpose was not to defeat the opponent, but to delay and consume the opponent's strength, and then Long Wanner and Nanfeng took the opportunity to attack. Although in the world of cultivating immortals, it is taboo to entrust others with their backs and life and death, but Yifeng is willing to believe that Long Wanner and Nanfeng are reliable enough. If it really doesn't work, just run away with Long Wanner in stealth, but in this way, there is no way to take Shushu away. Yifeng will not leave any of his own unless it is absolutely necessary. Come on, Yifeng felt his blood boil. Since he was reborn into this world, this was the first time he encountered a relatively challenging battle. Stand back a little. Yifeng stood in front of Long Wanner and said softly, pretend you don't know martial arts. In the eyes of Long Moran and others, Long Wanner has abandoned her dantian and is now an ordinary person without any fighting power at all. Let them continue to misunderstand like this, and deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Long Wanner knew it well, but she couldn't help feeling a little worried. Be careful. It'll be fine. Yifeng nodded firmly. Facing a master like Long Moran, the invisibility technique might not be so useful. Yifeng naturally wouldn't reveal the fact that he would be invisible at the beginning. As soon as he was really angry, the golden long sword condensed out. Long Moran narrowed his eyes, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He saw Yifeng use this golden long sword several times, but he never knew how it came about. There is no doubt that the ring in the masked man's hand is a treasure. It is even very possible that the masked man's current abilities all come from that ring. Thinking in Long Moran's heart, with even more greedy killing intent, he waved the long sword in his hand, and a bright white sword energy swept towards Yifeng in the rainstorm. This is a temptation. Wind, flowers, snow, and moon swordsmanship, wind and clouds. Even if it was just a test, Yifeng could feel the murderous aura contained in this sword aura. He didn't dare to be careless, and at the same time he didn't dare to dodge, because behind him was Long Wanner. Slay the dragon. Yifeng swung the golden long sword in his hand, an icy blue sword energy accurately collided with the opponent's sword energy. It exploded immediately, and the airflow surged. The battle has begun. Yifeng's footsteps were light, and he burst into the speed of the second layer of the Wizard of Shadows in an instant, leaving several afterimages along the way, circled half a circle, and quickly approached Long Moran. Wow! People in the martial arts world around screamed. It was unexpected that this masked man could explode at such a terrifying speed. If you want to fight for speed among the people present, probably only Long Moran is qualified. Long Zi and Long Qing's expression suddenly turned solemn. How much money does this masked man have that they don't know? Facing Yi Feng's rapid bullying, Long Moran's pupils contracted, the long sword in his hand flowed freely, he pulled out a sword flower, and accurately and quickly stabbed in Yi Feng's direction. Good chance. When Yi Feng saw this, his heart moved, and he immediately thought of a move that he had never used before. Shura soul-suppressing sound wave. The exquisite martial arts passed down from Shuraman has long been lost in this world. If the internal energy can be released externally, it is known as a roar that shakes xuanhuan. No matter how effective it is, whether it can be effective against Long Moran, but as long as there is a chance to defeat Long Moran, Yi Feng will definitely not let it go. Maybe this blow will frighten the opponent, and then he will be able to finish Long Moran with a single sword. The battle in the world of cultivating immortals has never been a deadlock of one move and another. Even two immortal cultivators with similar cultivation bases and strengths may win or lose in an instant. Everything depends on the grasp of fairy art. In the rivers and lakes of the earth, it depends on the use of martial arts moves. There is no doubt that the more martial arts you learn, the more flexible you are in using them, and the more handy you are in fighting. This is also the reason why in Huagwu Jianghu, all the sects cherish their own brooms. If their unique skills are learned by others, and they turn against their own people, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Yi Feng burst out with terrifying speed, and with a series of afterimages, he met Long Moran's stabbing sword. At this moment, he gathered the true energy of his whole body, gathered it in the meridians and acupuncture points around his mouth and throat, and then followed Shura's soul-suppressing sound wave method, and spewed it out in one breath. Hum. 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 3 consecutive howls like ghosts spread out from Yi Feng's side, and the terrifying air flow spread towards the surroundings at once, rolling up leaves, mud, and even the rain curtain pouring down. Change shape in these 3 sound waves. There was no warning about this move, and Long Moran, who was close at hand, was the first to bear the brunt. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he was undoubtedly frightened. Shura's soul-suppressing sound wave is well-deserved. Many people in the martial arts surrounding watched couldn't stand upright, and took a few steps back. Even more than half of them fell to the ground after Yi Feng's yell, staring at them and feeling dizzy. Lin Shiqing in the cab of the truck covered her ears reflexively, but still felt nauseated by the 3 sounds. Long Wanner took 2 steps back, and also covered her ears. The sonic attack of this move was an indiscriminate attack, regardless of enemy or friend, and enveloped everyone around it. Nanfeng was lying on the ground of the truck, and was almost killed by the shock. Fortunately, his concentration was superb, so he finally didn't show his feet. Xiaoyu and Shu Shu, who were hiding behind the dark tree, also covered their ears, but even so, the 3 consecutive ghostly howls still made the 2 women feel sick and want to vomit. Good chance. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Feng did not hesitate, Xianju, Qian. Opening his mouth, a fireball hit Long Moran directly. Surprise. Shocking burst speed. Sudden soul-repressing sound waves. Unpredictably, he opened his mouth and spit out fireballs. Yi Feng's series of actions directly hit Long Moran by surprise, but no one noticed the final fireball, because the people around were all stunned by the soul-suppressing sound waves just now. The white robe on Long Moran's body instantly burned. Yi Feng used the immortal technique Qi Yan, but still did not relax. He raised his sword horizontally and stabbed straight towards Long Moran's chest. When the flame touched Long Moran's clothes, the blazing temperature finally woke him up from the state of being intimidated, and he released his internal energy for a moment, covering his whole body in it. Seemingly aware of Yi Feng's stabbing with a sword, Long Moran ignored the image, rolled on the spot, dodged the sword, and at the same time, took advantage of the extremely wet ground under the heavy rain to quickly extinguish the flames on his body. Long Moran's cultivation base is profound. In this kind of weather, a move of Qi Yan, an immortal technique, really can't kill him. Yi Feng gained power and was relentless, with a wave of the golden long sword in his hand, an icy blue dragon-slaying sword chi swept towards the dragon on the ground indifferently, as fast as lightning. Clang! Long Moran's internal energy was attached to the long sword, and he swung the sword to block it. His powerful internal energy directly blocked Yifeng's dragon-slaying sword energy. No matter what Yifeng did, he couldn't make up for this gap in cultivation. Little bastard, it's not so easy for you to want to die today. Long Moran looked angry, and jumped to his feet in embarrassment. Since he had just rolled around on the ground, his long robe was covered with mud and grass clippings, and his long flowing hair was also scorched by Yifeng's fireball. Under the torrential rain, he looked like a beggar same. Not noticing for a while, and being so embarrassed by Yifeng's small tricks, Long Moran decided not to let Yifeng die so happily. What is the most painful thing? Of course it was the feeling of seeing the love of my life enduring torture in front of me, but I was powerless. Long Moran cast his eyes on Long Wanner, with a serious expression, and thought in his heart, don't you two have deep feelings? I will stab her to death right in front of you. The dragon moved indifferently. The elegant figure ran towards Long Wanner with a sword at a faster speed than Yifeng just now, and the long sword pointed directly at Long Wanner's thigh. He wants to torture Long Wanner and the masked man with one sword at a time. It wasn't until this time that the people around who were shocked by Shura's soul-suppressing sound wave came back to their senses one after another, and when they opened their eyes, they saw the scene of Long Moran stabbing Long Wanner. Are you really going to kill your daughter? A group of people's hearts were all raised to their throats, and they all felt that Long Moran was too vicious, but when they thought that this guy even beheaded his wife without hesitation, it's not surprising that this situation is now. Long Zi and Long Qing wanted to jump out to stop them, but with their speed, they couldn't stop Long Moran at all. In desperation, the two closed their eyes one after another, unable to bear to look any further. Puff! With one strike, Long Moran's long sword seemed to have pierced Long Wanner's thigh, but what is surprising is that this sword did not make Long Wanner bleed, instead her whole body was like green smoke, gradually dissipated. Not good, hallucination? Long Moran reacted immediately, holding his sword and looking back, he suddenly saw dozens of identical Long Wanner appearing around him. Blindfold illusion array, activate. Yifeng wiped the rain from the corner of his mouth, and quietly disappeared. When he cast the second layer of Sunning Xian Zong just now, when the speed erupted close to Long Moran, he was ready to dissipate his true energy to various places in the forest, and set up an illusion of blinding eyes. He had long considered the possibility that Long Moran would kill Long Wanner first, and when he saw Long Moran's movements, he let the phantom formation quietly activate. Suddenly, in Long Moran's eyes, everything around him became strange. Long Wanner. Long Wanner. Long Wanner. Looking around, everyone around has turned into Long Wanner, a group of Long Wanner are watching him, and the original masked man, Long Zi, Long Qing, and the rest of the martial arts have all turned into Long Wanner. Long Moran became serious all of a sudden. What's going on? Is it too tired to hallucinate? No, it must be the fault of that little bastard. That little bastard can actually spew fireballs from his mouth. It seems that what Luo Feng said before is true, he was seriously injured by the fireball. All kinds of strange things all the time made Long Moran realize that today's opponent might be a bit evil, and he should not be treated the same as someone in the martial arts world. Long Moran's face darkened. At this moment, he couldn't tell which one was the real Long Wanner and which ones were real people, fakes, or illusions. Yifeng hid his figure, looked at Long Moran who was holding a sword in a daze, and he was determined in his heart, knowing that the magic array of blinding eyes still had an effect on him. Immortal art, God, fake body art. Yifeng created a fake body in the dark, which was exactly the same as his real body, holding a golden long sword, and stabbing Long Moran from the front with strides. As for himself, he approached Long Moran in stealth, and gradually moved to the position behind the opponent. No one noticed this little move except Long Wanner. Everyone present, seeing the fake body's movements, thought the masked man was crazy. To actually stab Long Moran with a sword? The flaw is too big. Even if Long Moran was a little sluggish for some reason, even with the instinct of a master, it was enough to kill the masked man 100 times. Lin Shiqing, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the truck, looked nervous. What if the masked man is Yi Feng and dies here? What should she do? From all kinds of information, Lin Shiqing came up with a guess, that is, Yi Feng and the masked man Emojioga were the same person, but it was not confirmed yet, and she did not tell Xiaoqi about it. But if it's true, Yi Feng is here. If you are killed by Long Moran. She took out the anesthesia gun in her arms and pointed it at Long Moran quietly. The tense scene is on the verge of breaking out. Yi Feng's fake body finally came to a distance of 5 meters in front of Long Moran. With a wave of his long sword, he pointed at Long Moran's neck and slashed carelessly. Seeing this movement, the surrounding martial arts people sighed even more. This young man is too young after all. This kind of neck-cutting movement is so big that no one would use it in martial arts, but he actually used it to deal with Long Moran. Sure enough, although Long Moran couldn't see the person in front of him, but with his intuition, he swung his sword towards the front of him. The powerful internal energy attached to the long sword was enough to cut Yi Feng's whole body in half. Right now. Puff. Lin Shiqing's anesthesia gun was the first to hit Long Moran's back, making him stagnate. Swish. Nan Nan, who was hiding under the truck, also held the demon-breaking crossbow, pulled the trigger, and shot a small crossbow at Long Moran's ass. The sneak attack from both sides made Long Moran flustered for a while, but for him, beheading Yi Feng is the most important thing right now, so he didn't dodge, and cut off Yi Feng's fake body with a sword. There was a bang. The false body was severely injured, and once again turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated without a trace. Puff. The crossbow arrows shot by Nanfang hit Long Moran's buttocks impartially, and the demon-breaking effect on the arrows immediately began to spread throughout his body, suppressing his internal energy cultivation. It's not fatal. Yi Feng's real body had long been hidden behind Long Moran, and then he stabbed his back with a sword. Pooh. A sword pierced through the chest, and fresh blood spilled out like splashed ink. When a series of changes happened, everyone in the audience was shocked. What's going on? That masked man was chopped into 2 pieces by Long Moran's sword, but he disappeared into green smoke. How is this possible? It's unscientific. Could it be that the masked man is not human? Immediately afterwards, Miss Lin on the truck also fired an anesthesia gun. Is she an idiot, getting involved in this kind of thing? Really angered Long Moran, hundreds of Miss Lin are not enough to kill him. Then an arrow was shot at Long Moran's ass, which made some people who know the goods tremble. My dear, the crossbow that breaks the devil, the exclusive weapon for exorcists. Unexpectedly, today's event, even the exorcist was present, and he hid aside and waited for the opportunity to attack Long Moran. Could it be that the masked man paid for it? These are nothing. Because all of these together cannot kill Long Moran, even the demon-breaking crossbow has limited effect on Long Moran with deep cultivation. Long Moran still has considerable fighting power. But then, a figure appeared behind Long Moran like a ghost, with a flash of golden light, a sword pierced Long Moran's chest from behind, piercing through in one fell swoop. In the rainstorm, this picture was instantly frozen in the eyes of the people around. Long Moran's elegant robe was soon stained with fresh blood, gurgling out, mixed with the rainstorm and dripping on the ground. Black clothes, mask, golden long sword, it is the man rumored to be Emojioga. How did he float behind Long Moran and thrust out this sword? Could it be that Long Moran was killed just like that? Died inexplicably at the hands of a junior wearing a mask? Long Zi, Long Qing, Shu Shu, who was hiding in the dark, and the surrounding martial arts people all opened their mouths wide open, unable to believe that this scene actually happened in front of him. It was so shocking. However, only 3 people in the field knew that the sword missed. Only half an inch. Long Moran not only has profound cultivation, but also has rich combat experience. Relying only on intuition, he turned his body to one side, avoiding the fatal vital parts. It was only half an inch away, and Yi Feng killed the famous Long Moran, but it was a pity that he missed by half an inch. Yi Feng knew. Long Moran knew it himself. Another person who knew that the sword was missed was Long Wanner, who also possessed divine consciousness, so she didn't stand still, but began to prepare to strike with all her strength. After being hit by a sword, Long Moran didn't stop at all. The inner energy began to condense on his legs, and with lightning speed, he quickly turned around and kicked out, just like a dragon wagging its tail. The 3 sets of unique skills of the Long family, Feng Wuxiu swordsmanship, subduing dragon legs method, and Qingyun palm method, each have their own magical effects. Long Moran's kick of xuanhuan wagging tail condensed his whole body's internal energy, and kicked Yi Feng. At the same time, he opened his mouth, raised qi in his dantian, and said, "Dragon sings the world," another sonic attack. With 2 prongs in hand, Yi Feng's spirit was suddenly overwhelmed by the ferocious dragon's roar. In just a moment, Yi Feng reacted and wanted to withdraw his sword to dodge, but it was too late, and was kicked heavily in the waist by the opponent. The powerful force penetrated Yi Feng's body all at once, kicking him heavily into the air. In an instant, Long Moran's eruption caused the expressions of everyone around him to change again. It's a pity that the sword didn't kill him. Fortunately, the patriarch is not dead, so I know that the patriarch will not die so easily. Now that masked man is dead. Cough. Long Moran was pierced through the chest by a sword, and then the golden Jinchi sword shrank, making him more injured, and he couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. At this time, the effect of the phantom array finally gradually dissipated. In his eyes, the group of dragons finally returned to their original appearance. There were trees, other martial arts people, and big stones. He raised his head and glanced at Yi Feng, who was kicked into the air by him and hadn't landed yet. His eyes were full of murderous intent. In just half a second, he folded his right leg, then jumped with his left leg, intending to kill Yi Feng in midair. But at this moment, a dark blue arrow suddenly shot at Long Moran from the back of the truck with infinite power. The arrow was as bright as a star, and it looked unusual at first sight, and it was Long Wanner who was at the side who made the shot. Long Moran was seriously injured, and kicked Yi Feng away with another kick. This is the time when it is easiest to relax and ignore other situations. Long Wanner seized the opportunity, condensed the burial star arrow, and shot it out in one fell swoop. Long Moran was horrified, and hurriedly wanted to dodge, but at this moment, the anesthesia bullet and the demon-breaking crossbow that had just hit him finally began to exert their effects. His whole body was stiff and dizzy. He only felt that the internal air circulation in the meridians had become extremely slow, and he only had time to turn his head slightly. Puff! The burial star arrow flew past his shoulder. With its powerful penetrating power, it shot through his right arm, holding the sword in one fell swoop. Ah! The tearing pain made Long Moran couldn't help screaming out, because this dark blue arrow not only pierced through, but even shot down his arm. The powerful force brought one of his arms and shot towards the dark forest and seaside, and soon the dark blue arrow disappeared from everyone's eyes, and Long Moran's right arm was even missing, and there was nowhere to look for it in such a rainstorm. An arrow shot off Long Moran's arm. Everyone around burst into an uproar, and turned their eyes to the place where the dark blue arrow was shot, but saw Long Wanner hiding behind the truck. It was the blow she had prepared for a long time just now. The sneak attack on the side can actually produce such an effect. The arrow just now is too shocking. Didn't Long Wanner already abolish her dantian? What was that move just now? It doesn't look like a move in the martial arts world, and I don't see what weapon she is holding in her hand. how did she shoot that dark blue arrow? Long Moran was severely injured, his whole face turned hideous, and he almost went crazy. He never thought that such a proud son of heaven, a hero of martial arts, would suffer such a big loss at the hands of two juniors. He is angry. Angry from the bottom of my heart, I almost lost my mind. He wants to tear the masked man and Long Wainer to pieces. Boom. It wasn't until this time that Yi Feng's body finally fell heavily on the ground. Long Moran's kick was so terrifying that it almost shattered all his internal organs. At this moment, Long Moran stomped hard, completely ignoring the sword wound on his chest and the broken arm on his right, and jumped up high. The flying dragon is in the sky. Another move in the subduing dragon kick technique was performed by him, falling from the sky. With Long Moran's cultivation base, such a kick can completely break a 10,000 caddy boulder. That's a crushing kick. If he was hit by this kick, with Yi Feng's current cultivation base, he would definitely die without a place to die. Is it about to decide the winner? Everyone raised their hearts to their throats and watched the field nervously. Long Moran, who was dressed in a white robe stained with blood, descended from the sky like a flying dragon, stepping on Yi Feng on the ground. Careful. Long Wainer saw the current situation in her eyes, and said anxiously, but Yi Feng was seriously injured just now, so he couldn't get up at this moment. Swish. Without even thinking about it, Long Wainer raised her hand and shot a star burial arrow at Long Moran. This arrow condensed quickly and came so fast that Long Moran didn't dare to underestimate it. Such an arrow just now caused him to lose an arm, how dare he be careless at this moment? Exercising lightness kung fu, his footsteps were a little high in the air. Long Moran urgently stopped his move, turned over and landed on the ground not far from Yi Feng, dodging Long Wainer's dark blue arrow. It appeared a second time. The surrounding crowd opened their eyes wide, and they couldn't figure out what the dark blue arrow Long Wainer fired was. Today's battle seems to be beyond their cognition. Inner chi condenses into arrows? This can be done, after all, there are also people in the world who can do it, but those are all masters who release internal energy and external energy. Long Wainer didn't just abolish her dantian, how could she still have internal energy? It's in the way. Long Moran stood firmly on the ground, his broken arm and cuff fluttering with the wind and the torrential rain, and he looked at Long Wainer with fanatical anger. All right, let's get rid of you who are in the way first. Lose. Long Moran was different from Qin Ge, the God Slayer and Ghost Slayer before him. Tushin Guisho is just an ordinary 50-year-old man, but Long Moran is extremely talented, and his strength has more than doubled. Even if they teamed up and used endless methods, they still couldn't kill him. Long Moran glanced at Long Wainer behind the truck, Lin Shiqing on the truck, and the unknown guy hiding under the truck. Anyway, the masked man had already been severely injured by his kick, so he was no longer a threat, so it's better to get rid of these insidious ones who were stalking in the back first. In addition to Long Moran, there were also Long Zi and Long Qing on the side, and they finally started to act. At the very beginning, the two of them were full of confidence in Long Moran. They never thought that he would encounter such a big trouble, so they were not ready to do it. It wasn't until something went wrong and Long Moran's arm was shot off that Long Zi and Long Qing realized that something was wrong. If they don't make a move, Long Moran is likely to be tragic. As members of the Long family, although they don't appreciate Long Moran's behavior very much, it is undeniable that the current status of the Long family in the martial arts is all due to Long Moran. Long Moran was severely injured, which was a great blow to the entire Long family. The two of them moved, and cooperated with Long Moran, preparing to attack Long Wainer and the exorcist under the truck. As for Yi Feng, who was kicked, they also didn't take it seriously. Long Moran has cultivated for more than 50 years, how could a masked man who has cultivated for more than 10 years endure that kick? Immortality is also a serious injury, which is no longer necessary at this time. On the other hand, Long Wanner, who can shoot that kind of dark blue weird arrow, must be careful. Some other disciples of the Long family dispersed one after another and surrounded the entire open space. At the same time, they sent a few guys to search around, probably trying to get Long Moran's arm back. Xiaoyu and Shu Shu, who were hiding behind the dark tree, knew right away that something was wrong, if they were discovered by these disciples of the Long family. I'm going to kill her myself. With an unparalleled killing intent in Long Moran's tone, he walked towards Long Wanner. Long Zi and Long Qing approached from two other directions and surrounded her, making it impossible for her to escape. But Long Wanner's beautiful eyes never left Yifeng, who fell to the ground. She cared about Yifeng more than she cared about herself. Is there still time to see him? Long Moran's face became more serious, the inner energy of his whole body was condensed on his legs, his right arm holding the sword was shot off. He could not use sword skills at this time, he could only use kick skills, but even the kick skills were enough to kill Long Wanner. Kill. Long Zi and Long Qing were one on the left and the other on the right, a little unbearable, but for the sake of the entire Long family, they still blocked the escape route for Long Wanner. In everyone's expectation, in just one more second, Long Wanner would die in xuanhuan, under the kick of her father. Cough. At this moment, in a corner invisible to everyone, a little golden light appeared on Yifeng's hand, lay on hands. Most of the internal injuries from being kicked by Long Moran were healed very quickly. Although it is still not suitable for action, he has no time to rest and heal. He will not allow anyone to do anything to anyone he loves. If you want to hurt Long Wanner, you should step on his corpse first. So he stood up staggeringly, and relying on the comprehension of Long Moran's few tricks of subduing dragon legs just now, his hands became claws, his true energy was condensed, and his momentum was instantly majestic. On the third floor of the dragon claw hand, Yifeng finally found a way. Two long dragon-shaped claws gradually condensed in front of him, golden in color, a dragon chant louder than Long Moran just now, swept away from where Yifeng was. The level of comprehension of many martial arts, the first level is beginners, the second level is internal energy release, and the third level is transformation. There are very few people in the martial arts world who can cultivate martial arts to the third level, but at this moment, Yifeng has achieved it, just as Yi Wendian expected at the beginning. When two dragon claws appeared out of thin air, everyone around was shocked. Dragon against dragon. Fong Xilong's indifferent dragon-subduing leg technique and the sound of dragon chant made the masked man realize something, and broke through the third level of the dragon's claw hand in one fell swoop. Lin Shiqing in the truck covered her mouth and almost exclaimed, what did she see? Two faint golden dragon claws. Is it a hallucination in a storm? But what is that dragon chant? As a member of Yin Jinglin's family, she knows the existence of the martial arts world, and also knows that there are many martial arts masters who can fly over walls, swim on water, etc., but she never thought that martial arts can make people do this. The extension of the arms turned into two dragon claws, which was far beyond her cognition. If this son can escape this catastrophe, his future will be limitless. Almost everyone in the field had such an idea in their hearts. Long Moran was about to use his strength to kick Long Wanner to death with the dragon-subduing kick, but suddenly, he felt something firmly grasping his body, preventing him from moving. He turned his head back with difficulty, and what he saw were two pale golden dragon claws. Under the effects of the demon-breaking crossbow and the tranquilizing bullet, his overall strength was not as good as before, and he was unable to break free from the shackles of these pair of dragon claws. Get out! Yifeng unleashed the third layer of the dragon claw hand, exerted strength in his hand, and grabbed Long Moran heavily, and then swung it forcefully. Boom! Long Moran's severed body in white robe was tightly grasped by two dragon claws, and then crashed into the green leather military truck. The powerful force knocked the whole truck over. Swish! Yifeng's hands became claws, pounding the void, holding the cloud pose. Amid the whistling sound, Long Moran was lifted up into midair, and the next moment, he slammed down heavily on the ground. Bang! A deep pit appeared on the wet forest floor, and Long Moran's body was thrown into it. The faces of almost everyone in the field changed drastically. Long Moran was smashed into the ground by the masked man. There was a trace of surprise and joy on Long Wanner's pretty face. Yifeng's performance was too surprising. Long Zi and Long Qing looked at each other in amazement, and then pinched each other towards Long Wanner, one with the palm and the other with the leg, using the Qingyun palm technique and the subduing dragon kick technique respectively. As long as Long Wanner is restrained, the masked man can be threatened not to act rashly, right? However, at this moment, the two faint golden dragon claws rushed over, instantly grabbing Long Zi and Long Qing firmly. Both of them have been cultivated for 30 years, and they are no longer opponents to the current Yifeng, but they were caught by Yifeng's dragon claws in a hurry, and the two of them could not move for a moment. Roll! Yifeng let out a low growl, and with a wave of both hands, he threw Long Zi and Long Qing away with great force, and slammed them onto the ground and tree trunks next to them. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng stepped lightly, and the speed of the second floor of Suning Xianzong broke out, and he stood in front of Long Wanner in an instant. Infuriating dissipated. The pale golden dragon claws gradually disappeared. Although he can now use the third layer of the dragon claw hand, the consumption is too astonishing. With his 12 years of cultivation, he can't last long. Without thinking about it, he took out a small coral in his arms and began to absorb it quickly. Under the current situation, it would be very dangerous to have no true energy in his body. Fortunately, he still had 4 small corals left, enough for him to replenish his true energy 4 times. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is time for him to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Seeing Yifeng so desperately trying to stand in front of Long Wanner, Lin Shiqing in the driver's seat of the truck was a little startled. This masked man was too determined. She couldn't help recalling the scene of being pressed and protected by the masked man in the abandoned factory in Yanjing when the explosion occurred, and her thoughts were in a trance. And Yifeng smashed Long Moran into the ground with his dragon claw hand, and then sent Long Zi and Long Qing flying, which shocked all the martial arts people around. This masked man is so powerful. Even if it was any one of them, they would not be able to do what Yifeng did. At this time, a group of people from the Xuanhuan sect finally rushed over under the leadership of the white-bearded old man Su Xiaoyu, just in time to see the scene where Yifeng used the third layer of dragon claw hands to show his supernatural power, and everyone's faces were ugly. When did such a number 1 figure appear in the martial arts world? I am afraid that this world will usher in great changes. How are you? Long Wanner was worried, and stepped forward to support Yifeng. Fine. Yifeng nodded. Just as he said 2 words, the expressions of both of them changed at the same time. Because both of them had divine consciousness, they noticed almost at the same time that Long Moran, who had been smashed into the deep hole in the ground, stood up again, looking crazy, and stomped heavily. Sword. With a roar, Long Moran shot up into the sky, jumped up from the deep pit in an instant, and stood on the ground again. Immediately afterwards, Long Qing, who was thrown away by Yifeng, reacted, immediately untied the sword from his waist, and threw it towards Long Moran. Snapped. Long Moran grasped the hilt of the sword, blood was still dripping from the severed arm, and there was a terrifying coldness in his eyes. This man finally decided to use the third layer of Feng Yin swordsmanship. He never thought that a masked man could push him to this point. Martial arts moves, the first level is beginners, the second level is internal energy release, and the third level is transformation. The same is true for Feng Yin swordsmanship. With just a thought, the temperature in the entire forest seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees at once. The leaves, the ground, and the rain curtain that poured down were all covered with a thin layer of frost, and the accumulated water on the mud floor began to condense. Ice. There are a total of 4 moves in swordsmanship. The wind blows the clouds, the flowers fall and the autumn frost falls, the snow reflects the setting sun, and the moon sings wildly, facing the 4 scenes of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Long Moran stood with his sword in his hand, motionless. The tip of the sword shook slightly, and a cold wind of sword energy swept toward Yifeng's direction, accompanied by a stronger gust of wind blowing through the entire forest. Lin Shiqing in the cab of the truck was blinded by the strong wind, including the people in the martial arts around her. All of them staggered and couldn't stand upright. Any martial arts moves that comprehend the 3rd level will be so extraordinary. Slay the dragon. Yifeng's golden long sword was condensed, and ice-blue sword energy flowed out. Scoff. As if destroying the dead, Long Moran's wind-sweeping cloud sword chi destroyed Yifeng's dragon-slaying sword chi in one fell swoop, followed by a strong attack, rushing towards Yifeng's face with lightning speed. With Long Wanner behind him, Yifeng didn't dare to dodge, he could only jump forward and swung his sword. Puff. The violent wind sword energy was divided into 2 halves by a single sword, but it still possessed a powerful force, piercing fiercely into Yifeng's waist and thigh. 2 serious injuries, but fortunately not fatal. Without giving him any time to breathe, Long Moran's swords followed one after another, and the flowers fell into autumn frost. As the sword energy surged, frost formed everywhere, and snow-white frost flowers spread from the bottom of Long Moran's feet to the surroundings like a spider web. One after another, the invisible sword energy, along with the spread of frost, cut off several big trees along the way, and swept to the surroundings with gusts of wind. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that martial arts could produce such terrifying effects. Stand back. Su Xiaoyu, a white-bearded old man from the Xuanhuan sect, waved his hand and immediately ordered. He saw the horror of Long Moran's sword, and he must not let the disciples of the Xuanhuan sect suffer any damage while watching. The entire open space will soon turn into a sea of sword energy. If you don't retreat, you may be hit by fish in the pond. Soon, the entire crowd of onlookers retreated in a large circle. In this way, cultivating inner qi to the extreme can also induce the power of heaven and earth, but it is much more difficult than true qi. Yifeng changed his mind, gritted his teeth, and stood up. Run! Long Wanner cried out anxiously, stepped forward and grabbed Yifeng's arm, trying to pull him away. I can't go. Yifeng's consciousness swept away. Just behind him, Lin Shiqing was about to drag the anesthetized Xiaoqi away, but she didn't have much strength, and she was carrying someone with her, so she couldn't run fast at all. And Nanfeng was still hiding under the car, and the narrow space constraints made it impossible for him to leave this place immediately. If Yifeng left, all 3 of them would be cut into pieces by Long Moran's sword energy. Within the range of consciousness perception, there were more and more sword qi, although it was invisible to the naked eye, but Yifeng pushed Long Wanner away, waved the golden long sword in his hand, and intercepted the sword qi one by one. Puff! Puff! Although Yifeng could feel the sword energy coming along with the frost energy, his movements couldn't keep up. If he blocked one, he couldn't block the other. It didn't take long before his whole body was injured. He didn't flinch, but stood firmly in place, blocking the sharp sword aura invisible to the naked eye. There is still an excellent opportunity to kill Long Moran. That was also the last chance. It depends on whether Yifeng can grasp it. Amidst the sword energy, he raised his head to look at Long Moran. Long Moran smiled contemptuously, as if he was thinking, no matter how talented you are still going to die in my hands? Step by step, he approached Yifeng. The sword energy flying silently in the audience gradually dissipated. Yifeng raised his head, he felt his body start to go numb, but he still had the power of the last blow. There was too much bloodshed. If he couldn't grasp the chance of the last blow, then today's ending would be so doomed. Spiritual consciousness swept across the surroundings. Many people looked at him covered in blood, all of them were surprised, and they couldn't figure out why he didn't dodge, but chose to stand where he was, resisting the fierce sword energy. There was a mess in the arena. The big trees were broken one after another, and the ground was full of traces drawn by sword energy. Under the torrential rain, it quickly filled with water, and then froze. Lin Shiqing finally supported the anesthetized Xiaoqi, left the truck cab, and hid behind a tree beside her. With a beautiful face sticking out, across a fallen tree, he looked at Yifeng, who was covered in blood in the field with a complicated expression. He could hide, Lin Shiqing knew, because Long Wanner beside him was pushed away by him immediately. But he didn't escape. Looking at the military truck with countless ugly nicks drawn by the sword energy, Lin Shiqing knew that if the masked man hadn't stood there to resist, she and Xiaoqi would have died just now. Are you willing to suffer such serious injuries just for them? Lin Shiqing didn't think that she and Xiaoqi were so important to the masked man, but after thinking about it, she couldn't think of a reason why the masked man insisted on standing in front. Of course she didn't know. Just now, Nanfang first climbed out from under the truck, and jumped onto a big tree not far away, without attracting anyone's attention in the dark. Putting on the electric jumping boots of the exorcist and holding the demon-breaking crossbow, the South seems to be a big force now. Unfortunately, the small crossbow bolts of the demon-breaking crossbow are not very effective against Long Moran. At this time, the South, hiding in a big tree, continued to wait for the opportunity. Several throwing knives were quietly held in his hands. Although he had just practiced the ghost-crying knives technique, he might not be able to exert much power, but he could still disturb Long Moran. Long Wanner was pushed by Yifeng, originally wanted to rush in to fight Long Moran, but after thinking about it, it wouldn't change the situation. After taking precautions, whether it is the Immortal technique Qi Yin or the Immortal technique Burial Star Arrow, it will not have much effect on Long Moran. On the contrary, the more you use it, the easier it is to expose her identity as an immortal cultivator. People in the martial arts world who have comprehended the third level of martial arts moves are somewhat similar to immortal cultivators, such as Long Moran, who performed the third level of Feng Yin Zi Chen swordsmanship. Therefore, Long Wanner's 2-star burial arrows before may not be noticed by people. At most, she is very talented and has comprehended some third-level martial arts. But if you use it more times, maybe people will see the clues. At this time, Long Wanner retreated into the dark woods in 2 or 3 steps, and dodged to Shushu's side to protect her safety. A group of Long family disciples spread out to look for Long Moran's severed arm. Shushu was so nervous that she dared not breathe until Long Wanner arrived, and then she was relieved. In the dark woods, the two women leaned against each other, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Long Wanner even concentrated her spiritual consciousness on Yifeng and Long Moran, trying her best to pay attention to every moment. As long as she has a chance, she will continue to use her immortal skills to deal with Long Moran from afar. The disciples of the xuanhuan sect headed by Su Xiaoyu all retreated far away, until the sword energy stopped, and then they all heaved a sigh of relief and surrounded them again. Su Xiaoyu stood aside, staring at Yifeng. As far as he was concerned, he hoped that Yifeng could kill Long Moran, and then he would personally get to know Yifeng. That would not only eliminate a great enemy in the Jianghu, but also avenge Luo Feng. The old man with white beard was too lazy to think too much. He blamed Yifeng for Luo Feng's death anyway. As for the loss of 2 50-year-old masters when he snatched the great Coral King at the bottom of the sea, it was not as important to him as Luo Feng. One must know that Luo Feng is a genius who knows how to let go of his internal energy at a young age. This time, the benefits of the xuanhuan sect were not reaped, but a lot of people were lost. Even if he was the elder of the xuanhuan sect, he would not be able to eat and walk around after returning. There were other martial arts practitioners, pointing fingers at the middle of the field one by one. Regardless of today's outcome, that masked man could make Long Moran so miserable, not only broke his arm, but also displayed the third layer of romance that he hadn't seen for many years, which is enough to make him famous in the Jianghu. If the masked man survived today, the matter would be even more serious. I'm afraid the whole rivers and lakes will tremble for it. It's a pity that even if the masked man could kill Long Moran, he couldn't escape Su Xiaoyu's murderous hands. A group of people looked at the white-bearded old man in the crowd of Shenkwenmen, and they all saw the murderous intent in his eyes. Today's masked man is really hard to fly. Step. 2 steps. Holding a long sword in his hand, Long Moran walked toward Ji Feng. His robe was fluttering, soaked in blood in the heavy rain, looking fierce and vicious. No more strength? Long Moran smiled, contemptuously, and a bright white sword energy, from a distance, swayed toward Ji Feng. Yi Feng's whole body was numb, he didn't want to run away. Once he dodges, he won't have the strength to make the final blow. Puff. A figure quickly ran out of the pitch-black forest, and blocked Ji Feng at a critical moment. The bright white sword energy pierced into the chest of that figure. It turned out to be the masked boy from the Tai Chi Hall. Up until now, Yi Feng still didn't know his name, he just helped him heal the burned scar on his face. But now, this boy stood up again and blocked Yi Feng's sword. With a bang, the boy fell to the ground. That sword cut off his heart, by coincidence. This time, he really couldn't survive. It's this guy again. Long Moran was furious all of a sudden. When he was in the small fishing village, it was this kid who blocked Shu Shu's sword, and now he ran out to block the masked man. What an idiot. Hey! Long Moran. With one word from Yi Feng, he easily drew Long Moran's attention. This sentence, he did not pretend to be low, but said it in Yi Feng's voice. At the same time, he put one hand on the black grimace mask, as if he was about to take off the mask. In order to survive, he must seize the last chance. Even if you expose your identity for this, you will not hesitate. Swish. In the rainstorm, he took off the mask on his face. A delicate face suddenly appeared before Long Moran's eyes. This time, without any disguise, it was Yi Feng's appearance. Long Moran was stunned. Yi Feng? Yi Feng. Good chance. Yi Feng glanced sadly at the young man in the Tai Chi Hall in front of him, but his spiritual consciousness was always locked on Long Moran. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the other party was stunned, the golden longsword condensed, and the dragon-slaying sword energy rushed to the other side's door. Swish swish swish. Throwing knives one after another, shot towards Long Moran from the treetops in another direction. It was the south, howling ghosts and wolves in awe. Burning star arrow. Long Wanner also seized the opportunity, and shot a dark blue arrow towards Long Moran. 3 parties attack. Long Moran was surprised by Yi Feng's identity, and suddenly realized that no matter which way he ran, he was facing a fatal attack. It's over. Long Moran suddenly felt creepy. The ghost-crying knife, turned out to be the long-lost technique of the ghost-crying knife. When Long Moran felt the 3 throwing knives in a row, the shock in his heart could not be calmed down. At this critical moment, only combat experience and instinct could keep him alive, but the sudden appearance of ghost-crying knife technique made him miss judgment. Originally, the attack from these 3 areas was obviously the weakest in the south, and a breakthrough from this area was the most likely. But Long Moran subconsciously felt that those 3 flying knives were the most threatening side. This has to be said to be a coincidence. When Long Moran was still young, he had seen a hidden weapon master use the ghost-cry knife technique, killing many people, and scared him to tears at that time. Since then, Long Moran has always had a shadow of the ghost-crying saber technique. Fortunately, the master of the hidden weapon left the Yinxian sect and took away the secret book of the ghost-crying saber technique, making this technique lost from history. Today, however, the technique of ghost-crying sword has reappeared. Long Moran was only stunned for a moment, and had already missed the best opportunity to escape. Ice blue sword energy, dark blue arrows, and 3 dark flying knives swept towards him almost at the same time, and it only took 1/10 of a second to kill him in one fell swoop. Boom! All of a sudden, a fist slammed from not far away, and it hit Long Moran's back in an instant, as fast as lightning. With just one punch, Long Moran was so hit that he was unable to resist. He fell on the wet and cold muddy ground, fell to the ground, and passed out. But just because of this, Long Moran managed to escape the pincer attack of Yi Feng and the others. The fist print showed a big crazy character, which was engraved on Long Moran's back, which was shocking. Who is it? Yi Feng was exhausted. He thought to himself that someone came to rescue Long Moran at such a time. It was really a miscalculation, but judging from this situation, it seems that it is not that simple. The sword chi just now was his last blow, and now he knelt on one knee, trying not to faint, with blood dripping from more than 100 wounds all over his body, making him more and more weak. Drag him away, and get out of here. A faint old voice came from the woods not far away, followed by the figures of an old man and a pure young girl. Yi Feng. When the pure girl saw Yi Feng covered in blood, her pretty face was full of worry, and she ran over in 3 steps at a time. Menghan? Grandpa? When Yi Feng looked up and saw the figures of the two, he couldn't help being surprised. That punch was actually made by Yi Wendian. It's just that in the situation just now, why did Yi Wendian take action to save Long Moran? This is unreasonable. When Yi Wendian appeared, the expressions of Long Zi and Long Qing suddenly changed. Why is this old guy here? The two of them hadn't recovered from the fall of Yi Feng's dragon claw just now, but now they didn't have time to linger, and quickly ran to Long Moran on the ground. Patriarch, you found your hand. At this moment, a rush of footsteps came from around the forest, and it was 2 disciples of the Long family who found the severed arm of Long Moran. What are you yelling about? Go away. Long Zi frowned, stepped forward to say hello, and hurriedly wanted to carry Long Moran away. Wait, leave your hand behind. Yi Wendian was pacing, seemingly leisurely, but in an instant he came to the disciple of the Long family, and grabbed Long Moran's severed arm. The expression of everyone in the Long family changed. Swish! Yi Wendian threw it vigorously, and directly threw the severed arm into the distance. After a while, there was a plop, which seemed to have fallen into the sea. People from the Long family, don't you hurry up? The old man counts to 3, and when I see you again, I'm going to make a move. Yi Wendian blew his beard and stared. Let's go, let's go. Long Zi and Long Qing didn't dare to say anything. Facing an ancestor-level master like Yi Wendian, the two of them didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Even the intact Long Moran stood in front of him, and they didn't dare to speak loudly. Before leaving, Long Zi in purple robe took one last look at Yi Feng's direction. Unexpectedly, the masked man was really Yi Feng. Long Zi felt infinitely regretful, and at the same time felt a sense of crisis. Yi Feng's son started to practice martial arts, and his talent is so terrifying, and now he has kidnapped Long Wanner. His momentum has greatly increased. If Yi Wendian is determined to protect him, as long as he is given a period of time, he will definitely grow into a giant in the world. Being able to fight against Long Moran at such a young age, although relying on the strength of everyone, Yi Feng's fighting ability must not be underestimated. After returning home, heal Long Moran first, and then listen to the patriarch's plan. Such a big matter is no longer what Long Zi should consider. As for the broken arm, with Yi Wendian around, they don't need to think too much. Listen well, Yi Feng is my grandson, Yi Wendian. Yi Wendian drove away everyone from the Long family, then stood in the field majestically, looked around, and said with a powerful and shocking voice, whoever dares to make up his mind, don't blame the old man for being cruel. When these words came out, there was an uproar around. This is Yi Wendian's domineering declaration. Let's go. With a wave of Su Xiaoyu's hand, he led the people from the xuanhuan sect away, without even thinking about it. When the identity of the masked man was revealed as Yi Feng, Su Xiaoyu was also shocked for a moment, but soon had an idea. He wanted to spread the news that Yi Feng had practiced martial arts as quickly as possible. There are so many forces that have enmity with the Yi family, and if he doesn't need to do it himself, the grandfather and grandson will already be in constant trouble. However, facing a young man with such talent as Yi Feng, he still had to think of ways to suppress him. It would be best if everyone besieged him as he did 20 years ago. Yi Wendian alone would not be able to make any waves. Su Xiaoyu is an old man, of course he knows what to do now is the most correct way. And once he took people away, other people in the Jianghu did not dare to stay anymore. Today's fight was too explosive and hearty, and they also got the important news of Yi Feng practicing martial arts. In addition, someone with a wide range of knowledge can see that the flying knife just now is a ghost crying knife technique. If it is spread, it will also be a major event that can shock the world. In an instant, all the people in the surrounding martial arts scattered like birds and beasts. Yi Feng. Long Wanner, who was hiding at the side, also ran out, intending to use lay on hands to heal Yi Feng's injuries. But halfway through the run, she saw Su Menghan, who was wearing a pure short skirt, already supporting Yi Feng with concern, leaning against the truck beside her. Her pretty face was full of worry. For a while, Long Wanner hesitated, and looked at Yi Wendian, who turned around again. Her heart trembled. Her identity, standing here, is really a little embarrassing. No, it's not a little embarrassing, it's very embarrassing. Gritting her teeth, she didn't think much about it. A stable life does not belong to her after all. It's time for her to leave after helping Yi Feng heal his injuries, and going to sea with him to finish the matter. Long Wanner quietly made this decision, and then, ignoring Su Menghan's jealous eyes, ran to Yi Feng's side, and gave Su Menghan a look. I'm sorry, you avoid it, I want to heal his injuries. Long Wanner asked Su Menghan to avoid him because she didn't want her to see the lay on hands. After all, Long Wanner didn't know whether Yi Feng had told Su Menghan about cultivating immortals. It's okay, it's all my family. Yi Feng was a bit reluctant to even speak now, but he still grinned when facing the two women. All right. Hearing this, Long Wanner took a look at Su Menghan, and could only nod her head slightly. Her true energy condensed in her hands, and immediately cast the lay on hands technique. The faint golden light gently brushed over the wounds all over Yi Feng's body, allowing those sword chi scars to begin to heal. Seeing this, Su Menghan was quite surprised. This Long Wanner can actually cultivate immortality? It seems that Yi Feng treats her pretty well, and he seems to have a high level of cultivation. But Su Menghan doesn't know how to heal her wounds. For Yi Feng's sake, Su Menghan temporarily put away her jealous thoughts. Nothing is more important than getting Yi Feng to recover quickly. At this time, Yi Wendian walked up to Lin Shiqing, who was hiding aside. Miss Lin, how are you? Yi Wendian blocked Lin Shiqing's gaze. Coupled with the obstruction of the truck, Lin Shiqing couldn't see what Yi Feng and the two girls were doing. Upon hearing Yi Wendian's question, Lin Shiqing knew that he had multiple meanings. How does it feel to witness a battle in the martial arts world? Knowing that the masked man is Yi Feng, how does it feel? What is your impression of Yi Feng? What to do next? For a while, Lin Shiqing didn't know how to answer, but she didn't like this old man who forced her into marriage, curled her lips, and snorted softly. Not really. But Yi Feng seems to have someone he likes already. Senior wants to let him. It's not appropriate for me to be your Yi family's daughter-in-law, right? Then what? Yi Wendian said relaxedly, and suddenly glanced to the side. Who was hiding there? Come out, I found you. As soon as the words fell, a figure finally emerged from the dark woods beside him. It was Xiaoyu, who had been hiding all this time. After the martial arts people dispersed, Xiaoyu wanted to run up to see how Xiaoqi was doing, but seeing Yi Wendian approaching, she suppressed her temper and did not show up. Unexpectedly, he was still discovered. What? Xiaoyu didn't know what to call Yi Wendian, she just knew that this guy was more terrifying than the white-robed man who showed his power just now. These martial arts people really kill people without blinking an eye. My name is Yi Wendian, remember, I will be your grandfather from now on. Yi Wendian coughed and stroked his white beard. Boom. Hearing these words, Nan couldn't help but burst out laughing, and one accidentally slipped down from the tree trunk. This old man is really interesting. When he sees beautiful girls, he says that he is their grandfather. Is this the rhythm that makes Yifeng a stallion? Stinky boy, what are you laughing at? Yi Wendian's cultivation base is advanced, his perception is sensitive, and he is much better than Long Moran. He has already noticed the south hidden in the tree. Hearing him laugh at this time, he immediately asked questions in annoyance. No, nothing. Of course Nanfang didn't dare to talk back to him. You guys talk, I'll make it easier for you. He looked around the arena. Be darling, there is no outsider left, there are Yi Wendian and 3 women on one side, and Yifeng and 3 women on the other side. It seems inappropriate for him to stay any longer on this kind of occasion. Well, let's still pee. He took one last look at the young man from the Tai Chi hall who fell on the ground, shook his head regretfully, ran away in 2 or 3 steps, and disappeared. Yi Wendian's sentence, "It's your grandfather," made Xiaoyu and Lin Shiqing feel strange. It seemed that the 3 of them had been saved by Yifeng before. Xiaoyu and Lin Shiqing looked at each other, and they both saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. Facing an old rascal like Yi Wendian, the 2 women didn't know how to refute. It really is 2 boats. Xiaoyu thought to herself, when she saw Long Wan'er and Su Menghan, she knew that her guess about Yifeng was correct. This guy is a hooligan, and he has a marriage contract with Lin Shiqing? Xiaoyu looked at Lin Shiqing with pitiful eyes, and also glanced at her plump chest by the way, with a look of regret. Such a beautiful woman is cheap and that little rascal is really unreasonable. Sister Xiao, do you have anything to say? Lin Shiqing blinked at her, thinking that this girl doesn't know how powerful Yi Wendian is, and now that she has been spotted, it must be enough for her. Lin Shiqing felt that if she resolutely opposed the marriage contract with Yifeng, then Xiaoyu must bear the brunt of it. It's a pity that this big sister doesn't know about it. You guys have a good exchange of feelings. Yi Wendian waved his hand, didn't say much, raised his head and looked at the distant sky, where there were thunder and lightning, and the sky was changing. The matter in the East China Sea is not over yet. He looks very relaxed on the surface, but in fact he is extremely dignified and under a lot of pressure. Now that Yifeng's identity is really exposed, when the news spreads, an old man like him will definitely not be able to resist the swarming enemies from all walks of life. We must think of countermeasures early. Yifeng on the side finally got better under the treatment of Long Wan'er's lay-on healing technique, and the bleeding from the wounds all over his body stopped. It's just a black shirt and slacks all over the body, which are all tattered, ragged like a beggar, and look in a mess. Shu Shu, who was originally hiding aside, ran over with some worry just now. When Su Menghan saw Shu Shu, he became even more sullen and jealous. Okay, after a while, he even hooked up with such a plump and beautiful woman. Yifeng sensed Su Menghan's thoughts and was a little puzzled. This chick is good at everything, but she is jealous, but it seems that being jealous is also a sign of loving him? He helped the military truck full of sword marks to stand up, and put his arms around Su Menghan's soft and slender waist. Come and absorb this. Yifeng took out a small coral tree. If Su Menghan hadn't come here in person, maybe he couldn't wait for Yifeng to go back, and the aura of heaven and earth in the small coral would be gone, but it's just right to come now. It's like absorbing spirit stones. Yifeng guided. Seeing that Yifeng was talking to her about serious matters, Su Menghan put away her jealousy. She took the little coral king with her jade hand. The red coral was still stained with blood, which made her feel a little distressed. She didn't know that Yi Feng came to the East China Sea. What happened? Brat. At this time Yuwendian came over and said calmly, "Do you know why this old man saved Long Moran?" "Know a little." Yi Feng didn't look back, but nodded slightly. With his arrogant and conceited character, as long as he doesn't die, he won't disturb the old man of the Long family who is in seclusion. Once the old man of the Long family appears, the situation will be difficult. Good. Yuwendian walked up to him, turned his face to look at Long Wanner, and heard that this girl had turned against her father Long indifferently. He frowned slightly, not expecting things to develop like this. Originally, he was determined not to let Long Wanner enter his Yi family, but for Yi Feng's sake, he crippled his dantian and left Long's house, even shooting off Long Moran's arm. It would seem reckless if he still firmly opposed it. "That's all, you young people, you can handle it yourself." Yuwendian waved his hand, feeling that the emotional matter was too troublesome, so he simply ignored it, let Yi Feng make up his own mind, and only said to Yi Feng via voice transmission, "Stinky boy, if you don't revive the Yi family, I will never let you go, old man." Yi Feng was speechless. Sure enough, this old guy still has a strong sense of family. He turned his head and looked at the silent young man from Tai Chi Hall. "It seems that I have to perform Seal the Soul again." Calling the soul, sealing the soul, a translucent gray-black wind blew by. Yi Feng sealed the soul of the young man in the Tai Chi Hall together with Zhao Bei's into the ancient ring of dragon sword. Next, as long as they find a method of soul cultivation, they can summon the souls of the two. There is nothing wrong with Zhao Bei. He was an ordinary person before his death, so it is normal for him to become a soul cultivator. However, the teenagers in Taiji Temple were originally martial arts practitioners, and it is not yet known whether they can be transformed into soul cultivators. But no matter what, Yi Feng will give it a try, otherwise this young man will die for him, and his conscience will be disturbed. I still remember that Su Feiying used to study the mental method of soul cultivation. If she can find the beautiful master this time, Zhao Yi and the boy from Taiji Hall will be able to appear. Soul cultivation definitely doesn't exist in this world. All kinds of weird and unpredictable methods are definitely a great help to Yi Feng. He can't expect Su Feiying's century-old cultivation to still be there. "Yi Feng, have you found master?" At the side, Su Menghan finished absorbing the small coral. Her face was flushed, and she asked, nervously. "Not yet, just when I was about to look for it, I ran into Long Moran." Yi Feng shook his head, put one hand on Su Menghan's shoulder, and probed into her body with true energy, and found that she had cultivated for more than 4 years, and this speed was no slower than Yi Feng's. Yi Feng turned his head, glanced at Yi Wendian and said, "Grandpa, Auntie, and Menghan, please take care of me, Wanner and I still have some things to do." "What? Brat, you still want to?" Yi Wendian was taken aback when he heard the words. He still wanted to take Yi Feng back directly. The current East China Sea is a place of right and wrong. How can he stay for a long time? Not to mention that Yi Feng's identity has been exposed. He must go back in advance to prepare a good plan. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Feng had already held Long Wanner's hand, quietly disappeared, and both of them broke out at the speed of the swift shadow wizard, rushing towards the coast. The two living people disappeared right in front of Yi Wendian's eyes, which made him look dignified. Hey, what kind of tricks did his grandson learn to be invisible? "Grandpa, they must have gone to find master. Shall we go back first?" Su Menghan was at the side, and immediately persuaded him. "You are not afraid that someone will rob your husband?" Yi Wendian stared. "He's not like that," Su Menghan said firmly. Yi Wendian had nothing to say about this. Although he could vaguely sense the movements of Yi Feng and Long Wanner by his breath, he still didn't catch up. He glanced aside at Long Wanner's aunt, who was a little restrained, and waved his hands. "Forget it, let's go back with us first." "That brat, I believe I have a sense of propriety." Even in the face of Long Moran, Yi Feng has a way to kill him. Yi Wendian now has a preliminary understanding of Yi Feng's strength. And this brat really has grown up. He's an old man, it's not good to control him. A group of people walked towards the center of Xuanhuan County. The sky gradually turned white, and the night passed like this, and the storm seemed to gradually become smaller, as if it was about to calm down. Yi Feng is the masked man, who has already started to practice martial arts, and is so talented that he almost killed Long Moran. This news began to spread in the rivers and lakes as if it had grown wings. In modern society, even people in the martial arts world have already used high-tech products. Through mobile phones, the internet and other channels, the news has spread all over the country before dawn. Yi Feng was only 20 years old, and he comprehended the third level of the Yi family's Dragon Claw hand. This kind of talent is rare in the world, and given time, the future is limitless. Some people who used to have enemies with the Yi family have quietly started to communicate with each other. There was such a threat all of a sudden, they had to take action, because they were afraid that when Yi Feng grew up, he would attack them one by one. But in fact, Yi Feng didn't even know who they were. At the same time, Yi Wendian's reputation was also discredited, because it was agreed 20 years ago that Yi Feng would not be allowed to practice martial arts. This old guy actually used this as a cover to secretly teach Yi Feng to practice martial arts. Shameless, simply too shameless. This kind of behavior is simply provoking the entire arena naked. A lot of influential figures have already started to discuss, and they are going to gather together to beat Yi Wendian's old face and force him to hand over Yi Feng, otherwise, they will become public enemies. Otherwise, if Yi Feng grows up, he will be several times more terrifying than the old man Yi Wendian. Central Xuanhuan County. In an express hotel, Yi Wendian and the others opened several rooms to rest. Almost everyone had been busy all night, and needless to say they were physically and mentally exhausted. Yi Wendian went to the southern room first. Yi Wendian was also curious about the ghost crying knife technique. If it wasn't for the exposure of Yi Feng's identity, this would definitely be the most shocking news tonight. Ghost crying sword technique reappears in the rivers and lakes. Old man, I'm following Brother Yi now, so you have to give me some pointers. Nanfang hit the snake with a stick, and immediately asked for advice respectfully. Before Yi Wendian asked anything, he was stunned by his appearance. This kid really has a personality. Shushu was alone in a room, first took a comfortable bath, and then sat on the bed, a little dazed. She thought about what happened yesterday. As if in a dream, she and Long Waner finally left the Long family completely, and now that Yi Wendian is here, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being, right? It's just that the days to come will not be so easy. She could see that even Yi Wendian himself had a little worry on his brows. It seemed that the news of Yi Feng's identity being exposed and starting to practice martial arts was not a good thing. Now, it's up to Xiaofeng and Waner. Shushu sighed softly, caressing the bed sheet with her jade hands, looking out the window at the whitening sky. When Lin Shiqing returned to her room, she didn't even care about taking a shower, so she made a phone call first. She knew that Yi Feng and Long Waner had returned to the East China Sea, and the target was probably that iceberg island. Unknowingly, she felt a little worried about Yi Feng. She thought of the scene where Yi Feng suddenly appeared outside the abandoned factory in Yanjing wearing a mask and rescued her from the long-haired monster. She also thought of the scene when the abandoned factory exploded. Yi Feng's thick body pressed heavily on her, protecting her, looking at the scene of her not being burned to death by the flames, and the figure of Yi Feng standing there recklessly by the side of the military truck just now. Even though he was covered in injuries, he did not flinch. Lin Shiqing was moved. But when she thought of Su Menghan and Long Waner, she shook her head vigorously. No, she just treats Yi Feng as a younger brother. The phone call was only out of concern for my brother. The call was to Lei Ming from the National Security Bureau. Uncle Lei, what's going on outside Donghai now? On the way back, Lin Shiqing had notified the police on the cordon to go to the beach to deal with the fainted members of the National Security Bureau and the military truck. Now she called Lei Ming not only to inform about this matter, but more importantly, to find out about the situation in the East China Sea, so as to judge whether Yi Feng and Long Wanner's trip would be dangerous. The situation is not good. Lei Ming's dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. After hearing Lei Ming's words, Lin Shiqing knew the current situation in the East China Sea. When the day was bright, the iceberg island finally stopped expanding, and the lightning storm on the sea surface gradually subsided, but the sea surface was still choppy, bringing waves of tides, causing the sea level to continue to rise. Lei Ming led several National Security Bureau teams to the edge of the iceberg island, and wanted to land, but found that the iceberg island was completely in the shape of a reversed hat, and a dome was so smooth that it was impossible to land on it. Only then did they understand that the iceberg island was not an island, but a thick barrier. No one knew how the ice barrier was created, nor would they know what was inside. A layer of ice barrier was tens of meters thick after preliminary detection, and it was impossible for the rockets carried by the National Security Bureau members to shoot through this barrier. After studying the ice, Lei Ming made a decision based on data analysis: let the guided missile destroyer on standby not far away launch cruise missiles. This decision was approved after discussion by the military leaders. The most important reason is that they must figure out all the secrets in this iceberg as soon as possible. Although it has not been detected yet, there are definitely stealth submarines approaching rapidly in the direction of the United States. If the opponent approaches and fires torpedoes recklessly to destroy the iceberg and everything in it, Huagua may suffer heavy losses. An expensive cruise missile was launched from the destroyer and flew across the sea at high speed. After precise calculations, it hit the weakest part of the ice wall barrier for detection. The violent explosive force blasted a big hole in the ice wall. But then, everyone discovered an astonishing phenomenon. That is, the entire ice wall barrier started to heal quickly from the inside out, and the 10-meter-long hole that exploded was soon intact, wasting a cruise missile in vain. Both the National Security Bureau and the military were stumped by this iceberg for a while. This iceberg can heal itself, so how can it be broken? If it is too light, it cannot be broken. If it is too violent, it is afraid of damaging the things inside the iceberg. If it is something precious, it will be too cost-effective. Correct. Lin Shiqing hesitated for a while, and finally brushed her hair lightly, and said, "Uncle Lei, that masked man last time, is the one who saved my life. That's Yi Feng. Yes, if you see him, don't let him go. It's too hard for him." Ha ha. Lei Ming's hearty voice came, "So that's the case. But Miss Lin, since you said so, is that kid going to come to this muddy water? But even if it is of any use for him to come, no one can do it without breaking the ice wall into it. Perhaps he can break through?" Lin Shiqing replied in a strange way, thinking of Yi Feng's back in her mind. Haha, what a joke. Lei Ming laughed it off and didn't take it seriously at all. That's it, I'll hang up first, and I have to discuss the next step. Lin Shiqing nodded, put down her small cell phone, sat on the bed in a daze for a while, then got up to take a shower, but in her mind, Yi Feng's figure was lingering. Next to Lin Shiqing's room, Xiaoqi finally woke up slowly. The anesthesia bullet she was hit was a very slight one, so she didn't need any special care, and it would be fine after a while. Ah. Where is this? As soon as Xiaoqi woke up, she looked around, but she was shocked when she saw herself lying in a hotel room. The image in her mind was still of the scene where she ran towards the masked man Mo Jioga before she fainted, but in a blink of an eye, why did she arrive at the hotel? No, what happened to her if she wasn't caught? She immediately checked her whole body, and her expression changed very quickly. Who changed her clothes? She turned her cute face, and saw a figure in the bathroom next to her, who seemed to be taking a bath, which made her nervous. Who is that person? After a while, the sound of rushing water in the bathroom stopped, and a stunning beauty wrapped in a bathrobe came out of the bathroom. "Hey, Xiaoqi, are you awake?" The stunning beauty is of course Xiaoyu, who is smiling but not smiling. "Sister, it's you." Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved, since it was her sister, there would be no problem. "Well. By the way, I have some news for you." Xiaoyu came to the mirror, turned on the hairdryer, and said, "That masked man is Yi Feng, and he has a marriage contract with Lin Shiqing. You should give up on that." These words were like a bolt from the blue to Xiaoqi. "What, the masked man is Yi Feng? It's Shiqing's fiancé, a high school student?" "Oh no, now that the college entrance examination is over, if there is no accident, she should be admitted to Yanqing University and become her junior student." "However, the masked man is Yi Feng?" Xiaoqi's little mind couldn't turn the corner, her pretty face was full of surprise. This is the end. She admitted that she really likes that guy a little bit, but what should she do now? She can't compete with her best friend for a man. "Also, after this incident is over, I will return to Yanjing." Xiaoyu was talking lazily while blowing her hair, her mature and sexy voice was crisp and touching. "Sister, you want to come back? That's great." Hearing this, Xiaoqi finally showed joy. "I hope I don't see that disgusting guy." Xiaoyu's tone was a little helpless, and she didn't know who in Yanjing made her so disgusted. It's just that now Wang Xiaodong was dragged away by the shark with her, she couldn't argue. If she didn't go back to Yanjing, she would definitely be made things difficult for her by the Wang family in Shanghai. And as long as the Xiao family is there, when they return to Yanjing, they won't be afraid of being embarrassed by the Wang family. In the high-ranking ward of a nearby hospital, the atmosphere was serious and tense. 2 members of the National Security Bureau with live ammunition at the door devoted their attention to everyone who passed by. In the ward, several local high-ranking officials surrounded a young man with a gloomy face on the hospital bed. This young man was exactly Li Feng, whose arm was broken by Yi Feng. Now his severed arm has undergone an overnight operation, and it has been initially connected, but he still has to rest quietly for a long time. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he picked up a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that had been assigned to him again, and put them on, looking gentle and elegant again, but the expression on his face made him look a little eerie. He has already learned everything that happened before through the channels of the National Security Bureau. "Call me." Li Feng's voice was like a scorpion, letting the people around him know that someone is definitely going to be in trouble this time. Under the gold-rimmed glasses, Li Feng's eyes flashed a hint of viciousness. These people in the martial arts are really damned. He thought of the Shenkwenman who suffered heavy losses in the news that just came, and Long Moran, who also had his arm broken, and he was very disdainful. Although both parties had enmity with Yi Feng, but Li Feng was not willing to cooperate with people in the martial arts, it was too cheap for him. These martial arts people will be eliminated by him one by one sooner or later. Li Feng thought frantically, a bold plan formed in his mind. Bombing that Yi Feng with a torpedo, it must feel very good, right? Li Feng thought up a plan to deal with Yi Feng in the hospital, so he made another phone call. This time he called a confidant, Niao Meng. Niao Meng is a strange work in the National Security Bureau, with amazing talents in firearms and electronic technology. Since his father was killed by martial arts people when he was a child, he also has a special hatred for martial arts people. Before Niao Meng was sent to carry out missions in western Hunan, but Li Feng quickly transferred him to the East China Sea. He just arrived last night, rested all night, and now he is full of energy. Li Feng told Niao Meng of his plan, and then gave a dark order that Yi Feng must be buried at the bottom of the sea. Due to Li Feng's broken arm, it is not suitable to act. This time all the command of Li Feng's team belongs to Niao Meng. Niao Meng brazenly took the order. Die to me. Die to me. In the special ward of another hospital, a voice full of hatred suddenly came out, making those who heard it tremble, and couldn't help guessing, who was going crazy. Master, calm down. Long Zi and Long Qing stood on both sides of the hospital bed, persuading them nervously. How do you make me calm down? Long, who had a broken arm, sat leaning on the hospital bed indifferently, his eyes were full. I will cut that little bastard to pieces. This time, not only was he humiliated, he also lost an arm. Yi Wentian threw that arm into the sea, and fed it to the sharks. Patriarch, how about we invite the old man? Long Qing asked, tentatively from the side. Shut up. Long Moran snorted coldly. Could it be that I, Long Moran, can't be that brat's opponent? 20 years ago, even his useless father was killed by me with a single sword. Now, Long Moran wants to kill him. It's not easy. Long Moran's proud character is naturally unwilling to invite the old man out, so wouldn't he lose face? The dignified patriarch of the Long family, who lost a series of defeats against a brat, and finally invited the old man out, made the people in the world laugh out loud. He wanted to cut Yi Feng into pieces himself, and pay back the humiliation he suffered 100 times and 1,000 times. Good. Long Zi looked a little more stable, and analyzed from the side. Besides, Yi Feng's identity as a martial artist has been exposed this time, and there are many people in the world who trouble him, so why bother the old man? The old man is still in seclusion, so it would be unwise to alarm the old man. Who doesn't know that the old man of the Long family has a more eccentric personality than Long Moran? Contact the old man at the xuanhuan sect. Long Moran calmed down, thought about it carefully, and finally came up with a countermeasure. Being able to maintain his composure in such a furious situation, and thinking of cooperating with others, Long Moran is obviously not stupid, and he is not as sick as Li Feng. Of course, Long Moran wanted to contact Su Xiaoyu, the Nandu Xuanhuan of the xuanhuan sect, but he only wanted to use the other party's mind. All parties used their means together, and they all set their targets on Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng and Long Wanner were in the East Sea, approaching the extremely cold ice wall like fish swimming. Both of them have used the dragon turtle's breath-holding formula, and even in the rough seabed full of torrents and whirlpools, they are like ducks in water and can move freely. It's just that when he was close to the extremely cold ice wall, there were still some ice debris washed over by the torrent, hurting his body. Yi Feng hugged Long Wanner in his arms, and with a movement of his footsteps, he helped her block a series of ice shards in front of her. There were some bloodstains on her body, but she didn't care. As long as Long Wanner can preserve her strength and reach beyond the extremely cold ice wall safely, that's fine. When we get to the place, as long as we condense the star-burying arrow below the sea surface, and condense the power of the stars for half an hour, we should be able to break through the extremely cold ice wall of this thickness. Yi Feng explained to Long Wanner while swimming his body. Long Wanner nodded obediently. She knew very well that Yi Feng was so concerned about Dong Hai's situation because he wanted to find his master. In Long Wanner's heart, the other party is also her master. After all, the mind and magic of immortal cultivation are all taught by the other party. Even though the other party was the rumored fairy of the East China Sea, who was said to be extremely glamorous and beautiful like a fairy, Long Wanner didn't feel any sourness in her heart. Long Wanner was full of respect for the mysterious beautiful master who could cultivate immortals. Gradually, a beautiful translucent ice wall finally appeared not far in front of the two of them. It looked magnificent and exuded a faint snow-white light in the sea water. Let's start. Yi Feng nodded solemnly towards Long Wanner, and then let go of her delicate body. Long Wanner agreed, and the true energy in her whole body began to condense on her hands. A dark blue arrow soon formed on her hands. With the operation of the star-buried arrow art in her body, traces of stars invisible to the naked eye, the power was absorbed from the starry sky far away. Although the eastern sky has turned white, the burial star arrow absorbs the power of the stars, but it doesn't matter whether it is day or night. The starry sky of the universe, the number of sands in the Ganges River, is infinite. As long as the stars exist, they will continue to emit the power of the stars. As time passed, a dark blue bowstring appeared in Long Wanner's hands, which was unprecedented. Due to the condensed power of the stars, accompanied by the power of the bowstring, the star-bearing arrow can exert its maximum penetrating power. The dark blue burial star arrow gradually grew from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of a wrist, and it became sharper and sharper, exuding a stronger and stronger breath every moment. Half an hour later, the energy of the burial star arrow finally reached its peak. Yifeng's mood suddenly became tense. Please don't let me down again. Long Wanner has 18 years of cultivation, and it's easy to condense the star burial arrow. When she felt the aura of the dark blue arrow in her hand reached its peak, she saw Yifeng nodding towards her, and finally pulled the dark blue bowstring with a pair of jade arms, opened the bow, and shot. A spiral of water surged, and the dark blue arrow pierced through the sea water in an instant, hitting the extremely cold ice wall 10 meters away. The terrifying power of the stars burst out suddenly, sending Yifeng and Long Wanner flying, and at the same time finally attracted the attention of the Thunder team not far away. Due to invisibility and blindness, Lei Ming failed to find the two people under the sea for half an hour. Now that they suddenly reacted, everyone was surprised. What's going on under the sea? A large area of sea water near Yifeng was instantly turned upside down, and then the horrific penetrating power of the burial star arrow, carrying the power equivalent to several rockets, penetrated the extremely cold ice wall more than 60 meters thick in one fell swoop. An icy passage with a chilling air finally appeared in front of Yifeng and the two of them. Go in. Yifeng thought about it with his ass, and he knew that the movement here would definitely be discovered by the people from the nearby National Security Bureau, so he had to take the first step and enter the extremely cold ice wall. The passage on the ice wall is enough for 3 or 4 people to pass through together, and the sea water outside seems to have found a vent, pouring into the passage in a hurry. Like fish, Yifeng and Long Wanner avoided several underwater eddies along the way, and quickly slid into the ice passage with the current. Yifeng protected Long Wanner tightly, and slid all the way into the ice wall in the rushing water. Due to the blockage of special energy, both of their spiritual senses were unable to function. Yifeng raised his head with difficulty, his pupils shrank suddenly. Su Feiying. Right in the cold ice at the end of the passageway on the ice wall, a shadow that he was familiar with and could no longer be familiar with was looming in the turbulent sea current. It's Master. It is really Master. Yifeng's heart beat violently all of a sudden. When the outer layer of the extremely cold ice wall was blasted out of a wide channel by the star burial arrow, the nearby sea water seemed to find a vent at once, and poured into it violently. Yifeng and Long Wanner huddled together and slid in with the sea water. When the entire outer layer is penetrated, the extremely cold ice wall loses its self-healing ability, and this ice wall channel located more than 50 meters below the sea surface appears within the detection range of the Thunder team. It's really Master. Yifeng hugged Long Wanner tightly, and the two of them drifted with the current. If they hadn't used the dragon turtle hold Chiard, it would be impossible to survive in such a turbulent current. Even Yifeng was so washed out that he was drowsy at this moment, but he told himself, "You must stay awake." Su Feiying, who had been looking for a long time, was inside the extremely cold ice wall, which made him ecstatic. He really wanted to stare at that beautiful figure for a while longer, but layers of waves rolled up by the rushing water blocked his sight. The beautiful figure in the cold ice only flashed in front of him before disappearing. Swish! Soon the seawater filled the entire ice wall passage, and Yifeng and Long Wanner finally got out of the end of the ice wall passage and came to the interior of the entire iceberg island. This is an extremely large ice castle. The entire interior of the ice city is in the shape of a honeycomb. The ice is intertwined and complicated, and the roads extend in all directions. A small half is exposed to the sea and becomes an iceberg island in the eyes of the National Security Bureau, while the other half is completely immersed in sea water. This is an ice city. Yifeng was very fortunate that the ice wall passage opened by Long Waner was located below the sea surface. In this way, if the National Security Bureau or other people from the martial arts broke in, the passage extending in all directions would be filled with sea water, and the self-inducing flexibility would be far greater. Not as good as the two of them. When the ice wall channel was filled with seawater, the turbulent sea current finally stopped. The figures of Yifeng and Long Waner also gradually stabilized. Yifeng swam quickly in the water, and quickly got close to the layers of ice walls inside. The ice wall inside the ice city is much thinner than the outermost layer. Each layer is only about 10 meters thick, exuding a hazy translucent white brilliance. Therefore, in Yifeng's line of sight, through layers of ice walls, he can still clearly see that in the center of the entire ice castle, near the bottom of the sea, there is a beautiful figure with vaguely long hair reaching hips, and a white dress floating in the air. But in the cold air, it can't be seen clearly. Master! Yifeng was finally sure. He was overjoyed. Without even thinking about it, he gathered his true energy, the golden long sword was condensed, and he swung it towards the ice wall. When a layer of ripples swayed from the ice wall, and a burst of mysterious energy actually blocked Yifeng's sword. When Yifeng did not give up. In the passage of the ice city filled with sea water, he swung sword after sword to the 10-meter thick ice layer, but no matter how hard he tried, even the real dragon sword and ancient ring, even the air sword can't destroy the ice wall inside. Break it! Break it! Yifeng gritted his teeth and kept swinging his sword. Yifeng! Seeing Yifeng's actions, Long Waner was startled. She hastily tugged at Yifeng, wanting him not to be so crazy. Since she can't break through the ice wall, she can find another way. Since a passage was broken through the first layer of ice wall more than 60 meters thick, there must be a way for these inside. Master is inside. Yifeng didn't stop, his eyes were wide open, staring down at the center of the ice city. Now his mind is full of Su Feiying. Why is the ice wall in front of him so hateful? It is blocking his way at this time. I know. Long Waner said softly, suddenly put her arms around Yifeng's neck, leaned her pretty face together, and kissed him lightly on the lips. But calm down, we can't break through this ice layer. She is telling the truth. Yifeng was sweating all over his body, finally calmed down, and carefully considered the current situation. The situation is not good. After entering the ice castle through the passage of ice wall, due to the barrier of mysterious energy, Yifeng felt that his consciousness could not function. If you guessed right, the mysterious energy is emanating from the 1,000 years of black ice, which is a very strong obstacle to the consciousness. Now Yifeng and Long Waner have no sense of consciousness, but like ordinary people, they can only use their naked eyes to observe everything in front of them and around them. This feeling made Yifeng very uncomfortable, as if he had suddenly become blind. But that's not enough. The mysterious energy emanating from the 1,000 years of black ice also blocked Yifeng and Long Waner's connection with the outside world. In other words, inside the ice city, Long Waner could no longer absorb the power of the stars to break through the layers of ice walls inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yifeng counted at random, from him to the center of the ice city, where Su Feiying was at the bottom of the sea. There were at least 7 or 8 layers of ice walls. With these ice walls blocking, even if you can see that shadow, it looks very hazy. What should I do if I can't break through the ice wall? Yifeng took advantage of the hazy white light emanating from the ice wall, and looked around. The seawater in the passage of the ice city is extremely cold, at least tens of degrees below zero, but under the action of the mysterious energy, it does not condense into ice, but remains liquid, filling the entire passage of the ice city. The passages in the ice city extend in all directions, and there should be a way to the center of the ice city. It's just that the entire ice city is not a real ice city, not a man-made building, but a natural condensation of the power of thousands of years of black ice. In this case, there is not necessarily a way inside. Even many passages will end in a dead end. Yifeng and Longwan's spiritual sense can't be used, and they can't detect what's ahead at all. If they swim around in the water to find the way, God knows how long it will take. In the icy sea water, even Yifeng and Longwan couldn't hold on for long. A thin layer of frost had formed on the corners of their brows, and they could only rely on their true energy to flow through their bodies to keep warm. But other than that, there was one thing that surprised Yifeng, that is, after entering the ice wall passage, the aura of the surrounding world became more than several times thicker. If the meridian is wide enough, coming here to absorb the aura of heaven and earth can at least improve the cultivation level for several years. Of course, the heaven and earth aura and the Qianzai Xianbing come from the same source, and after absorbing the heaven and earth aura in the ice city, they will not be able to absorb the heaven and earth aura in the Qianzai Xianbing in the future to improve their cultivation for 10 years. What to do? Go, look around. Yifeng took a deep look at the beautiful figure at the bottom of the sea in the center of the ice city. At this time, Su Feiying seemed to be frozen in the center, motionless, but even the hazy figure looked so elegant and beautiful, like a frozen snow lotus, noble and glamorous. Soon, the two began to walk along the ice wall passage, trying to find a route to the center of the ice city. Beyond the ice city, on the sea. It's really broken. Lei Ming quickly confirmed that the entire iceberg island was more than 50 meters away from the sea surface, and it was blasted out of an ice wall passage, and it did not heal automatically. In other words, now there is finally a passage for them to enter the interior of the iceberg. What is inside the iceberg? Lei Ming didn't know, and was very curious, but they had to be fully prepared to operate in such an environment. Is it Yifeng? Lei Ming secretly guessed, some couldn't believe it. The entire Thunder team's face was full of shock. The ice wall that even the cruise missiles failed to break through was blown out of a passage, by others inexplicably. The morning sun rose from the east, and under the warm sun, the entire sea surface of the East China Sea seemed to calm down, leaving only this iceberg island with a constant chill. The entire East Coast has long been blocked by the National Security Bureau and the Army in conjunction with the local police to ensure that no civilians will find out what is going on here. At this time, from the coast, 2 other speedboats quickly approached the Thunder Squad's location. The same people from the National Security Bureau. Niao Meng, what are you doing here? Lei Ming raised his head and saw a familiar figure on the opposite speedboat, frowning slightly. Haha, under the orders of Captain Li, come to carry out the mission. A butcher-like voice came over. Everyone in the Thunder team looked together and saw that on the 2 speedboats that came, there was another team that was fully armed, and the leader was a butcher-like man wearing electronic eyes. That is Niao Meng. Niao Meng has a rather burly body and a ferocious face. It is said that during a certain mission, his bright face scared a local dog to death, and he has become famous in the National Security Bureau ever since. On one side of this man's face was a scar, and the stitches were not removed on purpose, making him look horrifying. On the other side, there was an electronic eye embedded in the eye socket, replacing his pupil. This also gave him an amazing advantage over other members of the National Security Bureau. His electronic eyes, like radar, can scan all directions and are extremely sensitive to anyone or anything around him. Since his father was killed by a martial artist when he was young, Niao Meng hated the martial artist very much, so he became Li Feng's #1 general. Sorry, I'm solely responsible for the tasks here. Of course Lei Ming wasn't easy to provoke, seeing that Niao Meng wanted to interfere. He was not happy at the time. The appointment will be coming soon. Captain Li has already applied to the higher-ups. Since you are not good at handling affairs, you have wasted a cruise missile and have not made any progress, so I will take full responsibility instead. Niao Meng's ferocious gaze flashed a glimmer of pride. Captain Lei, I'm sorry, this time your team is going to help us. Everyone is ready to go into the water. As soon as he gave an order, the members of the National Security Bureau on the speedboat immediately got ready. Diving suits, precision firearms, detection equipment, thermal equipment. A series of sophisticated and small equipment was hung on the body one after another by the members of the team, and soon they were fully armed. The passage under the iceberg fortress had obviously been known to Niao Meng. There are bursts of cold light hidden in his fierce eyes, and the precise electronic eyes reflect the light of the rising sun, which makes people shudder. Presumably, the kid who broke Captain Li's arm has already gone in. What is his purpose? Based on various sources, Niao Meng was almost certain that Yifeng broke through the ice wall. Although this was shocking, Niao Meng didn't take it seriously. He tioned his lips, which is really exciting. Captain Li's plan is really wonderful. Thinking of the plan that Li Feng explained to him in detail, he couldn't help but get excited. This time, he must take a closer look at the death of the arrogant and domineering martial arts boy, and take a photo of it as a souvenir. It has to be said that Niao Meng's physical and psychological qualities are top-notch. Apart from his hatred for people in the martial arts world, he is simply a perfect special soldier. It's just because he didn't graduate from a regular military academy, so Niao Meng couldn't take Li Feng's position anyway, and could only be subordinate to Li Feng. Of course, following Li Feng did not make Niao Meng feel wronged. Being able to make people in the martial arts world surrender obediently with the power and weapons in his hands is what he enjoys the most. Niao Meng has no desire for power. Almost at the same time as Niao Meng finished his sentence, Lei Ming finally received an appointment from his superiors. Due to Li Feng's physical discomfort, Niao Meng will temporarily take over the position of captain and take over the affairs of the East China Sea. The secrets in the iceberg, while closely guarding against possible secret operations by the United States. It's really here. Lei Ming's expression changed, he looked at Niao Meng, and finally said nothing. In the National Security Bureau, Li Feng and Lei Ming are also captains, but they are not at the top. Li Feng was appointed directly by the senior officials of the National Security Bureau, while Lei Ming was directly under the jurisdiction of Lin Dedian. When faced with such a big event as the Iceberg Island, even Lin Dedian couldn't guarantee that Lei Ming would take full responsibility. In all fairness, Niao Meng and Li Feng's team had a much better record in operations than Lei Ming. Of course, everyone knows how Li Feng's team's record came about, but the higher-ups don't care about the result. For them, as long as they can deter people in the martial arts, then Li Feng's team's approach is correct. What does it matter if a few more innocent people in the martial arts world die? Plop. Plop. Niao Meng personally led a dozen team members, fully armed, jumped into the sea from the speedboat, and quickly swam to the ice wall passage 50 meters below the sea surface. At this time, Yifeng and Long Wanner were constantly shuttling through the ice castle. The ice wall passages like a honeycomb are densely packed and extend in all directions. The two walked along a road, but soon found that it was a dead end. The road ahead was frozen into ice, and there was no way to go. That does not work. Facing the thick ice wall, Yifeng frowned tightly. For half an hour, the two of them were still in the outermost passage. Looking around, there were still 7 or 8 layers of ice walls between them and Su Feiying's beautiful figure in the center of the ice city. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the center after a few days and nights. As for Yifeng now, he doesn't have much time to waste. I believe that the people from the National Security Bureau will send people in soon after they have detected the passage of the outer ice wall. At that time, if the National Security Bureau arrives at the center of the ice city first and Su Feiying is taken away by them, Yifeng will regret it. There is another way. Yifeng turned his face sideways, looked at Su Feiying's hazy figure, and gritted his teeth. The current plan is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the Ice City and achieve 15 years of cultivation. Then you can cooperate with xuanhuan to condense the burial star arrow together, and reopen another ice wall passage. The joint efforts of the two will definitely make the ice wall passage closer to Sufeiing. However, Yifeng's current meridians can only accommodate 13 years of cultivation at most. If you forcibly absorb the aura of heaven and earth, it is very likely that your meridians will burst and you will die. Do you want to take a gamble? Yifeng thought for a while. In order to prevent Sufeiing from being discovered first by the National Security Bureau, he finally decided to go all out. Without Sufeiing, there would be no him now. As long as she can be saved, even at the risk of her meridians being ruptured, so what? Now Yifeng can't care so much anymore. He didn't inform xuanhuan, and the Star Tumart started to work on his own, and the whole Dantian became active, and strands of heaven and earth spiritual energy were absorbed by Yifeng from the surrounding heaven and earth into his body. xuanhuan watched him with a complicated expression. Of course she knew what Yifeng was doing now, and also knew how dangerous Yifeng was doing it, but she didn't stop it. She knew it would be useless even if she stopped. In Yifeng's heart, there must be no one who can replace Sufeiying's position, right? xuanhuan felt a little disappointed in her heart, but she quickly shook her head, thinking that if it was her, she would definitely have the same feelings for the beautiful master. A trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy was absorbed into Yifeng's Dantian, and then transformed into true energy through the core of the elixir, improving his cultivation bit by bit. 12 years and 6 months. 13 years. 13 years and 6 months. Puff. One of the main meridians near his Dantian suddenly couldn't bear it, and a small opening began to open, which made his heart sink. Could he not bear it so soon? No, only 15 years. Be sure to stick to it. He gritted his teeth and stared at the beautiful figure of Sufeiing in the center. At no point in his life has he had such a firm belief. It can be seen that Sufeiying's situation is not very good now. If it falls into the hands of the National Security Bureau, God knows what will happen. Puff. Puff. When he forcibly absorbed his cultivation base for 14 years, the meridians in his whole body began to be unbearable, and the openings opened one after another. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. xuanhuan watched anxiously from the sidelines, but faced with this situation, she had nothing to do. If possible, she would rather be her to try such a dangerous thing, but Yifeng would not allow her to do the same. More than 10 meridians in the whole body were split, but at least the gap was not big. Yifeng could still hold on. 14 years and 6 months. Just a little bit. As soon as Yifeng gritted his teeth, his Dantian turned rapidly, and another burst of icy heaven and earth spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. Now that he has absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, if he gets the 1,000 years black ice, Yifeng will not be able to improve his cultivation for 10 years by relying on it. If it were someone else, they would never be willing to throw watermelons to pick sesame seeds like this, but to Yifeng, cultivation is important, but there are more important things in the world than cultivation. That's family. To him, Sufeiing, who accompanied him since he was a child, is like a relative, bringing him up like a sister. No matter what, he couldn't let Sufeiing suffer any harm. Not only Sufeiing, but also others such as xuanhuan and Su Menghan. Yifeng worked desperately to improve his cultivation, but his ultimate goal was not to dominate the world and enjoy power like some people. His goal is simple. As long as you are strong enough to protect the people around you, that's enough. His consciousness began to become weaker and weaker, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. With the last burst of heaven and earth spiritual energy pouring into his body, the meridians in his whole body couldn't bear it, and he completely collapsed. However, at this moment, a trace of mysterious air suddenly appeared from the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand, entered his body from his hand, and swam around the meridians of his whole body. His originally bursting meridians were restrained abruptly by this mysterious stream of air. 15 years of cultivation. Yi Feng stood up suddenly, his eyes glowed brightly. It was finally done. The scene just now almost made his heart jump out, but luckily, there is the ancient ring of dragon sword. The mysterious ancient ring of dragon sword saved his life once again, and helped him achieve 15 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. Seeing Yi Feng get up safely, Long Wanner at the side finally let go of her tightly held heart. As soon as she moved her footsteps, she swam over and threw herself into Yi Feng's arms. Don't take such risks in the future. She just wanted to cry. Yi Feng felt her trembling shoulders, and felt a little sorry. If it wasn't necessary, he would never have done such a dangerous behavior. Otherwise, if he got the Great Coral King before, he would just absorb it by himself, and what would he do for Long Wanner? It's just that in this world, everyone always has some obsessions. For Su Feiying, Yi Feng was willing to sacrifice his life. Let's go. Yi Feng patted Long Wanner's fragrant shoulders lightly, glanced at the beautiful figure in the center of the ice city, and finally started to go back the same way, preparing to leave the ice castle fortress. Go back outside and find a place closest to Su Feiying. Together, the two of them gather the star-bearing arrow, and I believe they can rescue Su Feiying faster. Niao Meng led 10 members of the National Security Bureau, fully armed, dived into the sea water, and soon reached the entrance of the ice wall passage. They wanted to detect something in it, but found that a mysterious energy blocked the signal of their instrument, and they couldn't detect what was in the ice wall channel at all. All ready for battle. Niao Meng gave the order with a solemn expression. They have dealt with people in the martial arts all year round, and at the same time they are responsible for investigating similar strange events, so a cautious attitude is a must. What if a monster ran out of the ice wall passage? That's not impossible. The National Security Bureau had such an example before. Many team members were killed and injured by an unknown monster, causing heavy losses. The vanguard cheered up to 120,000 points and filed into the ice wall passage. They all looked bloated in diving suits, but they carried all the necessary equipment on their bodies, and none of them could be left behind, even if it reduced their flexibility. Don't say they are ordinary people, even martial arts masters like Long Moran have to wear diving suits if they want to go into the sea. To be able to run around the bottom of the sea alone like Yi Feng and Long Wanner is definitely a miracle on this earth. The Niao Meng team moved forward cautiously, and with the help of the hazy white light emanating from the ice wall, a beautiful scene gradually unfolded in front of their eyes. This is simply a miracle of nature. The ice wall passage was more than 60 meters long, and exuded an extremely cold atmosphere. Even though the members of the National Security Bureau were wrapped in layers and equipped with heating equipment, they still couldn't stop the coldness penetrating into the bone marrow. They quickly passed the 60-meter outermost passage, which is now the only passage leading to the ice city. When they reached the end of the passage and looked around, even Niao Meng couldn't help opening his mouth. This is simply a city of ice. If some photos are taken and circulated, it will definitely shock the whole world. No talented architect can build such a perfect and streamlined ice city. Some team members began to take pictures to collect evidence, but soon they discovered that in the ice city, the mysterious energy became more intense, and the photos taken with precision showed darkness. It seems that taking pictures is not going to work. Look, what's that? Suddenly, some team members swayed for a while, and from a special angle, they looked at the center of the entire iceberg city, the bottom of the sea. There, a beautiful figure of a woman with long hair reaching her hips and as cold as ice stood quietly, like an extremely perfect ice sculpture. Soon Niao Meng also found that figure, and his heart moved. That Yi Feng desperately wanted to break through this layer of ice and break into this city of icebergs. Could it be because of that woman? Reminiscent of the East China Sea ferry that was circulated in the rivers and lakes a while ago, Niao Meng became more and more sure. In this way, Captain Li's plan seems to be achieved more smoothly. Search around, keep in touch. Niao Meng made a decisive decision and immediately issued an order. The first goal now is to find the kid named Yi Feng who can break through the ice wall. All the subordinates took orders. A group of people began to disperse, except for Niao Meng and 2 team members guarding the fork at the end of the passage. The rest searched inside at the same time. Really cold. Niao Meng stared at the beautiful figure in the center of the ice city with one eye, and kept thinking in his heart, who is this so-called Eastern Sea fairy who actually made such a big commotion in the Eastern Sea? As far as he knew, it was impossible for the strongest guy in the martial arts world to make such a big commotion. The only explanation is that besides the woman, there are other things in this iceberg, and it is very likely that they are the treasures of heaven and earth that people in the martial arts call. No matter who it is, I, Niao Meng, will get you and send you back to the headquarters for research. And the natural materials and earthly treasures here can't be cheap for people in the martial arts. They can create such an iceberg, and that thing is very important to the National Security Bureau. The research significance of. Feeling that his electronic eyes had lost their effect in this environment, Niao Meng felt a little uncomfortable, but even the National Security Bureau couldn't figure out what the mysterious energy that interfered with their signals was. Looking at the ice wall passage extending in all directions in front of him, Niao Meng guarded patiently. Soon, the team members in a passage beside him quickly retreated back. When he got close, he finally received the other party's communication signal. "Captain, I found that kid, and he brought a girl with him." "Where?" Niao Meng's heart skipped a beat and he asked immediately. "Here, don't look for it." Yi Feng's faint voice came from that passage. Immediately afterwards, in the hazy light of the passageway on the ice wall, a boy in a black shirt and a girl in a dress followed the National Security Bureau member and appeared in front of Niao Meng. "It's really you." Niao Meng snorted softly. Unexpectedly, the other party would show up on his own initiative. This is even better, and he can negotiate directly with the other party. Yi Feng pulled Long Wanner, raised his head and looked at the one-eyed man in front of him. This guy's appearance is really vicious. Even in the daytime, he would definitely scare a large group of children to tears. The other party is the person in charge of this National Security Bureau operation? Yi Feng guessed in his heart. In fact, he and Long Wanner didn't want to be discovered by each other, but in this ice city, their invisibility techniques lost their effect. The principle of invisibility is to use true energy to change the projection of light around. But the hazy white radiance emanating from the ice wall here is not affected by true energy at all. In desperation, the two could only show up. Of course, Yi Feng didn't want to talk to the other party, he just looked for an opportunity to run out of the ice wall. Now he has 15 years of cultivation, and he can use the burial star arrow together with Long Wanner. With their strength combined, they can at least penetrate 3 or 4 more layers of ice walls, making it much easier to reach Su Feiying's side. Etc. The fierce one-eyed man saw that Yi Feng and Long Wanner seemed to want to leave, so he stopped immediately. "What do you want?" Yi Feng stopped and asked lightly. "How about we negotiate?" The other party said confidently, "Let me introduce myself first. I am Niao Meng, the person in charge of this operation. If I guessed correctly, Yi Feng, your target should be that woman in the center of the ice city?" Although he spoke politely, Yi Feng could feel that there was a hint of hatred towards him in this fierce tone. "Where did you mess with him?" Yi Feng was puzzled. Of course he didn't know that Niao Meng was the same radical as Li Feng. "Sorry, I'm just here for fun, now it's over, I want to go." Yi Feng pretended to hold his breath with great difficulty. He and Long Wanner could breathe in water. This kind of secret should not be known by the other party. Ha ha. Niao Meng really fell for the trick, thinking that Yi Feng and Long Wanner were about to lose their breath. He laughed loudly. you don't have such sophisticated equipment as our National Security Bureau. The best choice now is to cooperate with us. How about this, our National Security Bureau? I can't get out of the bureau now, but I can help you take out the woman inside. And you two might as well go to the nearby sea to search. According to our speculation, there should be a stealth submarine from the US approaching here. American submarine? Yifeng frowned when he heard this. He hadn't considered this kind of thing. We can lend you the diving equipment. Niao Meng continued to talk eloquently. The opponent's stealth technology is too advanced, and our destroyers can't scan it. They only detected a few suspicious places with electronic interference. You need to go and investigate. If you find a US submarine, you can immediately report it to we know that it will be dealt with by our National Security Bureau and the military. I believe you don't want the group of Americans to launch torpedoes and blow up the entire iceberg. It's unknown whether the woman inside will survive. What he said is very reasonable. The stealth submarines of the United States must not dare to appear openly, let alone investigate the iceberg islands, but what they can't get, they certainly don't want Huagua to get. If the torpedoes are fired one after another and blow up the entire ice city, then Su Feiying will be in danger. Humph. I don't need the diving equipment, I'll look for it. Yifeng had to pay attention to this threat. American submarine. In case the whole ice city is really destroyed by the rice guys, at that time, Yifeng might not even have time to cry. Wait, since you don't want diving equipment, bring this. Niao Meng took out a small electronic part from his diving suit. This is a small communicator. If you find any clues about the American submarine, you can rely on this to report. The electronic maps of several suspicious locations are also recorded on it. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. It seems like you won't accept this thing. No. Yifeng naturally took the so-called small communicator, took Long Wanner's hand and swam out towards the passage. He is not an idiot, so he naturally knows that this thing is definitely not as simple as a communicator. I'm afraid it still has a positioning effect. There is no doubt that the other party wants to attack him. I don't know, what method do you want to use to deal with him? Go to the nearby waters first to find out if there are any American submarines. Yifeng said to Long Wanner. In any case, this threat cannot be ignored, even if it is a gun for the National Security Agency, so what? Niao Meng looked at the back of the two leaving, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Half of Li Feng's plan was finally completed. The next step is to wait for Yifeng to find the Mi Country submarine, and then let the destroyer directly launch torpedoes. I believe it is enough to let this kid and the Mi Country submarine die under the sea together. After seeing Yifeng and Long Wanner swimming out, Niao Meng gave an order, everyone take their places. The goals of the National Security Bureau and Yifeng are not the same. Yifeng wanted to rescue Su Feiying, who was frozen in the middle of the iceberg, while the National Security Bureau wanted to figure out what was going on and get enough benefits from it. Everything was based on national interests. For Niao Meng, Yifeng was just an episode, and the next step was the real challenging work. It is not only necessary to find a way to reach the center of the iceberg, but also to sample and detect the ice wall, and mobilize all means to dig out all the secrets here. Why listen to him? It's better to throw this thing away. Long Wanner followed Yifeng out of the tunnel, still a little bit aggrieved, feeling that the National Security Bureau must have a conspiracy inside. It's fine to keep it, let's see what tricks he wants to play. Yifeng squinted his eyes. As for the American submarine, let's check it out, let's search those places first. With advanced technology now, submarine torpedoes have a range of tens of kilometers, but with the two of them trying to find a deep-sea submarine, it is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Niao Meng provided several suspicious locations. He looked at the sophisticated electronic products in his hand, and found that these locations were all within 40 kilometers, but he didn't know if it was really the place where the American submarine was hiding, or was there some kind of trick. Let's go. Yifeng didn't even think about it, he just threw away the so-called small communicator after remembering those places. Niu Meng would never have thought that Yifeng didn't need the help of the National Security Bureau and the military at all. To destroy a submarine, Yifeng alone is enough, keeping this so-called small communicator is of no use at all, and it will only increase the threat. The precise electronic locator gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. After using the dragon tortoise hold chi art, with Yifeng and Long Wanner's current cultivation base, they can swim at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour on the bottom of the sea, and it will not take more than an hour to search through those suspicious places. Seeing Yifeng throw away the small communicator, Long Wanner was finally relieved. She has also heard about that Niu Meng, and Li Feng is the same thing. How could she have a good impression of people in the martial arts? It's too dangerous to carry this thing on your body. As soon as her footsteps moved, she followed Yifeng and swam quickly on the bottom of the sea. After leaving the ice city, invisibility and blindness can finally be used again. Soon, the two of them dived to the bottom of the sea, and the National Security Bureau could no longer detect their positions. It can be guessed that the current Niu Meng must be furious, but unfortunately, the current Yifeng is not in the mood to care about that guy's feelings. As the distance from the iceberg island got farther and farther away, the sea water around the two became warmer and warmer. After swimming more than 20 kilometers, the normal underwater scene has returned. The bottom of the sea is full of fish, and the visibility is quite low. Yifeng and Long Wanner are observing completely by their spiritual sense. The dragon tortoise Chi Chi Ju not only allows the cultivator to breathe underwater, but also regulates the blood circulation in the human body, allowing people to adapt to the water pressure in deep water. Even if they dive to a depth of 10,000 meters, there will be nothing wrong. The entire East China Sea is not very deep, especially when it is near the shore. Most of it is only a continental shelf 200 to 300 meters deep, and occasionally there are some depressions 500 to 600 meters deep. If a submarine appeared nearby, it would definitely be able to spot it at a glance. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the first suspicious location. They carefully scanned with their spiritual sense, but they didn't find any ambush, let alone any American submarine. As for the electronic interference detected by the National Security Bureau, who knows what it might be? There are too many strange things on the bottom of the sea. Yifeng didn't hesitate, and led Long Wanner to continue swimming towards the next location. At this time, the two of them were like two real fish in the sea, extremely sensitive and extremely fast. I believe that no one in this world can do such deep-sea diving like them. Over there. When the two came to the vicinity of the fourth suspicious location, a nuclear submarine finally appeared not far away within sight of the two of them. Although the visibility on the bottom of the sea is very low and the outline of the nuclear submarine is very vague, there is no doubt that the two have found the goal of this trip. The two approached quietly. This nuclear submarine was still in the water 320 meters above the sea surface, like a deep-sea behemoth waiting for an opportunity to move. The submarine is about 120 meters long and 15 meters in diameter. It is shaped like a dark black bullet, and its powerful steel lines are daunting. Is it really an American submarine? Yifeng held some doubts, and brought Long Wanner closer, and found a few English letters Perk 1 printed in white paint on the side of the submarine. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is this? It's the Nightwatcher-class nuclear submarine of the Pecan Group. Long Wanner was more knowledgeable than Yifeng. Upon seeing this, she immediately said, with a bit of doubt on her pretty face, "It's not me Feng's, that's strange." Pecan Group? When Yifeng heard this name, he couldn't help but think of Kai Xiaohong. Why is it the Pecan Group's submarine that appeared here? It seems that the Pecan Group is indeed powerful enough, and they all have their own submarines. No wonder the Lin family is so afraid of the Pecan Group. It's a pity that no matter how powerful the opponent is, it will be in vain to Yifeng. Go, let's find out the situation first. Yifeng waved his hand, and finally brought Long Wanner to the seabed directly below the submarine, where it was hidden by a coral reef on the bottom of the sea. This location is 50 meters away from the submarine, and you can see it when you look up. The darkness is overwhelming, giving people a lot of pressure. At this position, the spiritual consciousness of the two of them can just cover the entire submarine. The situation inside the submarine was completely brought into the minds of the two of them. There are about 70 or 80 crew members in the entire submarine, and they are busy. Sure enough, more than half of them are Americans, but the dark blue uniforms they wear have the letters Perk 1 printed on them, which is obviously from the Pecan group. People. But apart from those American people, the two of them discovered with a quick glance that there were actually some Chinese people in the submarine. In addition, there were several figures that Yifeng looked familiar with. It's the long-haired weirdo I've seen before. Yifeng's pupils constricted. This Pecan group is really lingering. Even if there is an accident in Huagua's East China Sea, they have to come to meddle in it. It's a pity that they met Yifeng. This submarine is destined to come and go. In the main control room, a short-haired, slightly fat young woman with a Chinese face, wearing a tight black suit, was talking in English with a few people nearby. Yifeng didn't quite understand what he heard. It seems that even if he could get a high score in the college entrance examination, it might not be useful in practice. Fortunately, Long Wanner was there to translate and let Yifeng know the general situation. It turned out that this submarine indeed belonged to the Pecan group. This time, the United States discovered the strange situation in the East China Sea, and originally wanted to send the military to take action, but after all, it entered the territorial waters of Hua, and was afraid of losses, so it approached the Pecan group. It just so happened that a recent important plan of the Pecan group failed in Huagua, and even the son of the chairman died in Huagua, and immediately responded to the request of the Mi side. Send a nuclear submarine across the Pacific to the East China Sea. And that short-haired, slightly fat young woman is the daughter of another Chinese chairman of the Pecan group, who has admired Kai Xiaohong since she was a child. The entire Pecan group has a total of 7 chairmen, 2 of whom are Chinese, and their children are Kai Xiaohong and this short-haired, fat woman named Su Lu. After listening to Long Wanner's translation, Yifeng wanted to laugh a little. Admire Kai Xiaohong? No wonder Su Li's chubby face was always so gloomy. The person she admired died in Huagua, so she must have exploded in anger. Soon, Su Lu began to curse and complain, and squeezed a remote control hanging on his waist. She said that she would find a chance to blow up that iceberg, and then go and catch the Lin family. Long Wanner translated habitually, but she was a little embarrassed in the middle of speaking and stopped. Who caught the Lin family? Yifeng was surprised and asked a question. Grab Miss Lin. Long Wanner shook her head, a little puzzled. This Su Lu blamed Lin Shiqing for Kai Xiaohong's death, saying that he wanted to catch her and let her experience the feeling of being tortured by a strange person. There will be no peace in the entire Hua kingdom. Yifeng was a little speechless. That Su Lu, is his brain sick? That kind of weirdo, they call them the second-generation fighters, so disgusting. With a sweep of consciousness, Long Wanner saw 6 long-haired monsters standing in the cabin of the submarine, naked and muscular, looking explosive. After all, Long Wanner was a woman, and when she felt the 6 naked weirdos, she almost vomited in disgust. She couldn't imagine that if Lin Shiqing was really caught by the Su Lu, and then by those strange people. Unfortunately, she has no chance. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Since he ran into it, this submarine must be scrapped here today. You stay here, I will destroy it in the past. Be careful, if they find out, they will bombard you with torpedoes. Long Wanner was a little worried. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Yifeng smiled, and took a look at her curvy figure in the sea. Wouldn't you be sad if I died? Screw you. Long Wanner gave him a blank look. Then you have to be careful. if this nuclear submarine explodes, with that destructive power, we will definitely not be able to escape. Yi Feng nodded. Of course, he wouldn't run over to blow up the nuclear reactor of the other people's submarine foolishly. His idea was just to condense the dragon sword, ancient Jiazhenqi sword, and make the submarine leak everywhere. Quietly, Yi Feng quickly swam to the bottom of the submarine. Boom! A true energy sword, following his thoughts, appeared in his hand, and turned dark green. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Now that he has reached 15 years of cultivation, the color of the true chi sword has finally changed again. The last time it was golden, this time it is dark green. Although it doesn't look so dazzling, Yi Feng can feel that the power contained in it is obviously stronger. Quietly, he had gotten close to the bottom of the submarine, and could even touch the steel on the surface of the submarine, but he didn't touch it stupidly, otherwise he might be discovered by the other party. If you want to move, you must kill with one blow. The nuclear reactor compartment of the Night Watcher class nuclear submarine is located in the middle of the submarine. Yi Feng must avoid that position when he moves, but let Yi Feng do what he wants in other places. The shell steel plates, pressure hulls, sound-absorbing tiles, etc. of the entire nuclear submarine are all less than 1 meter thick, which is like tofu to Yi Feng's true chi sword. Even the titanium alloy and degaussed high-strength steel in some main cabins couldn't withstand Yi Feng's sword. Under the detection of his divine sense, Yi Feng thought for a while, and finally found the position to attack. The row of positions at the bottom of the submarine are all relatively important cabins, but at this moment they are all exposed to Yi Feng. Swish! The dark green sword light flashed past. Holding the sword, Yi Feng moved quickly. The sword started from the steam turbine generator set at the rear of the submarine to the diesel generator compartment near the middle of the submarine, creating a 20-meter-long opening. The turbulent seawater immediately poured into it, and the submarine entered the water. And a lot of water. The movement in the back cabin was immediately noticed by the people in the submarine, and they reacted quickly, but at this moment, there was an explosion without knowing what it was. Yi Feng didn't have much research on submarines, and he didn't know that cutting those behind would cause an explosion, so he secretly said, "Be good, this is a big deal." Instead of doing nothing, he moved his legs, swam to the front half of the submarine, and swung the dark green true energy sword again. Poor Nightwatcher class submarine, the back cabin just had an accident, and the front cabin was once again cut into a long hole from the battery pack to the weapon storage room. At this time, the explosion in the back cabin of the submarine was getting louder and louder, which made Yi Feng feel a little inappropriate. No good, it's better to make a fuss earlier, otherwise it wouldn't be worthwhile if he would be killed by the explosion. Immediately after ignoring the Night Watcher class nuclear submarine that began to explode and disintegrate, Yi Feng quickly returned to Long Wanner, intending to take her away quickly. Watch out for torpedoes. Seeing Yi Feng coming back, Long Wanner rushed to meet him, pointing at Yi Feng's back. I found it early. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. He retreated in a hurry, but the people on the submarine finally spotted him, and aimed at him. They fired 2 precision-guided torpedoes. Buried star arrow. Without hesitation, Yi Feng and Long Wanner shot out a dark blue arrow and hit the 2 torpedoes, respectively. There were 2 loud bangs. The torpedo was hit by the star-buying arrow and exploded directly, but soon, the sound was completely covered by the explosion of the entire submarine. It's not scientific. Yi Feng took Long Wanner to swim farther and farther. Seeing that the entire submarine exploded, he was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, his 2 swords would not cause the entire submarine to explode, right? It should be that they initiated the self-destruct procedure. Long Wanner was more familiar with these kinds of things than Yi Feng, so she made a guess. The other party came to China but encountered an unknown attack. In order to prevent the technology of the Night Watcher class nuclear submarine from being leaked, It is normal to start the self-destruct procedure at a critical moment. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky under the deep sea, and Yi Feng, the instigator, had already swam far away with Long Water in his arms, and was not affected by the submarine explosion at all. The movement that happened here was detected by the Chinese government and the National Security Bureau immediately. Niao Ming listened to the news from above, and his face was a little gloomy. I didn't expect that kid to move so fast, it's too weird. He can blow up a nuclear submarine by himself. Niao Ming never dared to underestimate Yi Feng's ability. Because Yi Feng lost the small tracker, Li Feng's plan came to nothing. The U.S. submarine has been destroyed, and the destroyer on standby near the iceberg island has no reason to launch torpedoes. Originally, Li Feng wanted to launch a torpedo to blow up the submarine when Yi Feng found the submarine. He felt that if Yi Feng was nearby, he would definitely not be able to escape the range of the explosion and thus be buried in the bottom of the sea. But he didn't calculate Yi Feng's strength correctly, which caused the plan to fall short. Of course, the explosion of a nuclear submarine in the US did not do any harm to Hua, and it didn't consume half of the ammunition, so Yi Feng was used as a gun. This is also Yi Feng's voluntary, otherwise no one would want to use him. The people from the Pecan group wanted to blow up the ice castle where Su Feiying was. How could he just let it go? It's just that after this time, Yi Feng's name was finally recorded on the National Security Bureau's focus list, and became an S-level key target just like Long Moran. Every character with great destructive power in the martial arts has been recorded by the National Security Bureau. Yi Feng's ability to destroy a submarine by himself is really too heaven-defying, so if you don't pay attention to it, if something big happens, the loss will be heavy. 30 kilometers away from the iceberg island, Yi Feng and Long Water continued to dive into the seabed. Something seems to have escaped from that submarine. Long Water's consciousness range was still 30 meters wider than Yi Feng's, and she felt something that Yi Feng didn't. What is it? Yi Feng frowned and asked. It seems to be a rescue capsule, and that Sulu is inside. And those strange people are not dead. Long Water gathered her spiritual consciousness and swept away. Her surprise was beyond words. Not to mention the rescue capsule. Although submarine rescue capsules rarely work, the Pecan Group is synonymous with today's cutting-edge military technology, and it is normal to be able to configure rescue capsules on submarines. But in the violent explosion of the nuclear submarine, those 6 naked, long-haired weirdos, the second-generation fighters, survived. It was a miracle. One must know that even the current Yi Feng and Long Water could not survive such a close-range explosion. It seems that the physical fitness and survivability of those fighters are indeed very strong. Yi Feng's face darkened. In the world of cultivating immortals, in addition to their Star Tomb sect, which mainly cultivates qi, there are also some sects that mainly cultivate body. The disciples of those sects are extremely strong in physical fitness, and even use divine thunder to train their bodies, which is very domineering. According to the legend, the person who inherits the dragon sword has a body strength that far surpasses that of ordinary body refining and immortal cultivators, like gods and demons. But it is a pity that the current Yi Feng only has the ancient dragon sword ring, and he did not open the ancient dragon sword tomb to obtain the inheritance of the dragon sword. If Yi Feng really obtained the dragon sword inheritance, even if he returns to the world of cultivating immortals, he will definitely become a giant. Of course, this goal is a bit far away for the time being. The current Yi Feng couldn't even go back to the world of cultivating immortals, let alone find the legendary tomb of dragon sword. Go, don't leave any trouble behind. Yi Feng led Long Water, and quickly floated up to the top of the sea. That Sulu has such a deep hatred for Huagua and Lin Shiqing. If she knows that Kai Xiaohong was killed by him, Yi Feng, then she will definitely become a threat to him. After all, this Sulu is not a small character, but like Kai Xiaohong, the daughter of the chairman of the Pecan Group. If she were to go back alive, there might be many conspiracies and tricks following her. The key is that it doesn't take much time to deal with the opponent, and it can be done with one sword, so why bother? After processing, it's time to go back with long water, dive into the deep sea to break through the extremely cold ice wall, and enter the iceberg castle through another passage. Yifeng believed that this must be much faster than the actions of Niu Meng and the others from the National Security Bureau. Su Lu was wearing a black tights, and stayed in the escape pod with several other foreigners from the Pecan group, and slowly floated to the surface bit by bit. Escaping from an exploding submarine is not easy. Even if you can escape, if you rise too fast, you will be unable to withstand the rapidly changing water pressure, and you will die. Fortunately, Pecan Group's technological level is one level ahead of the world, which allowed Su Lu to survive. A pitch-black rescue capsule, protecting the four of them, finally appeared on the calm sea. This time, Su Lu sneaked onto the submarine to participate in the operation of the Night Watcher-class nuclear submarine. Even her father didn't know about it. Her chubby and short-haired figure shrank together, a bit regretful. She would have known that she would not have come, and now even the submarine has been blown up, and most of the end will fall into the hands of the Hua people. I just don't know, who is the person who chopped up the submarine with two swords just now? Su Lu was a little dazed, and the strange man who appeared in the deep sea, with only a black shirt, appeared in front of his eyes. There is such a terrifying existence in Huagua now? She quickly pressed the remote control on her waist twice. Fortunately, the second-generation fighters are still there, and they can fight hard if necessary. Miss Su, if it falls into Huagua's hands this time, we will rely on you. The three captains of the Night Watcher-class nuclear submarine next to them were all middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. At this time, they spoke to Su Lu in English with a mournful face. If Su Lu took them back from Huagua regardless of his relationship, who knows how long Huagua will detain them. After all, they are the key personnel of the Night Watcher-class nuclear submarine. Huagua has a lot of ways to deal with them, just to pry their mouths open and get some confidential data. You don't care about me. Su Lu was in a bad mood, so he cursed immediately. She fiddled with the remote control in her hand, and slowly controlled the 6 second-generation fighters to float up, enclosing their rescue capsules and protecting them in the middle. Looking at the 6 long-haired monsters, the 3 foreigners were shocked. How powerful are these things? Is it Superman? Batman? Or Iron Man? They only knew that the Pecan Group was researching gene technology, but they never expected that the research of the gene technology department was progressing so fast, and the fighters created could not even do anything to the violent explosion of a nuclear submarine. While this shocked them, it also gave them some confidence. With these 6 second-generation combatants, maybe they won't be captured by Huagua. Just as they were thinking this way, a dark green light suddenly flashed in front of them, and then the entire rescue cabin was cut in half instantly. It's that guy. The 4 of them were shocked at the same time. Su Lu screamed even more, panic appeared on his fat face. That guy actually came after him, he is really haunted. Yifeng broke through from the bottom of the sea, split Su Li's rescue capsule in half with a single sword, and the 4 guys fell into the sea with a few plops one after another. Help, help. I can't swim. Su Lu suddenly choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater, feeling as if she was going to die. Fortunately, a long-haired monster came to her at this time, carried her on his shoulders, and saved her life. Die. With a wave of Yifeng's long sword, he disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in front of Su Li's eyes, and the dark green sword light rushed towards him. Puff. With a sword, one arm of the long-haired monster carrying Su Lu was cut off. When Yifeng's cultivation level increased to 15 years, the color of the true Qi sword condensed from the dragon sword ancient ring changed, and the sharpness also increased significantly. At the very beginning, Yifeng needed several swords to kill a first-generation combatant, but now the second-generation combatant is like tofu under his sword. This sword was blocked by the long-haired monster, his arm was broken, and sticky black-red blood splashed out. Sulu was frightened and began to scream non-stop, but what she didn't realize was that although Yifeng's sword didn't kill her, it shredded the remote control at her waist. Ah! The long-haired monster who was carrying Sulu on his shoulders suddenly lost control, roared loudly, and suddenly tore off Sulu's black tights, and pushed her into the sea water. The other 5 long-haired eccentrics are equally crazy. They have been suppressed for too long, especially in that respect. When they saw Sulu, one by one seemed to see the most delicious lamb, and rushed over eagerly, tearing Sulu's clothes brutally. Oh, my God! The other 3 foreign middle-aged men who fell into the water immediately began to call out to God and cross themselves on their chests. In just a moment, Sulu was dragged to the bottom of the sea by 6 long-haired monsters. Even Yifeng couldn't react to that speed. Yifeng! Long Wanner's pretty face appeared on the sea not far away, waving at Yifeng from more than 200 meters away. She couldn't detect it with her spiritual sense. She thought Yifeng had done it. It will be fine soon. Yifeng also floated on the surface of the sea, inexplicably feeling a little chilly. The Pecan group created these fighters. It is really inhumane. Even Yifeng couldn't bear to see the devastation that Sulu suffered next. Even though Sulu was on the opposite side of him, he was still human after all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the dark green long sword condensed again, and without even thinking about it, he dived into the bottom of the sea and caught up with the 6 long-haired monsters. Puff! Puff! The heads of the long-haired monster were cut off one by Yifeng like picking peaches. Even the hard special steel layer in the cortex was like thin paper under Yifeng's sword. Before he knew it, the sword in Yifeng's hand had already become so sharp. The 6 long-haired monsters were quickly dealt with by Yifeng, but at this moment, they had descended more than 200 meters above the sea surface. Sulu's eyes were protruding, his clothes were torn, and fresh blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. Heartbeat has stopped. Due to being dragged down at a high speed, the rapidly increasing water pressure is completely unbearable for ordinary people. Sulu's internal organs have been crushed by the strong water pressure. Even if Yifeng kills those 6 long-haired monsters, she cannot be saved. That's all. Yifeng groaned, put away his long sword, turned around and swam towards Long Wanner's direction. Yifeng didn't want to care about the remaining 3 old fellows. That kind of technical talents. Just wait for the Hua *** team to take them in later. Maybe they can bring some advanced technology to Huagua. After reconciling with Long Wanner, Yifeng didn't tell her about the 6 long-haired monsters going crazy. Let's go. Yifeng took Long Wanner and finally left the sea area, leaving only 3 high-level officers of the Night Watcher-class nuclear submarine floating on the sea. In the distance, 2 small Huagua frigates drove over. These 3 foreign middle-aged people will eventually fall into Huagua's hands. It took Yifeng and Long Wanner less than an hour to come out of the iceberg island. Soon, the 2 returned to the depths of the seabed less than 10 kilometers away from the iceberg island. By chance, their spiritual senses detected a strange thing on the sea surface at the same time. It was a bamboo raft, and there were 2 people standing on the bamboo raft, dressed in ancient costumes, looking very strange on the vast sea. Of those 2 people, one of them was an old man, skinny, and the strangest thing was that he had 6 fingers on both hands. The other was an old woman with gray hair, only about 1.3 meters tall, like a dwarf. Yifeng naturally had no impression of these 2 people. But Long Wanner, being a member of the Long family, is quite familiar with all kinds of characters in the martial arts world, and with a quick sweep of her spiritual sense, she immediately introduced. That's the 6-fingered old man and the unfeeling mother-in-law. 10 years ago, they occupied a blessed place in Yulio Mountain near the East China Sea, and they have been practicing so far. The two of them scanned their consciousness and immediately knew that the two old men had 50 years of cultivation. If it was Long Wanner in the past, she might feel scared when she saw these two old men, but now after cultivating immortality with Yi Feng, her horizons have also broadened. It is equivalent to 36 years of internal qi cultivation in the martial arts. What are they doing here? Yi Feng frowned slightly. It's completely unreasonable for two old fellows not to spend their old age in Yulio Mountain peacefully, but to take a bamboo raft to hang out in the East China Sea. Many old guys seldom come out of the mountains. Since they come out, there must be something in the East China Sea that attracts them. Long Wanner said. The two looked at each other, and there is no doubt that there is only one thing in the East China Sea that can attract martial arts people to Iceberg Island. Speaking of which, that six-fingered old man also has grudges against your Yi family. Long Wanner thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and explained, in the early years, the Yi family was one of the three major powers in the Jianghu. The six-fingered monster admired Ye's martial arts and wanted to go to Luofu Mountain to learn from the cave, but he was kicked out by the Yi family. Since then, he has held a grudge, and participated in the siege of the Yi family 20 years ago, and he also had a part in it. Yeah? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. The two stopped and slowly followed the bamboo raft. Not long after, they found that the direction the other was heading was indeed an iceberg island 10 kilometers away. Ignore them, let's go faster. After following for a while, the two old men on the bamboo raft did not make any noteworthy movements, which made Yi Feng shake his head, planning not to waste any more time. Just when Long Wanner nodded and wanted to follow Yi Feng forward quickly, an old voice suddenly sounded from the bamboo raft. Old monster, you offered 10 million rewards for the secret books of the Yi family on the Jianghu list, and there is still no news? The unfeeling mother-in-law spoke in an old voice, with a trace of ridicule in her tone. Humph, I didn't have any hope at all. The six-fingered old man snorted softly. This time, the story of the East China Sea has been widely circulated in Jianghu, and that kid from the Yi family actually practices martial arts. This old man has already responded to the call of the Xuanhuan sect and the Inxian sect, and will participate in the investigation against the Yi family boy in half a month. Siege. So this time I went to sea, I must get something within that iceberg. The unfeeling mother-in-law said indifferently, and raised her head to look at the iceberg island on the sea in the distance. This location is not far from the blessed land of Yulio Mountain they occupied. This is the opportunity that God gave them. Otherwise, when they participated in the siege, the two of them would have no status at all, so how could they talk about dividing the spoils? To this day, the six-fingered monster still yearns for the Yi family's mad demon fist. In his lifetime, his only remaining wish is to practice mad demon fist. All cats and dogs are here to play Qianzai Xianbing and master's ideas. Yi Feng snorted coldly. Even if the National Security Bureau is willing to give these two old guys a piece of the pie, they still have to ask Yi Feng if he is willing. I don't want to talk about Qianzai Xianbing, but Su Feiying is the one Yi Feng must rescue. Yi Feng took Long Wanner and quickly swam towards the iceberg island. A few minutes later, an extremely cold ice wall tens of meters thick appeared in front of the two of them again. In front of the extremely cold ice wall, Yi Feng and Long Wanner didn't have much words. No matter how long the two stayed on the bottom of the sea at a depth of more than 200 meters from the sea surface, no one would find them. Even if the National Security Bureau sent people down, they would still be able to hide themselves or use tricks. Yi Feng doesn't know the current situation in the passageway above the ice wall. After all, his spiritual sense can't get in. But seeing that the Lei Ming team is still guarding outside, that Niao Meng must not have made any progress. Let's start. Yi Feng felt a little excited, held Long Wanner's hand, each absorbed the last small coral, replenished their true energy, and finally started to condense the burial star arrow together. A trace of star power invisible to the naked eye began to condense in the deep sea, and a dark blue arrow appeared in the hands of the two of them. From such a deep seabed, breaking through the extremely cold ice wall, and with the joint efforts of the two of them, they will definitely be able to get a lot closer to Su Feiying. What's more, it may lead directly to the central area of the Ice City. Of course, Yi Feng can't predict the effect, no matter what, he has to try it. Niao Meng led 2 team members and also shuttled through the Ice City for a while. Niao Meng never tires of the complicated pathways extending in all directions, like a honeycomb labyrinth. He really wants to smash this thing into pieces with heavy weapons. But helplessly, these ice walls are extremely hard and have self-healing ability. Their team members brought all the tools that can be used underwater, but they couldn't break through the ice wall, so they had no choice but to walk through the maze. He glanced at the extremely beautiful figure in the center of the Ice City, his heart itching unbearably. Niao Meng is not lustful, but when he saw the rumored fairy of the East China Sea in the ice layer, his heart was moved. It's just that he knew that after this woman was brought back to the National Security Bureau, all kinds of research must be waiting for her, which was 100% not for him. The most important thing now is to find the passage leading to the center of the Ice City, and then bring the extremely beautiful woman in the middle back. As long as it is done, he, Niao Meng, will definitely do a great job. He led 2 team members to search for nearly an hour in the ice wall passage, but he was a little helpless. The oxygen in the oxygen cylinder behind him was no longer enough, not to mention that he had to spend half an hour to return along the original road. He reluctantly ordered to retreat, ready to go back to resupply, and then continue down to walk the maze. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the periphery of the ice wall near him. What's going on? Shaking. Suddenly, a booming sound came from below, which made him feel the whole Ice City tremble. This is naturally Yi Feng and Long Wan are shooting the star-burying arrow again, but this time the movement is a bit louder. 1 + 1 is not just equal to 2. Deep in the bottom of the sea, Yi Feng and Long Wan were staring ahead, being shot by their star-burial arrows. It was a bit unbelievable. It can't be so exaggerated, it actually caused a big crack in the whole Ice City. In the beginning, in front of them, a passage was formed on the ice wall deep in the seabed, and the ice wall inside the 3rd and 4th floors was broken in one fell swoop. It was similar to Yi Feng's expectation, and it was closer to Su Feiying. But then, the destructive power of the burial star arrow has not yet been exhausted. Perhaps it was because the Qianzai Xianbing stopped emitting energy, and the outer ice wall of the entire Ice City became a little brittle, and when it was hit by this arrow, it actually began to crack from bottom to top. Not long after, the entire iceberg island seemed to be split from top to bottom by a big sword, and a large crack about 10 meters wide appeared, extending to the top of the iceberg island. If you look down from the air, the entire iceberg island looks like a round pie. At this time, someone suddenly took a bite, and on the cross-section that was bitten open, one after another ice wall channel entrances appeared. Yi Feng and Long Wan worked together to create hundreds of entrances. Above the surface of the sea, there are 20 or 30 entrances that look chilly, and there is no sea water in them, but they are far away from Su Feiying on the bottom of the sea in the center of the Ice City. Under the surface of the sea, 50 or 60 entrances poured into a large area of sea water in an instant, washing Niao Meng not far away into a deeper depth. After being turned upside down for a while, Niao Meng finally gained a firm foothold in the sea water of the ice wall passage. He looked around and found that he had been rushed to another ice wall passage that he had never been before, and the 2 team members following him had been separated. No, there's not enough oxygen if you can't find a way out. There was a chill in Niao Meng's heart. This is a tragedy. The movement here suddenly alarmed the Thunder Squad who was still outside. I can't contact Niao Meng, now follow my command, drive all 4 speedboats to the vicinity of the Big Gap, and report the situation here to the superior. Lei Ming made a decisive decision immediately. He had just received the news that the Navy had just captured 3 high-ranking officers of the American submarine, and Yi Feng had destroyed the American submarine by himself. This made Lei Ming secretly startled. Who is that Yi Feng? Can destroy ice walls that even cruise missiles can't break through, can destroy submarines alone. That ability is too terrifying, it is simply a war machine. As far as he knew, there was no one in the martial arts world who was capable of destroying submarines. Even for people like Long Moran, the third level of Feng Yin swordsmanship, hitting a steel plate as thick as 1 meter is completely tickling. Of course he didn't know that Yi Feng had a sword. A sharp sword. Inherited from the immortal world. On Earth, that sword is the sharpest weapon, bar none. Moreover, it is not an entity yet. If one can hold the real dragon sword of inheritance, the power is beyond the imagination of the people on Earth. Right below Lei Ming and the others, Yi Feng and Long Wanner looked at the big gap that was broken, and were shocked for a while. This is too painful. They just wanted to break through a small passage in the ice wall, but now they actually broke through such a big gap. Qianzai Xianbing, you will not be able to stabilize at the critical moment. This is all right, it will be for nothing. For Goen Bureau opened the door of convenience. In the line of sight of the two of them now, Su Feiying's figure appeared more clearly, because there were only 3 layers of ice walls between the two sides. So close. How about we do it again and break through the last 3 ice walls? Long Wanner asked tentatively. No, look, there is no sea water in the place where Master is. Yi Feng pointed to it. If it breaks open and the sea water pours into it, if Master suffers any harm, then the loss outweighs the gain. It is not impossible to break through the last 3 layers of ice walls with violence, but at that time there is no other way. There is still a choice now. Yi Feng does not want to take this risk. He stared at Su Feiying in the center of the ice city, through 3 layers of ice walls. That beautiful figure was so familiar, but it seemed like he had never seen it for thousands of years, which made him miss it till now. However, these 3 layers of ice walls are so disgusting, lying in front of him and her. If you can ignore these 3 layers of ice walls. As soon as Yi Feng thought about it, he felt a profound and mysterious message suddenly came out of the dragon sword ancient ring, which suddenly penetrated into his mind. Void sword art. Void sword art? Yi Feng immediately frowned. Just like when Long Jiangujia taught him the dragon-slaying sword energy, now when he reached 15 years of cultivation, he had a strong desire in his heart, and Long Jiangujia finally taught him another trick of immortal swordsmanship. Void swordsmanship. After comprehending this swordsmanship, will he be able to pass through the 3 layers of ice walls? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. What kind of void swordsmanship is this so powerful? In his impression, there are many immortal arts that can teleport in the world of immortality, but those immortal arts are not only bluffing in name, but also require a very high level of cultivation to practice. This void swordsmanship can be cultivated after 15 years of cultivation? He checked the string of esoteric and difficult words that got into his mind, and found that it indeed contained all kinds of mysteries, which were far more complicated than the fairy arts he had come into contact with before. Wanner, get out of the way, I just learned a sword technique, I'll try to see if I can pass through the 3 layers of ice walls. The more Yi Feng studied, the more excited he became, he reminded Long Wanner. Ah? Long Wanner was startled when she heard the words. What does Yi Feng mean? He just learned a sword technique. How could he suddenly comprehend swordsmanship? Although she knew that Yi Feng was able to comprehend the 3rd layer of Dragon Claw Hand at such a young age, he must be very talented, but it can't be said that comprehension means comprehension of any swordsmanship, right? Of course she didn't know that Yi Feng possessed an ancient dragon sword ring which was regarded as a top treasure in the world of cultivating immortals. She believed what Yi Feng said unconditionally, so in order to avoid hindering Yi Feng, she swung her slender legs in the sea a few times, and retreated tens of meters like a fish. There was also a reason why Yi Feng asked her to back away. If that void sword technique would cause harm to the people around, wouldn't that be a sad reminder? By the way, Wanner, if I really go in, you can find a place to hide. If it doesn't work, go back and find the old man first. Don't be discovered by the National Security Bureau. I will bring Master out as soon as possible. Yi Feng thought for a while, and ordered again. Oh. Long Wanner nodded, her pretty face was full of curiosity, she stared at Yi Feng, wanting to see what kind of swordsmanship he had learned. Regarding Long Wanner, Yi Feng was quite at ease. This little girl did not rely on the influence of the Long family, she wandered outside alone, she had 10 years of cultivation in a few years, she must be very clever. If she had been an idiot, she would have died in the past few years. Yi Feng believed that when she was walking in the rivers and lakes, she must have encountered many times similar to being chased and killed by a pair of swords. What's more, Yi Feng's void swordsmanship may not be able to be displayed yet, and the two of them will still have to enter the ice castle together. After settling his mind, Yi Feng once again condensed a dark green true energy sword, pointing at the 3 layers of cold ice walls. Each layer of ice wall is about 10 meters thick. However, to cross this space is not a matter of distance at all, but involves very profound principles. There is no need for Yi Feng to figure out this principle now, he only knows that as long as he condenses his true energy and displays the void sword technique, the dragon sword ancient ring will naturally help him. Space technology does not exist in the world of the Earth, but it is nothing in the world of cultivating immortals. From a distance, Yi Feng had already seen a ring on Su Feiying's slender and beautiful hand. It was a storage ring. Yi Feng had seen it thousands of times in the world of cultivating immortals, and was already familiar with it. Incomparable. The storage ring is to shrink a piece of space into the ring, to store items. Those who can make the storage ring are all old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years. Similarly, most of those who can perform mysterious swordsmanship, such as void swordsmanship, are those who have been strong for 100 years in the world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng never thought that he would be able to come into contact with such a mysterious sword technique so early. But now is an opportunity. The dark green long sword radiated a faint light in the deep sea. Under Long Wanner's beautiful eyes, Yi Feng gradually spread his true energy around his body, and began to flow according to specific positions. The next moment, not only the true energy, but also the sea water beside him, began to flow along the route of the true energy. Driven by a trace of mysterious energy from the dragon sword ancient ring, the space around his body seemed to start to blur. It's just a fraction of a second. The real energy around Yi Feng's body exploded. At this moment, he felt as if he had entered an extremely mysterious state. The surrounding sea water, coral reefs, Long Wanner beside him, and even the extremely cold ice wall in front of him all began to twist. With a wave of the long sword, he took a step forward. Swish! A sword breaks through the air. When the surrounding space distortion disappeared, he suddenly came back to his senses, took a closer look, and found that he had actually teleported into the Ice City. This is the center of the Ice Castle Fortress. There is no seawater in the open space, only the rugged seabed is left. The entire space is about the size of a football field and has a circular shape. Above is a layer of ice wall hemisphere. There are only 2 passages on the ice wall, that is to say, if the entire ice city is not violently destroyed, or teleported in like Yi Feng, wanting to enter the center from the ice wall passage, there are only 2 paths. In the very center, there is a beautiful ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture is an extremely beautiful woman with long hair reaching to her buttocks, slightly closed star eyes, and wearing a simple and elegant snow-white long dress. The woman's whole body, except for a storage ring on by Bayu's hand, has no other decorations, which looks fresh and refined, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, making people unable to bear the slightest bit of blasphemy. Su Feiying, there is nothing wrong, she is really the master. Yi Feng felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch the ice sculpture. As long as the ice sculpture is smashed, his master can be rescued. It was like a dream for a while. Did he really come in? Yi Feng turned his head to look, but he saw that there was a scene in the deep sea beyond the 3 layers of 10-meter-thick ice wall. Just opposite the ice wall, the pretty xuanhuan was waving at him with surprise. Void swordsmanship, well-deserved reputation. Yi Feng greeted xuanhuan, and then immediately seized the time to rescue Su Feiying from the ice sculpture. Captain, it seems that someone has entered. The Thunder team drove 4 speedboats, quickly circled around, and came to the big rift. A team member with sharp eyes was the first to spot a bamboo raft parked beside the big gap, but there was no figure on the bamboo raft. A person from the martial arts world? Lei Ming frowned. There are guys who ride bamboo rafts in this day and age, they must be from the martial arts world. From the position above the sea, Lei Ming couldn't see Su Feiying's figure. This made him more and more curious about what was inside this ice castle. Many team members were a little surprised. Why didn't Lei Ming order a few people to go to the bottom of the sea to see who broke the big gap? But Lei Ming is not a fool, he can become the captain. Of course, this matter has been considered long ago. But when he thought of what Lin Shiqing said to him before, and Yi Feng's terrifying strength, he shook his head. Forget it, don't provoke that great god for the time being. He would never have imagined that now Yi Feng had used his means to sneak into the center of the entire iceberg island. Yi Feng looked at the surrounding environment. There is no seawater in the entire dome space, and it looks very dry. However, the 2 ice wall passages above are filled with seawater, which must be affected by the energy of the 1,000 years of black ice. The 1,000 years of Xianbing is right next to the ice sculpture that trapped Su Feiying. It was a completely transparent diamond-shaped ice crystal, about the length of a human arm, and it looked absolutely beautiful. Half of it was inserted into the dry seabed, and the other half protruded out, shining with a crystal luster, like a crystal. However, Yi Feng knew that the value of the 1,000 years of black ice was not comparable to that of crystals. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng had only heard of a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice, and the sect that owned the 1,000-year-old black ice was the top force in the whole world of cultivating immortals. There are so many treasures of heaven and earth on the earth, is it similar to the world of cultivating immortals? Yi Feng inevitably began to guess. From his rebirth to the modern city, he has encountered golden leaf grass, lingshi, jialan lingqiao, Tianhuang stone beads, and the great coral king, and now he adds a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. These things, if obtained in the realm of comprehension, will definitely make the heads of big shots with 100 years of cultivation, but on Earth, they seem to be very common. Then there is only one explanation. These things are available in the world of cultivating immortals and the Earth, but there are no cultivators on Earth, so many things are buried. Immortal cultivators are naturally sensitive to the rich aura of heaven and earth, but people in the martial arts world cannot feel it, which makes it more difficult for them to find treasures of heaven and earth. With hundreds of thousands of years of development and evolution on the earth, it is not surprising that there are so many treasures of heaven and earth. Shaking his head, Yi Feng didn't think too much about this matter. No matter what, so many natural resources and treasures are cheap for him anyway. Now his top priority is to rescue Su Feiying. The ice sculpture that trapped Su Feiying leaned against a clump of coral reefs, and was connected to the 1,000 years of black ice at her feet. Yi Feng could guess that it was probably Su Feiying who wanted to obtain the 1,000 years of black ice, but was rejected by the 1,000 years of black Bing, so it was frozen inside. As I said before, Qianzai Xianbing is a natural treasure with self-awareness. And if you want to obtain Qianzai Xianbing, you must get its approval. Unfortunately, Su Feiying seems to have failed. Yi Feng didn't touch the 1,000 years Xianbing, just looking at the bursts of cold air emanating from the diamond-shaped ice crystals made people shudder. The point is that Yi Feng is afraid of touching that thing. If he freezes him again, it will be a tragedy. When the time comes, he and Su Feiying will be arrested and taken to the National Security Bureau, where they will be dissected for research. It's scary to think about it. Yi Feng carefully avoided the 1,000 years Xianbing, and walked in front of the ice sculpture that trapped Su Feiying. This ice sculpture is square and completely a block of ice. If ordinary people were trapped inside for so long, they would definitely die, but Yi Feng believed that Su Feiying would not die so easily. In the world of cultivating immortals, Su Feiying encountered many situations that were much more difficult than this. Under Su Feiying's long snow-white dress, she had a perfect figure, standing tall and graceful. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she was full of arrogance and inviolability. The ice-like jade skin looks even more attractive inside the ice sculpture. The slender and perfect legs under the snow skirt move naturally and gracefully, but they are frozen and unable to move. Anyone who sees it will have a feeling of saving her from the ice sculpture. Come out with ideas. Her face is perfect, elegant and refined, without a trace of makeup, and her long eyelashes can be clearly seen through the cold ice. Yi Feng looked at her slightly closed eyes, and couldn't help but recall the time when he was in the world of cultivating immortals. Every time he looked into Master's eyes, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, very cold. Su Feiying's temper is not good, and she is even a bit unfriendly to strangers. Except for the day when Su Feiying discovered his talent, Yi Feng had never seen her smile. To other cultivators other than Yi Feng, Su Feiying had always been as indifferent as ice. Yi Feng quickly woke up from the memory. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand and touched the ice. The biting cold made him shrink back reflexively. It's too cold. If Su Feiying hadn't cultivated for 100 years, it would be absolutely impossible for her to survive being trapped in the ice. How to rescue her? Do you use the fairy red flame? Yi Feng thought for a while. It seems that this is the only way to try, but this ice cube is made by Qianzai Xianbing. Yi Feng may be difficult to melt it with only the first layer of immortal technique Qi Yan. Yi Feng took a deep breath, concentrated his true energy in his hands, and released 2 fireballs at the same time. Immortal art, Qi Yan. The blazing temperature immediately surrounded the entire block of ice, but through the flames, Yi Feng did not see any sign of the ice melting at all. No way, it's useless at all? Yi Feng didn't believe in evil, and continued to maintain the flame in his hand, but after a while he found that his small fireball on the first floor was really hard to affect the ice. Chilling Xianbing was inserted into the seabed beside Su Feiying's feet. At this time, she seemed to feel Yi Feng's movements, and the cold air became stronger, as if mocking Yi Feng for being overconfident. No. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He hugged the whole piece of ice that trapped Su Feiying sideways. He wanted to move the ice piece to a place farther away from the Qianzai Xianbing and try again. The bone-piercing cold air invaded his body all of a sudden, making him shiver, but he didn't pay attention, and jumped with the ice cube in his arms, and he reached the edge of the entire dome space. He looked back, but saw that Qianzai Xianbing seemed very angry, and pieces of ice condensed around it, but they condensed and melted quickly, as if a little weak. Could it be that in order to condense this ice castle, Qianzai Xianbing used up all its strength? Yi Feng thought about it, but he still didn't dare to act rashly. He was about to turn his head around and try to cast the immortal technique Qi Yan again, but when he rolled his eyes, he suddenly froze for a moment. What is that? After removing the ice that bound Su Feiying, a strange thing appeared in the coral reef behind. Teleportation array? Yi Feng's face suddenly became serious. An ancient oblate stone was firmly embedded on the seabed among the coral reefs. The stone was engraved with ancient and mysterious characters one after another. Isn't it the teleportation array that is often seen in the world of cultivating immortals? It's just that the teleportation array was split into 2 halves, obviously losing its effect. This teleportation array looks more ancient and profound than the teleportation arrays in those big cities in the world of cultivating immortals. Could it be? Yifeng guessed, there is indeed a teleportation array in this world, maybe it can lead to the world of cultivating immortals. However, at this time, there was not much excitement in his heart. To him, as long as Su Feiying is by his side, it doesn't matter whether he returns to the world of cultivating immortals or not. Besides, there are two daughters, Su Menghan and Long Wanner here. Yifeng thought to himself, even if he could go back, he might not want to go back for a while, right? Yifeng quickly put away his little thoughts about the teleportation array. If he had the time to speculate, he might as well rescue Su Feiying and listen to what she had to say. Red flame. Yifeng condensed a red flame in one hand, and continued to surround the ice cube outside Su Feiying's body with flames, but no matter how hard he tried, not only did the ice cube not show any sign of melting, Su Feiying's eyes inside the ice cube were even swollen. Without blinking. This made Yifeng a little anxious. Should I take her out of this place first? Yifeng thought, and then glanced at Qianzai Xianbing in the middle. If you want to leave, it seems too bad not to bring Qianzai Xianbing with you. But if you touch that thing rashly, you might end up like Su Feiying, then it's no fun. What to do? Soon Yifeng realized that he was thinking too much. He could rely on the void sword technique to break through the air, but he couldn't bring a humanoid ice cube with him. In other words, he is now trapped inside. Yifeng didn't even think about it. He went back to the three-layered ice wall, waved his hand to Long Wanner outside, and said, "Wanner, let's shoot the star burial arrow again." Now shooting through the 3 layers of ice wall and seawater pouring in, there shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, Yifeng can look after Su Feiying inside, the mere seawater is not a threat. It's a pity that the 3 layers of ice walls are too thick. Although they are translucent and can be seen outside, the sound cannot be transmitted. Long Wanner outside watched Yifeng open his mouth, but he didn't know what he was talking about, so he was a little puzzled. She wasn't sure what Yifeng asked her to do, although she guessed that she might be asked to use the burial star arrow again, but what if it didn't mean that? Seeing this, Yifeng was a little puzzled. As long as he demonstratively concentrated a dark blue burial star arrow, it directly hit the 3-layer ice wall. Being unable to absorb the power of the stars within the ice city, Yifeng's star-burying arrow had extremely weak penetration, and could not even knock down a little bit of ice, but it was enough for Long Wanner to know what to do now. Long Wanner nodded happily, and began to hide in a coral reef on the seabed, and the dark blue arrows began to condense again. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief, and after waiting for half an hour, Long Wanner should be able to break through the 3 layers of ice wall, and then she will take Su Feiying to leave this place. As for the 1,000 years, Xianbing. Let's talk about it at that time. The most important thing now is Su Feiying's safety. Yifeng is not the kind of person who will do anything for profit. Standing beside the ice cube, Yifeng looked at the figure of Long Wanner outside the ice wall from time to time, counting the time in his heart. From time to time, he raised his head again, looking at the exits of the 2 ice wall passages at the dome above his head. The passageway was filled with seawater, but the seawater did not drip from the exit to the space where Yifeng was, which was a strange sight. If someone from the National Security Bureau or someone else came in from the outside, it must have come down through those 2 passages. Such a complicated ice castle, even the National Security Bureau can't get in for a while. Yifeng shook his head. In half an hour, he will take Su Feiying and leave this place. When he finds a safe place, he will gather a false body and try to get the 1,000 years Xianbing. Hope everything is fine. He prayed in his heart. Most of the time he looked at Su Feiying in the ice. The black silk was like a waterfall, growing to his buttocks. It seemed to be moving and flowing in front of Yifeng's eyes. How much he expected that Su Feiying could break through the ice suddenly, and then take him to travel around like before. Hey, that's right. Yifeng thought for a while, then suddenly remembered something, stretched out his hand, and glanced at his palm. Since the first layer of immortality red flame can't melt the ice, why not try the second layer of immortality, extreme flame? If the temperature of the red flame fireball is 10 times that of ordinary flames, then the temperature of the extreme flame fireball is 10 times that of the red flame fireball. Extreme flames are terrifying existences that can burn blazingly even in water. Even if someone has advanced cultivation, throwing an extreme flame fireball into a lake can evaporate all the water in that lake. When he was in the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng, who had reached 10 years of cultivation, used Qi Yan as his main attack method. Seeing that he was almost ready, Su Feiying wanted to tell him some of Ji Yan's insights. It's a pity that at this time, the two met the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Su Feiying fought with him. Yi Feng chased all the way to the Fire Cloud Cave, but came to the earth. Even if there is no master's guidance, can I not comprehend Ji Yan? Yi Feng gritted his teeth, recalling the scene where Su Feiying used the extreme fireball in the past. Unlike Ji Yan is a white flame with extremely high temperature. Normally, Su Feiying would not dare to use Ji Yan when grilling meat, because Ji Yan would definitely burn the wild game in an instant, or even evaporate it. Needless to say, Yi Feng's talent for cultivating immortals is very rare in the entire world of cultivating immortals, otherwise Su Feiying would not have taken a fancy to him and accepted him as his apprentice. Before meeting Su Feiying, Yi Feng was just an orphan in a small village. He was 10 years old at the time, but he couldn't even eat enough. However, even with his talent, it is not that easy to comprehend the second level of Qi Yan, the immortal art extreme flame. Ordinary people need 100 days to comprehend the immortal art, but Yi Feng can understand it in just 1 day. This is a genius. If you comprehend any fairy art in an instant, then you are no longer a genius, but a god, a monster. Of course, if it is a sudden enlightenment, then no matter what kind of fairy art can be learned in an instant. It is a pity that it is not so easy to enter the epiphany state. Even Su Feiying, who has cultivated for 100 years, has not encountered it a few times. Fire is one of the basic elements in the world of cultivating immortals. If one wants to comprehend the extreme flame of immortality, one must have a deep enough understanding of the element of fire. How can one transform true energy into the form of flame? How to make the flame temperature of true gas conversion higher? Let the infuriating energy become denser. Yi Feng thought of something, his eyes lit up. Although it is very difficult to compress the true energy, but if it can be done, it may be possible to cast the immortal art extreme flame. He wanted to try it immediately, but at this moment, a strange voice came from above his head. It's the sound of running water. There is also the sound of someone's rapid breathing. Yi Feng's consciousness couldn't function in the ice city, so he immediately raised his head, only to see a short, white and fat figure falling from the exit of one of the 2 ice wall passages. It was the heartless mother-in-law who was on the bamboo raft before. Yi Feng became vigilant all of a sudden, and temporarily stopped thinking about Xianshu Jian. A grey dwarf old woman, covered with ice shards all over her body, fell from the passage of the ice wall, followed by her footsteps volleying lightly in the air, performing light kung fu, and finally managed to escape from a height of more than 10 meters without any danger. Standing on the dry seabed. The old woman was only 1.3 meters tall, like a child, but the aura she exuded made Yi Feng cheer up. This heartless mother-in-law is a martial arts master, with 50 years of cultivation. Long Wanner observed the situation in the center of the ice city, while condensing the dark blue burial star arrow across the 3-layer ice wall. When she saw a figure suddenly falling down from the center of the ice city, and that figure turned out to be the heartless mother-in-law, Long Wanner couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, secretly thinking that it was over. The heartless mother-in-law must have come here to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth, and she also has a grudge against the Yi family. What should Yi Feng do now, when he meets a master with 50 years of cultivation alone? According to Long Wanner's estimate, the current Yi Feng is not the opponent of Ruqing Granny, a strong man with 50 years of cultivation, and last night they combined the strength of the 3 of them to kill one of them. Even though Yi Feng broke through to 15 years of cultivation not long ago and was able to destroy nuclear submarines by himself, humans and machines are not the same concept at all. The heartless mother-in-law is alike, ruthless, insidious, and cunning. Long Wanner couldn't help becoming anxious, her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Yi Feng didn't know how Ruqing Granny found this place, but whether it was luck or something else, the other party had already come down and appeared in front of him. What does she want to do in the middle of the Ice City? Even if he hadn't eavesdropped on the conversation between her and the six-fingered old man, Yi Feng would have guessed that it must be to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth and enhance his cultivation. The heartless mother-in-law and the six-fingered old man have always been in the blessed land of Yulio Mountain, which is near the East China Sea. It is normal to want to come to Bingqing to gain some benefits and increase their strength. It's just that they still want to respond to the call of the people in the martial arts and go to encircle Yi Feng. Still want to make meritorious service in the siege, and then share the loot to get the secret book of the Yi family? Yi Feng's expression was strange. He really didn't know how many enemies the original Yi family had in the martial arts. Now it seems that after going back, I have to find out with Yi Wendian, so as not to suffer from unexplained disasters in the future and still be confused. Since Yi Feng revealed his identity, he had expected this kind of situation long ago, but he was not afraid. At most he would roam the world. What are he afraid of? When I was in the world of cultivating immortals, I was still running around. The heartless mother-in-law stood firm on the ground, her shrewd little eyes immediately looked around, and she saw Yi Feng, Su Feiying in the ice cube, and Qianzai Xianbing in the center. For a moment, the unfeeling mother-in-law showed surprise on her wrinkled face. She couldn't figure it out. How could there be a living person inside? She couldn't understand Yi Feng's existence at all. Even her 50-year-old master was lucky enough to find this place in the maze, and was almost drowned in the seawater of the ice wall passage. How could such a young boy enter the center of the ice city faster than her? She hasn't recognized Yi Feng's identity yet. After all, she hasn't seen him before, but it doesn't matter whether she recognizes him or not, because no matter who this boy is, there is only one thing she has to do now: kill him. She will never allow anyone to rob her of such precious treasures. Even after a long distance, she could feel the energy contained in that diamond-shaped ice crystal. It was so precious, and it would at least allow her to improve her cultivation for 10 years and reach a higher level. 50 years of cultivation and 60 years of cultivation are not the same concept at all. If the two sides match up, the latter can completely fight two with one. Her shrewd little eyes were suddenly filled with greed. She was determined to get that treasure. When she and the six-fingered man rushed to the vicinity of the iceberg island, a big crack appeared from the iceberg, and she and the six-fingered man separated to explore. At that time, she felt that the aura of heaven and earth was contained everywhere in this iceberg. If she absorbed it, it would be enough for her to improve her cultivation for several years, but she did not act rashly. She is not Yi Feng. She will never lose watermelon just to pick up sesame seeds. Quack, young man, who are you? The unfeeling mother-in-law asked kindly, without showing any murderous look on her face. A woman like her can completely hide her true intentions. To kill someone, one must remain calm. That's the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, if the other party is aware of it and resists, it may cost more hands and feet. I still want to ask who you are. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Of course he would not answer the other party's question stupidly. The old woman is heartless. The unfeeling mother-in-law said with concern, this kind of dangerous place is not a place for young people like you to come. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Feiying in the ice next to Yi Feng in amazement. Even the old heartless mother-in-law couldn't help but be amazed by Su Feiying's beauty. Such a woman is like a fairy that cannot exist in the mortal world. Let's talk about appearance and figure for now, but Su Feiying's temperament is something that no woman on this earth can possess. That is the temperament of a cultivator, so dusty, glamorous, and haughty that it makes people feel cold just by looking at it. Seeing Su Feiying, the heartless mother-in-law guessed in her heart, could it be that the young man in front of her came here for this beauty? She is indeed a fairy of the East China Sea, and even young heroes bow down for her. Pity. A fierce cold light flashed in the heartless mother-in-law's small eyes. No matter how outstanding the boy in front of him is, and how he got here, he will die in her hands. Almost without any warning, the heartless mother-in-law stepped forward, and quickly swept towards the 1,000 years of black ice in the center. At the same time, she took out 2 silver needles from her drenched cloth robe, and shot them silently at Yi Feng. Past. Although Yi Feng's spiritual sense couldn't play a role, he saw the opponent's actions and couldn't help but sneered. It seemed that this old man was thinking too much. If Su Feiying encountered such a situation, she would definitely kill the opponent in one fell swoop without leaving any potential threats. And Yi Feng has been following Su Feiying, so of course he also thinks this way now. It's not that he hasn't killed a master with 50 years of cultivation. Although he has united with Nanfeng and Long Waner before, but now he has 15 years of cultivation, and the sword in his hand is even sharper. Although the other party was an old man, but he was killing him, in this case, of course Yi Feng would not pay attention to the nonsense of respecting the old. Want to touch Qianzai Shanbing? Impossible. Want to kill me? Impossible. Without even thinking about it, Yi Feng turned his hands into claws, and instantly cast the move of dragon claw hands. True Qi shot out from the air, and knocked down the 2 silver needles shot by the opponent from mid-air. These 2 silver needles are pitch black, and they are highly poisonous at first glance. Unfortunately, this heartless mother-in-law's concealed weapon technique is mediocre, far inferior to the ghost-killing hands of the Ancient sect, and was immediately blocked by Yi Feng. What? The heartless mother-in-law's expression changed. She hadn't expected that Yi Feng, a handsome young man, would let his internal energy out. Oh my God, this boy is only in his 20s at first glance, how could he let his internal energy out? You know, even the heartless mother-in-law can't do it by herself. Not good. Could it be that this boy is Yi Feng? The heartless mother-in-law reacted immediately. After realizing that the boy in front of him turned out to be the Yi Feng who had been making a fuss recently, the wrinkled face of the heartless mother-in-law changed. It is said that Yi Feng and his partners can fight against the head of the Long family, Long Moran. They also took away one of Long Moran's arms. If Yi Feng is more than one person, doesn't it mean that she is dead now? She quickly looked around and checked again and again. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng was the only one in the entire dome space. Her heartless mother-in-law had nothing to fear. Then deal with you first. The ruthless mother-in-law's small eyes revealed a fierce light. Yi Feng, you don't know that I, Ru Qing, has 50 years of cultivation. With you alone, you are still a little tender. As soon as the words fell, her short body jumped, and instantly attacked Yi Feng. 50 years of cultivation. Yi Feng sneered. He now has 15 years of true energy cultivation, which is equivalent to 30 years of internal energy cultivation. In addition, there are endless fairy arts, and the incomparably sharp true energy dragon sword. It's not easy for an old woman with a young cultivation base. So what about 50 years of cultivation? Yi Feng snorted softly. His footsteps stomped heavily on the dry seabed. Immediately afterwards, it sounded like a dragon roar. He used the 3rd layer of dragon claw hand again. In today's arena, those who can release internal energy and external energy are definitely masters. And like Long Moran or Yi Feng, who can comprehend a certain martial arts to the 3rd level, they are definitely masters among masters. Yi Feng would be afraid of an ordinary 50-year-old master. Absolutely impossible. The heartless mother-in-law practiced a set of heartless palms. Under the support of her powerful inner energy, she was extremely fierce. The tiger was like a tiger, and she quickly swept towards Yifeng. It's a pity that she doesn't let her internal energy out. It's still too weak for Yifeng. The third layer of Dragon Claw Hand was used. 2 light golden dragon claws immediately extended from Yifeng's hand. Block. Yifeng, even if he can use the third layer of Dragon Claw Hand, so what? The unfeeling mother-in-law's voice became a little sharp. The whole body was shaken. 50 years of tyrannical cultivation broke out, and the 2 pale golden dragon claws were shaken away. The difference in cultivation cannot be ignored. But it is nothing to Yifeng. Catch the wind and catch the shadow. Yifeng's move against the Dragon Claw Hand had already been perfected. Now when he used it, the 2 light golden dragon claws circled twice in an instant, directly binding the heartless mother-in-law inside. Then, take the cloud pose. Yifeng's true energy surged. The pale golden dragon claws shone even brighter. In an instant, he lifted up the short body of the heartless mother-in-law and smashed it to the ground. Boom. A short and fat person appeared on the dry seabed. The heartless mother-in-law followed Long Moran's footsteps and was thrown into the mud by Yifeng. After being able to let the internal energy out, then fighting is completely different. Ordinary martial arts people can only fight close to body, or use hidden weapons. But after being able to release internal energy and external energy, they don't have to take risks at all. They have more than enough time to advance and retreat. Their own security is much higher. Boom. The unfeeling mother-in-law was furious. The energy in her whole body exploded suddenly. She broke free from the shackles of the dragon's claw, jumped up from the pit, quickly avoided the dragon's claw, and rushed towards Yifeng. Not enough speed either. When Yifeng saw this, the second layer of the Wizard of Shadows exploded instantly, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. When the heartless mother-in-law swung her palm at the afterimage, he had already run to the side. Maybe it's because of her height. Although the heartless mother-in-law has deep cultivation and good lightness kung fu, she just can't catch up with Yifeng. She knows that her speed is not half of Yifeng's. Snort. Seeing this, the unfeeling mother-in-law snorted coldly. She is an old Jianghu. If she is being played around by Yifeng like this, where will she put her old face when it gets out? As soon as she moved her footsteps, she wanted to go towards the ice block where Su Feiying was. There is no doubt that she would use Su Feiying's ice block as a shield to resist Yifeng's inner air release attack. And let Yifeng front throw mouse bogey. You dare. Seeing that she was going to touch Su Feiying's ice cube, Yifeng's eyes immediately burst into flames. Su Feiying is his reverse scale. Whoever dares to touch her, Yifeng dares to crush her to ashes. Almost instantly, Yifeng continuously cast the invisibility technique and the swift shadow wizard. True Qi exploded on his legs, and he came to the back of the heartless mother-in-law. The heartless mother-in-law had been paying attention to Yifeng all the time, but seeing his figure disappear all of a sudden, her expression changed immediately. How is this going? Why did that kid suddenly disappear? No. Impossible. Could it be that the kid will be invisible? Just when she was suspicious, a burst of intense heat hit her back immediately. Immortal art. Extreme inflammation. Yifeng turned his dantian with all his strength, compressed the Jinqi condensed in his hands by 10 times, and then cast the celestial art red flame, finally condensed a white fireball. Boom. Without any hesitation. When the heartless mother-in-law's short arm was about to touch the ice cube of Su Feiying, Yifeng's extremely flaming fireball had already hit her back. The high temperature, which is 100 times stronger than ordinary flames, instantly surrounded the heartless mother-in-law. 1/10 of a second. 0.2 seconds. The heartless mother-in-law couldn't even utter a scream. Her short body had already been reduced to ashes in the white flames. Not even the bones remained. "It's cheaper for you." Yi Feng put away his hands and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Under the extremely high temperature of the celestial arts, the unfeeling mother-in-law died without any pain. She is so old. It is good to enjoy her old age in Yulio Mountain. Why bother to come out and wander the rivers and lakes? Rivers and lakes are very dangerous. It can be seen that people are really greedy. For example, this heartless mother-in-law is greedy for Qianzai Xianbing. She also wants to encircle Yi Feng to get the Yi family's martial arts cheats. Now she even lost her life. After solving the unfeeling mother-in-law, Yi Feng calmed down a bit, and began to recall the feeling of using the immortal technique just now. And the scene just now fell into the eyes of Long Wanner outside without fail. When she saw the heartless mother-in-law was killed by Yi Feng, she couldn't help opening her eyes. Now Yi Feng is so strong. The heartless mother-in-law is a master enough to run amok in the rivers and lakes. Yi Feng can deal with it. It looks like butchering a dog. Sure enough, cultivating immortals is much better than practicing martial arts. Although Long Wanner is reluctant to admit that martial arts are weak, but now the facts are in front of her eyes, she can't help but not believe it. A warm current flowed slowly through her heart. Yi Feng was willing to teach her how to cultivate immortals. It showed how much he trusted her. It was just waiting for the beautiful master inside to wake up. I don't know if he would scold Yi Feng. Before he knew it, Yi Feng had entered the center of the ice city for half an hour. The star burial arrow in Long Wanner's hand was about to be ready. In the center of the ice city, Yi Feng consolidated the method of using the immortal extreme flame. Then he opened his eyes. It's time. Wanner's burial star arrow should be ready soon. He looked out through the three-layer ice wall, and he saw a dark blue arrow hidden in the coral reef, ready to go. Hurry up. Take the master out together with the ice cubes first, and then use the fairy art of extreme flame to rescue her. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. He turned his head and glanced at Su Feiying inside the ice cube. Master, wait for me. The dark blue arrow once again shot at the already riddled ice castle. This time, there are only 3 layers of ice walls separating the inside and the outside. The total thickness is only about 30 meters. Long Wanner condensed the burial star arrow for half an hour. It can definitely penetrate in one fell swoop. With one hand, Yi Feng held the ice block that was freezing Su Feiying. He endured the cold that penetrated into the bone marrow. His eyes looked out with great enthusiasm. The deep sea. Coming. The dark blue arrow finally broke through the torrent in the deep sea. It accurately hit the weakest part of the 3-layer ice wall. Amidst the loud noise, one crack after another began to appear from the 3-layer ice wall, and spread in all directions. Under the attack of the extremely penetrating star burial arrow, the 3-layer ice wall was like a dog. Instantly penetrated. The turbulent sea water rushed into the center of the ice city in an instant. Not good. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly discovered a situation. After the dark blue arrow penetrated through 3 layers of ice walls, it actually shot towards the 1,000 years of black ice in the center of the ice city. Forgot to tell Long Wanner the direction. Yi Feng secretly made a mistake. But before the 2 sides were separated by 3 layers of ice walls, the sound could not penetrate. Even if Yi Feng wanted to tell her, he couldn't do it. And the situation in front of him no longer allowed him to think too much. In a hurry. He has no way to stop the burial star arrow, nor has he the strength to change its direction. Absorbed the power of the stars for more than half an hour. This star burial arrow contains unparalleled power. It is more terrifying than cruise missiles. Want to block. Impatient to live. Yifeng tightly hugged the ice block that froze Su Feiying, turned sideways, and firmly protected the ice block in his arms. Even though the cold was so cold that he shivered, he didn't let go. He desperately wanted to protect Su Feiying from any harm. As for what will happen after the star burial arrow hits the 1,000-year-old black ice, then only God knows. Leave it to fate. Yifeng doesn't like this feeling very much. But now there is no other way. A loud bang, accompanied by violent shaking around the ground, finally came from behind him. On the sea. Calm. However, Lei Ming's mood couldn't get better. Because he lost contact with Niu Meng for an hour and a half. According to the standard of the National Security Bureau, the capacity of the oxygen cylinder is equipped. If Niu Meng doesn't come out again, he will die. In addition, when this big gap appeared on the iceberg island, he applied to the higher authorities to have the destroyer launch another cruise missile. Because the current ice wall is much thinner than before, it will definitely be able to penetrate it again. But unfortunately, the application to launch cruise missiles needs to go through too many procedures. It has not been approved until now. Because the first cruise missile didn't work at all. So the military people thought about it for a long time. You must know that the cost of a cruise missile is at least several million. The military budget is not used to waste on this. Therefore, during this period of time, Lei Ming didn't make any rash moves. But he didn't stay idle either. He ordered the team members to drive the speedboats and completely controlled the situation in the nearby sea area, including the seabed. After the diving team went into the sea, they reported some situations in the center of the ice city and let Lei Ming know that Yifeng had already run in and killed a martial artist. How did that kid do it? The matter is of great importance. It's too late for him to turn a blind eye. Although Lin Shiqing asked him to give Yifeng a little convenience, but now, seeing that Yifeng is about to take away the most precious thing in the iceberg island, Lei Ming absolutely will not allow this to happen. He has ordered the combat members in the team to be fully armed. No matter which direction Yifeng comes out from, they must intercept them. Hopefully he won't be against the country. Lei Ming thought so. He glanced solemnly at the 4 combatants in the speedboat beside him. The 4 of them are the 4 with the strongest overall quality under Lei Ming. It will be up to them to intercept Yifeng later. Of course, facing a war machine that can destroy submarines alone, Lei Ming must try his best to negotiate a settlement. Otherwise, if there is a conflict, it will not be good for the country or Yifeng. Everyone on your marks. Get ready to go into the water. Thunder gave the order. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A violent explosion suddenly came up from the depths of the seabed. The sea surface, which had been calm for a long time, once again set off raging waves. It was as if a heavyweight deep-sea bomb had been detonated on the bottom of the sea. A huge wave surged violently, instantly overturning Lei Ming and other speedboats near the iceberg island. Thunder, the 4 fully armed combat members, and members of the National Security Bureau scattered in the surrounding waters to investigate the situation. All fell into the sea one by one. Huge waves. The part of the iceberg island more than 20 meters above the sea surface immediately began to appear cracks one after another. It disintegrated quickly and sank into the sea, causing waves one after another. What happened? Thunder was thumping in the waves. He no longer cared about the equipment in the overturned speedboat. Although those equipments were worth millions. What he cares about now is, what happened in the bottom of the sea? Could it be that kid Yifeng did something again? Soon, Lei Ming, who was continuously lifted by the waves, was shocked by the scene in front of him. Another iceberg suddenly rose from the sea. The previous iceberg island had a smooth and round surface and was shaped like a pot lid. It sank into the bottom of the sea in an instant. But now this iceberg has edges and corners. It looks like a real mountain. Stand up. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, everything has become the territory of this iceberg. Even the thunder that thumped in the sea suddenly seemed to be stepped on land, and was pushed up by the iceberg. Together with Lei Ming, many members of the National Security Bureau team appeared in various parts of the iceberg one by one, holding icicles, ice blocks, etc., tightly to prevent them from slipping into the sea water again. The highest peak of the entire iceberg is actually hundreds of meters high, reflecting the dazzling brilliance in the sun. Almost everyone was shocked. What is the situation? Everyone turned their attention to the middle of the iceberg. They saw that there were no ice peaks, no edges and corners, but a wide ice platform. The ice platform is extremely smooth. On a corner of the platform, there is a boy in a black shirt, hugging a large ice block tightly. Isn't the one in the ice block the Eastern Sea Ferry in the center of the ice city? It's Yi Feng. Lei Ming's heart trembled. Immediately he gave a loud order, surround him. The violent shaking around it finally stopped. Yi Feng opened his eyes, but he didn't let go of the ice cube in his arms. He looked around and felt lucky all of a sudden. Sure enough, the 1,000-year-old black ice showed its power again. Unfortunately, the power this time was much worse than before. It failed to form a decent iceberg fortress. Instead, it exposed itself. At the center of the ice platform where he was, a diamond-shaped ice crystal was inserted into the ice, shining brightly in the sunlight. It's fine. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't plan to hit the diamond-shaped ice crystal for the time being. He had to take Su Feiying away before the National Security Bureau could react. But he just stood up when a familiar and solemn voice came from not far away. Surround him. Thunder has spotted him. He is giving orders. The original iceberg crumbled and sank, and a taller iceberg rose up again, making the surrounding sea area once again chaotic. When Lei Ming gave the order to let the team members surround Yi Feng, people from other directions also moved. Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu, and others took a speedboat together. They sailed from the coast to the location of the iceberg island. When they were still far away, the two had already seen the huge movement on the sea. Itchy. Indifferent little monster. If people from the National Security Bureau intervene, what should I do? Su Xiaoyu groaned. It seemed that he was very afraid of the people from the National Security Bureau. The well-known Nandu Xuanhuan in the rivers and lakes is wearing a gray robe with a gray beard and is blown up by the sea breeze. Behind him, several disciples of the Xuanhuan sect are carefully guarding. In a boat with dragon indifference. Make them Alexander without a doubt. Humph. With me here. They don't want to interfere. Long Moran wore a white robe. The empty sleeve of his right hand fluttered in the wind. He had a serious expression on his face. This trip to the East China Sea is already a shame in his life. But if he can snatch the treasures of the East China Sea, it will be a worthwhile trip. If he can find the ferry of the East China Sea, it will be even better. For him, Yi Feng was no longer on his mind, because in his opinion, from the moment Yi Feng took off his mask, revealed his identity and wanted to kill him, Yi Feng was already dead. Even if he, Long Moran, doesn't do anything, there are still many forces in Jianghu who are interested in Yi Feng. Su Xiaoyu listened to Long Moran's swearing words. He didn't say much. He looked at the iceberg rising again in the distance. There was a half-smile expression on his face. It seems that this Long Moran is going to deflate the National Security Bureau again. As long as Long Moran asks the people from the National Security Bureau to retreat, they really have to weigh it carefully. If there is a real fight, Long Moran has no scruples. But the National Security Bureau dare not take Long Moran's life. Who doesn't know that Long Moran has an old man who is a well-known hobmeet in the world? The speedboat was heading towards the towering iceberg. Now they don't know that Yi Feng and the rumored ferry of the East China Sea are on the iceberg. When they know. Cough cough. A certain corner of the iceberg. The ferocious-looking Niao Meng finally turned over the ice and climbed up from the ice debris. Finally saw the light of day again. One of his electronic eyes immediately started to operate. He collected the current surrounding situation as quickly as possible. After a while, a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He's still alive after all. The entire East China Sea incident seems to be coming to a perfect conclusion. God help the National Security Bureau. That kid named Yi Feng was actually trapped in the middle of the iceberg. As long as the kid is completely eliminated, and then the beauty in the ice, the genius take Dibao back to the National Security Bureau. This mission is complete. Niao Meng's strong body got up from the ice slag. He took off his diving suit and threw away the oxygen cylinder. In fact, he was trapped in a labyrinth of ice wall passages before. Niao Meng was about to suffocate to death. But at a critical moment, he ran into one of his team members. Without any hesitation, he struck directly. He knocked out the team member with his own hands, and then switched the oxygen cylinder behind him to his own body. That team member, of course, has suffocated to death. But apart from Niao Meng, no one will know about it. For him, for his own survival, it doesn't matter even if he sacrifices all the team members. Step by step. He took steps towards the place where Yi Feng was in the center of the iceberg. Why is the old lady missing? Another corner of the iceberg. A skinny figure is searching for something. It is the six-fingered old man who came with the heartless mother-in-law. The skinny and old face is full of suspicion. Although he lived with Granny Ruqing in the blessed land of Yulio Mountain for more than 10 years, the two parties did not fully trust each other. At this time, the six-fingered geek couldn't find Granny Ruqing. He was just guessing whether she had gained some benefits. Left first. No. It shouldn't be possible. Soon the six-fingered old man overturned this possibility. His old face became gloomy. After so many years, he came out again. He and Granny Ruthless have the same goal. That is to encircle Yi Feng and try to get Yi family's martial arts cheats. In this case, Granny Ruthless shouldn't slip away quietly. Since I can't find it anywhere, could it be that he died in the turmoil just now? He would never have thought that the unfeeling mother-in-law had already been completely destroyed by Yi Feng's celestial magic. It's okay. My old man is blessed and faithful. He had an idea at the beginning of the turmoil. He absorbed some spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The six-fingered old man clenched his fists tightly. Although he was old, he looked extremely powerful. Now he is already a master of 55 years of cultivation. He has raised his cultivation for 5 years in one fell swoop. For him, it is like a pie in the sky. This is the opportunity that many people in the martial arts dream of. It's a pity that I couldn't find the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to go to the next level. The six-fingered old man was thinking in his heart. Suddenly he heard the shouts of several people not far away, which attracted his attention. He climbed up an icicle and looked not far away. He saw a boy in a black shirt on the ice platform in front of him, guarding beside a square ice block. Inside the ice block, the ice was impressively the stunningly beautiful woman he had glimpsed before. He hid aside, ready to wait for an opportunity. Suddenly, he looked at the center of the ice platform. There, a rhombus-shaped ice crystal is inserted into the iceberg. Under the sunlight, it reveals a mysterious and magical brilliance. It is extraordinary at first glance. Could it be that? The six-fingered old man's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. Yi Feng stood next to Su Feiying's ice cube. His consciousness spread out without hesitation. More than 20 members of the National Security Bureau surrounded him under Lei Ming's order. At the same time, there was Niu Meng, who stood up again, and the old man with 6 fingers. None of them were involved in the turmoil just now. Die. When the burial star arrow hit Qianzai Xianbing, although Qianzai Xuanbing's anger did not cause any damage to Yi Feng, it pushed him into a situation where he was surrounded by groups, which made him a little puzzled. It's good now. I want to sneak away quietly with the ice that freezes Su Feiying. It's impossible. His invisibility technique can't cover such a big target. It's hard to escape from the country with ordinary blindfolding methods. Detection of Security Bureau precision instruments. No matter what, whoever dares to touch Master, I dare to crush anyone. Yi Feng clenched his fists, let go of the ice, and stood with his head held high. Even if Lei Ming and other members of the National Security Bureau are killed here, by surprise, he will never let the other party take Su Feiying away. This is his final bottom line. Clack clack. A series of footsteps sounded. One after another, members of the National Security Bureau finally appeared within Yi Feng's line of sight and surrounded him. Each of them looked like an enemy. They were fully armed. Blue light guns, pulse guns, all kinds of weapons, all kinds of guns aimed at Yi Feng almost at the same time. Lei Ming stepped forward, appeared in Yi Feng's line of sight with a serious expression, and looked at him from a distance of more than 20 meters. Yi Feng, let's talk calmly. Lei Ming first asked a tentative question. We don't seem to have much to talk about. Yi Feng said lightly, it depends on whether you are willing to let me go. Haha. Of course there is no problem. But the things around you have to stay. Thunder smiled. Yi Feng's face changed. This thunder actually called Su Feiying a thing. I must take her away. You will or will not. Yi Feng looked sharply at Lei Ming. Young people, don't be too arrogant. Seeing Yi Feng's tough tone, Lei Ming felt a little uncomfortable. Anyway, he was facing the National Security Bureau. The National Security Bureau represents the country. For Miss Lin's sake, I can let you go. But things must stay. Lei Ming said solemnly. This is also his bottom line. For the National Security Bureau, it doesn't matter if Yi Feng makes a small fuss. Helping them break open the iceberg island. They like it. But they want to take away the things in the iceberg island. There is no door. Listening to Lei Ming's mouthful of things, Yi Feng almost wanted to grab him in his hand and beat him up violently. Lin Shiqing. What does her face have to do with me? Yi Feng's tone became colder, in a word, let it go or not. If it's not necessary, Yi Feng still doesn't want to stand against the National Security Bureau. But if the opponent is pressing every step of the way, he must play Su Feiying's idea. Then Yi Feng has no choice. From his eyes, Lei Ming seemed to be able to see the determination. He couldn't help frowning. The current him doesn't know much about Yi Feng. How strong this young man is still unknown to the National Security Bureau. But what we can know now is that Yi Feng can use energy for a period of time to display an attack method that is more violent than cruise missiles. Of course, this will definitely not be used in ordinary battles. Thirdly, Yi Feng has a very sharp sword. This sword can also change color. From the mouths of the 3 captured nuclear submarine executives, I learned that the Night Watchman-class nuclear submarine of the Pecan Group was cut by Yi Feng with this sword. 2 gaps were drawn by this sword, so that water entered and caused an explosion. Finally, the self-destruct procedure was activated. That sword cannot be ignored. Lei Ming's face was full of seriousness. If another person, Li Feng or Niu Meng, came to direct the operation, Yi Feng would definitely not be let go. Compared with the ice crystal and the iceberg fortress and the East Sea Ferry, Yi Feng seems to be more valuable to the National Security Bureau. But Lei Ming also said it. For Lin Shurqing's sake, he won't embarrass Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng was not satisfied. He even wanted to take away the fairy of the Eastern Sea. You must know that the Eastern Sea fairy and that piece of ice crystal all appeared in the Eastern Sea. According to the laws and regulations, they all belong to the property of the state. It is impossible for him, Lei Ming, to let go. Yi Feng, listen to my advice. Lei Ming planned to have a good talk. He persuaded Yi Feng. He was very annoyed. This kid really didn't understand his face at all. Is it so fun to fight against the National Security Bureau? Needless to say. Let me take her away. Otherwise, nothing will be discussed. Yi Feng saw the determination on Lei Ming's face. While speaking, he was secretly preparing to fight. Su Feiying and the ice cube doesn't seem to need his protection for the time being. Someone wants to break the ice cube. That's just right. Yi Feng doesn't need to do it himself. Genuine qi started to condense in his legs and hands. Quick shadow wizard and dragon slaying sword qi gathered momentum. Seeing Yi Feng's firm attitude, Lei Ming finally gave up the idea of persuading him. It seems that the only way out is to let Yi Feng lose his fighting power first. He raised one hand. He wanted to order to shoot. But at this moment, behind an icicle on the edge of the ice platform, suddenly a figure shot out quickly, as fast as the wind. In the perception of Yi Feng's consciousness, the six-fingered old man who was hiding aside suddenly moved, and rushed towards him like lightning. The grievances of the rivers and lakes. Don't interfere with the National Security Bureau. The six-fingered monster shouted loudly. It was really attacking Yi Feng. Yi Feng's pupils constricted. This old guy has already cultivated for 55 years. He is much tougher than the previous heartless mother-in-law. Even if he uses the third layer of Dragon Claw Hand, there is no way to restrain the six-fingered monster. It's just that he has a grudge against this old guy. Or, this old guy knows that he killed the heartless mother-in-law. No. Not right. Yi Feng had a keen sense of consciousness. When he felt that the six-fingered monster was rushing towards him, he occasionally glanced at the Qianzai Xianbing on the ice platform. His eyes were full of greed. Sound east and west. Yi Feng thought of a possibility. This six-fingered old man doesn't seem to be a brain-dead person. If he rushes out now, to snatch the 1,000 years of black ice, the National Security Bureau will definitely stop him. But if he rushes out to deal with him, Yi Feng, the National Security Bureau has no reason to do anything. It is even welcome. Sure enough, after hearing the words of the six-fingered old man, Lei Ming immediately shouted, "Stay where you are." Someone to deal with Yi Feng. It would be the best for Lei Ming. At most, he can help Yi Feng when he can't do it. Just save his life. After all, he is Lin Shurqing's fiancé. If he dies here, Lei Ming's face, it's not pretty. Anyway, he is also Lin Dishan's direct subordinate. Lei Ming, together with more than 20 members of the National Security Bureau, stopped their movements immediately and began to watch Jianghu enmity. All of them had puzzled looks in their eyes. According to the data, this old man has been cultivated for 50 years. But the real-time detection seems to be stronger. Yi Feng's cultivation is in the early 10 years. I don't know the exact amount. Because he has grown too fast. The database of the National Security Bureau is still updated not on. If these two fight, Yi Feng must not be an opponent. Although Yi Feng has various methods. He can break through iceberg islands and destroy nuclear submarines by himself. However, those two methods do not seem to be very effective when facing people in the martial arts in real-time battles. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to kill Long Moran. Regarding the grievances in the Jianghu, Lei Ming and the others were not surprised. Thinking of the bamboo raft before, and a martial artist that Yi Feng killed in the center of the ice city. Lei Ming and the others guessed that the six-fingered old man should be a friend of the dead man. Then, it's only natural to have grievances with Yi Feng. In Yi Feng's consciousness, the six-fingered old man rushed towards him from a distance of 100 meters. His pupils shrank. This old guy. Why did he choose this time to do it? If he was hiding aside, now is not the best time to do it. What Yi Feng didn't know was that outside the range of his consciousness, a speedboat was rapidly approaching the iceberg. Long Moran. Su Xiaoyu. The ice platform where Yi Feng was located was relatively low. His sight was blocked by icebergs. But the six-fingered old man was hiding on the icicles. He saw the speedboat approaching quickly. If he doesn't do anything again, he can overtake Long Moran and Su Xiaoyu. Therefore, he resolutely decided to make a move. He wanted to take advantage of the fight with Yi Feng, and then look for a chance to get the 1,000 years black ice in one fell swoop. When the six-fingered old man shot at Yi Feng, Miao Meng had already quietly reached the edge of the ice platform. The electronic speed was running, and he had a panoramic view of the situation on the ice platform. Lei Ming is an idiot. Not enough success, more than failure. Miao Meng was very displeased with Lei Ming's performance. Facing a boy named Yi Feng, he was so restrained. What a shame the country has. If it was him, he would definitely order to shoot. This is the difference between Miao Meng and Lei Ming. Miao Meng acts. As long as it is not too important, anyone in the martial arts will be killed. Anyway, there is a national action regulation to back it up. What are you afraid of? Just a too much threat crime will do. But Lei Ming is different. He is not a radical like Li Feng and Miao Meng. He advocates peaceful coexistence in dealing with people in the martial arts. In the National Security Bureau, it is also clearly divided into two factions, the radical faction and the conservative faction. Miao Meng and Li Feng are the representatives of the radical faction. What a grievance, between rivers and lakes. Yi Feng watched the six-fingered old man attacking him, and was furious in his heart. He has a keen sense of consciousness. He can keenly feel that the six-fingered old man's body's internal energy is concentrated on his fingers. This old guy seems to be practicing fingering. Looking at it, he definitely wants to kill Yi Feng with one blow. Not just for show. Anyway, he was an enemy from the start. Yi Feng didn't have any scruples when he took action. It's just that the situation is urgent now. We must solve it quickly. Facing the six-fingered old man, who is stronger than Ruqing Granny, Yi Feng has no other choice. Dragon Claw Hand, Burying Star Arrow, Dragon Slaying Sword Chi, Immortal Art Extreme Flame. None of them can kill him in one fell swoop. The next trick. Void Sword Art. Relying on the power of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, he barely used it once before. However, it was only once. It made him realize something. I remember the feeling at that time. Although I don't know the reason, but even with his own strength, Yi Feng is very likely to use this move. This kind of mysterious swordsmanship can allow him to move in an instant, span a distance of up to 60 or 70 meters, face the menacing six-fingered monster old man, definitely surprise him, and kill him with a single blow. So what if it is exposed in front of the National Security Agency? There is no space technology on the Earth yet. Let them see. It is impossible for them to know what is going on. It will be even better if they are stunned. Yi Feng can take Su Feiying and jump into the sea to leave. If you want to encircle me. If you want to get my family's secret book, then just try it. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold, and his Jinqi urged. The dark green long sword condensed out from his hand. Then he stepped lightly. The Jinqi spread out and exploded around his body. Void Sword Art. In his eyes, and even in his spiritual perception, everything around him became blurred and began to distort. With a slight movement of his footsteps, he had already arrived in front of the six-fingered monster in an instant. A sword. Puff. Yifeng's figure appeared behind the six-fingered monster. He stood firm on the ice platform lightly, and then put away the dark green long sword. Moments later, the world in his eyes and consciousness finally returned to normal. It was no longer blurred and distorted. After these 2 times, Yifeng was very familiar with void sword technique. This is a genius. The whole action did not exceed 0.01 second. No matter who it was, they were completely unable to react. Even the sophisticated instruments of the National Security Bureau failed to capture Yifeng's movements. Niao Meng's electronic eyes were also blinded. In just a moment, Yifeng had already changed his position. And the originally aggressive six-fingered old man was pierced through the heart by Yifeng's sword while he was still in the air. His whole bony body quickly lost its vitality and fell heavily on the ice. Teleport. Teleport. Lei Ming, Niao Meng, and the others all stared wide-eyed. They couldn't believe it. Whether it was seen by the naked eye or by the instrument, Yifeng's figure seemed to be teleporting. This is unscientific. The detection instrument shows that Yifeng's body jumped directly from the original coordinates to the current coordinates. It is a jump, not a displacement. There is a big gap. If it was an extremely fast displacement, it wouldn't shock Lei Ming, Niao Meng, and others. But now, Yifeng is teleporting. It's strange that the six-fingered old man can react. Everyone was shocked. What is the origin of this kid? Is he still from the earth? Even the strongest martial artist can't do this. Go and let Long Moran try teleportation. It's not surprising that he is not considered a psychopath. All of a sudden, everyone in the National Security Bureau, including Lei Ming and Niao Meng, stopped breathing and thinking involuntarily. Yifeng's deadly strike really stunned Lei Ming and a group of people. Without hesitation, he turned around and wanted to take Su Feiying with him, jumped into the sea to find Long Wanner and left. But at this moment, his consciousness was swept away, but his heart sank. Not good. Why did Long Moran come here? At this moment, the speedboat that Long Moran and Su Xiaoyu were on just approached the iceberg, and everyone landed one after another. At the same time, there are other martial arts people from other directions. For example, people from the Tiandao Temple and the Tang family gathered around. Facing the temptation of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the iceberg island, no one can resist. What if you don't fight for it? Want to fight with me? Overwhelmed. Long Moran glanced coldly at the other speedboats. His heart was full of disdain. Today, he is bound to win the treasure of heaven and earth. He took a few steps forward, together with Su Xiaoyu and the others, and looked down at the ice platform in the center of the iceberg. This glance made them see a shocking scene. They all involuntarily widened their eyes. What did they see? Yifeng. The Eastern Sea Fairy frozen in ice. An ice crystal arcana inserted in the center of the platform. What shocked them the most was that they happened to see Yifeng's deadly sword. Teleportation. No one can even see the movement clearly. A six-fingered old man with more than 50 years of cultivation was instantly killed by Yifeng with a sword. There was silence. This Yifeng, what kind of treasure did he get to grow up so fast? He actually acquired a terrifying ability that shocked even these veterans. Obviously not long ago, this kid was just an ordinary high school student, and he was not taken seriously by people in the martial arts world. But now, even Long Moran feels a coolness for no reason. Terrible. Either get rid of him, or capture him and torture him. Dig out all his secrets. In comparison, Su Xiaoyu is more inclined to the latter. After all, the ability Yi Feng has shown now has already made all the people in the martial arts crazy. It would be a pity to kill him like this. But for Long Moran, kill. 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 If you don't get rid of Yi Feng, one day even Long Moran will be instantly killed by Yi Feng's sword. Long Moran's expression was serious. He took a step forward. No matter what today, he must save Yi Feng's life. For Yi Feng, the most important thing now is to take Su Feiying and leave here. As for Qianzai Xianbing, it is a pity not to be able to get it. But if it is impossible, he can only give up. Compared to. However, just as he was about to take Su Feiying and leave, his consciousness swept away, only to find that Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu and a group of people had landed on the iceberg, and saw his life-killing sword from a distance. Miscalculated. It must not be so easy to leave now. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, and he was a little worried about Long Wanner. He didn't know how Long Wanner was doing now. When the burial star arrow hit the 1,000 years of black ice, there was a huge turmoil in the entire sea area. Now Long Wanner will be in the wear. What reassures Yi Feng a little is that Long Wanner is an immortal cultivator, just like him. With the dragon tortoise hold breath art, he is like a fish in the deep seabed. He shouldn't be in any great danger. You stop. When they found that Long Moran and others had landed on the iceberg and wanted to go to the ice platform, Lei Ming's subordinates reacted immediately. Immediately, several people turned their guns and aimed at Long Moran and Su Xiaoyu. Go away. I'm going to kill him. Long Moran's tone was serious. He stared at Yi Feng in the field. When he found that those members of the National Security Bureau were still standing in front of him, he was furious, his hands formed into palms, and the move in Qing Yan's palm swept away the clouds, accompanied by the internal energy he released. There was almost no room for resistance. The few members of the National Security Bureau were directly thrown away by his violent palm, stumbling around. Immediately afterwards, Long Moran stepped forward. There was naked yuan in his gaze. He looked at Su Feiying, who was frozen in the field. She was indeed the rumored fairy of the East China Sea. God really has eyes. This woman is worthy of him. Long Moran only took one look and came to this conclusion. He glanced at the diamond-shaped ice crystal in the middle of the ice platform again. Greed also flashed in his eyes. All the things here belong to him. Whether it is the treasure of heaven and earth, or the fairy of the East China Sea, or the life of the fly next to him, it all belongs to him. Su Xiaoyu wanted to snatch it. Then you have to ask him if Long Moran's sword agrees. All back. Stand by. When Lei Ming saw Long Moran approaching, his face changed. This guy is on the National Security Bureau's A-level list. It's completely impossible for them to fight against him. Even though Long Moran lost an arm now, Yi Wendian threw the broken arm into the sea and fed it to the sharks. But his strength is still there. Moreover, the tenacity of the people in the world is far beyond what ordinary people can compare. The current dragon is indifferent. It is even more terrifying than the previous dragon indifferent. Because now, once he makes a move, he will pay attention to killing with one blow. He will not give the opponent any more chances. When he faced the siege of Yi Feng, Long Wanner and others before, he was not decisive enough. That's why he suffered big loss. Lost arm and lost face. What's more, Long Moran is not alone now, and there are several guys from the Xuanhuan sect. Su Xiaoyu, although the degree of danger is not as dangerous as Long Moran, but he is an extremely shrewd old fox. If it is not necessary, Lei Ming does not want to provoke him. If a conflict breaks out between the two sides, there will definitely be heavy casualties. It will be of no benefit to either side. Under Lei Ming's order, More than 20 members of the National Security Bureau surrounded by the ice platform took a few big steps back and began to stand still. Now Lei Ming can only ask his superiors for instructions on what to do next. The matter involves Long Moran, so he has to be careful. As for Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu, and others, their robes were blown by the sea breeze, and they walked up to the ice platform step by step, without even looking at Lei Ming. In their eyes, there is only Yifeng alone. At most, plus Su Feiying next to him, and the diamond-shaped ice crystal in the center of the ice platform. The National Security Bureau team led by Lei Ming had too many worries in their actions. For Long Moran and Su Xiaoyu, it was completely a little deterrent none exists. Niao Meng at the side saw this, and smashed an icicle with a fist. The electronic operation was fast, and the situation on the scene was directly sent back. At the same time, it was transmitted to Li Feng's ears. What? Long Moran has also arrived. There are also a group of guys from Shenkwenmen. There are other reckless people approaching one after another. Li Feng broke his arm. He had just finished the operation and couldn't move around. At this time, he was furious. That guy Lei Ming is really soft. I will file an application report to the higher authorities. Let the military launch 2 more cruise missiles. That bastard Lei Ming is about to retreat. Don't get in the way. Yes. Hearing this, Niao Meng felt refreshed at last. It still Captain Li Feng's appetite for him. As he thought, no matter how powerful the dragon is, the dog is indifferent. There are so many martial arts reckless people gathered together. Just use missiles to kill them all. No matter how powerful the individual is, it can't be compared with the power of technology. His National Security Bureau represents the country. There is no need to compromise with these things. Don't even think about it. Niao Meng's face was ferocious. He appeared arrogantly and walked towards Lei Ming. He is going to inform Lei Ming and ask him to lead people to retreat immediately so as not to get in the way. This iceberg will become a victim of the destroyer's cruise missiles. Just blow up all these martial arts reckless people and slowly search the entire sea area. Take the treasures of heaven, material, and earth into the bag. Then everything will be okay. When Lei Ming saw Niao Meng walking towards him, he probably guessed what this vicious-looking guy was thinking. His face suddenly became gloomy. Try to kill me. It's not that easy. Yifeng heard Long Moran's domineering declaration, thought in his heart, and stood firmly in front of Su Feiying, facing Long Moran. This guy just broke his arm and came running around outside. Why don't you take this opportunity and kill him with a single sword with a sword? Wendian appeared and saved a life. Now Yifeng doesn't care about Long Moran's father. No matter how powerful the ancestor of the Long family is, he can be compared to Su Feiying. Kill Long Moran. Take Su Feiying back. Use the immortal technique to burn her. Save her from the ice. Yifeng made a plan. He cast his eyes coldly on Long Moran. His life. Mine. Long Moran, along with Su Xiaoyu and others, came to stand 20 meters in front of Yifeng. Then Long Moran said something indifferently. That is. Su Xiaoyu nodded his head as a matter of course. He squinted his eyes. His white beard fluttered with the sea breeze. He looked old and cunning. Bang. Long Moran drew the sword out of its sheath. This time, he will use all his strength as soon as he comes up, and will not give Yifeng any chance. What's more, he also saw Yifeng's sword that killed the 6-fingered old man just now, and he dare not relax at all. The 3rd level of Feng Yin swordsmanship. The last move. It is enough to kill that kid in one fell swoop. Long Moran looked ferocious. With a flick of the ordinary long sword in his hand, the inner energy in his whole body burst out suddenly, without the slightest hesitation. Su Xiaoyu and other disciples of the Xuanhuan sect were suddenly forced back several steps by the icy internal energy. They were all shocked. Long Moran's strength was so strong. Yi Feng and Long stood opposite each other indifferently, confronting each other coldly. Long Moran stood with his sword in his hand. The energy in his whole body exploded. The momentum was raging. What he was thinking about now was to get rid of Yi Feng's heart stab with just one move. And Yi Feng was standing in front of Su Feiying. What he was thinking in his heart was also to kill Long Moran with a sword. It's just that he just killed the six-fingered monster old man with a sword. The whole body's true energy is still gathering. If you want to strike the sword again, you have to wait for a few minutes. Otherwise, your true energy will be counteracted. The consequences will be more serious than forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve your cultivation base. The two stood facing each other and judged. In terms of momentum, Yi Feng lost to Long Moran by more than one notch, and his actual cultivation was also very different. In front of Long Moran, who burst out of internal energy, Yi Feng was like a flat boat in a storm. It might capsize at any time. After all, Long Moran is a master with 50 years of cultivation. And he is not comparable to the unfeeling mother-in-law or the six-fingered old man. Just in the storm of internal energy erupted by Long Moran, Yi Feng was on the verge of falling. He felt tremendous pressure. But Long Moran's internal energy erupted. Of course, it was not for the sake of being handsome. It was a prelude to his strongest blow. Now he is trying to kill with one blow. He will not give Yi Feng any more chances. Fengwixuiyu swordsmanship. Singing under the moon. Hearing the name of this move, one can feel the dominance of it. Besides, Long Moran has already comprehended the third level of this move. Looking at the current world, there are only a handful of people who can take his sword. It was almost just an instant. Long Moran held the long sword and pulled a sword flower. All the internal energy that had just exploded was concentrated towards the tip of the sword. Following his figure, he danced wildly. With a wave of the long sword, a series of fierce translucent white sword energy swept towards Yi Feng from all directions in a disorderly manner, like a rainstorm of sword energy. Mad. This one word is enough to represent the biggest feature of this sword move. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Long family who used this move, it would look like dancing wildly under the moon. The long swords were in disarray. But Long Moran realized the third layer, so he would be able to release sword energy, pouring out like a violent storm. The speed is too fast. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's consciousness, he wouldn't be able to react at all. Long Moran's sword move is swaying. Although it is not a teleportation, but the speed is almost the same as Yi Feng's teleportation just now. Unless you have divine consciousness, you will definitely not be able to avoid this messy sword move. The tragedy is that even though Yi Feng could feel the fierce sword energy attacking with his spiritual sense, he couldn't dodge it at all. Although the Qiyan fireball can't melt the ice around Su Feiying, it doesn't mean that the sword energy can't destroy the ice. Look at the momentum of the sword energy. What if it can break through the ice? As soon as he hides, Su Feiying will encounter the sword qi. Bang! The dark green, true qi long sword instantly appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Since he couldn't dodge it, and he couldn't use void sword technique to counterattack, then block the opponent's move of crazy song under the moon. Although these sword auras are chaotic and fast as lightning, but Yi Feng relies on his divine sense to resist the deadly sword aura. It is still possible to do it with hard work. For a while, he held his breath and concentrated, ready to receive the opponent's fierce and violent move. Long Moran's sword shocked the world and wept ghosts and gods. The fierce sword edge made Su Xiaoyu and other disciples of the Xuanhuan sect retreat far away. Seeing a series of chaotic but imposing translucent white sword energy pouring towards Yi Feng, not only Su Xiaoyu and others, but also Lei Ming and other members of the National Security Bureau were all shocked. This Nima is simply more awesome than a machine gun. With the naked eyes of ordinary people, it is already impossible to see the trajectory of those white sword energy. Even in the sophisticated detection instrument, it only shows a faint and slender trajectory. It swept from Long Moran's direction to Yi Feng's side in an instant. Twice as fast as a bullet. Can't stop it at all. Such an idea popped up in everyone's mind. Su Xiaoyu shook his head regretfully. If Yi Feng's cultivation base was more advanced, he might be able to reduce the damage of this series of sword qi by relying on the release of internal energy to form a protective shield. But with Yi Feng's current cultivation level of more than 10 years, I think doing this is undoubtedly a fool's dream. It seems that this kid won't survive today. The other two speedboats also docked beside the iceberg not long ago. The two waves of the Tang family and the Tiandao temple had a total of more than 10 people. They also came to the side and opened their eyes to watch the shocking scene on the ice platform. Niao Meng and Lei Ming were arguing fiercely, but they also stopped at this moment, staring at the field intently. Die. Everyone around seemed to have seen the miserable appearance of Yi Feng pierced through hundreds of holes by this series of sword qi. However, Yi Feng at this time was calm and composed. His spirit was so concentrated for the first time since he came to this world. His consciousness spread, and he clearly captured the trajectory of every sword energy swung by Long Moran. His movements can't keep up with the reaction of his consciousness. He can only choose some of the deadly sword qi to resist. The dark green sword light began to dance around him non-stop. One sword, one sword, one sword. Sword qi hit his throat and was crushed by his sword. The sword air hit his thigh. He was unmoved. There was a poof. The thigh was pierced by the sword air, and a terrible blood hole appeared. The sword energy poured towards his heart, and was blocked by him several times in a row. Protect the vitals of the whole body. This is already his limit. His movements can't keep up with his thinking. His cultivation is still too low. Almost in an instant, all the fierce sword energy like a torrential rain poured on Yi Feng's body. In an instant, he was seriously injured and covered in blood. But luckily, all the fatal sword energy was blocked by him. Long Moran's violent move was blocked by Yi Feng alive. There are only a handful of people who can do this. Even Yi Wendian can't stand it. After all, this is a blow that condenses the inner energy of Long Moran's whole body. If this move can't kill the opponent, then Long Moran there is no ability to resist. Long Moran. That's all. Yi Feng stood up, disregarding the dozens of blood spots on his body, he laughed loudly. With the sharp Shinchi sword and the sensitive consciousness, he did it. Next, it's his turn to do it. Everyone around. When they heard Yi Feng's loud laughter, their faces all changed suddenly. How could it be possible? Long Moran's strongest move was actually resisted by Yi Feng. This is impossible. Everyone thought they were dreaming. Yi Feng had only cultivated for more than 10 years. How could he be so strong? Long Moran's face darkened instantly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. He could feel it. As long as his cultivation was a few years stronger, Yi Feng's crazy song just now would definitely be able to kill Yi Feng. It's a pity that it was only a few years away. The opponent was able to keep up with his sword qi speed. The current him has exhausted 7 to 88 of the internal qi. If Yi Feng used the piercing sword just now, Long Moran felt that he would definitely not be able to resist. What to do? At this moment, no one has noticed. On the side, Lei Ming, Niao Meng and more than 20 members of the National Security Bureau quietly began to leave the iceberg. Lei Ming's face was a bit ugly. The order from above came down just now. Ask him to lead the team to retreat with Niu Meng's people. Then the military will command the destroyer to launch 2 cruise missiles in a row, directly sinking the iceberg. Or to be more precise, a blasted iceberg. And those martial artists on the blasted iceberg. Regarding Long Moran's arrogance, the military said it couldn't bear it. Get rid of it first. Dare to grab things from the National Security Bureau. It is equivalent to challenging the authority of the country. This kind of arrogance must not be fueled. Blow up Long Moran and others to death. It is also a reminder to the people in the martial arts. Don't be too arrogant when facing the state machine. As for Long Moran's hob meat daddy who wants to make trouble afterwards, then just come. The country is not afraid of an old man. If it can't be done, the Long family will be blamed. At most, the country will suffer some losses. There are orders from above. Lei Ming dare not disobey. So when he saw Yi Feng was covered in blood, but still laughed out loud, Lei Ming quietly ordered all the team members of the National Security Bureau to retreat, and at the same time, quietly waved in Yi Feng's direction, as a reminder of something. After reaching this point, Lei Ming felt that he had already done his utmost to Lin Shiqing. If Yi Feng died in the explosion, he could not be blamed. His movements were captured by Yi Feng's mind keenly. Lei Ming's hand gesture. What does it mean? Yi Feng thought for a moment. He felt that the National Security Bureau team was retreating to the iceberg. If he realized something, he quietly glanced at the sea in the distance. The sea is sunny and sunny. It looks like a blue mirror. It is flat and without waves. Although I didn't see anything, Yi Feng can guess it. It must be that the military will attack this place with force. It is a missile or a torpedo. Or something else. No matter what it is definitely a threat to Yi Feng. Yi Feng guessed this possibility. It was also because he discovered Niu Meng. Like Li Feng, this guy is full of hatred for people in the martial arts. After passing it on to Li Feng, he asked him to apply for iceberg blasting. It is also a very normal thing. Blow it up. But before that, get rid of Long Moran first. Yi Feng thought in his heart. The dark green long sword in his hand condensed again. A pair of eyes fixed on Long Moran, who was 20 meters away. At this time, Long Moran had just performed the last move of Feng Hua Shuiyu's swordsmanship. His whole body was in the stage of losing strength. Seeing Yi Feng's sharp eyes, Long Moran's heart trembled. No. He's about to start. Long Moran never thought about it. He would be afraid of a junior. This junior is also the son of his big enemy. This unscientific. Back then, Yi Yunfei was a complete waste of cultivation. The dragon claw hand, crazy demon boxing, and Xianyang swordsmanship of the Long family. Which one can be learned decently? It stands to reason that Yi Feng's talent shouldn't be so strong. Could it be that he inherited it from his mother? However, Long Moran has no time to think about it. Elder Su, if you don't take action again, my father will kill me in Qiqing Cave someday. Don't blame me. Long said indifferently. His idea, of course, is to involve Su Xiaoyu, who is on the side, and help him resist for a while. As long as his internal energy recovers, he can regain control of the situation. Su Xiaoyu scolded secretly. This Long Moran is a naked threat. Even if this guy dies in Yi Feng's hands, it has nothing to do with his divine fist. But Su Xiaoyu knew in his heart. This time he and Long Moran went out to sea together. Then if Long Moran died, according to his father's usual personality, it would be normal for him to hold grudges with Xuanhuan men. That would be worthless. So Su Xiaoyu took steps. The white beard fluttered with the sea breeze. The old figure in cloth robe finally came to Long Moran. Yi Feng. Stop it. Leave now. You can still save your life. If you don't know what to do, you will die and go back alive. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to fight Yi Feng desperately. He saw that Yi Feng was very strong, so he didn't bother to fight him desperately. So he persuaded, you have to think about it. If you die here, what will happen to your women? You let your grandpa send a white-haired man to a black-haired man. How can I bear it? After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Long Moran secretly cursed at the old fox. Now the National Security Bureau seems to have taken action. They all retreated. And his dragon is indifferent and weak. If Yi Feng is really persuaded by this old man to leave, the things on this iceberg are not all from their magic fist. Where did the Tang family and the Tiandodian group go? Long Moran's heart was awe-inspiring, but he found that the dozen or so figures who were still watching had retreated with the people from the National Security Bureau and disappeared. This made Long Moran feel a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be? He thought of some kind of possibility. A cold light flashed in his eyes. What a good National Security Bureau. It seems that he intends to fight to the death and break the net. Get out of the way. Yi Feng stood calmly. He raised his head and looked at Su Xiaoyu. His eyes were shining brightly. Hee, young man. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. If I make a move, do you think you still have a chance to survive in your current state? Old man. I don't want to fight with you. Yi Feng snorted softly, since you won't let me go, that's good. If you don't let it, you won't let it. Anyway, void swordsmanship pierces the air with a single sword, teleports directly, and crosses the space. Even if Su Xiaoyu stops in front, he will not be able to kill Long Moran. Too naive. The people from the National Security Bureau were not there. Yi Feng unscrupulously used the blinding technique, quietly cast the lay on healing technique, and slightly healed the parts of his body that were injured by the sword energy. His target was pointing directly at the piece of thousand-year-old black ice in the center of the ice platform, and he rushed over like a cannonball. Good boy. This scene surprised Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu, and other disciples of the xuanhuan sect. This guy actually took the opportunity to take advantage of Tian Kadibo's idea. It's so wicked. Su Xiaoyu came to his senses. He stared at his disciples with hatred. What a bunch of idiots. It was such a good opportunity just now. Let's talk about it if we don't grab the diamond-shaped ice crystal first. But this really can't be their fault. The scene where Yi Feng resisted Long Moran's move and sang wildly under the moon just now really shocked them. It made them unable to recover. Responding at this moment, one by one ran towards the center. The 6 disciples of the Divine Fist sect. All of them are 30 to 40 years old. They are gearing up for each other. They rushed towards the 1,000 years black ice at the same speed as Yi Feng. But at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly stopped abruptly, turned around, swung the dark green long sword, and swept towards the direction of Long Moran. Void sword art. He just rushed towards Qianzai Xianbing completely because he wanted to make a fool of himself. This is the real ultimate move. Swish. His whole figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Long Moran. A sword pierced Long Moran's chest. If this sword can't kill him, Yi Feng is about to vomit blood. After all, even Long Moran couldn't react at all. That hand strikes east and west. At this time, Long Moran's attention is still completely concentrated on the 1,000 years of black ice. Bang. There was a loud bang. At this critical moment, the entire iceberg suddenly shook violently. The military's cruise missiles arrived so quickly. The fact still made Yi Feng vomit blood. The military's cruise missiles came too fast. After hitting the iceberg, there was a violent shock. A large crack extended from the seaside all the way to the platform in the center of the iceberg. After all, this iceberg is the product of the second anger eruption of Xianbing in thousands of years. Its strength is far less than that of the previous ice castle. The whole iceberg was blasted in half by ferocious cruise missiles. A missile costing millions. The power is really extraordinary. And the violent vibration of the whole iceberg caused Long Moran's body to sway involuntarily. He leaned forward 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. Originally, Yi Feng stabbed Long Moran's heart with a sword that was almost sure to kill. Off by half an inch at a time. The instant pain that came from behind made Long Moran react immediately. He felt that he had been stabbed next to his heart again. His head was covered in cold sweat. He just saw Yi Feng rushing towards the piece of 1,000-year-old black ice in the middle. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Feng was already behind him and swung a sword. Is it really teleportation? Long Moran couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for a cruise missile bombed by the military, he would have died now. This made him extremely lucky. He wondered if he was the protagonist in the novel. Hard to die. Following this path, the following is the rhythm of future blessings. Boy, I can't keep you. Su Xiaoyu, who was beside Long Moran, saw Yi Feng behind him in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help being shocked. If Yi Feng changed the target of the sneak attack to him, then he would definitely not be able to dodge the sword. This made him feel chilly. This kid is too weird. If he is allowed to leave and grow up in the future, won't the whole world be his world? Su Xiaoyu decided to kill Yi Feng. He didn't even think about it. Both fists blasted out. 80 years of cultivation was condensed. The punch of the 3 emperors Pao punched Yi Feng heavily through the air. Yi Feng just thrust out a sword but couldn't dodge it. He was hit in the chest by this punch. With a muffled grunt, he flew backwards and hit a collapsed icicle. The entire iceberg shook violently. A fissure appeared in the middle. The iceberg was blasted in half. It began to tilt and sink on both sides. Under the gaze of everyone on the iceberg, the ice that froze Su Feiying and the Qianzai Xianbing in the middle slipped into the sea in 2 directions respectively. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He stood up, jumped on the sloping ice, and flew towards Su Feiying's ice cube. Su Xiaoyu's cultivation base is high, but the punch he threw out in a hurry did not reach the level of killing Yi Feng. Yi Feng spit out a mouthful of blood and relieved his injury. He is ready to continue fighting at any time. As long as someone comes to snatch Su Feiying, he will definitely try to kill him. However, when he swept his consciousness, he found that he was worrying too much. For Su Xiaoyu and Long Moran, it is obvious that the temptation of Qianzai Xianbing is greater. Between treasures and beauties, they all chose treasures. Almost at the same time, Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu, and several other disciples of the xuanhuan sect quickly rushed towards the 1,000-year-old black ice that had slipped into the sea. The iceberg split apart quickly. The sea water quickly flooded up. Long Moran. Suffer death. One of the disciples of xuanhuan sect, with a stern look on his face, let out a loud shout, and rushed towards Long Moran. At this time, Long Moran was missing an arm. His chest was still bleeding. He looked very weak. This disciple of the xuanhuan sect had a very good idea. That is, he was the one who held Long Moran back. The 1,000 years of black ice must belong to his god, boxing all. It's a pity, he thought too beautifully. Humph. Go away. Long Moran smiled. His footsteps were light on the sloping ice. He almost slipped. But he didn't hesitate. He changed direction instantly and jumped into the distance. He doesn't want Qianzai Xianbing yet? All the disciples of xuanhuan sect, including Su Xiaoyu, were shocked. But by the time they realized it, it was too late. At this moment, the second missile dropped from the sky. It was right in the center of the original iceberg. It was also the place where everyone from the Xuanhuan sect gathered at this time. There was a loud bang. On top of the iceberg, the flame soared into the sky. Pieces of ice shards were blasted like sharp knives and flew towards the surroundings. Before running far, Yifeng hugged Su Feiying, and was instantly inserted into the flesh by several shards of ice shards. Plop. He finally fell into the sea. He swept his consciousness and found that Su Xiaoyu was facing a missile. He quickly grabbed 2 disciples of the Xuanhuan sect and stood in front of him. The power of the missile blast knocked them all down. The rest died instantly in the flames. However, although Su Xiaoyu was ashamed, he saved 1 life. As for Long Moran, he saw the opportunity early and jumped far away. But he was still the same as Yifeng. He was pierced by a lot of ice shards and fell into the sea with injuries all over his body. An iceberg that was originally magnificent sank in an instant under the bombardment of 2 cruise missiles. The sea was full of flames, and it was a mess. The people from the National Security Bureau, the Tang family, and the Tiandao Temple were already 2 or 3 kilometers away in speedboats. Outside. Immortal art. Dragon and tortoise breath-holding art. As soon as Yifeng fell into the sea, he immediately cast the immortal technique. He hugged Su Feiying's ice cube tightly. His whole body shook with genuine energy, and the ice shards pierced into his flesh were blown away. In addition to letting that dragon Moran stay alive again, these 2 bombs came at the right time. Once in the water, it was Yifeng's world. He didn't even think about it. After almost exhausting the true energy in his body, the various wounds on his body caused by Long Moran, Su Xiaoyu, and the bomb fragments healed quickly. Now, it's time to find Long Wanner and bring Su Feiying back. Under the leadership of Niu Meng, several speedboats of the National Security Bureau began to search the sea. Many members of the National Security Bureau put on diving combat suits, jumped into the sea, and prepared to find the undead and shoot a few shots. Especially Long Moran and that kid named Yifeng. We must never let them go. We must see people when we live, and we must see corpses when we die. The bull gave the order fiercely. People from the National Security Bureau and the military have already surrounded this sea area. No matter where Yifeng and the others want to go ashore, it is impossible to avoid their blockade. Niu Meng feels that he has the chance to win. The cruise missile is awesome. Lei Ming looked at the flames on the sea and the rapidly sinking iceberg from afar, and shook his head helplessly. In such an explosion, it would be very difficult for Yifeng to survive. However, there is still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought of the explosion in the abandoned factory in Yanjing before. Yifeng lay on top of Lin Shiqing like this. Not only did he protect Lin Shiqing, he didn't die either. The explosion of the nuclear submarine not long ago failed to kill Yifeng. Maybe that kid can still create miracles. It's a pity. In the face of a large-scale search by the National Security Bureau and the military, even if the seriously injured survive, Yifeng will be arrested. The time in the abandoned factory was the only time in Lei Ming's memory that he caught Yifeng. Unfortunately, he ran away later. This time, there was no trouble from Lin Shiqing and others. That kid must be unable to escape even if he wanted to. Yifeng took Su Feiying's ice cube and swam quickly in the sea, avoiding the place where the iceberg sank far away. That place is still very dangerous. Yifeng is taking Su Feiying with him now. He is not willing to take risks. Immortal art. Yin God, fake body art. He quickly cast a false body and commanded the false body to swim to the place where the iceberg sank. Even if he couldn't go there by himself, he could still easily know the situation there. No matter who gets the 1,000 years Shanbing, he will be discovered by his false body. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely kill him and snatch the 1,000 years Shanbing back. Yifeng's real body and fake body were divided into two ways. They swam quickly in the sea. While swimming towards the coastline, he diffused his consciousness at the same time, trying to find the trace of Longwaner. I don't know what happened to Longwaner. Yifeng believed that she would be fine. But after not seeing her figure, he was a little restless after all. Like a fish, Yifeng moved quickly in the deep sea with a large piece of ice. Although Su Feiying and the piece of ice were heavy together, it was no problem for him to swim with him. Suddenly, two people in front of him carrying oxygen cylinders and wearing diving suits appeared within the range of his consciousness. That is to say, they were only more than 70 meters away from him. After separating the false body, the range of his consciousness perception was reduced by half. This distance is enough for the opponent to find Yifeng. And those two guys are undoubtedly from the National Security Bureau or the military. It is Yifeng and the others who went into the sea to search. Almost immediately, Yifeng's whole body became alert. There was a sense of danger. The two guys in front directly pulled the trigger of the precision gun in their hands. Two blue bullets drew two blue rays of light in the deep sea, and hit Yifeng at an extremely fast speed. The precision was extremely high. Try to kill me. It's not that easy. Yifeng thought coldly. He moved his footsteps and dodged the two blue bullets extremely fast. He will prove it with his strength. He is the overlord in this East China Sea. The streamlined back is extremely smooth in the sea water. Yifeng's figure is much more sensitive than the bloated members of the National Security Bureau. And he doesn't have to worry about breathing problems. When Yifeng dodged the two blue light bullets, the eyes of the two members of the National Security Bureau showed incredible expressions. Is that guy still human? You must know that the speed of the blue light gun is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary pistols. And this is when the visibility is extremely high. In the low water. That kid was able to detect and avoid it in advance. It's too bad. And, does that kid really not need to breathe? Or is he able to hold his breath for such a long time? Invisibility. Yifeng temporarily put Su Feiying's ice cubes down, quietly disappeared, and immediately approached the two surprised National Security Bureau members in diving suits. The two of them didn't notice Yifeng's approach at all. They were still wondering where that kid went. The detection instrument showed that the ice block that was freezing a person was put down. This made the two of them a little happy. This is one of the trophies designated by Captain Yo Meng. If you get it, it will be considered a great achievement. It seems that the kid saw the shooting. So he was scared away. The two of them just thought about it, but they suddenly felt something was wrong. The flow of sea water behind them seemed to be chaotic. The two just reacted. They wanted to turn their heads, but it was too late. Puff. Puff. Yifeng's true energy was concentrated in the palm of his hand, and he swung his fist with all his strength toward the backs of the two of them. 8 diagrams fist. To kill ordinary people, you don't need sword energy at all. And for him now, just condensing the true energy sword will be overwhelmed. There is not much true energy in his body. It is better to save it. It makes him miss the past small quarrels. Even if it's just 2 ordinary punches, the terrifying power contained in it is not something 2 ordinary people can bear. Even if the members of the National Security Bureau are much stronger than ordinary people, they are still too much for Yifeng's 2 punches. Weak. With one punch, both internal organs were shattered, and their hearts stopped beating before they could even react. This blue light gun. You can confiscate 2 of them and take them back for research. Yifeng thought. He snatched the 2 precision firearms from the opponent's hand. It felt a little heavy at first glance. But to Yifeng, it was just a trivial matter. After the 2 were easily dealt with, Yifeng returned to the past and picked up the ice cube Su Feiying was on again. The fifth and sixth lost contact. When Yifeng killed 2 members of the National Security Bureau, Niao Meng got the news very quickly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Where are they?" Niao Meng asked. "It's not far away. More than 200 meters below the sea surface." The team members reported immediately. "It's all gone. There must be someone over there. Anyone who dares to kill the National Security Bureau. He is against the entire country of Hua. If he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will die." Niao Meng immediately gave the order. He personally steered the speedboat and drove towards the coordinates of the target. "Also, let everyone pay attention. If you find a suspicious target, you are not allowed to do anything. You must report it first." "Yes." A group of team members agreed on the intercom. Soon, Niao Meng's speedboat came to the sea directly above the accident site. He had already prepared his diving combat suit. The electronic eyes were always running, and he could have a panoramic view of the surrounding situation within tens of meters. Together with 3 other members of the National Security Bureau on the speedboat, the 4 jumped into the sea with a plop and plop. Sure enough, there are people. Niao Meng's electronic eyes quickly caught a figure who seemed to be in a panic not far away, with a sinister grin on the corner of his mouth. The 4 of them dived into the water without a sound. They quickly found the bodies of 2 members of the National Security Bureau. Not far from the 2 bodies, an old man was swimming over in a panic. "It's Su Xiaoyu from Shengquanmen." The visibility in the sea was too low. Su Xiaoyu hadn't found Niao Meng and the others yet. He continued to swim quickly towards the shore. Niao Meng went down and checked the bodies of the 2 team members. He found that they were all killed by his fists. He was furious all of a sudden. Undoubtedly the old man killed it. Quietly, Niao Meng led 3 people from the National Security Bureau to surround Su Xiaoyu from 4 directions. After Yifeng snatched 2 blue light guns, he went back and hugged Su Feiying and left. During this period, his consciousness swept across Su Xiaoyu's figure. The other party is also a guy with 80 years of cultivation. Yifeng did not take the initiative to provoke him. Now he is finally free. Let's talk about it after Su Feiying is rescued. Although the Immortal Jutsu Extreme Flame can also burn in water, but the power will be reduced. Yifeng intends to take Su Feiying ashore, and then try to use the Immortal Absolute Flame. He quickly left the place where he killed the 2 National Security Bureau members. Suddenly his expression changed. Not good. Long Wainer will be in the place where the iceberg sinks like this. Stupid. I should have thought of that. Yifeng scolded himself secretly, turned his head quickly, and quickly swam back to the place where Long Wainer was found in the fake body. At this time, Long Wainer seemed to have sensed Yifeng's false body with her spiritual sense, and was swimming towards the position of the false body. For Long Wainer, how could she leave alone before seeing Yifeng? And near the sunken iceberg, the dragon Moran with a broken arm is quietly approaching. He has not given up on Qianzai Xianbing yet. Don't get caught. Yifeng prayed in his heart. If Long Wainer was discovered by Long Moran, it would be a tragedy if he thought about it casually. Long Moran would not show mercy to her. 5 minutes. Just give Yifeng 5 minutes to return to the place where the iceberg sank. Now his fake body can clearly feel it. Near the sunken iceberg is not only Long Moran, but also many other members of the National Security Bureau. Long Wainer must also be able to feel it. It's a pity that Long Wainer wasn't afraid. Because she sensed Yifeng's fake body, she thought Yifeng was there too. The whole iceberg broke apart and turned into several large ice blocks and sank to the bottom of the sea. Long held his breath indifferently, looking for something in the ice blocks. There is no doubt that he wanted the piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. Yifeng's fake body is hidden in one of the ice caves. Yi Feng, Yi Feng. Long Waner swam quickly in the sea. Based on her spiritual sense, she found Yi Feng's fake body, and carefully walked into the ice cave. After she shot the star burial arrow at the bottom of the sea before, the 1,000-year-old black ice showed its power. An iceberg recondensed and protruded out of the sea. The strong current sent her flying far away. She passed out for a while. When she woke up, she found that this new iceberg had just sunk in the firelight. She ran over immediately. At this time, she swam for a while into the ice cave where Yi Feng's fake body was. She soon found Yi Feng's fake body hiding inside. She was overjoyed and swam over quickly. Yi Feng. She cried out in joy. It's a pity. Yi Feng's fake body can only move and feel. It can't speak at all. It is difficult to make other movements. It looks like a puppet. Long Waner didn't know about Ancient's fake body technique before. It's because it's not a commonly used fairy technique. Yi Feng hasn't told her yet. At this time, she saw that Yi Feng seemed to be very dull, and couldn't help but frowned. What happened to him? And the iceberg sank. He should obviously find the master quickly, and then go back. Hiding here is nothing. It didn't take long. She was finally sure. This Yi Feng was stupid. Really silly. She just moved a few times occasionally. Although she seemed to be gesturing, she couldn't understand it. The most important thing was that Yi Feng had a sluggish face. His eyes were lifeless, and he had a ghostly fake body technique. It was just so helpless. Yi Feng wanted it to make a few gestures, but he couldn't express it clumsily. How so? Long Waner was in a hurry. She almost cried. What if Yi Feng is really stupid? She doesn't care how powerful Yi Feng is. But if he is stupid now, when his identity is exposed, it will be more dangerous. Even if Yi Feng is stupid, she will not leave Yi Feng. But in fact, once Yi Feng stupid, Yi Wendian alone can't keep them. Who did it? I'm going to fight him hard. A cold light flashed in Long Waner's beautiful eyes. Within the range of spiritual consciousness, a group of members of the National Security Bureau are swimming around to search. But there is one other person. Long Moran. At this time, Long Moran seemed to have just been stabbed in the chest. Could it be him? Yi Feng fought him again. In the end, he was beaten stupidly. Long Waner confirmed her guess almost immediately. She was almost full of anger. Immediately, she swam towards Long Moran, ready to hide and sneak attack. Relying on the outline of the iceberg in his memory, Long Moran searched for about 10 minutes on the bottom of the sea, and finally came to the block of ice in the center of the original ice platform. The 1,000-year-old black ice is still well inserted in the ice layer. Nearby, the bodies of several xuanhuan sect disciples have sunk to the bottom of the sea. They were horribly blown up by cruise missiles. Their faces were beyond recognition. It's a pity that the old man, Su Xiaoyu, ran away. Long Moran was in a hurry. He only remembered that Yi Feng jumped into the sea with the ice cube of the fairy of the East Sea in his arms. Then he disappeared. Now he can't find it after looking for it. Most likely he is not dead. This made Long Moran even more eager to get the 1,000 years black ice. As long as he has the 1,000 years of black ice, he can absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it, and he can break through to 60 years of cultivation in one fell swoop. At that time, it will be a qualitative leap. Coupled with his powerful talent, his combat effectiveness will be even higher. Building. Moreover, it seems that the role of the 1,000-year-old black ice is more than that. At that time, even if Yi Feng has the power to reach the sky, he will not be able to escape from his palm. Seeing that the 1,000 years of Xianbing is in front of him, Long Moran is overjoyed. He looks around and finds that there are no members of the National Security Bureau. Searched so deep. You are mine. Long Moran didn't even think about it. He stepped forward and wanted to collect the Qianzai Xianbing into his pocket. However, at this moment, a dark blue arrow suddenly shot out from behind the ice, broke through the water, and shot towards Long Moran's forehead at a very high speed. Who? Long Moran reacted almost instantly. Seeing this, he immediately withdrew his hands. He kicked his feet on the thick ice. The whole person took a few steps back, avoiding the arrow dangerously. Long Moran couldn't be more familiar with such a dark blue arrow. His current broken arm was shot off by this arrow, and thus thrown into the sea by Yu Wendian. It is estimated that he has been fed to sharks until now. Speaking of it, he is even more unlucky than Li Feng. At least, Li Feng got the treatment in time. The arm can still be connected. But he probably has to lose his arm for the rest of his life. Therefore, Long Moran hated this arrow deeply. He hated Long Water, who used this arrow, even more. He avoided the arrow. Without thinking, he aimed at the big block of ice where Long Water was hiding and kicked it. The inner air was released from a distance, and 2 deep footprints were stepped on the ice block. Boom. The ice cube was kicked away by his dragon tail. Long Water was hiding behind the ice. She didn't expect Long Moran to dodge like this. She couldn't dodge and was hit hard by the ice. If Long Moran turns a corner and confronts her head-on, then she can rely on her flexibility in the water to deal with it. But now she has miscalculated. The tyrannical inner energy instantly penetrated the ice and invaded Long Water's body. With the weight of the ice, she was thrown into the air at once, and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood in the sea. Only one blow caused her to be seriously injured. Almost lost mobility. After all, Jiang is still old and hot. In terms of combat experience, Long Water is far from his opponent. My good daughter. Broke my arm. Have you ever been guilty? Long Moran's face was full of sternness. While speaking bitterly, he swam quickly towards the seriously injured Long Water. Killed my mother. Have you ever felt guilty? Long Water endured the pain all over her body, and asked a question with difficulty. Seeing Long Moran swimming towards her, she didn't have the slightest strength to escape, let alone resist. Humph. That bitch. I still regret that I didn't cut her into pieces. As soon as his former wife was mentioned, Long Moran's face became more ferocious. He stared at Long Water viciously, and kicked her hard. Long Water's beautiful pupils shrank. Could it be that she is going to die here? No. Just at this moment, one after another blue bullets drew blue light one after another, broke through the deep-sea current, and shot towards the dragon indifferently and accurately at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Yi Feng's real body finally arrived at this time. Using the blue light gun he snatched, he aimed at Long Moran like a machine gun and swept over. At the same time, the dragon claw hand was cast from a distance, grabbing Long Water's slender waist, and pulling her back firmly to his side. The seriously injured Long Wainer managed to sense Yi Feng only after she got close to him. It was just a little strange. How could there be 2 Yi Fengs? Could it be that the stupid Yi Feng in the ice cave before was a fake? She hasn't been able to figure this out yet. Yi Feng's blue light gun has already fired. At the same time, he pulled Long Waner's delicate body over and hugged her firmly in his arms. Humph, dead girl. I'll save your life. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, Long Moran's expression changed. Now he is very afraid of Yi Feng. If nothing else, as long as Yi Feng uses the void sword technique now, he will definitely die. That's teleportation. Who can stop it? At least with his current cultivation base, he still can't do it. But if he absorbs the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing, that's not necessarily the case. Long Moran didn't think about it at all. He turned around and grabbed the Qianzai Xianbing, and pulled it out forcefully. Swish. 1,000 years of black ice was pulled out by him. Seeing this, Yifeng was startled. Why did the 1,000 years Xianbing remain silent this time? Damn, this is unscientific. Shouldn't Long Moran be frozen into ice cubes? Could it be that this thing exploded twice? After that, I no longer have the ability to explode for the third time. Ha 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 ha. Long Moran laughed loudly, but accidentally choked on a few mouthfuls of water, looking a bit embarrassed. However, he was holding the 1,000 years of black ice. With a movement of his feet, he quickly swam up to the surface of the sea. He held his breath for too long. If he stayed in the water any longer, he would definitely suffocate to death. He couldn't figure it out. Yifeng and Long Wan, how did my son stay in the sea for so long? Save your dog's life. Yifeng's face darkened, and he returned the words to the other party without any changes. He didn't chase after Long Moran. Instead, he calmed down and checked Long Wanner's injuries. He was hit by the ice cube mixed with strong internal energy. Long Wanner was seriously injured. Several internal organs in his body were ruptured. If it is treated in time, it will definitely be life-threatening. Fairy. Lay on hands. There is not much Shinchi in his body. It is impossible to completely cure Long Wanner. Now he must take Long Wanner and Su Feiying back together. While rescuing Su Feiying, send Long Wanner to the hospital. Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng was fine, Long Wanner smiled on her pale face. Hold on. We're going home. Yifeng was anxious in his heart, but he was calm on the surface. He couldn't put too much pressure on Long Wanner. Master, where is Master? Long Wanner tried hard to spread her consciousness. But she was injured too badly. Even spreading her consciousness became very reluctant. Here it is. Don't worry. Yifeng felt the injury in her body, and his mood became more and more heavy. Long Moran is too domineering. The inner chi broke most of the meridians in Long Wanner's body. Now Long Wanner can't even say that he is using lei healing. Even the most basic star tomb formula can't work at all. It can only rely on Yifeng. He pulled Su Feiying's ice cube all the way over. After all, he didn't feel at ease throwing it somewhere. What if someone found out and took it away? He hugged Long Wanner with one arm, and picked up Su Feiying's ice cube with the other. He was about to leave, but his heart sank suddenly. Not good. There are people below. The group of more than a dozen National Security Bureau members above finally searched all the way, and immediately found Yifeng, Long Wanner and Su Feiying frozen in the ice. A gun was aimed at the three of them immediately. At the same time, one of the team members turned on the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to Niu Meng. In the deep sea, the three of Yifeng were surrounded. Damn. Yifeng secretly thought it was bad. He never thought that he would fall into such a situation when he came back to save Long Wanner. If he was alone, he might still be able to perform invisibility and try to escape by using the advantage of being in the water. But now he has Long Wanner who is seriously injured and Su Feiying who is frozen in the ice. It is impossible to escape quietly. What's more, there are a total of more than 10 people on the other side, all with guns. I'm afraid he just disappeared, and the bullets from the other side will come densely. There is no escape. In short, the current Long Wanner can't run around anymore. She must have a good rest. Otherwise, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. What should I do? Rest assured. Yifeng put his arms around Long Wanner, comforted her, and then quietly looked at Su Feiying's ice cube beside him. He wanted to go to land at first, and then tried to use the immortal technique Ji Yin to rescue the master. But now it seems that We can only act in advance. He didn't want to be caught by the National Security Bureau and used as a specimen. I hope that when the ice breaks, Su Feiying can wake up quickly. As long as Su Feiying wakes up, then all problems will be solved. Yi Feng's whole body of Xinqi was almost exhausted. But he could barely condense into a small extremely flaming fireball. The strands of Xinqi began to condense in his hands, and then gradually compressed. And the dozen or so members of the National Security Bureau were extremely vigilant, but failed to notice Yi Feng's small movements. They surrounded Yi Feng around a distance of more than 10 meters, waiting for Niu Meng to come and deal with them. Niu Meng had already captured the old man with white beard and brought him onto the speedboat. He was overjoyed when he heard the news of Yi Feng. Su Xiaoyu watched coldly. He was sadly wronged by Niu Meng as the guy who killed 2 team members. Unknowingly in the sea, he was hit by more than a dozen bullets from the suppressor gun. If he knows who is framing him, he must mobilize the power of the entire xuanhuan sect to encircle and suppress him. Otherwise, he will not be able to swallow this breath. The speedboat that Niu Meng was on was heading towards the direction where the iceberg sank. At the same time, the guided missile destroyer of the military was also gradually approaching. Repression by force. A huge monster, with a length of more than 150 meters and a width of more than 20 meters. Gradually parked, not far from the sunken iceberg. The single-barreled naval gun on the bow reflects the brilliance of the sun, which represents the strength of the Chinese side. Of force. Now Lei Ming and his team members are standing on the deck of the destroyer. In their eyes, the speedboat of the Niuming team was driving fast on the sea surface, and soon approached from a distance, and stopped right above the sunken iceberg. Huh. That's it. Lei Ming and the others stood tall and looked far away. They saw a rather different speedboat approaching at a high speed not far away. It was definitely not the model of the National Security Bureau. It's from the Long family. Soon someone took a look with a telescope. The report said. Long family. Lei Ming frowned slightly. But now he has no jurisdiction over the matter here, so he simply didn't worry about it. Anyway, he is on the destroyer. It must be safe. Who is brave enough to attack the destroyer? Soon, the Long family's speedboat and Niu Meng's speedboat were almost side by side. They came to the top of the sunken iceberg. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. It was Long Moran. Walk. Long Moran stepped into the speedboat. On the speedboat, it was Long Zi and Long Qing who he had notified. Hearing this, he immediately acted. The whole speedboat quickly moved towards the far south. Warning. Warning. Almost at the same time. A loudspeaker warning sounded from the destroyer. The white speedboat stops advancing. Otherwise, the military has the right to take any action. If a speedboat slips away from under the nose, wouldn't the military lose all face? Move on. Don't bother. Long Moran on the speedboat sneered, holding the 1,000 years of black ice in his hand. There is the power of thousands of years of black ice to interfere. The destroyer's naval guns can't lock his speedboat at all. The white speedboat carried Long Moran, Long Zi, and Long Qing. They headed south quickly. They dared not go west. Because the west coast was already full of people from the military and the National Security Bureau. Landing from there would definitely be intercepted. Until far away, the guns of the destroyer remained silent. The reason is very simple. As Long Moran said, the 1,000-year black ice emits strong interference, making it impossible for missiles and torpedoes on the destroyer to lock on to his speedboat. In this case, of course the military would not order to fire. A waste of ammunition. Once this matter is over, there will be something to play in the Wanwu cave. Niu Meng stared coldly at the white speedboat that was about to disappear. he didn't catch up. The monk couldn't run away from the temple. Anyway, Wangwashan Dong Tian, where the Long family is located, is in Huagua. He didn't worry at all. What's more, now, although there is no 1,000 years of Xianbing, there is still a beauty in that ice cube. When Niao Meng thought of Yi Feng being stuck in the bottom of the sea, he felt excited. Is it finally time to harvest? Someone from the destroyer came quickly and arrested Su Xiaoyu, an old man with a white beard, on his speedboat. Then, including Niao Meng, 4 National Security Bureau members put on diving suits. Putong jumped into the sea. At this moment, Niao Meng was very excited. But when he got into the water and dived to a depth of more than 100 meters, his face changed soon. His electronic eye detection told him that the dozen or so players surrounding Yi Feng were all stunned at this moment. And he led several people to dive deeper and deeper. Soon he knew what was going on. At the bottom of the deep sea, the ice block with the beautiful woman on it actually started to burn. The entire ice block was surrounded by white flames. Even under the cold deep sea, the white flames did not have the momentum to go out at all. Instead, the nearby sea water was transferred a wave of heat. It became scorching hot. The temperature of the flame that ignites the paper in the air is about 200 degrees. But the celestial technique performed by Yi Feng is extremely hot. The surface temperature reaches 20,000 to 30,000 degrees. Although it was only an instant eruption, under such high temperature, the ice cubes around Su Feiying finally started to melt smoothly. This scene made the surrounding National Security Bureau members stunned. Whether it was Yi Feng who dived into the deep sea without any equipment, or the white flames that suddenly appeared, it was beyond their common sense. As members of the National Security Bureau, they often deal with people in the martial arts. But even the most powerful people in the martial arts, it is impossible to do what Yi Feng does. When Niao Meng dived down and the distance was getting closer and closer, the layer of ice next to Su Feiying was finally melted by the extremely hot flames. The white flame began to stain Su Feiying's snow-white skirt. Swish! A pair of sword-like sharp eyes opened suddenly. At the same time, the powerful consciousness swept across hundreds of meters around. Even if Yi Feng blocked the detection of other people's consciousness, it was as naked at this time. It was completely detected by Su Feiying's consciousness. The difference in cultivation between the two sides is really too big. Master! Yi Feng immediately yelled. His face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that melting the ice layer with Xinju Jian would be so smooth, and he didn't expect Su Feiying to wake up just after the ice layer melted. Su Feiying glanced at him with beautiful eyes as cold as ice, and couldn't help frowning slightly. She looked at the strange boy in front of her. She was holding a seriously injured girl in her arms. She couldn't remember where she had seen it before. I'm Yi Feng. Seeing her frowning, Yi Feng suddenly remembered that his appearance now was different from that in the world of cultivating immortals, so he immediately explained. Su Feiying nodded slightly. She stretched comfortably in the sea water. Her graceful figure was faintly visible under the snow-white dress. But the sea water around her couldn't touch her at all. Master woke up. The practice is still there. Yi Feng couldn't help but be delighted. After coming to Donghai, his luck was not very good all the way. Has his luck finally changed now? Looking at Su Feiying's slender and cold figure, Yi Feng seemed to have seen the scene of her berating Feng Qiu all the way and destroying thousands of powerful enemies when she was in the world of cultivating immortals. Long Wanner, who was in his arms, barely opened his eyes. He vaguely saw the beauty in the ice being rescued by Yi Feng. His heart was also full of joy. Yi Feng's master has finally woken up. She coughed twice. She felt a burst of severe pain in her body. She was about to be unable to hold on. Lay on hands. A burst of dazzling golden light instantly lit up from concubine Xuanyu's hand, and then pressed on Long Wanner's chest, controlling her injury all at once. Immediately afterwards, he glanced coldly at the members of the National Security Bureau around him. The cold eyes made Niu Meng and others shudder involuntarily. It was too cold. Originally, Niu Meng and others were already shocked. The beauty inside the ice cube was still alive. Now she gave her a cold stare, and instantly, the hairs on their bodies stood on end. An extremely dangerous feeling enveloped their whole bodies. Niu Meng wanted to move. He wanted to wave his hand. He asked the players around him to shoot. But his whole body froze. Not only did he not make any movements, but his throat seemed to be stuck in ice. He couldn't say a word. A white and slender jade arm slowly lifted up in the water. Bang bang bang. Two members of the National Security Bureau couldn't bear such a great psychological pressure. They pulled the trigger of the blue light gun in their hands out of control. It was like a machine gun firing. One after another blue light suddenly appeared in the water. The blue bullet pointed at Su Feiying, quick shot in direction. It seemed that Su Feiying, a mysterious and cold woman, was about to die under the gun. However, when the blue light bullets were within 5 meters of her, they were all blocked by an invisible protective shield, and stopped instantly. Immortal art. Star shield. Su Feiying cast it casually. Not to mention these blue light gun bullets. It is Long Moran's killing move, Moonlight Crazy Song. Don't even think about going over the shield. Snapped. Concubine Xuanyu shook her hand. Those bullets were all shattered by true energy. She is as strong as her. She will never talk nonsense to people from the National Security Bureau. Where is the 1,000 years of profound ice? She opened her mouth slightly. A cold sentence rang in Yifeng's ear. Going south. Yifeng answered truthfully. A hanging heart finally let go. This is indeed Su Feiying. It is his master. He always speaks so coldly. Walk. Su Feiying withdrew her jade hand. At this moment, Long Wanner's serious injury has almost healed. Due to being too tired, Long Wanner finally couldn't hold on anymore. She fainted in Yifeng's arms. Shoot. Shoot. Destroyer fires torpedoes. Niu Meng on the side was finally driven mad by Su Feiying's strength. He didn't take any more action. All of them would have to be played by that woman here. He didn't know where this terrible woman came from. But it seemed they seemed to have a good relationship with Yifeng. In other words, they are also their enemies. Su Feiying gave the ferocious Niu Meng a cold glance. She didn't take him seriously at all. This kind of clown. When she was in the world of cultivating immortals, she killed not only 10,000 but also 8,000. Now, she is too lazy to do it. She raised her jade hand. True Qi began to condense in her hand. Niu Meng is a group of members of the National Security Bureau. In Su Feiying's eyes, they are as annoying as flies. But compared with solving these small shrimps, there are more important things for Su Feiying. That is to recapture the 1,000 years of black ice. She gently pressed one hand on Yifeng's shoulder, and raised the other hand lightly. She didn't see any other movements. Yifeng felt a burst of star power gradually condense from the void. It feels like immortal art. The stars move. It is one of the inherited immortal arts of the Star Tomb sect. It can be practiced after 100 years of cultivation. It is a rare space immortal art in the world of immortal cultivation. If the cultivation base is high enough, it is enough to transfer itself thousands of miles away. Compared with void swordsmanship, Dozhuan Xingyi is undoubtedly much stronger. Not only the distance of teleportation is far, but also it can bring people to transfer together. In Yifeng's consciousness, the sea around him suddenly became distorted. Then a burst of blue light flashed in front of his eyes. Su Feiying took him and Long Waner and started to move quickly in the deep sea. Niao Meng and other members of the National Security Bureau. In an instant, they became smaller and smaller. They disappeared. It was like a shuttle in an instant. When Yifeng felt that the surrounding space returned to normal, the three of them had already arrived at a sea in the south. Here, far away from the military destroyer, far away from the blockade of the National Security Agency, the sea is blue and calm. Far away, a white speedboat drove over quickly. Behind the white speedboat, followed by two military ships, the boat was in hot pursuit. It's Long Moran, Long Zi, Long Qing and the military personnel chasing them. When the three of Yifeng appeared on the surface of the sea out of thin air, with most of their bodies still submerged in the sea water, Long Moran just unleashed his sword. With a move of Feng Shuiyue swordsmanship, the sea behind him condensed into a small piece of ice. Two military small boats hit the ice directly. They stopped advancing immediately. The ice debris flew away. White smoke rose from one of the small boats. Go. Go back to the cave. Long Moran sneered. Holding the 1,000 years of black ice in his hand, the thought of going back and being able to absorb the power of the 1,000 years of black ice made his cultivation level skyrocket. He was in a good mood. Even the depression of having an arm broken before was swept away. No. It's just that he was still a little upset in his heart. After seeing Su Feiying, who was covered in icicles, that glamorous figure remained in his heart. It feels like there is no woman in this world who is more beautiful and more temperamental than her. Although she was frozen in the ice, Long Moran can be sure that she is still alive. Missing such a great beauty made him very disappointed. He thought to himself that after absorbing the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing, even if he called his father out, he would go to Yifeng or the people from the National Security Bureau to ask for that beauty. Such a woman. If you miss it, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Master, there seems to be someone in front. Long Qing was driving the speedboat, while Long Zi was in charge of looking into the distance. As he got closer, he finally saw three figures who had fallen into the water in front of him. Long Moran followed his words. Looking forward, he found that there seemed to be three people there. It's just too far away. He couldn't see who was there. He waved his hand without thinking, don't worry about it. He regarded those three as victims. Given his current situation, how could he care about a few victims? The white speedboat continued to move forward. It wanted to bypass the three figures. But they quickly found out that the three figures were moving extremely fast on the sea surface. After a while, they were within 200 meters. Not quite right. Long Zi frowned. Why did the three figures become more and more familiar with each other? Soon the other party got closer. But when they saw the faces of the three of them clearly, even Long Moran almost shook his hands and slipped the 1,000 years of black ice. How could it be them? Yifeng, a glamorous beauty, and Long Waner, who seemed to be unconscious in Yifeng's arms. The three of them actually appeared here. No. No matter how fast a person is, it is impossible to surpass the speedboat. These three people were clearly near the sunken iceberg before. And they must have been surrounded by the National Security Agency. How could they run ahead of them? Found it. Su Feiying floated on the surface of the sea. Her thin lips curled up slightly. When she saw the 1,000 years of black ice in Long Moran's hands, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Raising her jade hand, she tapped lightly on the surface of the sea. Immediately, an ice wall stood up in front of her. It quickly extended towards the white speedboat. The ice wall was 2 meters high and half a meter thick. It extended extremely quickly. Long Qing, who was on a speedboat, couldn't react. He hit the ice wall of the sea and knocked out a big hole in the ice wall. It's a pity that the power of the white speedboat is not enough. It failed to break through the ice wall. The fast-moving speedboat just stopped in front of Su Feiying and the others. This scene shocked the three of Long Moran, who had reacted suddenly. Such a scene of ice wall was created with a single slap. Who is this woman? And why does she seem to have a good relationship with Yifeng? Long Moran's face suddenly changed, and his thoughts turned sharply. Unexpectedly, the woman in the ice had been rescued, and appeared here together with Yifeng. Originally this was a good thing. The three of Yifeng appeared in front of him. He might be able to harvest both treasures and beauties. But when he saw Su Feiying's ice wall, he instantly lost consciousness. From the expressions of Yifeng and Su Feiying, Long Moran seems to be able to see that this woman is stronger than Yifeng. Even Yifeng can cast such a shocking sword. How strong will this woman be? Unfathomable. He could only think of these 4 words to describe Su Feiying. What should we do now? After thinking about it, Long Moran has only one solution. That is to find out about Su Feiying's reality first, and then act according to the situation. Maybe it can make her relax her vigilance, and then succeed in one blow, knocked out and taken back to Long's house. I'm indifferent in how long. I don't know the girl's name. Long Moran stood on the speedboat. He was dressed in a white robe and was blown by the sea breeze. He looked elegant and unrestrained. He looked like a gentleman. Too bad he was wrong. Su Feiying didn't even look at Long Moran. With a wave of her jade hand, a beautiful phantom sprang out from the air, as if her soul had come out of her body. She grabbed the 1,000 years black ice in Long Moran's hand, and snatched it back. That is the young god she cultivated after 100 years of cultivation. Compared with the Yin god, the Yang god has a physical body and has much greater effects in various aspects. In the world of cultivating immortals, if the Yang god is not cultivated, there is no way to get things from the air. This shows that some martial arts on the earth. For example, dragon's claw hands. Compared with fairy arts, there are still unique features. Su Feiying snatched the cold diamond-shaped ice cube back. She held it in her hand, felt it for a while, and threw it to Yifeng. Take it. Finally, there was some concern and tenderness in her tone. This is the side that Su Feiying would show a little bit only when facing Yifeng. Yifeng didn't hesitate. He held the 1,000 years of black ice in his hand. He could clearly feel the spirituality of this thing. It's just that it seemed lifeless at this moment, without any vitality. He raised his head and looked at the 3 people on the speedboat. Both Long Moran and Long Zilongking were stunned by Su Feiying's hand. What happened just now? The soul came out of the body. Long Moran didn't even have time to react. Shadow took it away. Until Su Feiying's beautiful Yangshan phantom was taken back, the 3 of Long Moran woke up like a dream. What the hell is that? It was the first time in Long Moran's life that he felt such a cold heart. People are most afraid of the unknown. Even Long Moran is the same. Facing Su Feiying, he felt a burst of fear from the bottom of his heart. Stay away from this witch. A voice in his heart shouted loudly. However, reason told him that he couldn't escape at all now. Facing the unpredictable Su Feiying, he became more and more guilty. However, Su Feiying didn't pay attention to him at all. I didn't expect you to come to this place. Su Feiying groaned. She seemed to be recalling the situation in the Huiyun cave in the immortal cultivation realm. Her complexion was not very good. She must be worried about something. She didn't know what the relationship between Long Wanner and Yifeng was. But since it was the person Yifeng wanted to protect, of course she rescued it casually. Let's go. I have something to tell you as a teacher. Su Feiying waved her hand. The movement was beautiful and elegant. It seemed that she wanted to perform some kind of fairy art, etc. Yi Feng hurriedly stopped him. After finally chasing Long Moran again, how could he let him go so easily? Su Feiying didn't know Long Moran's identity, but Yi Feng would not let him go. Su Feiying groaned softly, and cast a cold glance at Long Moran at the side. As soon as she saw Yi Feng's expression, she guessed what her apprentice was thinking. She thought that these guys on the speedboat were bastards that must be eliminated. Just 3 scumbags. She can destroy them with a wave of her hand. Master, do me a favor and hold her. Yi Feng didn't think about asking Su Feiying to kill Long Moran. For this crazy guy, he wanted to do it himself. An opponent who can solve it by himself. He didn't want to rely on Su Feiying. So he handed Long Wanner's delicate body over. This makes Su Feiying stunned. What is he trying to do? Subconsciously, Su Feiying took Long Wanner's delicate body and hugged her in front of her plump chest. Then she glanced at Yi Feng in astonishment. Her spiritual sense could clearly sense it. Yi Feng's current cultivation base is 15 years. And that white-robed one-armed middle-aged man has cultivation base of 50 years. Although the cultivation of the white-robed one-armed middle-aged man seems a bit watery. It's not as powerful as the 50-year-old cultivator. But it's still much stronger than Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't say much. No matter what, it is the most convincing to speak with facts. He held the black ice in his hand. He could feel the Jinqi that had been exhausted before. At this time, he was recovering at a speed several times that of normal. Soon he had the ability to perform a void sword technique. The speed of recovery of true qi in the body of a cultivator is closely related to the cultivation method of cultivating immortals. The Star Tomb Ju is just an ordinary elementary way of cultivating immortals. If you run out of true energy, you want to restore the full state. Under normal circumstances, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. But just carrying the 1,000 years of black ice on his body allowed him to recover enough true energy in a short period of time. It seems that the effect of this mysterious ice is really not small. Yi Feng thought to himself. It is indeed a treasure that can make a sect become the top sect in the world of cultivating immortals. The effect is extraordinary. As long as it is carried on the body, it can speed up the recovery of true energy. This is simply a great weapon in battle. Moreover, this is still under the condition that Qianzai Xuanbing's spirituality is closed. If Xuanbing recovers its vitality, the effect will definitely be stronger. Su Feiying once. Long Wanner's burial star arrow once. It frightened the 1,000 years of Xuanbing and burst out all his strength. I don't know how long it will take to recover. However, Yi Feng didn't think much about it. Now his primary goal is to deal with Long Moran, not other things. You. Su Feiying was a little puzzled. She felt that something was wrong. Remember that Yi Feng was not such a reckless person before. This person. I'll kill him. Yi Feng tapped his footsteps on the sea surface. He jumped up and made a solemn declaration. Bang. A dark green true energy sword condensed from his hand. This scene made Su Feiying's heart tense. Where did this sword come from? She had a thought, didn't think much about it, and cast a cold glance at Long, who was not far away. It seems that Yi Feng has a lot of resentment towards this white-robed one-armed middle-aged man. She doesn't care whether Yi Feng is the opponent or not, anyway, she has made up her mind. As long as Yi Feng encounters the slightest danger, she will personally rescue him. And kill that middle-aged man. For this disciple Yi Feng, Su Feiying has always been extremely protective. Whoever dares to bully him, she will definitely get it back 100-fold. The tyrannical Jinqi condensed in her jade hands. She was ready to strike at any time. Yi Feng sensed Su Feiying's thoughts, and couldn't help feeling competitive. He thought that Su Feiying had just woken up, so she must not know that he possessed the ancient dragon sword ring, and had learned such sword skills as void sword technique. Show it up now, and let her see it. Stared coldly by Su Feiying, Long Moran was stunned. Seeing Yi Feng jump up from the sea, the hairs all over his body stood on end. He decided to strike first. But before he could make a move, Yi Feng had already drawn out his sword. His speed was more than one notch faster than him. Void sword art. Teleport. Not only Long Moran, Long Zi, and Long Qing couldn't react at all. Even Su Feiying didn't expect that Yi Feng's speed would be so fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had already dodged past Long Moran's side. A dark green sword pierced his throat. The sword light flashed past. Long Moran's eyes were wide open. He didn't understand until his death what trick Yi Feng was using and what kind of strange identity Su Feiying was. Facing Yi Feng, Long Moran experienced several death threats, but this time, it finally became a reality. For the first time, Yi Feng exposed his identity to attract his attention. He was attacking with Long Wanner and Nanfang. But because he was concerned about the old man of the Long family, he was rescued by Yi Wendian. The second time. Yi Feng's void swordsmanship could have killed him instantly, but because the military's cruise missile just hit the iceberg, it missed by half an inch. This time, Long Moran is not so lucky. There will be no accidents to save him. Of course, Su Feiying is by the side. Even if there is any accident, Long Moran is 100% dead. Even though he had seen Yi Feng perform void swordsmanship, and was attacked by him once with this move, Long Moran still couldn't dodge this sword. If he is a cultivator, possessing divine consciousness, he may be able to guard against it. But now, he can only drink hatred under the sword. Long Zi and Long Qing stood aside, stunned. At this moment, Long Moran completely stopped his heartbeat. The one-armed figure in white robe fell from the side of the speedboat into the sea. He sank with his eyes open. His last thought before he died was, if he had killed Yi earlier, Feng Na would be great. It's a pity that from now on, Long Moran is destined to become a thing of the past. Dragon Sword. Compared with Long Zi and Long Qing, Su Feiying's reaction was much faster. After all, she has extensive knowledge. She scanned her consciousness carefully and finally noticed the ancient dragon sword ring in Yi Feng's hand. Surprise suddenly appeared on the beautiful face with an expression. Dragon sword. Could it be the inheritance in the legend of the world of cultivating immortals? Yi Feng is actually so strong. Long Zi and Long Qing didn't think about it at all. Last night, they had to join hands with Long Wanner and Nanfang to deal with Long Moran Yi Feng. Now he was able to kill Long Moran by himself, leaving him without the ability to resist. That sword just now. Why is it so fast? The two were dumbfounded. Finally solved Long Moran. Yi Feng didn't feel much in his heart. When Su Feiying woke up, it didn't really matter what happened to Long Moran and the others. As for Long Zi and Long Qing, Yi Feng's hands formed into claws. Taking advantage of the two people not paying attention, he simply exhausted the true energy in his body again. The third layer of the dragon claw hand was displayed. The light golden dragon claws grabbed the waist of the two people in an instant, and then lifted them up. It hit the white speedboat heavily. Both of these two have cultivated internal energy for 30 years. There is no advantage at all in fighting against Yi Feng. In addition, the domineering of the third layer of dragon claw hand is even more unbearable for the two of them. For a while, the two of them were defeated, smashed. If it was Su Feiying from the past, she would definitely scold them loudly when she saw this situation. She would cut the weeds and root them out. How could she knock the two of them unconscious and finish the matter? She would definitely use the fairy technique Red Flame to destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces. But now, Su Feiying didn't make a sound. Instead, she gently hugged Long Wanner and floated onto the speedboat. Fenger, you wait here. Look around for the teacher. Is there any safe place to recuperate? Su Feiying ordered. Recuperate. Yi Feng was shocked when he heard that. Su Feiying was injured. But before he could ask anything, Su Feiying had lightly raised her jade hand. The true energy was condensed in her hand, and she performed another immortal technique that can only be cultivated with 100 years of cultivation. Immortal art. Unconstrained style. A pair of beautiful white Pegasus wings stretched from Su Feiying's back in an instant, making her beautiful figure look like a crane. There were 2 thumps. Su Feiying stepped lightly. The whole person flew up like this. Before that, she wanted to get back the 1,000 years of black ice in a hurry. So she did not hesitate to use a lot of true energy to perform star shift. But now that the 1,000 years of black ice has been obtained, she wants to find a safe place to recuperate. There is no need to waste it so much. After the immortal art of flying horse and sky is performed, it does not need to consume much true energy. It can also make people fly continuously. This is a practical immortal art that she learned from a senior when she was in the world of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng raised his head. He accidentally saw the beautiful scenery under Su Feiying's snow-white dress. He couldn't help being a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Feiying flew fast. He reached a height of 100 meters in a short while, and gradually moved away. Not long after, Su Feiying's figure with fluttering snow-white wings became a dot in the sky. Unexpectedly, Master was injured. He was injured by the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. After Su Feiying left temporarily, Yi Feng pondered for a moment. Because Su Feiying is talking about healing, not healing. There is still a big difference between these 2 words in essence. If it is an ordinary injury, it can be cured in a short time with the means of a cultivator. But Su Feiying needs recuperating. It can be seen that she was seriously injured. Or suffered a special injury. Yi Feng thought about it. The only possibility is the Huiyun Demon Lord. In this way, if Su Feiying wants to recover from her injuries in one place, should he accompany her? I have to bring Long Wanner and Su Menghan with me to live a peaceful life together. Yi Feng thought of this and shook his head. Su Feiying would never agree to such a thing. With her temper, she would definitely not let Yi Feng sit idle. Never mind. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. He shook his head. He looked down at Long Wanner in his arms. She was almost completely injured by Su Feiying's treatment. Now she just fell asleep. Looking at her expression, she seemed very sweet. Yi Feng didn't bother her. Instead, he played with the 1,000 years of black ice in his hand. Hello. Can we communicate? Yi Feng said something a little boring. At the same time, he tried his best to convey his thoughts to the 1,000 years of black ice. The diamond-shaped ice cube did not respond at all. It was cold on its own. Yi Feng grasped it in his hand, as if he was holding a double-ended sharp blade, with a sparkling icy glow, crystal clear, sharp edges and corners. I can feel it very clearly. As long as I carry this 1,000-year-old black ice with me, the recovery speed of the true qi of the immortal cultivator will be increased by 2 or 3 times. This function alone is enough to make it one of the top treasures. What's more, this thing can continuously absorb the aura of heaven and earth. People can absorb it continuously. Everyone who absorbs it can improve their cultivation base by as much as 10 years. It's a pity. This can only be done with the approval of Qianzai Xianbing. Moreover, the current Qianzai Xianbing does not have a trace of heaven and earth aura. Because it exploded after being frightened twice. Fortunately not. Otherwise, I would have been absorbed by Long Moran just now. Yi Feng was thinking. He was always paying attention to the surrounding sky. Once Su Feiying's figure appeared, he would definitely be spotted. Su Feiying hadn't come back yet, but Long Wanner in his arms suddenly moved, rubbed against his chest, scratched with her small hands, and touched his face all at once. Yi Feng. The chick finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Yi Feng. She immediately remembered something and looked around. But she couldn't see Su Feiying's beautiful figure. Instead, she saw the dragon who was unconscious in the cabin, purple and dragon blue. What happened? Long Wanner was a little confused. How do you feel now? Yi Feng first asked her about her physical condition. Seeing that she shook her head to indicate that she was fine, he then explained everything that happened just now. Sure enough, when Long Wanner heard it, her watery eyes widened. What? Long Moran has been killed by a sword. The beautiful master flew up and went to the nearby sea to find a place to recuperate. It's incredible. To say that Long Moran was killed by the beautiful master, Long Wanner still believed it. But when did Yi Feng become so strong? She didn't know that Yi Feng learned the void sword technique. Of course she couldn't understand. Yi Feng spread his hands. When your two uncles wake up, you will know if you ask them. Long Wanner glanced at Long Zi and Long Qing, who were unconscious beside her. She could only nod her head. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Since she didn't see Long Moran, her so-called father had probably already gone. All of a sudden, she had mixed feelings. In the past, she hoped that Long Moran would die so much. It would be better to die 100 times, 1,000 times. But now that guy is really dead. She felt a little empty in her heart, as if she had lost her direction. Even if Long Moran died, she didn't have any nostalgia for the Long family. From now on, she will be Yi Feng's person. It's just. Long Wanner recalled Su Minghan's worried look when she ran to the beach and saw Yi Feng before, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Will Yi Wendian recognize her as a granddaughter-in-law? Master is back. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. A snow-white figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea to the east. It was Su Feiying. It's just that there seemed to be two things following behind her. It's a missile. Long Wanner took a closer look and her heart tightened. She knew that Su Feiying was the one who taught Yi Feng to cultivate immortals. She was a little surprised that she could fly. A missile. She suddenly became nervous. Seeing Long Wanner so nervous, Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. He gently squeezed her soft little face. What are you worried about? Let alone a missile. Even a nuclear bomb may not be able to kill Master and her. How about it? Ah. Long Wanner was taken aback. She knew that Yi Feng's beautiful master would be very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. She is not afraid of nuclear bombs. In fact, Yi Feng didn't know whether Su Feiying, who had been cultivated for 100 years, was afraid of nuclear bombs. But even if there were nuclear bombs to hit her, he still had to consider whether he could hit her. As long as you cast Star Shift, dodge in an instant. So what about nuclear bombs? Su Feiying was flying very fast. But those two missiles were even faster. They were about to hit her. At this moment, she saw the snow-white Pegasus wings slapping her back. The speed of her whole body exploded in an instant. Multiple times more than that. Accompanied by a stream of white light, a few seconds later, Su Feiying flew over and landed on the speedboat where Yi Feng was. But when the two missiles were about to fly over, they were slapped by Su Feiying's jade hand, and the true energy spread, causing the two missiles to collide with each other. There was a loud bang. Two missiles exploded near the sea surface. Immediately thick smoke billowed, obstructing the sight of the pursuers. Although Su Feiying is not familiar with this world, it doesn't mean she will be at a disadvantage. The destroyer was chasing her from afar, but at this moment it lost its target in the billowing smoke. Even if we start radar detection, or even contact the military headquarters to let them use real-time satellites, we can't detect any clues. There have been thousands of years of black ice. All modern detection methods have lost their effect. Let's go, Feng. Go west. Su Feiying lightly landed in the middle of the speedboat. The snow-white Pegasus wings were blown apart. Go west. How to go? I don't know how to drive a speedboat. Yi Feng had a puzzled look on his face. Su Feiying stared at him bitterly, waved her jade hand, condensed her true energy, and sent it to the bow of the speedboat. She actually wanted to use her true energy to push the speedboat. Yi Feng had to admire Su Feiying's good idea. But such a shocking move, only Su Feiying with 100 years of cultivation could think about it. A small role like him for 15 years. Even if he can push a speedboat, he can't push it very far. Master, why is your speedboat sailing backwards? Yi Feng and Long Wanner burst into tears together. Su Feiying didn't feel that there was anything wrong at all. After pushing the speedboat backwards with her true energy, she waved her jade hand to send away some dust in the cabin, and then sat down gracefully. Feng, what's going on with you guys? After being fine for a while, Su Feiying finally had time to ask about Yi Feng's situation. How did he come here from the realm of cultivating immortals? What happened to the little beauty in his arms? What did the middle-aged man in white robe and one arm do just now? And most importantly, where did the dragon sword ancient ring come from? Yi Feng pulled Long Wanner, sat down with Su Feiying face to face, and began to talk about his recent experience. However, he omitted the fact that he came from the world of cultivating immortals and occupied Yi Feng's body. Because Long Wanner is on the sidelines, it's better not to let her know about the world of cultivating immortals for the time being. Su Feiying heard Yi Feng's concerns, and nodded calmly, expressing her understanding. When Yi Feng explained his relationship with Long Wanner, Su Feiying immediately said nothing. The storage ring took out a lot of small things. This is Lingshan ginseng. It can be absorbed for 4 months. This is Yuan magnet. It can give you 8 months of cultivation. This is the Wanhong fruit. It contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that has been cultivated for 6 months. One piece after another, they were handed over to Long Wanner by Su Feiying. Long Wanner was stunned to see them. Where did she get these things from? That ring can store things. Oh no. How could she have so many treasures? Master, Wanner, she is still a 7th rank immortal vein jade body. Yi Feng saw that what she brought out were general things, so he reminded her aloud. With Su Feiying's 100-year-old cultivation base, she came to Earth, a place of geomantic omen. Of course, she got a lot of natural treasures. Yi Feng believes that these things that can improve her cultivation base for a few months are definitely not considered in Su Feiying's eyes unprecious. Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Feng say the words 7th grade immortal meridian jade body, Su Feiying didn't say anything, and took out a bunch of things from the storage ring again. This is the fairy loquat. It has been cultivated for 2 years. This is 19-year-old golden leaf grass. It can improve cultivation for more than a year. There is also this moonstone. It can also be upgraded for more than a year. Su Feiying stuffed all these things into Long Wanner's arms. It made Long Wanner a little bit overwhelmed. I was very embarrassed. It's not okay to accept it, or not to accept it. How precious are these things? Master gave her so much when he saw her. Does she have the nerve? Rao is the competitive Long Wanner. When she first met Su Feiying, she seemed very restrained. "Would you like it?" "Don't forget it," Su Feiying said coldly. Seeing Long Wanner's hesitation and dawdling, her temper flared up. "Take it. Master doesn't miss these." Yi Feng hastily squeezed her little hand and reminded her. Long Wanner saw Su Feiying's expression and heard Yi Feng's words. Her little face turned pale with fright. She shouldn't make Master angry. Only Yi Feng knows. Su Feiying has always been like this. Treating others, Su Feiying is cold on the outside and cold on the inside. But she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside when treating Yi Feng. Now there is another person who makes her cold on the outside and hot on the inside. That is Long Wanner. Thinking of this, Yi Feng said, "Master, let's have some more. I have another one at home." Of course he was talking about Su Menghan. Su Feiying was taken aback for a moment, then glared at him. "Bring her to me, and we'll talk about it later." Yi Feng scratched his head. He thought that he would see him one day. But at this moment, Long Wanner has obtained so many natural and earthly treasures. As long as she absorbs all of them, she will be able to cultivate for 25 years. She will be able to practice more useful fairy arts. But Yi Feng is not in a hurry. His current meridian cultivation has reached the upper limit. Even giving him natural materials and earthly treasures can't improve his cultivation much. Unlike Long Wanner, who has been expanding his meridians for so many years, his meridians have long been wide enough. 25 years of cultivation is not a problem. However, it is not easy to upgrade to a higher level. Because the meridians are widened, the more difficult it is to the back. Like Su Feiying now. If you want to widen the meridians and increase the upper limit of 1 year's cultivation, you have to spend 1 or 2 month time. Soon, the white speedboat was propelled by Su Feiying's true energy. It entered a group of islands backwards and gradually disappeared. Surprised to find. There is actually a beautiful woman who can fly in the sky of the East China Sea. When the destroyer on a mission nearby found it from a distance, it immediately conveyed the news secretly to the headquarters. The headquarters ordered her to be arrested. Unfortunately, the arrest failed. After the captain of the destroyer reported the situation here, the military immediately dispatched 3 other frigates, departing from the nearest naval base, and began searching the nearby sea area. After a busy day, until the sunset, the military finally locked the target on an island group. A destroyer. 3 frigates. Surrounding the island group from afar.